This is a wondrous world. The boys awaken to become beast tamers. The girls, on the other hand, awaken as powerful beast maidens. Bai Yi, accompanied by a cat girl, traverses into another realm and promptly awakens an SSS-level beast taming talent. Countless beast maidens swarm in, vying fiercely for Bai Ye's favor. Among them are fearsome dragon maidens, the most beautiful sword spirit maidens of Jiangzhou, and the daughter of the wealthiest tycoon, a rabbit-eared maiden. Even the campus belle is unworthy of a free mount. The tale begins. At last, the day has arrived for the boys to awaken. I am an E-grade fierce tiger, hoping to encounter a beast tamer with power-boosting abilities. I am a C-grade tyrannosaurus. Bring forth a beast tamer of C-grade or higher, and I shall soar with you. I don't care about the grade, just a tall and handsome brother will suffice. How wonderful it would be to have a healing-type beast tamer. Outside the playground, a throng of vibrant and alluring girls exudes youthful charm, continuously teasing the anxious boys within. Among them, a striking youth holding a black cat stands out. His name is Bai Yi, and he gazes intently at the awakening array before him. 3 days prior, he was transported to this world, profoundly astonished by its system. In this realm, upon reaching adulthood, each individual awakens. This, in itself, is not particularly remarkable. What is remarkable is that the girls awaken as various beast maidens, while the boys become beast tamers. The girls are responsible for combat, while the boys provide support. Yesterday, the girls underwent a unified awakening. There were fierce tigers, golden eagles, white snakes, spiders, flower spirits, even fire-breathing fire elementals, each one more formidable than the last. Today, it is finally the boys' turn to awaken. The first to step onto the array is the class monitor, Li Wei. As he steps in, the array bursts forth with brilliant green light. D-grade. How auspicious. A D-grade beast tamer has emerged right at the start. Quick, let's see what skills he has awakened. Speed enhancement, 30 increase in movement speed. An impressive skill. Li Wei gazes at his attributes, exhilarated as he clenches his fists and waves them triumphantly. It is worth noting that most individuals can only awaken to F-grade or E-grade. The skills they acquire are often merely enhancements of senses, such as smell or hearing. Li Wei's immediate awakening as a D-grade beast tamer, equipped with a genuine combat support skill, is indeed commendable. As Li Wei steps off the playground, he is instantly surrounded by a multitude of girls. Among them, the class beauty, Yi Ying, shines the brightest. Clad in a pink JK uniform, her pink hair and delicate skin make her resemble a goddess from the realm of manga. She has countless admirers. Bai Ye's previous incarnation was one such admirer, having even delivered breakfast to Yi Ying for 3 consecutive years. The pink-haired maiden Yi Ying exclaims, "Wei Ge, let us form a contract. You know, I awakened as a blush horse, which pairs perfectly with your speed enhancement skill." Yi Ying leans in, her voice soft and enticing. Li Wei relishes the closeness with Yi Ying. "Ah, Ying, since you lack combat skills, you can serve as my mount for now. Once I unlock my second beast space, we can form a contract. In principle, a D-grade beast tamer can open up to 3 beast spaces, though this is exceedingly challenging and seldom achieved by ordinary individuals." Li Wei is attempting to take advantage of the situation. Yi Ying, perceptive to this, gazes at Li Wei with a hint of melancholy. Yet, in the art of fishing for affection, she is nothing short of a master. Thus, she does not relent, continuing her flirtation with a tantalizing distance. Li Wei seizes the opportunity to add several girls on his messaging app, even managing to charm the formidable C-grade Tyrannosaurus. This incites envy among the other boys. Goodness, he's merely a D-grade. What is there to boast about? Just wait till I awaken a C-grade. Shortly, I too shall have my pick of beauties. The thought alone is blissful. However, the subsequent awakenings predominantly yield F-grade and E-grade results. Those who had boasted earlier now stand dejectedly aside. Beast tamers of such low caliber cannot even attract the attention of ordinary girls. They essentially lose their right to choose a partner. For beast maidens will only seek out beast tamers stronger than themselves. They would rather be a strong contender than the sole choice of a weakling. In light of this, the school officials remain unfazed. As a typical county-level beast tamer school, such outcomes are to be expected. Historically, C-grade has been the pinnacle of achievement. Yet, soon enough, their calm demeanor begins to falter. All eyes are drawn to the awakening array. A surge of crimson light nearly paints the sky red. A striking youth with sword-like eyebrows stands proudly amidst the radiant red glow, as if adorned in a crimson cloak reflecting the heavens. His aura of dominance is unmistakable. It is the student council president, Gong Sun Ao Tian. It is B grade. A B grade beast tamer has emerged. How many years has it been? Our Xinjiang school has finally produced a B grade, and he possesses dual skills, one of which is a healing skill. Astonishment, an ineffable shock, especially among the girls, who are nearly driven to ecstatic screams. If one could contract with a B-grade beast tamer, even the lowest tier beast maiden would receive a significant boost. There is even the potential for an immediate level up. In future battles, a B-grade beast tamer could double a beast maiden's combat prowess. How could they not go wild? Gong Sun is so handsome. I want to bear a nest of little monkeys for Gong Sun. How dare you? Gong Sun is mine. Wah, I don't want a contract anymore. Gong Sun, take me as your mount. The girls have completely lost their composure. Some even transform into their beast maiden forms. Especially Yi Ying, whose enchanting eyes glisten with desire. She transforms into a pink warhorse, tossing her flowing mane in an attempt to entice Gong Sun Ao Tian. As for Li Wei, he has been disregarded entirely. With a B-grade beast tamer present, so handsome and tall, who would care for a mere D-grade? Yet, Gong Sun Ao Tian remains indifferent to these frivolous admirers. His gaze is fixed upward. There, amidst the sunlight, stands a breathtaking beauty with wings akin to an angel. It is the campus belle, Chu Yulan, the heavenly eagle maiden, Chu Yulan. Already stunningly beautiful, her awakening as a C-grade heavenly eagle adds an air of sanctity to her presence. She inspires awe from afar, leaving onlookers hesitant to approach. Even a mere glance from an ordinary person quickens their heartbeat, rendering them speechless. Even Bai Yi, with his perspective from another world, is taken aback by her ethereal beauty. She rivals even the stars of his former life, her elegance surpassing them by leaps and bounds. Chu Yulan, let us form a contract. Gong Sun Ao Tian's tone is laden with arrogance. Chu Yulan, prouder still, offers only a slight nod, a reluctant acknowledgement. As the campus belle seems poised to be claimed, the crowd of boys watches in envy. They lament why it could not have been them awakening as a B grade. The girls, too, are filled with jealousy. However, the beauty of Chu Yulan extinguished any sense of competition among them. The school authorities were quite pleased with this development. Immediately apply for a scholarship of 500,000. No, 1,000,000. Also retrieve 100 white bee soul bead from the school warehouse to aid in their level advancement. Principal Lu Fong arranged excitedly. If they could cultivate a pair of students to enter a top-tier institution, it would be a historic achievement for the school, one that could even elevate his status within the city. The entire school must rally to nurture them. All attention was drawn to Gong Sun, Ao Yin, and Chu Yulan. The awakening ceremony continued. Finally, it was Bai Ye's turn. Bai Yi set down the black cat and stepped into the awakening array. Boom. The heavens and earth suddenly changed color. Radiant hues filled the entire world. Divine dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, towering trees, nine-headed spirits. Various mythical beasts, accompanied by a multitude of ferocious creatures, birds, plants, and elemental spirits, bowed before Bai Yi. All beasts came to pay homage. The overwhelming pressure forced all students to prostrate themselves on the ground. Even the teachers trembled and struggled to maintain their footing. It was terrifying. It felt as though they were facing a deity. What level of awakening is this? The legendary S-grade? No, no, no. An S-grade could never produce such a terrifying phenomenon. Those radiant hues, this is the pinnacle, an SSS grade. Starting at the peak, how can others possibly compete? The boys lay on the ground, gazing up at the fearsome spectacle in the sky. The girls, on the other hand, were shrieking with excitement. It's Bai Yi. So handsome. My husband is so handsome. What a worthless you and Ao Yin. He doesn't even compare to my Bai Yi, my idol. Let me be your loyal servant. I'm great at flattery. Bai Yi, I'm like a soft-body creature. I can take any position. Please choose me. I don't need a contract. I'm willing to be your pet for life. Amidst the cacophony of screams, Bai Yi calmly admired his attributes. Name, Bai Yi. Talent, SSS grade. Level. Level 1 Apprentice Beast Tamer. Strength 10. Agility 10. Constitution 10. Energy 100. Contracted Beast Maiden. None. Skill 1. Eye of True Sight. Level 1 can investigate the detailed attributes of beasts and beast maidens below the black iron level, dispelling invisibility, illusions, and traps. Skill 2. Super Healing. Rapidly recover from injuries. Skill 3. War Inspiration. All attributes of contracted beast maidens increase by 100. Skill 4. Beast Spirit Armor. Converts energy into armor to protect a designated beast maiden. Skill 5. Dimensional Space. For every 100 energy points, gain 1 cubic meter of dimensional space. Typically, a beast tamer awakens only 1 skill, and possessing 2 is considered extraordinary. Yet Bai Yi awakened 5 skills right from the start. Moreover, each skill was immensely practical and powerful. This is the terrifying nature of the SSS grade. At that moment, a delicate voice resonated, commanding attention. Be quiet. Bai Yi is mine. It was Ying. She could hardly believe that the devoted admirer who had brought her breakfast for 3 years could awaken the highest SSS grade. In that instant, she brimmed with confidence. If she could contract with Bai Yi, her lowly F-grade lipstick horse would transform into a legendary S-grade being. Bai Yi, I promise to be your girlfriend. Come here. Ying extended her hand towards Bai Yi, waiting for him to take it. She believed he would be unable to resist her allure. Over the past 3 years, she had been acutely aware of Bai Yi's infatuation with her. Bai Yi could survive on a single packet of instant noodles daily, working 3 jobs just to buy her a limited edition handbag. Even though she had changed boyfriends multiple times, he remained unwaveringly by her side. This devoted admirer, Ying had firmly in her grasp. However, she received no response. Bai Yi couldn't even be bothered to glance her way. Since traversing into this body and inheriting its memories, Bai Yi held great disdain for the previous owner's actions. A devoted admirer, in the end, possessed nothing. How could someone so handsome be ensnared by a worthless girl? Even the school authorities could no longer tolerate it, directly pulling Ying aside. Here was a potential SSS grade beast tamer, and you, a combat inept F-grade mount. What business do you have here? Do you lack any self-awareness? Under no circumstances could such a prodigious talent be squandered. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yulan soared over the playground fence, flying towards Bai Yi. Classmate Bai Yi, I am Chu Yulan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chu Yulan smiled charmingly, extending her delicate hand, shedding any semblance of aloofness. When she noticed Bai Yi's interest in her ample bosom, she intentionally let one side of her coat slip, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin. This was clearly an attempt at flattery. The esteemed school belle, the exalted goddess. Here she was flattering Bai Yi. This left the surrounding boys drooling in disbelief. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly echoed in Fong Yuan's mind. Ding! Super selection, system bound. 3 options appeared before him. Option 1. Hold Chu Yulan's hand and accept her friend request. Completion reward, 50 charm. Option 2. Look up at a 45-degree angle and coldly say, you're too early to be happy. Completion reward, 10 agility. Option 3. Stick out your tongue and lick Chu Yulan's hand. Completion reward. Acquire the title King of Devoted Admirers, with an effect of 10 combat power for contracted beasts. System? Better late than never. As a time traveler, Bai Yi immediately understood the system's purpose. It was evident that by making a choice, he could receive corresponding rewards. Option 1 would enhance his charm, which seemed unnecessary. After all, he had already driven all the girls in the school wild. If he continued to increase his charm, how could he quietly enjoy being a handsome man? Option 2 would add 10 agility, effectively doubling his current agility, which was commendable. A solid choice for escaping. As for option 3, licking someone's hand, what kind of absurdity was that? That was quite perverse. Who would want the title of King of Devoted Admirers? In an instant, Bai Yi made his choice. He looked up at the sky and coldly remarked, you're too early to be happy. What? What does it mean that I'm too early to be happy? Is this how a normal person greets someone? Chu Yulan was left bewildered by Bai Yi's response. Ha ha ha, what a delightful response. No one has ever dared to speak to the school belle like that. Bai Yi is definitely the first. What a steady character. No wonder he is an SSS grade beast tamer. Laughter erupted among the crowd, finally easing the shock from earlier. Chu Yulan's face turned crimson. This was her first attempt at pursuing someone, and she had failed miserably. However, she did not believe that anyone could resist her allure. Thus, Chu Yulan allowed her coat to slide off her other shoulder, generously showcasing her assets to Bai Yi. Brother Bai Yi, I can transform into a heavenly eagle, ready to serve as your steed. What a bizarre statement. Was this something a proper school beauty would utter? Yet, how enticing it was. At that moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended from the sky. Chu Yulan was swept away by a fierce gust of wind. The crowd looked up, only to behold a flaming dragon soaring above. Wretched creature. A mere C-class beast dares to approach an SSS-class beastmaster. A thunderous dragon roar sent chills down Chu Yulan's spine. The flaming dragon unleashed a torrent of searing flames, majestically circling the school before finally landing. Transforming into an elegant and tall young woman, she surveyed the crowd with pride, her gaze ultimately settling on Bai Yi. Long Jiaojiao was quite pleased with Bai Yi's appearance, and she was even more enamored with his extraordinary talent. An SSS-class beastmaster. Should she establish a contract with Bai Yi, she could elevate herself, becoming an S-class blazing dragon. That would be the epitome of dragonkind. The flaming dragon belonged to the family of bipedal dragons, subfamily Draconis. In terms of both strength and status, it paled in comparison to true dragons. Long Jiaojiao had not anticipated that her journey to Jiangzhou would yield such an immense opportunity. Without hesitation, she transformed into her dragon form and raced towards him. She did not dare inform her family, fearing they would dissuade her or seek to replace her. After all, such a formidable talent would surely attract even her mother's interest. Moreover, her family had arranged for her to work with an S-class beastmaster whom she found utterly detestable. All she desired now was to solidify her future with Bai Yi. As for Bai Yi, Long Jiaojiao did not believe he would refuse her. For what beastmaster would turn down the chance to bond with a dragon maiden? Beast Dragon Master. What a magnificent title. The crowd's reactions confirmed this sentiment, that a flaming dragon. It's a flaming dragon. This is an A-class beast maiden. A dragon. I've only ever encountered a C-class beast maiden in my life. And she's so stunning. I adore her. Sister, take me away. If I could sign a contract with her, victory would be assured. Sister, I no longer wish to strive. Long Jiaojiao reveled in the admiration and praise of the crowd, a smile gracing her lips as she extended her hand to Bai Yi. My name is Long Jiaojiao, an A-class flaming dragon. Shall we form a contract? No explanation was necessary. Her surname and lineage spoke volumes. The Long family of Long City, one of the most prestigious families in Huagua. The school officials were utterly restless. If they could align themselves with such a family, their futures would be limitless. Indeed, an SSS class could attract even such illustrious figures. It was like stepping into a realm of greatness. What was there to hesitate about? A contract should be formed immediately. However, before Bai Yi could make his choice, a chilling light flashed before him. A flying sword suddenly blocked his path, transforming into a graceful young woman. It was an exceedingly rare sword spirit maiden. The most stunning beauty in Jiangzhou, sword spirit maiden Nangong Qinxue. Long Jiaojiao. This is Jiangzhou, not Long City, the newcomer exclaimed. Only then did the crowd finally glimpse her countenance. Her exquisite beauty was beyond earthly comparison, so breathtaking, especially her ethereal aura, which captivated all. Even a school beauty, Chu Yulan, appeared rather ordinary in her presence. Nangong Qinxue, the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou, the daughter of the Nangong family. I can't believe I'm seeing her in person. Oh my goodness. She's too beautiful. Such a goddess, could she also be seeking a contract with Bai Yi? Oh, how envious. The commotion caused by Nangong Qinxue's arrival rivaled that of Long Jiaojiao. Yet this was not the end. A golden giant eagle, like a streak of lightning, descended from the distant skies, alighting upon the playground. From the eagle's back emerged a lavishly dressed rabbit-eared maiden. The rabbit-eared maiden, Chengyu, though she appeared to possess average talent, no one dared to underestimate her. For her next words made the eyes of everyone present sparkle with excitement. I'll invest 10 billion to purchase your school outright and provide each person present with 100 white bee soul orbs. Does anyone wish to compete with me? Silence ensued. In the face of monetary power, everything else seemed trivial. 10 billion. What a staggering sum. It was enough to purchase half of Xinjiang County. And with 100 white beast soul orbs, every individual could enhance their levels by 3 or 4 without any risk. Such extravagance was beyond comprehension. This was merely a boon for the onlookers. What kind of lavish treatment would Bai Yi receive? It was unfathomable. This was outright patronage. To align oneself with such a wealthy lady would mean half a lifetime of struggle was rendered unnecessary. Who is this with such grandiose claims? Don't you know? She is the daughter of Jiangzhou's wealthiest tycoon, Chengyu. No wonder. I read a news article recently that mentioned Jiangzhou's richest daughter awakening an F-class giant rabbit. She has long since upgraded to a B-class moonlight rabbit. Look at her bodyguards. Their presence surpasses that of our principal. They must be at least bronze-class beast maidens. Indeed, money is truly omnipotent. I wish to experience the joy of being pampered. Cheng Yu's entrance reignited the fervor in the crowd that a powerful dragon, the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou, the daughter of the wealthiest tycoon. Each one was an exceptional choice that I in their presence. The school beauty was but a mere ornament. Faced with such a situation, the school officials were at a loss for how to proceed. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The phones of the school officials rang incessantly thereafter. Various high-ranking individuals, tycoons, and powerful figures contacted them through myriad means. Moreover, it was rumored that countless factions were racing to arrive. The singular purpose? To form a contract with Bai Yi. If these magnates converge upon Xinjiang School, they could easily trample its gates. At that point, regardless of Bai Yi's choice, he would offend everyone else. What began as a blessing might ultimately become a curse. Realizing this, Principal Lu Feng panicked. Finally, she made a decision and switched off her phone. Activate the contract formation array. She aimed to establish a contract with Bai Yi before the arrival of the magnates, thereby minimizing the number of offended parties. Under normal circumstances, it would take a week for newly awakened beast maidens and beast masters to understand each other before activating the contract formation array. However, at this moment, Lu Feng could not afford to consider such matters. For the unparalleled genius known as Bai Yi, all rules may be altered. The power of choice now rests in Bai Yi's hands. Concurrently, the system has presented several options. Option 1. Long Jiao Jiao. Completion reward. The unyielding golden spear. Option 2. Nangong Qinxue. Completion reward. Level 10. Option 3. Chengyu. Completion reward. 10 billion currency. Option 4. Black Cat. Completion reward. Mysterious grand prize. 100 free attribute points. The first 3 options, whether considering the beastly maidens themselves or the rewards they promise, are exceedingly enticing. Even the campus belle, Chu Yulan, does not merit inclusion among these choices. Yet, what on earth is the 4th option? A black cat? The black cat refers to the feline that Bai Yi has been cradling in his arms, aptly named Black Cat. Although the creature is often displeased with its name and frequently resists, it is invariably subdued by Bai Yi. This particular black cat appeared abruptly 3 days prior, following Bai Yi's arrival in this realm. However, it is merely an ordinary pet cat, albeit somewhat clever and a tad difficult to manage. It is far from being a beastly maiden. How, then, could one forge a contract with it? Most importantly, regarding this reward, setting aside the precious free attribute points, what exactly is this mysterious grand prize? Chapter 4. I offer you 10 billion. Yet you choose to pursue a cat. The allure of the mysterious is ever potent. After a brief moment of hesitation, Bai Yi made a daring decision to contract the enigmatic black cat. He was eager to uncover the true nature of this mysterious prize. When Bai Yi announced his choice, astonishment swept through the crowd. I offer you 10 billion, and you treat me like air? You choose to contract a mere cat. Chengyu was furious, her temper flaring. As the daughter of the wealthiest individual in Jiangzhou, she had never encountered anything she could not obtain. Today, she had taken the initiative to pursue Bai Yi, only to be met with rejection. What was more, he had chosen a cat, not a beast girl, but simply a domestic feline. Even an F-rank beast master, often disregarded, would at least opt for a creature with combat potential, like a hunting dog or a falcon. Yet, here was an SSS-Rank beast master, faced with a plethora of wealthy, attractive, and capable beast girls, and he chose a pet cat. What was this? An affront? Not just Chengyu, but even Long Jiao Jiao and Nangong Qian Shui felt a surge of indignation. even if Bai Yi had not selected them, but rather a school beauty or class flower. They could have accepted it, for time often breeds affection. However, to choose a mere pet cat was utterly excessive. Could it be said that these illustrious women were somehow inferior to a cat? The insult was palpable, though the harm was minimal. Bai Yi, be cautious. Lu Feng, the principal, could no longer contain herself and stepped forward to intervene. Class teacher Li Ku also offered frantic hints. Although Bai Yi often displayed a carefree demeanor, this was a pivotal moment, and he could not afford to act frivolously. However, Bai Yi was resolute, ignoring the council and directly embracing the black cat as he stepped into the summoning array. A radiant glow enveloped the scene. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the black cat suddenly transformed into a human figure and lunged at the bewildered Bai Yi. Lin Ming, you truly think of me as a mere cat. You pet me daily, force me to eat fish treats, and even put a collar on me. I will bite you to death. The black cat, now a beautiful girl, pounced on Bai Yi, scratching and biting him. Bai Yi firmly held her small head, his expression a mixture of complexity and disbelief. Lin Ming, what incredible misfortune. I never imagined that even after my transmigration, I would encounter you. It turned out that the so-called mysterious prize was none other than her. Indeed, the black cat was Lin Ming, Bai Yi's childhood companion before his journey to another world. They had grown up together, akin to childhood sweethearts. But unlike others in such relationships, they had always been at odds, never once spending time amicably. Before his transmigration, they had been in the midst of yet another quarrel. No wonder this black cat proved so difficult to manage, having clawed at Bai Yi 9 times in 3 days. Even putting on a collar had been futile. It was Lin Ming all along. I have endured a lifetime of misfortune, only to be dragged into this adventure by you. Lin Ming, empowered by her beastly attributes and the substantial feedback from her contract with an SSS-level beast tamer, possesses strength far exceeding that of Bai Yi. She forcefully swatted away Bai Yi's hand and continued to scratch at him. This is a disaster. Bai Yi suddenly realized that in this world, males merely serve as support while females are the true warriors. Previously, he had relied on his greater physical strength to bully Lin Ming. Now that she had transformed into a beast girl, he could no longer relish in such advantages. Bai Yi hastily assessed Lin Ming's attributes. Name, Lin Ming. Talent, S-Class Night Cat Demon. Level 1 Strength, 60 Agility, 80 Constitution, 40 Energetics, 20 Beast Tamer. Bai Yi. Skill 1, Super Sense of Smell, significantly enhanced olfactory perception. Skill 2, Rapid Strike, pounces on the enemy, inflicting substantial damage. Skill 3, Venomous Claw, attacks are laced with poison, gradually deteriorating the target's condition. Goodness, I stand no chance. The disparity in strength is several times greater. Moreover, the growth of a beast tamer primarily enhances their energy, with minimal increases to other attributes. This simply will not do. Bai Yi resolved to become a formidable beast tamer, not for any other reason but to triumph over Lin Ming. Just after successfully forging their contract, the system generously awarded him an additional 100 points in free attributes. He allocated all of it to strength. With 110 points in strength, one must wonder, am I to be feared? As for the primary attribute of a beast tamer, energy, who cares about that? After enhancing his strength, Bai Yi swiftly turned the tables, mounting Lin Ming. It must be said, Lin Ming's transformation into a cat-eared maiden post-rebirth has rendered her undeniably adorable. Coupled with her already stunning beauty, she has become even more enchanting. Alas, Bai Yi paid no heed to her allure. It was unavoidable. They were far too familiar with one another. Lin Ming, however, was not to be outdone. Utilizing the comprehensive physical prowess of her beastly form, particularly her exceptional agility, she engaged in a spirited tussle with Bai Yi. This time, the clash was monumental. After all, both of their physiques had been enhanced several-fold beyond that of ordinary humans. A single swipe could gouge 4 pits into the concrete floor. Their grappling threatened to dismantle the very contract formation that bound them. At that moment, the onlookers seemed to have caught wind of something extraordinary. Transmigration? What is this transmigration? The two combatants froze simultaneously. The matter of transmigration must remain concealed from the locals, otherwise, who knows if they would be subjected to dissection for research or other torturous interrogations. Just then, the system options reappeared. Option 1. Reveal my identity, stop pretending. I am a transmigrator. Completion reward. Mastery of the Song of the Lone Hero. Option 2. Play dumb. What transmigration? I am unsure as well. Perhaps you have misheard. Completion reward. Invisibility fruit. Option 3. The king of bragging possesses me. I, Bai Yi, conduct my life without the need to explain to others. Completion reward. Strength 10. Upon seeing the rewards, Bai Yi made his choice without hesitation, primarily attracted by the enhancement of strength. With his back turned to the crowd, he stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze haughty as he stared into the sky. I, Bai Yi, conduct my life without the need to explain to others. Congratulations to the host for successfully boasting. Reward, Strength 10. Considering that the host has perfectly completed the task, an additional reward of Contract Beast Strength 10 has been granted. This extra reward was entirely unnecessary. Just as he was about to gain the upper hand, this twist of fate had brought them back to an even playing field. However, it was too late to change it now. Lin Ming joyfully observed her strength once again increase and casually inquired, "Why have you gained strength again? Have you awakened some supreme boasting system?" Goodness, no wonder they had traversed to this world together. Even the system was aware. Their conversation left the onlookers utterly baffled. They had yet to grasp the concept of crossing over, and now there was talk of a system. What was even happening? Thankfully, they did not read online novels, or they would be completely lost in their dialogue. Witnessing Bai Yi contract a black cat and transform her into a human, everyone could only exclaim in admiration. Truly, an SSS-level beast master is extraordinarily powerful. Chapter 5. An unusual beast master with strength enhancement. Cheng Yu, filled with indignation, mounted the golden eagle and departed. Spoiled as she was, she simply could not endure this humiliation. Nangong Qianxue approached Principal Lu Fong, expressing her desire to transfer to Qingjiang School, demonstrating her understanding of investment. Long Jiaojiao, suppressing her anger, insisted on dragging Bai Yi to the beast space for upgrades. Contracting a second beast girl proved to be exceedingly challenging. One of the essential conditions was to become a black iron-level beast master. Yet, they could not make any progress. Long Jiaojiao was a Dragon Clan beast girl renowned for her strength. Even without a beast master contract, her base strength reached 50 points. The fact that she could not budge a beast master was astonishing. Could this be the formidable prowess of an SSS-level beast master? Surely, you are not a beast master with innate strength growth. Although the vast majority of beast masters possess energy growth, there are indeed some peculiar cases with growth in other attributes. In other words, they have grown. Ask you. How astute of you to deduce this. Bai Yi nodded proudly. Long Jiaojiao was utterly speechless. What is there to be proud of? Do you not realize that you have grown? Ask you. The amount of energy directly influences the potency of a beast master's skills. Moreover, each skill necessitates substantial energy consumption. A beast master who does not enhance their energy is, without a doubt, rendered ineffectual. Even an SSS-level beast master would be of no use. Upon this realization, Long Jiaojiao, feeling petulant, transformed into a dragon and took flight. For in her eyes, Bai Yi had completely lost his investment value. The other beast maidens were unconcerned with such matters. Observing the 3 top-tier beast maidens vacate their positions, they seemed to glimpse an opportunity. Particularly, Class Flower Ying could not fathom that Bai Yi, who had adored her for 3 years, would suddenly change his heart. At worst, she could serve as his mount, allowing him to enjoy her without cost. She was determined that such an offering would not be rejected. With her resolve set, Ying cleared her throat and attempted once more to draw nearer to Bai Yi. However, she was not the only one eager for Bai Yi's favor. The campus belle, Chu Yulan, harbored the same intent. Moreover, as a C-grade flying beast maiden, she was far more suitable to serve as a mount. In the presence of Chu Yulan, Ying felt utterly outclassed. In every conceivable aspect, she was vastly inferior. And before Jiangzhou's most stunning beauty, Nangong Qianxue, they paled even further. Indeed, Nangong Qianxue planned to start as a mount, gradually drawing closer to Bai Yi. She was an exceedingly rare sword spirit maiden, having awakened the flying sword skill, making her an exceptional steed. What man does not delight in soaring through the skies on a sword? As an A-grade sword spirit, Nangong Qianxue was far more than a mere mount. Her inherent attack power was formidable, and her edge skill could further amplify her lethality. It must be said that Nangong Qianxue was truly versatile, possessing a far grander vision than Long Jiaojiao and Cheng Yu. This situation incited intense jealousy among the multitude of boys, particularly Gongsun Aotian. He was the president of the student council at Qingjiang School, tall and handsome. A veritable idol in the eyes of the girls, an entity that drew admiration like a star. Today, he even shattered school records by awakening as a B-grade Beastmaster, warranting everyone's attention. Yet, all the accolades that should have belonged to him were snatched away by Bai Yi. How could he not harbor resentment? Bai Yi, I challenge you. From his sideline position, Gongsun Ao Tian issued a furious challenge to Bai Yi, who was encircled by beautiful maidens. Gongsun Ao Tian was not entirely impulsive. All were newly awakened, and the influence of talent levels was at its nadir. Thus, the type of contracted beast maiden held greater significance. Bai Yi's contracted beast maiden was a pet cat, and even were it to ascend to S-grade, its combat prowess would likely remain average. He was fully capable of overwhelming Bai Yi and reclaiming his lost glory, for he had just contracted the strongest beast maiden in Xinjiang school, a C-grade Tyrannosaurus, named King Kong. Do not doubt, King Kong was indeed the name of this beast maiden. Despite being taller and more robust than Gongsun Ao Tian, it mattered not. After all, the Tyrannosaurus possessed draconic blood. Even if exceedingly diluted, it was incomparable to any ordinary beast maiden, let alone a mere pet cat. In the realm of beastly maidens, strength reigns supreme. The image one projects is of no consequence. As long as one can overpower Gongsun Ao Tian, any sacrifice is deemed worthwhile. Yet, amidst a garden of beauties, Bai Yi luxuriates in their tender affections, showing little inclination to acknowledge his challenger. At this moment, the super selection system reappears. Option 1. Ignore the challenge and continue to bask in the warmth of the beauties. Completion reward, male, enmity 20. Option 2. Accept the challenge and assist Lin Meng in defeating Gongsun Ao Tian's Tyrannosaurus beast maiden. Completion reward, energy 10. Option 3. Accept the challenge and rely solely on one's own power to conquer Gongsun Ao Tian's Tyrannosaurus beast maiden. Completion reward, strength 10. Bai Yi swiftly fixates on his choice. A true man, of course, opts for strength. With an additional 10 points of power, Bai Yi would certainly gain the upper hand over Lin Meng. What is there to hesitate about? Let the challenge commence. Bai Yi beckons Gongsun Ao Tian with a casual flick of his finger. Such audacity. Gongsun Ao Tian, incensed, signals for his transformation into a mighty form. The formidable Gongsun Ao Tian reluctantly sets aside his previous form, wipes his mouth, and strides towards Bai Yi with an air of dominance. It is then that onlookers realize. The once esteemed Gongsun Ao Tian, in pursuit of power, has deigned to embody a Tyrannosaurus beast maiden, a sight too difficult to behold. However, when Gongsun transforms into a Tyrannosaurus, none dare to underestimate him. Towering at 3 meters and weighing 2 tons, his razor-sharp teeth instill a profound sense of dread. And this is merely in his immature state. Upon maturation, the Tyrannosaurus could reach heights of 15 meters and a weight of 10 tons. An undeniable force to be reckoned with. Indeed, he deserves the title of the strongest beast maiden in Xinjiang Academy. Can Bai Yi's pet cat withstand such an assault? Doubts linger among all. Even an SSS-grade beast master could find it challenging. Ultimately, the battle relies on the prowess of the beast maidens. Bai Yi, unleash your little kitty. I shall crush it beneath my foot. Gongsun, now a Tyrannosaurus, boasts with unrestrained confidence. Yet, the cat does not emerge. Instead, it is Bai Yi himself who steps forward. What is happening? Is Bai Yi truly intending to fight? Unthinkable. It has never been heard that a beast master would engage in battle themselves. Even an SSS-grade beast master could hardly contend with the lowest-tier beast maiden. Could they? Has Bai Yi lost his senses? Amidst the crowd's bewilderment, Bai Yi calmly approaches the Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus tilts its massive head, equally perplexed. This scenario is entirely out of its comprehension. Defeating you is sufficient for me. Bai Yi stands with his hands behind his back, casting a scornful glance at the Tyrannosaurus, filled with disdain. Roar. The Tyrannosaurus, enraged, can no longer concern itself with anything else and lunges at Bai Yi with a powerful stomp. After the successful contract, the Tyrannosaurus beast girl possessed an astounding strength of 80 points. Even a small car could be flattened under her foot. If she were to step on a person, it would likely result in utter obliteration. Caution! Lu Feng gasped in alarm, transforming into a thunder tiger and leaping forward with great ferocity. The Xinjiang school had finally produced an SSS-level beastmaster, and it would be tragic if she were to be extinguished before she had the chance to shine. Crushed by a Tyrannosaurus. As the principal, her heart would surely shatter. Yet, the distance was simply too great. Even with the beast masters behind her bestowing a gentle wind spell, it was too late. The Tyrannosaurus's colossal foot descended like a massive hammer towards Bai Yi. Chapter 6. The violent beast master engages the Tyrannosaurus. Ah! The girl screamed, unable to bear the sight. Ha ha! Gong's son Ao Tian laughed maniacally, thrilled at the prospect of reclaiming his lost glory. However, the anticipated obliteration did not occur. The Tyrannosaurus's foot failed to land. Bai Yi astonishingly lifted the Tyrannosaurus with one hand. This was a creature renowned for its might. Was it reasonable for a beastmaster to single-handedly support a Tyrannosaurus? Yet, this was merely the beginning. Bai Yi grasped the massive foot of the Tyrannosaurus with both hands, twisting fiercely, and hurled the 2-ton beast to the ground. Dust billowed, and a large crater formed in the cement of the playground. With a swift motion, he pivoted and sent the Tyrannosaurus crashing to the other side, creating yet another gaping hole in the ground. Bai Yi treated the enormous Tyrannosaurus as if it were a mere toy, tossing it back and forth until it spewed blood, its sharp fangs splattering, and ultimately fell into a state of unconsciousness. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. A beastmaster, one perceived as delicate and fragile, had mercilessly toyed with the Tyrannosaurus. This was utterly revolutionary. It was simply unfathomable. Gong's son Ao Tian was so astounded that he forgot to employ any supportive skills. He possessed healing spells for minor injuries and even strength enhancement, yet all his combat experience slipped from his mind. This was not his fault. Bai Yi's unpredictable tactics rendered everyone utterly bewildered. Not only Gong's son Ao Tian, but even the Tyrannosaurus itself momentarily forgot its trampling and biting skills. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, Bai Yi delightfully gained an additional 10 points of strength. Now, he could finally take pleasure in bullying Lin Meng. Bai Yi's triumph did not elicit excitement from Lu Fang and the others. Instead, it filled them with trepidation. A beastmaster, instead of diligently enhancing her abilities, was indulging in sheer brutality, heedless of the multitude's warnings, and had even contracted a pet cat. This was an outrageous beginning, dismantling everything in its path. Such behavior indicated a significant underlying issue. Lu Fang reverted to her human form and sighed deeply. Teacher Li Ku, this is your student. Please teach well. All right, principal. I will do my best. Li Ku felt a bit overwhelmed as the awakening continued, and the contracts proceeded. Thereafter, nothing particularly astonishing occurred. Aside from the emergence of 3 C-grade beastmasters, no remarkable students appeared. Such results placed them at the bottom tier among the 3 districts and 4 counties of Jiangbei City. In the entirety of Jiangzhou province, they were virtually insignificant. However, with the addition of B-grade Gongsun Aoyin, they could make significant progress. If SSS grade Bai Yi were included, it would be an explosive presence. The Qingjiang school still held promise for ascendance. Once all awakenings were completed, class divisions officially commenced. Those who had successfully established contracts with their beast masters and beast girls were naturally grouped together. However, this year, due to Bai Yi's extraordinary performance, some unexpected occurrences transpired. For instance, Lin Meng, who transformed from a pet cat. Not only did she lack student registration, but she also did not possess an ID card. Fortunately, there were numerous witnesses at the time, and the Inspection Bureau ultimately believed in the miraculous tale of a cat turning into a human, granting Lin Meng her household registration. Additionally, a substantial number of beast girls, who sought to become SSS-grade beast masters but refused to establish contracts, transferred schools. This included Nangong Qianxue and many other beast girls with similar aspirations. These individuals were either powerful or wealthy, rendering them entities that Qingjiang School could not afford to offend. When they all requested to be placed in the same class as Bai Yi, Lu Fang had no choice but to arrange them together, forming a unique class, the Bai Yi class. A total of 39 girls. Bai Yi was the sole male among them. These girls exerted their charm fiercely, attempting to captivate Bai Yi. In the Bai Yi class, every day was filled with lively chatter and vibrant displays. Every time Bai Yi entered, he felt as if he was strolling through a bustling marketplace. Even a strong individual like Bai Yi found it somewhat overwhelming. At this rate, he might suffer from malnutrition. No, I should venture into the beast realm to battle and level up. After only a few days of classes, Bai Yi could no longer endure and decided to request leave from his homeroom teacher, Li Ku. Initially, Li Ku would never agree, considering these students had just awakened and lacked practical experience. Venturing into the perilous beast realm was akin to courting death. However, when Nangong Qianxue expressed her intention to join, Li Ku immediately consented. It wasn't that Nangong Qianxue was particularly formidable. Rather, her Nangong family would undoubtedly provide covert protection. This arrangement would alleviate the school's burden, making it a win-win situation. This little heiress, Nangong Qianxue, was so determined to pursue Bai Yi that she directly purchased a house opposite his residence, accompanying him to and from school each day. Her resolve was extraordinary. Once Lin Ming transformed into human form, it became inconvenient for her to continue sharing a one-room apartment with Bai Yi. Certainly, even if Lin Ming aspired to live together, Bai Yi would never consent. One must not tarnish their innocence. Thus, Lin Ming moved in with Nangong Qianxue. The bond between the two sisters flourished remarkably. Furthermore, Bai Yi indeed fancied the elegance of flying with a sword, reluctantly accepting the benefits that came without cost. As for Bai Yi's parents, they vanished a decade ago while exploring a realm inhabited by exotic beasts, leaving behind a house that Bai Yi lost during his encounters with Ying. Recently, several female classmates from Bai Yi's class expressed a desire to support him. However, is Bai Yi the type to rely on others for sustenance? Well, perhaps it is not entirely out of the question. The primary issue lies in Lin Ming consistently thwarting such opportunities. Bai Yi feels he has suffered an eternity of misfortune, unable to escape Lin Ming even through reincarnation. This has left him unable to experience romance in his past life, and in this life. He cannot even indulge in the luxury of relying on others. Regarding the school's rewards, Lu Fang could hardly conceive of anything worthy of an SSS-level beast tamer. Monetary compensation seemed too pedestrian. Offering beast soul orbs? An SSS-level beast tamer would surely have no shortage of those. Thus, she decided to provide nothing at all. Were Bai Yi aware of this, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "I truly need it." Over the years, in pursuit of Ying, Bai Yi has faced dire financial straits. Were it not for Nangong Qianxue's support, he could scarcely afford breakfast. He had never even laid eyes on a beast soul orb. Even the white beast soul orbs require a battle with exotic beasts, presenting only a slim chance of acquisition from their remains. Each one is valued at thousands. It equates to the salary of an ordinary person over 10 days. Approximately 10 of these could elevate a beast girl to the second level. Then, leveraging the strength feedback from the beast girl could also enhance the beast tamer's rank to the second level. Such treasures are undeniably rare. Lacking the funds to procure them, Bai Yi resolved to rely on his own capabilities to obtain them. Let us go buy some camping. Oh no, adventure gear. With a grand gesture, Bai Yi led the two beast girls into the marketplace. Chili peppers, cumin, a barbecue grill, chips, icy cola, picnic blankets, tents, kites. Do you have enough? Do you truly think this is a camping picnic? Nangong Qianxue could no longer bear to watch. This is an expedition into the realm of exotic beasts. One does not play around like this. However, after overhearing the exchange between Bai Yi and Lin Ming, despair washed over Nangong Qianxue. Chapter 7. Exotic Beast Realm. Green pastures. Yesterday, I discovered online that Xinjiang County possesses only one exotic beast realm, known as the Green Pastures. The open grassland offers no shade. It will be quite sunny, so bring some sunscreen. Understand this. You are a black cat. With such a dark complexion, why fear the sun? Get lost. You are the true black cat. I now go by the name of Dark Night Cat Demon. Do you comprehend? ISNT that even darker? Bai Yi. You are courting death. The two, having barely exchanged a few words, found themselves in yet another quarrel, only to swiftly transition into a new topic. Are we going to feast on a whole roasted lamb? Was it roasted beautiful sheep or lazy sheep? Perhaps it should be roasted boiling sheep, as it has more lean meat. Are you out of your mind? The best barbecue sizzles with oil. Of course, we should opt for lazy sheep. Enough of your bickering. There are no sheep on the vast grassland. Nangong Qianxue could no longer bear to listen and finally interrupted them. In truth, she felt quite uncertain about this adventure in the beast realm. She had never liked being overly cared for by her family, yet now she found herself desiring their protection. Ordinary beast masters could not offer her the security she craved. Only a black iron-level beast master would suffice. The grassland was merely the most rudimentary beast realm, devoid of any black iron-level beasts. What troubled Nangong Qianxue was the dreamlike duo of Bai Yi and Lin Ming. When there was no danger, their partnership was the greatest peril. At long last, their shopping was complete. A cubic meter of dimensional space was crammed to the brim. The two finally set off, content with their haul. As for the expenses, it was naturally covered by Nangong Qianxue. Bai Yi and Lin Ming combined could hardly scrape together 5 coins. Their pockets were emptier than their faces. The entrance to the grassland was 10 kilometers from Xinjiang City. Fortunately, there were buses running daily, making it quite convenient. Although flying with a sword was an option, they would soon be facing battles, and it was unnecessary to squander energy on travel. Moreover, the bus was an excellent venue for team formation. As the trio boarded, they immediately drew a chorus of admiration. The two beauties were enough to captivate attention. But Bai Ye's handsomeness was beyond mere words. He was a true beauty slayer. Ladies, shall we form a team? You seem to be venturing into the beast realm for the first time, right? I am well acquainted with the grassland. Allow me to guide you. A triangular-eyed man eagerly proposed, his eyes sparkling. Beside him stood a provocatively dressed woman, who seemed more interested in Bai Yi than in her companion. Hey there, handsome. Want to team up? I'm experienced and can assist you with anything. Goodness, they were each pursuing their own agendas. Yet, this was quite normal. Many beast masters and beast girls had purely professional relationships, reminiscent of numerous male-female pairings in the past. No, thank you. Bai Yi promptly declined. To him, women were as ephemeral as floating clouds. Lin Meng and Nangong Qianxue similarly chose to reject their advances. The pair said no more, occasionally casting glances in their direction. Just as Bai Yi and his companions settled in, a charming girl in a white school uniform turned to greet them. Classmates, are you students from Xinjiang School? Yes. Bai Yi responded enthusiastically. One must admit, this little beauty was truly adorable. With a doll-like face and twin ponytails, she resembled a porcelain figurine. Even the school uniform could not conceal her figure. Her youthful appearance was simply irresistible. My name is Cheng Yuan, a student of the first Beastmaster School. I heard that Xinjiang School has produced an SSS-level Beast Master this year. Cheng Yuan is quite talkative. Indeed, Bai Yi replied enthusiastically. Is he handsome? Cheng Yuan's eyes sparkled. Incredibly handsome. Really? I wish I could transfer, but unfortunately, the principal won't allow it. Why not? It's your freedom. Because the principal is my mother. Oh, in that case, it's not a problem. Goodness, the principal is your mother, and you still want to transfer. It seems there's a rebellious spirit behind that round head of yours. Let's team up later. I'm B-level, quite formidable. Cheng Yuan extended an invitation. Not quite. I reckon you should at least be D. Bai Yi casually retorted. What? Cheng Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Oh, I meant to say I'm only D-level. Is that okay? Bai Yi quickly corrected himself. This isn't a harmonious society. Speaking recklessly can lead to trouble. A B-level beast girl is still quite powerful, especially considering her mother is the principal. Sure. Cheng Yuan was unfazed and introduced her companions. This is my beast master, Wang Wanli, and my good friend, Sun Qian. Bai Yi also introduced his companions. Nangong Qianxue, the most beautiful girl in Jiangzhou. Wang Wanli, the bespectacled boy, suddenly lit up. Nangong Qianxue merely nodded coldly, acknowledging him. At that moment, she reverted to her formerly aloof demeanor. The others were equally excited. After all, who doesn't appreciate beauty? The man with slanted eyes rolled his eyes around, sending a few secretive messages to the cool girl, seemingly plotting something. The six of them, all of similar age, quickly bonded and learned about each other's beast companions. Cheng Yuan had a golden armored ape, strong in both power and defense. Sun Qian was a sea-level eagle, also quite adorable. Once enlarged, she could carry 3 or 4 people at once while flying, primarily attacking with wind blades. With such a team, they boasted commendable strength and agility in both ranged and close combat. However, in the presence of Lin Meng and Nangong Qianxue, they paled in comparison. One was an S-level Dark Knight Cat Demon, and the other an A-level Sword Spirit, both towering at the pinnacle of existence in a small place like Xinjiang County. It was only then that Cheng Yuan and her companions finally realized Bai Ye's true identity. An SSS-level Beastmaster. He was indeed right before them. Astonishingly handsome. Cheng Yuan and Sun Qian's eyes sparkled with admiration, their enthusiasm further ignited. Soon, the bus came to a halt in front of an ancient and quaint township. This was a town that had developed due to the unique allure of the green pasture exotic beast space, aptly named Qingqing Town. It possessed a distinctive charm. Unlike ordinary rural towns, the vibrant revelry has given way to a somber atmosphere. Here, the carcasses of various exotic beasts are strewn about, alongside numerous injured beast tamers and beast maidens. Each visage bears the mark of bloodshed. Occasionally, armed patrols of soldiers and formidable beast maidens traverse the town, reminiscent of a war front. Indeed, this locale is the very front line. Humans venture into the realm of exotic beasts to hunt, while the beasts themselves emerge to prey on humanity. Entering Qingqing town signifies a departure from the safety zone, confronting genuine peril. Upon disembarking, Wang Wanli, burdened with an immense mountaineering pack, epitomizes preparedness in logistics. In stark contrast, Bai Yi stands empty-handed, momentarily bewildered. Is it true that an SSS-level beast tamer requires no supplies? Chapter 8. Observe a little longer. Perhaps there's hope. Upon discovering Bai Yi's dimensional space, Wang Wanli felt a wave of envy. However, upon inspecting Bai Yi's provisions, tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. Brother, we are embarking on an adventure, not a camping trip. Even Cheng Yuan could no longer bear the sight. Comparing her companion's gear, snake-repellent powder, antidotes, healing salves, alcohol, bandages, rations, and drinking water, it was clear they were genuinely preparing for an adventure. Fortunately, Nangong Chinchua proved reliable, as her small backpack stored essential medications at Bai Yi's. After verifying their supplies, they appointed the SSS level Bai Yi as their leader. At last, they were poised to enter the verdant pastures. Halt! What is your purpose? A soldier obstructed their path at the entrance. The question was absurd. Their intent was evident. Leveling up through monster hunting, not attending a sheep village school. Bai Yi found himself speechless at the inquiry. The soldiers, equally perplexed, questioned, "What on earth is a sheep village? Please register here and pay the entrance fee." Good heavens! They demanded a fee to enter the dungeon and slay monsters? Bai Yi finally grasped the soldier's intentions. Stepping forward, he shrugged and yielded his position. Lin Meng, following closely, mirrored his gesture. Nangong Chinchua, with a frown, reluctantly handed over 600 yuan. She had long grown accustomed to her financially challenged companions. Cheng Yuan and her friends were astonished. How could an SSS-level beast tamer be unable to produce even 100 yuan? Was this truly reliable? Would they be deceived? Recalling her mother's harrowing tales of the exotic beast realm, Cheng Yuan began to regret teaming up with Bai Yi. Yet, having boarded this proverbial ship, disembarking seemed a daunting task. Bai Yi, look, my hand's gone, Lin Meng exclaimed, her voice rising in alarm before the swirling vortex at the exotic beast realm's entrance. She had thrust one hand into the whirlpool, yet her body remained behind, creating the illusion that her hand had been severed. Oh, how delightful! I shall join in the fun. I am legless. I am headless. Woe is me. I am the headless ghost. What did you say? I cannot hear you. Thus, Bai Yi also poked his head in. In the realm of exotic beasts, Bai Yi possessed a head and a leg, while Lin Meng had a head and an arm. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Meanwhile, in the original world, they were shaking their bodies in a rather amusing manner. Laughing, do not misunderstand. Yuan, shall we return? Observing the antics of the two, Sun Qian felt a twinge of fear. Do not be alarmed. They are merely enlivening the atmosphere. Indeed, enlivening the atmosphere. With a stoic expression, Nangong Chinchua pushed the two into the fray. Cheng Yuan took a deep breath, resolved to follow and observe further. Sun Qian, feeling helpless, could only follow suit. As for Wang Wanli, she was merely a bystander, devoid of any decision-making power. However, upon entering and overhearing Bai Yi and Lin Meng's conversation, she could no longer restrain herself and turned to leave. Oh, there truly is a sheep village. Before them stood iron bars forming a perimeter, flanked by two watchtowers. Quaint little houses and the vast expanse of green pastures in the distance. Was it not the very essence of a sheep village? I want to eat boiling lamb, with plenty of lean meat. I have told you repeatedly, a whole roasted lamb must be fatty, sizzling with oil. Let us indulge in lazy lamb. Nangong Chinchua firmly grasped the turning Cheng Yuan and Sun Qian, earnestly advising, let us observe a bit longer. Perhaps there is still hope, though seemingly persuading the two. It felt more like self-encouragement. If this frivolity continues, I shall truly be unable to bear it. For Nangong Chinchua's sake, Cheng Yuan and Sun Qian resolved to observe just a little longer. No abandonment, no surrender. This is a military camp guarding the realm of exotic beasts. Not a sheep village, devoid of boiling lamb and lazy lamb. We must hasten to find the exotic beasts. Nangong Chinchua forcibly led away the two, who yearned to explore the sheep village. Only upon witnessing a formidable patrol of soldiers emerging from a small house did Bai Yi and his companion relinquish their exploration. The grassland, aptly named, was an undulating expanse of verdant fields stretching as far as the eye could see. Yet, The grass stood over half a person's height, concealing unknown perils beneath. The four beast maidens advanced in a fan formation, diligently protecting the two beast masters behind them. The golden-armored ape, immense in stature, and the sword spirits soaring above ensured that no matter how tall the grass, their presence remained unhidden. The great eagle, due to the high energy expenditure of flight, remained in its non-combat form at all times. The dark night cat demon was merely a tad larger than an ordinary cat, barely reaching knee height. Once it entered the grass, it vanished entirely. Bai Yi, quickly master a skill to grow in size. I want to be taller than Ultraman. The dark night cat demon mewed in a flurry, its naive chirps devoid of any intimidation. Is this truly an S-rank beast girl? Cheng Yuan and Sun Qian exchanged glances, once again feeling hesitant. Yet, it was too late. Suddenly, the grass ahead rustled. The night cat demon leaped onto Bai Yi's shoulder, and the view expanded dramatically. This is what it feels like to stand on the shoulders of a giant. Wow, what a colossal rabbit. To prepare spicy rabbit heads, one would need an entire pot. With that, the night cat demon pounced forward. Be careful, it's a Longfang rabbit. Cheng Yuan warned urgently. Its teeth are incredibly sharp. A single bite can sever a human femur. Among the group, only she had visited the pasture of beasts once, accompanied by her principal mother. However, that visit was merely to soak in the atmosphere of the beast realm and meet some creatures, without any real combat. Yet, Cheng Yuan had already grasped the terror of these beasts. But it was too late. Lin Meng returned to the camp, holding the head of the Longfang rabbit, which had been smashed. I'm sorry, I miscalculated the force. I ruined this rabbit's head, so we can't have spicy rabbit heads now. Lin Ming lamented as she discarded the Longfang rabbit's head, then turned to Cheng Yuan. What did you just say? Oh, it's nothing. Cheng Yuan had nothing more to say. It seemed this individual was indeed an S-rank beast girl, her strength surpassing even that of Cheng Yuan, who specialized in physical prowess. Where's the beast soul orb? Bai Yi crouched down, rummaging through the carcass of the Longfang rabbit. Generally, one could find it within the head of a beast. But there was no need to search further. The probability of the Longfang rabbit possessing a beast soul orb was less than 1. Before Cheng Yuan could finish her thought, Bai Yi raised a quail egg-sized white orb and inquired, Is this the beast soul orb? Yes. Cheng Yuan fell silent. She suddenly felt rather talkative. Chapter 9. Holding Nangong Qianxua. Rampaging through all after much persuasion from the group, Bai Yi finally set down the Longfang rabbit's carcass and continued onward. Primarily, they had just entered and weren't particularly hungry yet, plus the dimensional space was filled to the brim. Otherwise, Bai Yi would have certainly relished the opportunity to taste hand-pulled roasted rabbit. Such a large rabbit, wild at that, was something one couldn't buy even with money in a past life. The group continued deeper, utilizing the night cat demon's keen sense of smell. And the expansive view afforded by standing on a giant's shoulders, they managed to hunt down several more Longfang rabbits. But regrettably, none yielded a beast soul orb. However, they did manage to retain an intact rabbit head, which could be prepared as spicy delicacies later. To this end, Bai Yi reluctantly shared 2 bags of potato chips with everyone, finally creating a bit of space. At that moment, they had already traversed a considerable distance from the sheep village military camp. The variety of beasts began to increase. Wow, what a massive herd of cattle! The night cat demon exclaimed, standing on Bai Yi's shoulder and pointing ahead. The creature in question is the horned savage bull, possessing immense strength capable of shattering boulders, and it is inherently social in nature. It would be prudent for us to avoid provoking it and take a detour, suggested Cheng Yuan. However, it was too late. The night cat demon had already darted far ahead, with even Bai Yi pursuing closely behind. As a beast girl, it was one thing for her to charge into the fray, but what was the reason for a beast tamer to venture so close to the front lines? Cheng Yuan grumbled as she hurried after them. What unfolded before her eyes shattered her understanding once more. She witnessed the night cat demon, bolstered by the battle's fervor, doubling her attributes and moving with unparalleled agility. She leaped upon the back of a horned savage bull, seizing the opportunity to slash its throat with a swift claw before bounding towards another. In the wake of her diminutive figure lay several fallen bulls. After all, she was an S-rank beast girl, assisted by an SSS-Rank beast tamer. Such formidable prowess was somewhat comprehensible. Yet, to her astonishment, Bai Yi also plunged into the herd of bulls. grasping two massive horns and effortlessly toppling a bull weighing 1,000 pounds to the ground, subsequently delivering a flurry of punches that ended its life. A beast tamer had dispatched a horned savage bull with mere fists. Was this reasonable? Cheng Yuanyuan found herself questioning her own confidence. Could it be that her mother's words were mere fabrications? Was it possible that the horned savage bull was not as formidable as believed? Thus, Cheng Yuanyuan, transformed into a golden armored ape, charged forward with Wang Wanli's power augmenting her. A resounding thud echoed as the horned savage bull staggered backward. But the golden armored ape was sent sprawling, flying far away, nearly shattering its bones. Wang Wanli quickly cast a healing spell, allowing the golden armored ape to recover and continue its assault. The great eagle, in tandem with the golden armored ape, unleashed a barrage of wind blades, carving deep gashes into the horned savage bull. Through their relentless efforts, they finally brought down one of these formidable creatures. This was a third-tier horned savage bull. Astonishingly, these two first-tier beast girls had triumphed through sheer strength, filling them with a profound sense of accomplishment. They could not help but high-five in celebration. When their focus returned to the battlefield, they were astonished to see dozens of horned savage bulls lying defeated around them. At that moment, Bai Yi wielded a longsword, charging forth with a ferocity that rivaled even the night cat demon. Was this truly the work of a legitimate beast tamer? But where had the longsword come from? It turned out that Nangong Qianxue, as a sword spirit, managed her energy well while flying, but each attack required a significant expenditure of vigor. Being a beast girl, her energy was inherently limited. After a few strikes, she found herself utterly spent. Bai Yi, feeling that using fists against the bulls was inefficient, decided to grasp the sword spirit embodied by Nangong Qianxue. Suddenly held in someone else's grasp, even in her sword spirit form, Nangong Qianxue felt quite awkward. Nevertheless, the effectiveness of this strategy was undeniable. The power of the White Knight, combined with the sharpness of the sword spirit, truly embodies the phrase God blocks, kill God. Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. It is significantly more efficient than the Dark Knight cat demon. This stark contrast is exemplified by Cheng Yuanyuan and Sun Qian, who, despite their collaboration, could only take down one bull, while dozens lay defeated around them. The disparity is overwhelming. For the first time, Cheng Yuanyuan felt an intense sense of defeat. As the pride of the foremost Beastmaster Academy, she had always been the center of attention. Just a few days prior, she had become the first B-grade beast girl in the school's history, destined for brilliance. However, after her very first practical experience, she faced such a crushing blow. It was profoundly disheartening. Cheng Yuanyuan was on the verge of tears. Suddenly, a bellowing roar echoed across the vast grassland. Moo! Following this, the earth resonated with a drumming sound. Cheng Yuanyuan looked up in astonishment. Before her stood a colossal golden creature, charging towards the crowd with the force to uproot mountains and topple trees. It was a leader-level exotic beast, the golden barbarian bull. True to her scholarly prowess, Cheng Yuanyuan recognized it immediately, but she was too stunned to move. It was overwhelmingly powerful. It was beyond what human strength could contend with, at least not for novice beast girls like themselves. Seeing this, the giant eagle immediately enlarged, attempting to lift Cheng Yuanyuan into the sky. This was the very reason Sun Qian had been following her, to protect her and ensure they could escape at a crucial moment by leveraging their aerial advantage. However, Cheng Yuanyuan resolutely rejected the notion of abandoning her teammates to flee alone. With unwavering determination, she summoned her golden armor, wielding her golden fists as she charged forward, hoping to divert the golden barbarian bull's attention and buy time for the battle between the White Knight and the Dark Knight cat demon. If the White Knight were to be attacked from both sides, even as an SSS-level Beastmaster, his life would be in jeopardy. Yet, in the face of the terrifying golden barbarian bull, the golden armored ape was utterly insufficient, being sent flying dozens of meters away with a single blow. Cheng Yuanyuan felt as though she had been struck head-on by a speeding freight truck, nearly shattering under the impact. Fortunately, she had activated her defensive skills in advance. Otherwise, that blow would have surely been fatal. In the background, a terrifying aura flickered momentarily. It was Cheng Yuanyuan's mother, Xie, the principal of the Beastmaster Academy. Although she had consented to her daughter's training in the exotic beast realm, as a parent, how could she not worry? Thus, this formidable black iron-level beast girl had secretly infiltrated the junior exotic beast space. Xie had believed that with her daughter's caution, rationality, and extensive knowledge. She would surely avoid danger. Who could have anticipated that they would encounter the SSS-level prodigy, White Knight, mere hours into their venture? Just half a day in, they were already confronted with such grave peril. To make matters worse, her daughter had chosen to uphold her sense of loyalty, refusing to abandon her companions. SSS could no longer restrain herself and transformed into a majestic ice spirit ape, ready to strike. A leader-class beast was far beyond the capabilities of mere novice beast girls. However, her path was obstructed by a pitch-black dagger, emanating an aura that surpassed even her own. It was an assassin from the Nangong family. Why do you impede my progress? SSS's expression was fraught with urgency. Cheng Yuan was once again sent flying. Her golden armor dimming considerably. It could withstand perhaps one more charge from the golden bull. Looking again, the black dagger succinctly replied, "If we delay any longer, my daughter will be in mortal danger." Witnessing her daughter in such peril, SSS could no longer afford to wait. With me here, there will be no danger. The confidence radiating from the black dagger provided a glimmer of solace to SSS. Meanwhile, Bai Yi had already noticed the golden bull and had begun to gather information on the opponent. Chapter 10. The Prairie's second brother, the madman of the nether regions. The hyena's entrance. Type: Golden Bull. Level: Tier 3 leader. Strength: 150. Agility: 50. Constitution: 100. Energetic: 20. Skills: Charge, Trample, Whip. Personality: Irritable. Weakness: Fear of fire. Soft abdomen. Truly, as a leader-class beast, its attributes far exceeded those of its peers. Not to mention novice beast girls. Even Iron-tier beast girls would find it exceedingly challenging to confront such a formidable creature. Observing Cheng Yuan's condition, it was evident she would not endure another charge. Meng, you assist her. I shall take down these final giant horned bulls. The boss's weakness lies in its abdomen. Bai Yi swiftly outlined the plan, while simultaneously outfitting the Dark Knight cat demon with beast spirit armor. Otherwise, given the cat demon's petite frame, a single stomp from the golden bull could reduce her to mere pixels. All right, the Dark Knight cat demon meowed and lunged at the golden bull. However, the bull's hide was far tougher than she had anticipated. Despite her formidable attack power, she could barely inflict a scratch, with no blood drawn. Moreover, the wound healed at an alarming rate. Thick hide, high defense, rapid recovery. Truly, a leader-class beast, not easily vanquished. In contrast, the golden bull's lengthy tail lashed out like a whip, sending the Dark Knight cat demon flying. Fortunately, Bai Yi had equipped her with beast spirit armor, otherwise, that single strike could have cost her half her life. Meow, the Dark Knight cat demon let out a furious roar and charged again. At the same time, she recalled Bai Yi's instructions. The weakness lies in the abdomen. Swift and fierce assault. Toxic claws. She struck the golden bull's abdomen with pinpoint accuracy. Indeed, it was considerably softer there. The Dark Knight cat demon's claws finally drew blood, and it was black. The immense pain drove the golden bull into a near frenzy. With a powerful kick of its hind legs, reminiscent of a violent outburst, it sent the night cat demon flying through the air. Simultaneously, the vigorous motion exacerbated the wound on its abdomen. The venom hindered the healing of the injury, plunging the golden bull into a state of weakness. Splendidly executed, Bai Yi severed the head of the last giant horned bull with a single stroke, finally finding the moment to lend his aid. At this juncture, the ire of the golden bull was firmly fixated upon the night cat demon. It could not accept being injured by such a diminutive creature. It was determined to trample this little pest into a pulp. The night cat demon, emboldened by her heightened agility from her enhanced attributes, nimbly evaded the golden bull's assaults. However, being perpetually in front of the beast cost her the chance for a surprise attack. Yet, Bai Yi was present. Seizing the opportunity, he suddenly lunged from behind the golden bull, plunging his sword deep with the sharpness of a spirit blade. To his astonishment, he had struck a young cow. Moo! The golden bull let out a heart-wrenching wail. Those who heard it were saddened, and those who witnessed it shed tears. It was a tragic sight. Nangong Qianshui realized the gravity of her actions and hastily retreated. Blood spurted forth in a fountain, reaching several meters. What an incredible feat! This blow had effectively incapacitated the golden bull. With a look of deep resentment, it gazed at Bai Yi before slowly collapsing. Although it would not perish immediately, its will to fight had been extinguished. Bai Yi summoned Nangong Qianshui, wishing to grant the golden bull a merciful end. However, she stubbornly refused to descend. instead racing to a nearby stream to frantically wash her blade. That last strike had been utterly grotesque. In her innocence, Nangong Qianshui was nearly traumatized. Yet, Lin Ming was unfazed. Seizing the moment, she lunged forward to eviscerate the golden bull. The golden bull closed its eyes in a state of release. A few novice beast tamers and beast girls had genuinely slain a level 3 leader class beast. Not only were Cheng Yuan and Sun Qian wide-eyed in astonishment, but even the concealed Xie Suya and the shadowy dagger were equally taken aback. It was utterly inconceivable. Quickly, they began to clear the battlefield. Bai Yi was the first to regain his composure, for the super selection system had emerged once more. Option 1. Roast the entire bull on the spot and share your culinary skills with the prairie hyenas. Completion reward, title of Prairie King. Effect, status 50 on the grassy plains. Option 2. Depart swiftly. Completion reward, agility 10. Option 3. Confront the prairie hyena pack head-on and eliminate all hyenas. Completion reward, all attributes 100. Prairie hyenas. Upon seeing this name, Bai Yi felt a tightening sensation below. The infamous title of Dagger Brother echoed in his mind like thunder, and thus, the hyenas claimed the title of the second ruler of the grasslands. Bai Yi harbored no fear of the dominators of the plains. Rather, he dreaded encountering these loathsome creatures. It seemed the scent of blood had drawn them in. Others, though perplexed, recognized the overwhelming stench of blood that would inevitably attract carnivorous beasts, truly a challenge beyond their capabilities. Consequently, one by one, they deftly collected all the beast soul orbs, totaling 10. It must be said, the drop rate of the giant horn bull was notably high. Furthermore, the golden bull yielded a beast spirit orb. Cheng Yuan also extracted a drop of golden blood from its heart. As for the beef, there was simply no time to harvest it. The area was already swarming with salivating grassland hyenas, surrounded on all sides. Clearly, the hyenas intended to ensnare them all in one fell swoop. With a commanding howl from the hyena leader, several hyenas charged towards the lower bodies of the group. Indeed, the infamous groin attack maneuver was once again unleashed. Run! Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Yi clasped the Dark Knight cat demon in his arms, mounted the sword spirit, and fled swiftly. Fortunately, Nangong Qianshui emerged from the shadows just in time. Otherwise, Bai Yi would have had to bid farewell to his comrades. Meanwhile, the great eagle timely expanded in size, carrying the others skyward. The grassland hyenas, left empty-handed, could only begrudgingly settle for a feast of several bulls. Xie and the Black Dagger both sighed in relief. Even they could not guarantee the safety of everyone amidst the throng of hyenas. A single misstep could lead to disaster. Moreover, they had no desire to confront these repugnant creatures, as past harrowing experiences lingered vividly in their minds. Fortunately, these young individuals exhibited both flexibility and humility, devoid of any arrogance typically found in prodigies. When faced with insurmountable danger, they promptly retreated, truly wise in their timing. Bai Yi and his companions soared several kilometers away until both flying mounts were utterly exhausted before finally coming to a halt. After all, their levels were too low, and they were still immature beings. Neither the sword spirit nor the great eagle could sustain prolonged flight while carrying passengers. Finally, it was time to divide the spoils. The giant horned bull we had slain yielded no beast soul orbs, so we shall not share its spoils. Cheng Yuan proactively declined her share. However, Bai Yi, considering her significant contribution in restraining the golden bull, during which she nearly perished, found it unreasonable to withhold all spoils. Thus, he tenderly offered her a beast soul orb. Bai Yi, may I ask you for a favor? Cheng Yuan accepted the orb without a glance, tossing it into her pocket, then gazed intently at Bai Yi. Chapter 11. Capture a fire mouse for roasting. What do you desire? Let it be known, if your intention is to possess me, it is utterly impossible. Upon witnessing Cheng Yuan's fervent gaze, Bai Yi promptly expressed his stance. A man, after all, should maintain a certain reserve and not too readily acquiesce to a woman's pursuit. Regardless of her status as the school beauty, her mother being the principal, or even her exceptional attributes, the answer remained a firm no. No. I merely wished to purchase that droplet of golden blood. Cheng Yuan hastily clarified her intentions. Only then did Bai Yi release a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding a perilous situation. What is the price? Bai Yi inquired. 1 million Hua coins. Cheng Yuan boldly declared a staggering figure. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. Deal. Without a moment's hesitation, he sealed the agreement. Neither in his past nor present had Bai Ye ever encountered such a sum. The mere worth of a single droplet of blood equating to such an exorbitant amount left him astounded. What further hesitation could there be? With a glance through his true sight, Bai Ye assessed the properties of the golden blood. The golden blood could enhance the golden lineage of the golden biological entity 001. Upon further inspection of Cheng Yuan, he noted the annotation in her attributes, golden bloodline 001. With this droplet of golden blood, the giant horned bull had evolved into the golden bull, while Cheng Yuan had transformed into a B-rank golden armored ape. It was evident that this golden bloodline held remarkable significance, a fact neglected by textbooks. Yet, Bai Ye remained indifferent. His primary concern lay with the currency. He had grown weary of poverty. Additionally, there was a nearly transparent beast spirit orb, seemingly containing a tiny, vividly depicted golden bull. Within the orb was sealed the skills of an extraordinary beast. Consuming it would grant a chance to acquire one of the beast's abilities. The golden bull possessed 3 skills: charge, trample, and strike. Neither Lin Ming nor Nangong Qianxue could utilize it effectively. It was Cheng Yuan, with her strength-based attributes. Who was the most suitable candidate? Little wealthy lady, or rather, Yuan, would you accept this? Bai Ye inquired while shaking the beast spirit orb. Would you sell it to me? I offer 100,000. Cheng Yuan, true to her affluent nature, swiftly quoted a price that Bai Ye could hardly refuse. For such a low-level beast spirit orb, the likelihood of comprehending its skills was minimal, especially with the presence of the chaotic skill of strike. Its primary utility lay in the high energy it contained. Selling it for 100,000 was indeed a commendable deal. Bai Ye once again made the decision without hesitation. Alongside the previous tooth rabbit orb, Bai Ye now possessed 10 white beast spirit orbs. Just right for Lin Ming and Nangong Qianxue to each receive 5. However, Nangong Qianxue declined. Let's give them to Ming first. This way, you both have a chance to elevate to level 2, greatly aiding in future battles. This was undoubtedly the optimal choice. One must commend Nangong Qianxue's high-mindedness. Bai Ye, without reservation, bestowed all of them upon Lin Ming. The S-class beast girls possess an exceptionally high absorption rate. After consuming merely 8 orbs, they successfully ascended to level 2. Their attributes significantly enhanced, nearly doubling their strength. The energy feedback further assisted Bai Ye in reaching level 2. All aspects of agility, strength, and vitality surged by 10 points, with a remarkable increase in energy reserves by 100 points. The most conspicuous effect was the doubling of dimensional space, allowing for the accommodation of even more treasures. Having accomplished this milestone, it was time to take a break and indulge in a delightful barbecue. To celebrate their elevation to level 2, Bai Ye began retrieving various items from the dimensional space: chili peppers, cumin, and a barbecue grill, all meticulously prepared. Lin Ming transformed into a dark night cat demon, swiftly catching a long-toothed rabbit from the grassland. Everyone gazed at Bai Ye with eager anticipation. After enduring arduous battles and traversing great distances, a small barbecue feast would undoubtedly bring immense joy and swiftly replenish their energy. Suddenly, Bai Ye froze. What is taking so long? Hurry up and start grilling, Lin Ming urged, her anticipation palpable as drool nearly dripped to the ground. From the moment they entered the verdant plains, she had been yearning for this barbecue. Did you bring fire? Bai Ye awkwardly scratched his head. Do I look like someone who carries fire? Lin Ming replied, exasperated, as she patted her skirt, which lacked even a pocket. Hey, buddy, do you have any fire? Bai Ye turned to Wang Wanli, who simply shook his head and calmly retrieved some rations from his backpack to munch on. I knew it. Utterly unreliable. This left the trio in an awkward predicament. They couldn't simply gnaw on raw rabbit meat. Although there were some chips and cola in the dimensional space, such snacks were hardly sufficient for a proper meal. Finally, Bai Ye turned to the encyclopedia, Cheng Yuan. Are there any fire-type beasts in the prairie? Without hesitation, Cheng Yuan replied, yes. The most common one is the ground fire mouse. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's eyes sparkled. Catching mice? Meng, that's your specialty. You're the cat here. I'll scratch you to bits. As the two were about to bicker again, Nangong Qianxue, accustomed to their antics, calmly stepped in between them. Don't you want to eat barbecue? Of course. They replied in unison. Then let us go find the ground fire mouse. With a swift motion of her hand, Nangong Qianxue directed Lin Ming. who immediately transformed into her dark night cat demon form, sniffing the air and diving into the grass. Possessing extraordinary olfactory senses, she quickly discerned the scent of the mouse. With a sudden leap, she pinned it down. The ground fire mouse, akin to the long-toothed rabbit, was one of the most basic beasts in the prairie. Its strength paled in comparison to Lin Meng's, offering no resistance whatsoever. Its only means of attack was to breathe fire, which, while limited in lethality, proved sufficient for the purpose of their barbecue. Just as Bai Yi realized he had forgotten to bring charcoal, and there were no trees on the grassland, the flame mouse's fire-breathing skill proved to be impeccable. "Come, breathe fire," Bai Yi commanded, pointing at the grill. However, the flame mouse merely chattered and remained unresponsive. "Can't you understand human speech?" Bai Yi exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to its back. In response, the flame mouse angrily expelled a burst of flames. Bai Yi, satisfied, turned the roasting rabbit. Unfortunately, the flames lasted only a mere 10 seconds before extinguishing. Bai Yi slapped it again. The flame mouse shot out another stream of fire. This continued for about 10 attempts, but when the flame mouse opened its mouth again, only a cloud of smoke emerged, devoid of any flames. The long-toothed rabbit was still far from being cooked. Consequently, Bai Yi decided to feed the flame mouse one of the leftover beast soul orbs from Lin Meng. Chung Yuan and the others stared in astonishment. A single white beast soul orb was worth thousands. How could the money-loving Bai Yi be so extravagant? In truth, Bai Yi was utterly unaware of the orb's value. Having effortlessly gathered 11 throughout the morning, he never considered that they could be worth anything. Thus he felt no remorse in using them. For the magical beast soul orbs were excellent supplements. The flame mouse immediately became invigorated, unleashing flames with fervor. Regrettably, even after exhausting an entire orb, the rabbit remained uncooked. Thus, Bai Yi fed the flame mouse yet another orb. Nangong Qinshue felt a pang of sympathy. To indulge in a barbecue, 2 white beast soul orbs had been used. Even her family, the Nangong clan, would not dare to be so lavish. Chapter 12. A barbecue and ice-cold cola. Life is delightful with prior experience. The flame mouse became adept at roasting. It no longer required Bai Yi's prodding and had skillfully mastered various commands. It could even regulate the size of the flames. Truly, being a magical beast, it was remarkably intelligent. Finally, after consuming 2 white beast soul orbs, the rabbit was finally cooked. Accompanied by chili and cumin, it was perfection. Although Chung Yuan and the others had nearly filled themselves with dry rations, they couldn't help but salivate at the sight of the sizzling, oily rabbit. Come, let us eat together," Bai Yi cheerfully invited. After all, with dozens of pounds of rabbit, the 3 of them could never finish it alone. Not only did Chung Yuan and the others partake, but even the flame mouse received a generous portion of rabbit meat. Indeed, the flame mouse had submitted. It had submitted to Bai Yi's generous spirit. As one of the lowest creatures on the grassland, the flame mouse had never imagined it would one day feast on beast soul orbs, let alone 2. This had shattered the record in flame mouse history. Moreover, the roasted meat was incredibly delicious, far surpassing the taste of raw meat. Although they typically nibbled on roots and insects, they had occasionally tasted leftover meat from ferocious beasts, which paled in comparison to the sumptuous roasted fare. The earth fire mouse made a resolute decision to ally itself with Bai Yi. As luck would have it, Bai Yi was in need of fire, and thus graciously accepted this little subordinate. The group indulged in a delightful barbecue while sipping on chilled cola, reveling in a life that felt more like a vacation than a perilous adventure. Even the hidden figures of SSS-Rank and the Black Dagger, lurking not far away, could not suppress their envy. With their wealth of life experience, they had never encountered such an absurd method of adventuring. Initially, they believed this escapade would undoubtedly impose a significant setback on the young ones. SSS-Rank had even prepared herself to console her daughter. However, upon witnessing Chung Yuan, her face smeared with grease, she found herself at a loss for words of comfort. In fact, SSS-Rank felt she herself was the one in need of consolation. After a hearty meal, Bai Yi and his companions had nearly restored their energy and stamina, ready to embark on their next journey. They decided to take an alternate route back. After all, it was their first foray into the realm of exotic beasts, and their strength was insufficient to spend the night there. Opting for a different path also provided the opportunity to encounter new exotic creatures. Learning that their master sought these beasts, the earth fire mouse eagerly volunteered for the search. As a native of the green pastures, The earth-fire mouse was well acquainted with the distribution of exotic creatures in the vicinity. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The earth-fire mouse enthusiastically expressed itself, but alas, no one understood. Consequently, it abandoned verbal communication, resolutely gesturing in a specific direction, then turning back to indicate that Bai Yi should follow. Bai Yi, shall we go after it? Cheng Yuanyuan found the fantastical scene before her somewhat bewildering. Of course, what is there to fear? Bai Yi confidently proceeded ahead. In the eyes of his mouse companion, he saw sincerity. Furthermore, with Nangong Chinshua present, escape in the face of danger was assured. Hey, you are a beast master. You should be behind the beast maiden. Cheng Yuanyuan felt utterly distressed, sensing that this SSS-level beast master possessed no theoretical knowledge and was completely disregarding common sense. She couldn't fathom how Qinjiang School imparted its teachings. With no other choice, she swiftly transformed into a golden-armored ape and surged to the front. Soon, the mouse led the group to the entrance of a burrow. As they approached within several dozen meters, the mouse hesitated, too fearful to advance further. At the cave's entrance lay a heap of bones, a significant portion belonging to the earthfire mouse itself. It appeared that this was the lair of its natural enemies. The mouse had indeed aided in locating an exotic beast, but it had cunningly sought to leverage human assistance to deal with its adversaries. Bai Yi, this is the lair of carnivorous exotic beasts. They are likely at least level 5, and we are no match for them. Cheng Yuanyuan quickly assessed the situation based on the surrounding environment. Truly, a model student. At that moment, an option reappeared before Bai Yi. Option 1. Turn and leave. Rewards acquired, Agility 1. Option 2. Eliminate all adult mongooses within the cave. Reward, Strength 10. Option 3. Exterminate all adult mongooses within a 2-kilometer radius. Reward, all attributes 10. Cheng Shuaba, what level are mongooses? Bai Yi casually inquired. Mongooses are level 5 creatures of the agility type, characterized by their remarkable speed and social behavior. Cheng Yuanyuan promptly replied, as if reciting from memory. However, her expression soon morphed into one of astonishment. Is this truly the mongoose's den? Just a glance at the surroundings, and you can accurately identify the dwelling of this creature? You truly are a scholarly genius. Bai Yi nodded, beginning to orchestrate their plan. First, the little mouse was designated as bait, feigning injury and smeared with the blood of a long-toothed rabbit. Subsequently, Bai Yi and several beast maidens concealed themselves at the cave entrance, preparing for an ambush. The little mouse, however, vehemently opposed the plan, aware of the peril that being bait entailed, especially given the mongoose's swiftness. A moment's hesitation could spell disaster. Unfortunately, as a subordinate, he had no say in the matter. Dissent was futile. The plan proceeded. Dragging his bloodied hind leg, the little mouse let out a chilling cry. His performance was extraordinary. An Oscar was surely owed. The keen-eyed mongooses, upon hearing the familiar sound, immediately surged forth. Bai Yi and the others barely registered the sudden flash of yellow. So swift, the little mouse nearly lost control of himself, not feigned this time. Yet, it was the war-empowered night cat demon who first reacted, pouncing fiercely and pinning one down. With a swift flick of her claws, she severed the mongoose's throat. At that moment, the night cat demon possessed a staggering 200 points of power, far beyond what the agile mongooses could contend with, especially in a surprise attack, making a swift kill entirely reasonable. At that juncture, another yellow figure darted out. Bai Yi thrust his flying sword, pinning it to the ground. Soon, more mongooses emerged. The colossal fists of the golden-armored ape and the slicing winds of the great eagle descended upon them in a barrage of overwhelming attacks, culminating in the end of the skirmish. Only then did they finally observe the mongooses closely. They resembled yellow weasels with dark rings around their eyes, somewhat akin to foxes, and even slightly smaller than the night cat demon. Is there more? The golden-armored ape, shimmering with golden light, remained vigilant at the cave entrance. None left. Bai Yi waved his hand, signaling her to relax, for the rewards from Option 2 had already been granted. Within this cave, there were a total of 5 mongooses, yielding only a single white beast soul pearl. The drop rate was rather low. Nonetheless, the ease of the elimination made it a worthwhile endeavor. Let us proceed, little mouse. I am determined to eradicate all the meerkats within a 2-kilometer radius, ensuring that you shall no longer be burdened by the threat of natural enemies. With a grand gesture, Bai Yi proclaimed his noble intentions, prompting Mouse Brother to bow deeply in gratitude, reflecting inwardly, indeed, he had chosen the right master. Chapter 13. Confronting the leader-class lightning meerkat with the recent experience and guided by Mouse Brother, Bai Yi and his companions swiftly eliminated several meerkat dens in the vicinity, acquiring 5 white beast soul orbs, 1 for each of the 4 beast maidens, and Bai Yi himself, as they were the only ones capable of combat. However, Bai Yi still had not received the reward for option 3. Mouse Brother, are there still meerkats unaccounted for? Bai Yi inquired, casting a glance at Mouse Brother. The little creature chattered nervously, its expression betraying a profound fear. Bai Yi's eyes brightened. Was there a leader-class meerkat present? Mouse Brother nodded, demonstrating its understanding of human speech, a quality that had endeared it to Bai Yi. The mouse's empathetic nature had only sharpened since consuming 2 white beast soul orbs. Yet, Bai Yi remained undeterred by Mouse Brother's trepidation. The opportunity to confront a leader-class beast was too precious to ignore. It represented a substantial financial gain. A golden barbarian bull had sold for 1 million. Even a typical leader-class beast would surely yield considerable profit. With determination, they pressed on. Reluctantly, Mouse Brother led the way, albeit with trepidation. As they approached, they beheld a tall mound, upon which stood an upright meerkat, its oversized eyes adorned with dark rings, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Upon sighting Bai Yi and his companions, it emitted a shrill cry, instantly summoning a horde of meerkats from their burrows, dozens in total. They had stumbled upon a meerkat tribe. This was the true terror of leader-class beasts, the strategy of overwhelming numbers. Faced with such a multitude of meerkats, direct confrontation was futile. Bai Yi called out, swiftly leaping onto his flying sword, a meerkat in one hand and a cat in the other. Mouse Brother could hardly believe it was experiencing flight. It felt like a dream. Excitement overshadowed its earlier fear. The great eagle transformed, carrying Cheng Yuan and Wang Wanli as they soared into the sky. The meerkats could only stand in awe, gazing up at the majestic creature. At that moment, the meerkat leader emerged from its den, its snowy white form standing nearly a meter tall. Its streamlined physique radiated agility, suggesting remarkable speed. Type: Lightning Meerkat. Rank: Level 5 Leader. Strength: 100, Agility: 300, Stamina: 50, Energy: 50, Skills: Lightning Claw, Speed Burst, Super Venom Resistance. Personality: Grudge Holder. Weakness: Fear of cold. Such agility, even under the encouragement of war drums, surpasses that of the night cat demon. Bai Yi discerned a resemblance to the prairie meerkat in the nature of the lightning meerkat. In fact, these two beings were remarkably alike. Both fearless entities that consume venomous snakes, as if they were mere snacks. It was unexpected that they would share such a vengeful disposition. It is said that if one provokes a meerkat on the plains, be you a lion or an elephant, this diminutive creature dares to confront you head-on. Moreover, it would pursue vengeance to the ends of the earth. This trait could indeed be exploited. A plan materialized in Bai Yi's mind. Great Eagle, launch a wind blade. The Great Eagle hesitated. The speed of this meerkat leader is too formidable. My wind blade may fail to connect. Do not concern yourself with that. Simply release the wind blade. Very well. The Great Eagle obediently lowered its altitude and cast forth a wind blade. Its attack range was limited to a mere 10 meters due to its low energy. The lightning meerkat easily evaded the strike. Such an attack posed no threat to it. Suddenly, the lightning meerkat leapt high into the air, soaring over 10 meters to pounce upon the airborne Great Eagle. Simultaneously, crackling electricity surged from its claws. It was the lightning claw. If caught, the Great Eagle would surely be incapacitated, and the 3 individuals upon its back would be plunged into the midst of the meerkat horde, facing certain doom. Ah! The Great Eagle shrieked, instinctively closing its eyes. What an absurd combat instinct, akin to that of an ostrich. It could only serve as a mount. Fortunately, Cheng Yuan reacted swiftly, her golden fist emanating brilliance to shield against the lightning meerkat's claw. However, she herself was jolted by the electric discharge, causing feathers to scatter from beneath the Great Eagle. Thankfully, the lightning meerkat's electrical prowess was not particularly strong. The intensity was diminished by the distance through the golden armored ape before reaching the Great Eagle. The Great Eagle valiantly ascended to a greater height. In its role as a mount, it proved quite capable. At this altitude, even the lightning meerkat's impressive jumping ability could not pose a threat to them. However, the previous wind blade and punch had thoroughly enraged the lightning meerkat. It led its army of meerkats in relentless pursuit of the Great Eagle. The lightning meerkat understood that these human beast women possessed poor endurance. It was likely they would descend soon, at which point it could exact its revenge. "Captain, what should we do?" The great eagle was on the verge of tears. Had it known, it would never have provoked the meerkat leader. "Do not fear, our objective has been achieved. Follow me." Bai Yi was quite pleased with the outcome and then inquired of the little mouse, asking if there were any other leader-level beasts nearby to guide him. The little mouse, ever perceptive, immediately understood Bai Yi's intentions and excitedly pointed in a direction. Without hesitation, Bai Yi gestured for the sword spirit to fly in that direction, closely followed by the great eagle. Not long into their flight, Bai Yi suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with the route they were taking. The others shared the same sentiment, and from a distance, they spotted a herd of beasts ahead, grassland hyenas. What a twist of fate! After all their wandering, they had once again encountered these troublesome creatures. If the two groups of beasts did not engage in combat, Bai Yi and his companions would be in dire straits, facing a gruesome demise. The mere thought of it tightened Bai Yi's stomach, and the others felt a similar despair. Even Xie and the Black Dagger were showing signs of anxiety. Faced with two groups of leader-level beasts, even they lacked confidence in making a safe escape. These little creatures certainly had a knack for attracting trouble. Or rather, it was Bai Yi who was the real troublemaker. The girls they were protecting, Cheng Yuanyuan and Nangong Qinxue, were well-behaved. Who would have thought that without any provocation from Bai Yi and his crew, the two groups of beasts would immediately confront each other with drawn swords? It appeared they had a long-standing enmity. Bai Yi couldn't help but glance at the little mouse by his side. The little mouse wore a smug smile, revealing a sense of pride. It seemed he had been aware of the two groups' animosity all along. What a clever creature. If Bai Yi had an extra pet space available, he might have signed a contract with it on the spot. Watching the two groups below squawking at each other without taking action, Bai Yi felt disdain. If one were a man, one should act decisively. What was all this pointless noise about? Of course, the primary concern was that the sword spirit and the great eagle were nearing their limits. Bai Yi rummaged through the dimensional space and pulled out a mongoose carcass, tossing it towards the hyena pack. This was something Lin Mengfei insisted on keeping, claiming she wanted to roast it and taste its flavor. After all, in her past life, these creatures were protected animals, and as a foodie, Lin Meng had long been tempted by the thought. Bai Yi had firmly refused. He had only stored it in the dimensional space under Lin Meng's coercive influence. Indeed, he had no interest in protected animals and had never contemplated sampling their taste. Upon seeing the falling mongoose carcass, one hyena, for reasons unknown, seized it in its jaws. Truly, it was a dog's instinct to grab something. However, this action ignited a powder keg of fury among the mongooses, who recklessly charged into the hyena pack. The battle commenced. Due to the smaller size of the mongooses, the hyena's infamous maneuver was rendered ineffective. Instead, the mongooses, utilizing their petite physiques and nimble movements, relentlessly targeted the vulnerable areas of their adversaries. The hyenas erupted in anguished cries, and the scene was undeniably harrowing. The assailants faced retaliation in kind. Indeed, the wheel of fate turns justly, and the heavens spare no one. The hyenas, undeterred, leveraged their superior physical capabilities to resist fiercely. It often took several mongooses to bring down a single hyena, while a hyena could swiftly dispatch a mongoose with a single, well-timed bite. Overall, the two factions were evenly matched, soldiers against soldiers, leaders against leaders. The leaders engaged in a fierce confrontation. The hyena leader, known as Ironclad Hyena, possessed remarkable defensive strength. The ordinary attacks of the lightning mongoose barely penetrated its defenses. Yet the lightning claw inflicted substantial damage. Particularly, the paralysis effect of the lightning was notably effective against Ironclad Hyena. Initially, Ironclad Hyena found itself under relentless assault from the lightning mongoose, its body marred with numerous wounds. However, seizing an opportunity, Ironclad Hyena unleashed a devastating strike with its iron claws, nearly tearing the lightning mongoose in two. The lightning mongoose collapsed, unable to rise for an extended period. Ironclad Hyena bared its vicious fangs and lunged at the lightning mongoose, intent on concluding the battle decisively. Suddenly, the lightning mongoose sprang back to life like a bolt of lightning, swiftly biting into the throat of Ironclad Hyena. In agony, Ironclad Hyena flailed its limbs wildly. Although the lower half of the lightning mongoose was grievously injured, it clung tenaciously to its prey. This creature was merciless not only to others, but also to itself. At this critical moment, Bai Yi seized the opportunity, descending from the heavens. with a mighty thrust of his long sword. He pierced through the neck of ironclad hyena and the head of the lightning mongoose simultaneously. In a single stroke, he eliminated 2 leader-class beasts. Spectacular! Chung Yuanyuan exclaimed, leaping from the back of the great eagle and transforming midair. The several hundred-pound golden-armored ape plummeted from dozens of meters high, crushing a hyena and 3 mongooses upon impact. The golden-armored ape seized the momentum to charge, sending nearby hyenas and mongooses flying in all directions. This was a skill obtained from the beast spirit pearl of the ironclad bull, and one could not deny her extraordinary luck in such a low-probability occurrence. Bai Yi drew forth the sword spirit, activating its sharpness skill to follow suit. Like slicing through fruit, he cleaved the airborne hyenas and mongooses in half with precision. A flawless collaboration. The night cat demon, not to be outdone, continuously reaped the lives of the severely wounded hyenas and mongooses under Bai Yi's support. As for the great eagle, it was too exhausted to unleash its wind blades and could only retreat to recuperate. Even at this juncture, the hyenas and mongooses continued their brutal skirmish, indicating that their tempers had flared significantly. This fervor worked to Bai Yi and his companions' advantage, making their task considerably easier. As they descended, the monstrous beasts had already suffered significant casualties on both sides. Thus, it did not take long for all the hyenas and mongooses on the battlefield to be eradicated. The group had expended considerable resources but emerged with minimal injuries, a resounding victory. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, all attributes 10. Task exceeded expectations, additional reward, mastery of beast language. Such bountiful rewards were nearly equivalent to a half-level increase. Moreover, with the skill of beast language mastery acquired, communication with all monstrous creatures would now be seamless. Gazing at the plethora of beast corpses surrounding them, Chung Yuanyuan could scarcely believe it was their doing. Truly astonishing. Bai Yi, a distinguished SSS-level beast tamer, was indeed a miracle worker. Chung Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Completely captivated by Bai Yi. Well, yet another heart captivated. Bai Yi sighed in resignation, signaling for everyone to begin excavating the beast soul pearls. Meanwhile, he personally set about unearthing the spirit pearls from the 2 leader-level beasts. After Chung Yuanyuan confirmed multiple times that these 2 leader-level beasts held no further value, Bai Yi finally relinquished the idea of dissecting the corpses. In total, they acquired 20 white beast soul pearls and 2 spirit pearls from this battle. To ensure fairness, Bai Yi and the 4 beast maidens each received 4 beast soul pearls, with even the little mouse getting 1. Only Wang Wanli remained a mere bystander. Typically, beast tamers do not partake in the distribution, but Bai Yi was an exception. His combat prowess was on par with any of the cat girls. I shall forego my share, as I did not partake in the battle, Sun Qian said, feeling shy about claiming the spoils. How could you say you did not partake? Without your initial windblade, none of this would have transpired. Bai Yi, despite his avarice, upheld a sense of fairness. Touched, Sun Qian accepted her share. As for the beast soul pearls that Bai Yi and Lin Ming received, they each offered 3 to Nangong Qianxue to assist her in breaking through to level 2, while also settling prior debts. Nangong Qianxue, possessing commendable talent, successfully advanced after consuming just 9 pearls. In truth, given her esteemed lineage, she would scarcely care for a handful of white beast soul pearls. If she wished, she could easily acquire the status of a black iron-level beast tamer through monetary means. However, such behavior was characteristic of the nouveau riche. True families that value education understand the importance of gradual, methodical progress to achieve greater accomplishments. Chung Yuanyuan's mother shared the same sentiment. The sense of achievement derived from personally battling for beast soul pearls was far more gratifying. Furthermore, the efficiency of absorbing beast soul pearls post-intense combat would yield better results. Both Xie and the Black Dagger were filled with pride. As for the 2 spirit pearls, these were entirely Bai Yi's doing, and Chung Yuanyuan and her companions were unwilling to share them. Regarding such a valuable item, Bai Yi was reluctant to part with it. How about these 2 beast spirit orbs, little rich lady? Bai Yi initiated his scheme for profit once more. Never mind. These 2 beast spirit orbs are not quite suitable for me, Chung Yuanyuan replied, shaking her head. She then added, in fact, these 2 beast spirit orbs are perfect for Lin Ming. They could be beneficial for her. The term Lin Ming referred to Lin Ming, a name that, while melodious, seemed discordant when associated with her. Chung Yuanyuan was perplexed. Why would an SSS-grade beast master be so obsessed with wealth? Upon hearing there was food that suited her, the gluttonous Lin Ming seized the orbs and stuffed them into her mouth. After consuming them, she smacked her lips. There's not much flavor, not tasty at all, was her verdict. Cheng Yuan sighed in disbelief. These were beast spirit orbs. Did taste really matter? Did you gain any skills from them? Cheng Yuan could not help but inquire about the critical focus. It seems I've comprehended a skill called speed, Lin Ming replied. My luck wasn't too great. I didn't acquire powerful attack skills like lightning claw or iron mane claw, nor did I grasp excellent support skills like iron armor or super poison resistance. But at least I am not left empty-handed. Gaining speed grants me an increase of 100 agility. That's not too shabby. Chapter 15. The meat of the mongoose is indeed inedible once all was distributed. Lin Ming gazed longingly at the carcass of the lightning mongoose, salivating uncontrollably. Bai Yi, shall we roast it? Lin Ming, already intrigued by mongoose meat, found her enthusiasm further heightened by the prospect of a leader-level mongoose. All right then. With nothing else to occupy his time, Bai Yi began to roast the meat. His interest in the flesh of the lightning mongoose was purely coincidental. The little mouse remained an ever-willing roasting apparatus, reveling in its role. Once it exhausted its energy, its master would provide it with beast spirit orbs. Truly blissful. Indeed, in the pursuit of leader-level mongoose roast, the little mouse consumed 2 more beast spirit orbs. The little creature sensed an impending breakthrough. Bai Yi, utilizing his true sight, noticed this as well and decided to give the remaining white beast spirit orb from Nangong Qianxue to the little mouse. To everyone's astonishment, the little mouse successfully broke through to leader level right before their eyes. Type, Fire Spirit Mouse. Level 1 leader, Strength 50, Agility 100, Vitality 50, Energy 50, Skills, Fire Breath, Burrowing. Treasure Seeking, Personality, Understanding, Weakness, Afraid of Water. These attributes were undeniably poor. Nevertheless, regardless of its limitations, it had achieved the status of a leader-level extraordinary beast. It is the first leader-level exotic beast in the history of the Earth Fire Mouse. The little mouse, overwhelmed with excitement, prostrated itself on the ground. However, Lin Ming's gaze towards the little mouse sparkled with an unsettling intensity. You're not having a cat craving, are you? You actually wish to devour a mouse. Bai Yi remarked, somewhat exasperated. The little mouse, terrified, hurriedly hid behind Bai Yi. It genuinely feared Lin Ming, the glutton, throughout the vast grasslands. No exotic beast had ever considered consuming the flesh of a meerkat. Yet this woman before them did. Given this fact, the little mouse had no doubt about her intentions toward itself. Previously, it had even heard that Lin Ming had a penchant for potato chips. Potato chips. Mouse chips. How frightful. You are the one who desires to eat mice. Isn't it true that leader-level exotic beasts explode with spirit beads? Such things are quite valuable. Worth 100,000. Lin Ming finally articulated her purpose. The little mouse instantly felt its situation grow more precarious, even noticing that its master seemed somewhat tempted. This Earth Fire Mouse, with its poor innate abilities and average skills, had an exceedingly low probability of mastering skills. Likely, no one would purchase its spirit bead. Cheng Yuan could not help but dissuade the avaricious duo from their thoughts. The prices of spirit beads vary significantly, even among those of the same level, differing by hundreds of times. Upon hearing this, the Fire Spirit Mouse was nearly moved to tears. Indeed, the most fearsome women are also the kindest, utterly ruthless. Upon learning that the little mouse's spirit bead held little value, Lin Ming shifted her focus toward the roasted meat of the lightning meerkat. She took a hearty bite. Utterly delicious. Lin Ming's face radiated satisfaction. How terrifying. She was actually consuming meerkat flesh. The little mouse could not help but voice its discontent. What's wrong? Is meerkat meat inedible? Bai Yi inquired using beast language. Master, you can speak with me now? The little mouse exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, Bai Yi nodded. After all, no exotic beast had ever eaten meerkat flesh on the grasslands, and he could not fathom why, considering he had never had the opportunity to taste it. The little mouse chattered on, relieved that Bai Yi could comprehend. All right. Bai Yi leaned in to sniff the meat of the lightning meerkat, and indeed, there was a peculiar odor emanating from it. Even the spices of chili and cumin could not mask that foul scent. Perhaps it would be wise to observe further. Woo, are you not eating? Lin Ming asked, her mouth stuffed full, glancing at the others. No, you go ahead. Cheng Yuan and the others could not bear that strange smell and collectively declined. Even the little mouse shook its head in rejection. Although as a mouse it had always yearned for cat meat, it certainly did not include meerkat meat in that wish. This meat smelled foul, but tasted delectable. Much like stinky tofu. Trust me, Lin Ming insisted as she swallowed her mouth full of meat, fervently recommending it. Alas, no one was willing to take the plunge. It is perplexing why people instinctively reject the meat of the meerkat. What sound is that? Is someone hungry? Here is some roasted meat. Amidst the crowd's bewilderment, Lin Ming suddenly discarded the roasted meat, clutching her stomach. Her face flushed a deep shade of purple. She was poisoned. No wonder no extraordinary beast would consume meerkat flesh. It turns out it is toxic. Paper. Lin Ming managed to utter with great difficulty. Bai Yi, fearing she might leap into the crowd, hastily tossed her a pack of tissues. Lin Ming swiftly darted into the underbrush. After a prolonged pause, accompanied by the intriguing symphony of sounds, Lin Ming returned. Her body bent in weakness. I shall never eat recklessly again. Before she could finish her sentence, she vomited once more. With chips, spicy strips, instant noodles, and roasted meat, who knows what she had ingested. The severe vomiting and diarrhea indicated a significant poisoning. Bai Ye's exceptional healing could only mend external injuries, proving ineffective against such toxic symptoms. The antidotes brought by Nangong Qianxue and Cheng Yuan were also insufficient against this potent venom. Just when despair loomed over everyone, Brother Mouse suddenly chattered a lengthy string of words. Are you suggesting there is an antidote in the meerkat's lair? Bai Ye's eyes gleamed with realization. How could he have overlooked this? Many leader-level extraordinary beasts are accompanied by spiritual herbs and fruits. In another light, numerous leader-level extraordinary beasts owe their ascension to these spiritual resources. Given the meerkat's formidable resistance to poison, it was likely that corresponding spiritual items existed nearby. Simultaneously, Bai Yi recalled Brother Mouse's treasure hunting skills. What a fortunate discovery. Bai Yi promptly decided to ask Cheng Yuan and the others to safeguard Lin Ming while he took Brother Mouse, riding on his flying sword, back to the meerkat's lair in search of the antidote. At this moment, Lin Ming was too weak to maintain her beast girl transformation. Carrying her would be burdensome. The meerkat's lair now lay desolate. Brother Mouse bravely volunteered to delve inside in search of the antidote. As a fire mouse, he never imagined he would one day enter a meerkat's lair, especially to plunder. What a thrill! However, Brother Mouse was somewhat intimidated by the overwhelming scent of his natural enemies within the cave, proceeding with great caution. Suddenly, a meerkat's cry echoed from the depths of the cave. Terrified, Brother Mouse bolted. It was only as he neared the entrance that he realized the call had been strikingly juvenile. It was clearly a meerkat pup. To be frightened by a mere pup was utterly humiliating. He was, after all, a leader-level fire spirit mouse. How embarrassing. Thankfully, his master had not witnessed this. Otherwise, how could he maintain his standing with his master? With this thought, Brother Mouse summoned his courage and turned back, continuing deeper into the cave. Timid and cautious, the little mouse ventured deeper into the cave. Chapter 16. Ambushed by the silver-ringed serpent beast. At last, the mouse arrived at the cavern's depths. Indeed, there were not just one, but a dozen mongoose pups. A flame of hatred ignited within the mouse's eyes. Its grandfather and mother had fallen prey to these creatures, a memory etched in its mind since childhood. Finally, the time for revenge had come. Amidst the terrified gazes of the mongoose pups, the mouse opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames. The cave was filled with the tantalizing aroma of roasting meat. Having ascended to the rank of a leader-level beast, the mouse's fire-breathing abilities had grown immensely. The young mongooses were utterly defenseless, all perishing in the inferno. Tears of exhilaration streamed down the mouse's face. At last, it had avenged its kin, and all of this was a gift from its master. The mouse vowed to repay its master's kindness. If its master needed an antidote, it would seek it out immediately. Activating its treasure-seeking skill, the mouse delved deeper into the cave. Soon, amidst a pile of mongoose droppings, it discovered a small black bead. It resembled sheep dung, but was far smoother, akin to a black pearl. In truth, the formation of this black bead was quite similar to that of a pearl, as it had been polished within the intestines of the mongoose, absorbing a wealth of secretions over time. It possessed potent detoxifying properties. The mouse did not linger, activating its treasure-seeking ability once more, moving on to another location. Eventually, it arrived at the dwelling of the mongoose leader. There, it not only found a larger black bead, but also uncovered an exceedingly enticing root. The root was translucent, suspended within the cave, connected to a plant stem. It was evidently no ordinary item. Without a moment's hesitation, the mouse seized it. Though it was salivating with anticipation, the mouse refrained from consuming it, cradling it in its arms, prepared to present it to its master. Observing the mouse return laden with treasures, Bai grew increasingly fond of it, contemplating nurturing its potential. Learning from the previous poison incident, Bai was determined to expend effort activating the eye of true sight, ensuring clarity before consuming anything. Otherwise, if Lin Ming were to be poisoned again, it could truly be dire. Despite their daily squabbles, they shared a bond forged through their shared journey. A sense of mutual reliance. Bai would never allow her to perish. Cat droppings pearl, a spiritual bead formed from the absorption of mongoose intestinal secretions, possessing strong detoxifying capabilities. Toxic spirit fruit, a first-tier spiritual fruit, significantly enhancing resistance to toxins. The black bead truly possesses detoxifying properties. Yet, alas, isn't this just cat poop coffee? How utterly revolting. Bai could not help but toss it to the ground. The mouse, witnessing this, wore a look of panic, fearing it had procured the wrong item. Ahem, you did splendidly. I shall procure a few more beast soul beads for you later. Bai offered a comforting gesture to Mouse Brother. Then, from the dimensional space, he retrieved a large bucket of water and vigorously rinsed everything. After carefully placing the items on a napkin, he stuffed them into a plastic bag and disposed of it into the dimensional realm, exhibiting utmost disdain. Next came the poison spirit fruit, a delightful treasure. Bai could not resist taking a bite, his mouth watering with delight. It was delicious. In no time, he consumed it entirely, gaining a remarkable 100 points in poison resistance. In the future, should anyone fall victim to poison, he would simply provide them with the feces pearls, of which Mouse Brother had amassed a considerable quantity. As for himself, he no longer required them. After ensuring that nothing was overlooked, Bai soared back on his flying sword. Meanwhile, Lin Ming and her companions found themselves in dire straits. Shortly after Bai's departure, they were ambushed by a silver ring serpent beast girl. Cheng Yuanyuan did not even have time to transform before being bitten by the serpent, incapacitating her. Sun Qian attempted to resist, but her meager combat strength was inconsequential. Before she could take flight, she too succumbed to the poison, collapsing to the ground. Lin Ming was already drained of energy. Oh, and Wang Wanli was nearly forgotten. However, it mattered little. Even the silver ring serpent could not be bothered to strike him. The entire team was swiftly rendered ineffective. Even Xie Suya, who was not far away, failed to react in time. To approach now would only invite threats. It was better to observe the situation quietly and seek an opportunity to rescue them. As for the black dagger, it accompanied Nangong Qianxue to the mongoose's den. Fortunately, the silver ring serpent beast girl did not intend to take their lives. After rummaging through each person's belongings and uttering a disdainful remark about their poverty, she seized Wang Wanli's backpack and departed with an air of triumph. The various potions within the bag could fetch a decent sum. When she took the backpack, the silver ring serpent even groped Wang Wanli, leaving his face flushed with embarrassment, feeling utterly sullied. Upon Bai's return, he was met with the sight of his companions sprawled on the ground. What had happened? Bai fumed. Cheng Yuanyuan weakly provided an explanation. Upon learning that they were merely poisoned, Bai sighed in relief. His backpack held no shortage of the cat feces detoxification pills. Since the mongoose could consume poisonous snakes as if they were mere snacks, he was confident that the antidote would work without issue. After administering a feces pearl, Cheng Yuanyuan indeed recovered. Seeing the effectiveness, Bai also provided Sun Qian with a feces pearl. For Lin Ming, he had prepared a super feces pearl extracted from the lightning mongoose. Bai, are you certain this is safe to eat? Lin Ming asked, slightly apprehensive. Absolutely. Bai replied with unwavering confidence. Why does it smell a bit foul? Lin Ming questioned further. It may smell unpleasant, but it tastes delightful, much like stinky tofu. Bai answered with a prior remark. All right then. Lin Ming could no longer endure the torment of her relentless nausea and diarrhea. She simply closed her eyes and swallowed the oversized cat feces pellet, nearly choking in the process. Fortunately, the remedy worked wonders, and she soon regained her vitality. I'm starving. I'm absolutely famished. The recently recovered Lin Ming clamored for food once again. One could understand her plight, as all she had consumed previously had been expelled in a most unpleasant manner. Now is not the time to eat. We must seek vengeance. Bai exclaimed with palpable fury. In the perilous realm of the beastly creatures, abandoning someone poisoned in the wilderness was akin to committing murder. Let it go, after all. Nothing of great value was lost, and the opponent is likely formidable, perhaps at least level 8, Chung Yuan advised. A level 8 beast girl, regardless of her talents, would be beyond the reach of their novice ranks. At that moment, options reappeared before Bai Yi. Option 1, abandon revenge. Reward, stamina 1. Option 2, pursue the enemy and seize all their supplies. Reward, strength 10. Option 3, pursue the enemy, seize all their supplies, and eliminate them. Reward, all attributes 100. The allure of the final option was undeniable. Yet caution was warranted. Unless the adversaries were truly heinous, one should not take a life indiscriminately, regardless of the reward's grandeur. Chapter 17. What a pity, if only they were a bit worse. Regardless of their level, anyone who dared to treat you in such a manner should not be spared. Bai Yi, undeterred by dissent, opted to pursue revenge. The others, witnessing this resolve, swiftly followed suit. With the exceptional sense of smell possessed by the night cat demon, tracking them proved to be exceedingly simple. Before long, Bai Yi and her companions spotted two individuals busily engaged not far off. In truth, they had not strayed far. This was the very battleground of the hyenas and mongooses from earlier. Fearing that the strong scent of blood might attract more powerful beasts, Bai Yi and the others had hastily retreated post-battle. To their surprise, they found themselves backtracking. The two individuals, while occupied, were also engaging in banter. I wonder where this nouveau riche came from, killing so many mongooses, yet failing to even harvest their scent glands. They probably looked down on such petty gains. Indeed, anyone capable of slaying so many mongooses and hyenas was at least a black iron-level powerhouse, certainly not interested in something worth merely 100 coins. There are a total of 48 scent glands. That's more than we could earn in a week of hard work. And look, there's a leader-level armored hyena's corpse. Prime leather armor material, worth tens of thousands. Such waste. Bai Yi and her companions listened in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the discarded beast corpses would be worth so much. This was a fact even the academically inclined Chung Yuan was unaware of, as it was never covered in textbooks. The eye of true vision lacks such detailed explanations. It is purely a matter of experience, derived from practical encounters. At this moment, Bai Yi suddenly recognized these two individuals as the triangular-eyed man and the cool-headed woman they had encountered in the vehicle. As for their attributes, they were exceedingly poor. Name, Lu Mei. Talent, E-grade silver ring snake. Level, 8, strength, 64 agility, 80 vitality, 40 energy, 24 beast tamer. Feng Fei skill, venomous bite despite being at level 8. Their attributes paled in comparison to the recently encountered level 2 night cat demon. This exemplifies the disparity brought about by innate talent. Furthermore, as levels increase, the gap will only widen. Against such opponents, there is no need for any underhanded tactics. A straightforward confrontation suffices. How unexpected to see you here. Weren't you poisoned? How have you recovered so swiftly? Lu Mei and Feng Fei, upon noticing Bai Yi and the others, were taken aback. It is worth noting that Lu Mei's silver ring snake venom is exceptionally potent. Even with a basic antidote, recovery would take a considerable amount of time. Yet, merely half an hour had passed, and they had not only recovered but pursued them as well. It was utterly astonishing. To think you would dare to snatch from us. This is tantamount to courting death. Bai Yi wasted no words, gripping the sword transformed by Nangong Chinxua, charging directly at them. A beast tamer engaging in battle personally? Surely, something is amiss. Lu Mei, stunned as she was, quickly shifted into her silver ring snake form and darted forward. Bai Yi swung his sword, only to miss entirely. One must commend the serpentine agility of the silver ring snake, which even Bai Yi struggled to anticipate, resulting in him being bitten instead. Humph, little brother. Now that you have succumbed to my snake venom, how will you maintain your bravado? Lu Mei smirked, ready to relish in Bai Yi's impending weakness. Yet, her smile froze on her face. Bai Yi showed no reaction whatsoever and instead playfully called out, "Hey, no worries. Come on, bite me. Go ahead." How outrageous. Enraged, Lu Mei flicked her tail and prepared to strike at Bai Yi's neck once more. She suspected that Bai Yi's earlier lack of response was due to the bite landing on his posterior, where perhaps the flesh was too ample, delaying the venom's effect. Surely a bite on the neck would yield different results. However, the silver ring snake was swiftly captured by Bai Yi. With her limited strength, She had no means of resistance. Aren't you a beast tamer? How can you possess such strength? Lu Mei was so astonished she forgot to fight back. She had assumed Bai Yi was somewhat deranged for engaging in battle personally, yet it was now evident that the one with issues was her. Rest assured, there are many facets to my prowess. Now I will pose a few questions to you, and you must respond truthfully. Should you dare to deceive me in the slightest, I shall promptly sever your head and prepare a serpent stew. Bai Yi threatened, gripping the silver-ringed serpent by its vulnerable neck. Ah, go ahead and inquire, young sir. Lu Mei replied, her voice tinged with a delicate pitch. Yet, in her current form, the silver-ringed serpent's tone remained chillingly cold. Have either of you taken a life? Bai Yi inquired. Absolutely not. The silver-ringed serpent replied with unwavering certainty. Bai Yi activated his true sight, observing the serpent's calm demeanor, which suggested honesty in her words. He then continued, how many times have you engaged in this form of robbery? 5 times, the silver-ringed serpent promptly answered, adding, I always ensure at least one person remains to care for the others. It appeared she had discerned Bai Ye's intent and was striving to secure her own survival. One must admit, she had succeeded. Given her previous actions, her crimes did not warrant the death penalty. Take everything they possess. Bai Yi gestured for Lin Ming to act. Of course, this is precisely the sort of endeavor I relish. Lin Ming eagerly responded, especially since these individuals had just robbed them. Feng Fei, the beast tamer, stood defenseless before Lin Ming, who swiftly stripped him of all his belongings, including the recently acquired weasel glands and the skin of the armored hyena. With her keen sense of hearing, Lin Ming had already deduced the value of these items. It must be said, the pair's haul was indeed impressive, filling an entire large sack. Fortunately, Lin Ming's strength was formidable, otherwise, she would have struggled to carry it. Let me ask one last question, Bai Yi stated. Go ahead. Inquire, she encouraged. What is the purpose of weasel glands? Clearly, you are a student lacking life experience. The silver-ringed serpent retorted before providing her answer. Weasel glands are a vital component in the crafting of basic detoxification pills. Suddenly, the silver-ringed serpent appeared to have an epiphany. You didn't happen to be the ones who killed these hyenas and mongooses, did you? She gasped in surprise, her mouth agape. Regrettably, in her beastly form, she exuded no allure, only a chilling and unsettling presence. Bai Yi, disinterested in her query, casually tossed her aside. Task accomplished, he had successfully acquired 10 points of strength. What a pity it was that if Lu Mei were just a tad more wicked. Upon catching Bai Ye's gaze, Lu Mei, now in her human form, involuntarily shivered. Fortunately, she had not yet descended to such depths of depravity. I shall never resort to robbery again, she resolved. Moreover, Lu Mei mused, the youth of today are truly remarkable. With matters settled, night had fallen, and they needed to return to the town to rest. The nighttime grasslands posed tenfold the danger of daylight, a realm far too perilous for novices like them. However, before departing, they could indulge in some spoils and share the loot. First and foremost, they needed to return Wang Wanli's backpack. Next, the weasel glands, the skins of the hyenas, and various materials, which Cheng Yuanyuan and the others had no place to store, would all be given to Bai Yi. As the White Knight activated the Eye of True Sight, it indeed revealed pertinent functionalities. Chapter 18, The Multifaceted Green Pastures App. The mongoose gland possesses detoxifying properties, which can be utilized to concoct basic detoxification elixirs. It appears that only after gathering these materials can the Eye of True Sight provide relevant descriptions. Furthermore, the bile of the great horned bull serves as another ingredient for the basic detoxification elixir. Even the hide of the golden bull was found within a sack. It seems that Lu Mei and her companions have been diligently scavenging behind. As for the myriad of miscellaneous herbs and ores, their abundance is remarkable. Fortunately, White Knight possesses the Eye of True Sight. Otherwise, these valuable items might have been mistaken for mere weeds and stones and discarded. It must be acknowledged that Lu Mei and Feng Fei are indeed seasoned in their endeavors. Regrettably, all these materials are of low grade and unranked quality, none of which could compare to the toxic spirit fruit. These items nearly filled White Knight's dimensional space. It appears a thorough inventory is in order upon their return. Additionally, they acquired 10 white beast soul orbs, the origins of which remain a mystery. Without hesitation, White Knight distributed 2 orbs to each of them, ensuring accuracy in the count. He allocated 2 of his own to Mouse Brother. In the outside world, uncontracted Isog are not permitted to roam freely. White Knight instructed Mouse Brother to return first, arranging to meet the following day. Finally, they arrived back at Qingqing Town before nightfall. They had returned to a harmonious society. A collective sigh of relief escaped them. At this moment, Qingqing Town was no longer the solemn place they had encountered earlier. It had transformed into a bustling marketplace, teeming with activity. Stalls were set up everywhere, with vendors hawking their wares, showcasing the fruits of their labor from the day. Some merchants congregated at the Chuku of the Yishu Kongjian, eager to purchase the bounty of others. As soon as White Knight and his companions emerged, they were approached by one such merchant. "Hello, handsome and beautiful folks. How is your harvest today? Why not let Wolf Brother appraise your goods? I assure you of fair dealings." With the astuteness gained from his extensive social experience, the Grey Wolf quickly discerned that this was White Knight and his companion's inaugural visit to Qingqing Town, and thus, he exhibited exceptional enthusiasm. Other merchants had also intended to approach them, but upon seeing that White Knight's group had already caught the Grey Wolf's attention, they relinquished their pursuit, setting their sights on the next opportunity. White Knight indeed had numerous items to sell, so he casually produced a mongoose gland. "How much for this?" The Grey Wolf paused, astonished, and queried, "Did you acquire this?" Mongoose are social beasts known for their swiftness, making them challenging for novices to defeat. That's none of your concern. Just tell me the price per piece. If it's reasonable, I have plenty more. White Knight was disinclined to engage in further dialogue. 10 coins each. The Grey Wolf tentatively proposed a price. White Knight turned to leave. What a joke. They think they can fleece us like lambs. He realized that the individuals at the entrance were utterly unreliable. Had he not overheard Lu Mei and Feng Fei's conversation, White Knight might have unwittingly sold his wares. Yet, to offer 10 yuan for an item worth 100 is simply outrageous. 20, 30. Handsome, do not leave. Let us negotiate the price. The Grey Wolf sought to exploit the situation further. Enough, Grey Wolf. Your extortion is far too blatant. Suddenly, Lu Mei's voice echoed from the entrance. "Oh, is that not Sister Snake? How come you appear empty-handed today, without a single gain?" Upon being called out by Lu Mei, the Grey Wolf realized that this deal was likely doomed, and seized the opportunity to taunt her. With Lu Mei's extensive experience, it was inconceivable for her to return empty-handed. Moreover, the red marks on her neck were telling enough. Clearly, she had faced some setbacks. Lu Mei snorted dismissively, choosing to ignore the Grey Wolf as she swiftly caught up with Bai Yi. "Young man, there are many swindlers here. If you sell it yourself, you might not even receive half its worth. Why not entrust it to me? I only take a 10% commission." Lu Mei tugged at her tattered garments, speaking in a coy tone. Her mature allure was undeniably captivating, a true siren for youthful hearts. Bai Yi, having been approached by numerous alluring women over the past few days, remained unfazed. In stark contrast, Wang Wanli, having been touched once, turned crimson, blood gushing from his nose. "Then, can you appraise these goods for me? If the price is reasonable, I might consider it." Bai Yi retrieved a large sack from his dimensional space. Handling this himself would indeed be cumbersome and fraught with the risk of being cheated. It was far wiser to leave it to a professional. Spotting the familiar sack, Lu Mei could not help but pout. It was, after all, her own. "Oh well, never mind. Let us settle on 30,000. Lu Mei declared with certainty. No one understood the value of these goods better than she. "Deal. Is it 27,000 up front, or shall we calculate the commission based on the final sale price? Just give me the money directly." Agreed. The two concluded their transaction with alacrity, thus returning the items to their rightful owner. However, Lu Mei incurred a cost of 27,000, not to mention the 10 white beast soul orbs, which were worth another 10,000. This was quite a heavy loss. Lu Mei, clutching the sack, intended to leave, eager to avoid facing Bai Yi any longer. It was all too frustrating. "Wait a moment." Bai Yi suddenly called out to her. "What is it?" Lu Mei tightened her grip on the sack, regarding Bai Yi warily. "Do not be anxious. I simply wish to inquire if there are any maps of the green pastures for sale here, preferably accompanied by some compendium detailing the value of various beast body parts." Such knowledge was purely experiential. Even textbooks lacked comprehensive explanations. Of course, even if they did, Bai Yi had not retained any of it, having never truly studied. "I have just what you need." "How much?" 37,000. Why are there both zeros and complete amounts? Isn't this precisely the sum lost by Lu Mei today? Goodness. I've been waiting for this. Just say whether we want it or not. This is the detailed strategy we have accumulated over the years. Spending countless hours on the verdant pastures, Lu Mei pulled out her phone, showcasing an app named Verdant Pastures. Inside, there were several well-categorized sections such as maps, exotic beasts, herbs, minerals, and forums, all presented with remarkable clarity. Moreover, it was updated in real time. For instance, today, the leaders of the giant horned bull, prairie hyena, and the mongoose were all slain, and the news had already been uploaded. There was even a dedicated thread in the forum discussing the matter. Many speculated that it had been some shameless black iron beastmaster. An account named Silver Snake commented, asserting that these leader-level beasts were taken down by a group of young individuals, and then proceeded to mock them mercilessly. "This Silver Snake is you, isn't it?" Bai Yi inquired, pointing at the post. Ahem, yes. Lu Mei felt a bit embarrassed as her alias was revealed. However, one must admit that this app is truly a gem, though the price is exorbitant. 100. Bai Yi haggled down to the very bottom. Impossible, at least 10,000. 200. No way, that's 5,000 less. Don't even think about it. 500. That's as low as I can go. Fine, I'll sell it to you for 1,000. If you try to negotiate further, you can find someone else. 880 for good fortune. All right, you're quite the miser. After some back and forth banter, the two ultimately settled on a price of 880. Through Lu Mei's invitation code, Bai Yi swiftly completed the installation and registered an account. Username, Bai Yi. Just as Bai Yi stood by the roadside, gleefully scrolling through posts, a promotional girl, dressed in an advertisement-laden outfit, approached him with a flyer. "Hey there, have you downloaded the Verdant Pastures app? If you install it now and complete registration, you'll receive 100 yuan worth of Qingqing coins." Bai Yi. Chapter 19 That year, my head was surrounded by Verdant Pastures. Goodness gracious. It turns out registering for the Verdant Pastures app not only costs nothing, but also grants free Qingqing coins. Bai Yi asked the promotional girl a couple more questions. He learned that successful referrals could earn an additional 200 Qingqing coins, which equated to 200 yuan. This is outrageous. Bai Yi scanned the crowd. But Lu Mei was nowhere to be seen. Never mind, I'll recover my losses sooner or later. Others who wished to register were turned away by Bai Yi. Under the promotional girl's forlorn gaze, Bai Yi shared his invitation code with the remaining 5. Earning 1,000 Qingqing coins, he finally regained some ground. Then, the group squatted by the roadside, engrossed in the app. In the end, each of them exclaimed a phrase of cultural essence. This is incredibly ruthless. One is utterly obsessed with money. Even the Twisted Vines would exclaim their expertise upon witnessing this. It appears that the King Kinjiwan app is laden with fees at every turn. The map offers free access solely to the vicinity of Sheep Village, but for every additional kilometer one wishes to explore, a toll of 100 Qingqing coins must be paid. Only the most common and rudimentary beasts, the Longfang rabbit and the Dawashu, are accessible without charge. Should one desire to unlock additional beast illustrations, one must pay. Moreover, the higher the beast's level, the more expensive the illustration becomes. The same applies to ores and herbs. Even the forum is replete with numerous paid contents. For instance, how beast masters ensure their safety in battle requires 10 Qingqing coins to read. My selfie collection, a tip of 100 Qingqing coins grants you access to the owner's WeChat, also demands 10 Qingqing coins. Furthermore, that year, My Head Was Adorned with a Sea of Green is a lengthy series that costs 1 Qingqing coin per chapter. The absurdity grows. However, not all content demands payment. There are also avenues to earn money by providing crucial information. For example, the significant news shared by Lu Mei today regarding the demise of 3 leader-level beasts, complete with evidence, is considered high-quality information. Each piece of such information garners between 1,000 to 2,000 Qingqing coins. Overall, Lu Mei suffered minimal loss today. Additionally, Qingqing coins can be withdrawn at a discount or traded, making the system exceedingly convenient. With the app charging fees at every turn and little to engage in, Bai Yi and the others leisurely wandered around the quaint Qingqing town, gaining a wealth of knowledge that transcends what textbooks could offer. Bai Yi spotted a charming little backpack and purchased it as a gift for his friend, the mouse, ensuring that it would have a place to store treasures found in the future. He also replenished his supplies of charcoal and lighters, preparing for any potential hunger. The others indulged in their own small purchases as well. In the evening, they gathered at a restaurant for a sumptuous feast of beast delicacies. One cannot help but praise the exquisite flavors. Lin Ming's belly was so full she could hardly move. The day finally drew to a close, and upon reflecting on the day's achievements, one could truly say it was a bountiful harvest. The cash earnings soared to an impressive 11. 27 million. They had stepped directly into a comfortable existence. As for the 880 coins lost to deceit, it is best left unmentioned. Lin Meng, yearning for her rightful share of the money, was merely brushed off with a few hundred coins by Bai Yi. The prospect of extracting funds from Bai Yi was utterly futile. As for Nangong Qianxue, she was a petite heiress and was not in need of funds at all. In addition, Bai Yi, Lin Meng, and Nangong Qianxue all advanced to level 2, significantly enhancing their prowess. They could now contemplate their itinerary for the following day. Cheng Yuan and the others struggled to keep pace with Bai Ye's rhythm and, recognizing their limitations, wisely refrained from hindering progress further. Thus, three little heads huddled together, fixated on Bai Ye's mobile phone. If one wishes to attain wealth, one must first pave the way. What nonsense. The adage should rather be, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. The map must be activated, and Bai Yi, possessing 1,000 Qingqing coins, decided to unlock a radius of 10 kilometers, reserving 100 coins for emergencies. It must be said, expenditures on quality items truly yield benefits. The map was exceptionally detailed, delineating the activity ranges of various exotic beasts. For those with fixed lairs, such as the meerkat burrows, the information was remarkably precise. It even provided approximate data regarding the strength and number of the creatures within, which was updated in real time. For instance, the 3 leader-level beasts that Bai Yi and his companions had slain that day had already dimmed on the map, marked with the time of their demise. After midnight, they would be refreshed. Furthermore, the most formidable beast within a 10-kilometer radius was an 8th-level leader beast. The bloodthirsty demon wolf, accompanied by over 30 prairie wolves, exhibiting tremendous combat prowess. The map advised that those below the black iron grade should avoid provocation. The trio engaged in a thorough discussion, revealing significant disagreements. Lin Mengxiang wished to pursue the wandering sheep, insisting on feasting on roasted lamb. To their astonishment, there indeed existed a flock on the verdant plains. Bai Yi yearned to provoke leader-level beasts, seeking to sell beast spirit orbs for a bit of pocket money. Meanwhile, Nangong Qianxue recommended a more cautious approach, suggesting they first tackle beasts below level 5, progressing steadily to enhance their levels. Ultimately, they resolved to utilize Bai Yi's exceptional resistance to toxins and the cat dung orbs to confront highly poisonous creatures like snakes and scorpions. After reaching a consensus, they returned to their quarters to rest. Nangong Qianxue covered the expenses. Although Qingqing Town's facilities were somewhat dilapidated, the charges were exorbitant. A single room coupled with a standard room cost an outrageous 1,800. Bai Yi casually reported a case of tax evasion, fire safety violations, and inappropriate conduct within the establishment, then discreetly withdrew to enjoy his accomplishments. The following day, after indulging in 30 mammoth beef buns and 3 bowls of ostrich egg soup, the trio belched contentedly as they ventured into the lush pastures. Their first stop was to retrieve the little mouse brother, who had been waiting outside the sheep village for quite some time, cradling a dozen cat dung orbs. Upon returning home the previous night, the little mouse had scoured all the meerkat burrows just to present Bai Yi with a treasure. Such loyalty was commendable. During their shopping excursion the day before, Bai Yi had learned that these cat dung orbs were worth significantly more than the basic detoxification pills, fetching a price of 500 coins each. Consequently, Bai Yi gifted the little mouse brother the small backpack he had purchased for 5 coins the day prior, which elicited an outpouring of gratitude. Bai Yi felt slightly embarrassed by such a display of appreciation. Perhaps next time, he would buy the child a 10-coin gift. Their next destination awaited, the 5th-level prairie viper. Riding upon a flying sword, they swiftly arrived at their destination, a dimly lit cave. Below, a gray-brown viper, as thick as an arm and over 2 meters long, writhed menacingly. Even the gluttonous Lin Meng lost her appetite. The timid mouse brother shrank back in fear, for this was indeed its natural enemy. Well, any carnivorous creature on the grassy plains was a foe to it. However, Bai Yi remained unfazed. These were trivial matters. After confirming that the prairie viper possessed no skills apart from its venomous bite, Bai Yi plunged into the serpentine throng, sword in hand. Startled, the viper scattered, leaving a trail of bite marks on Bai Yi's legs and backside. Yet, it was of no consequence. Had it been anyone else, such a deluge of venom would have spelled certain doom. Not even an antidote could save them. Only Bai Yi could exhibit such ferocity. Chapter 20. Astonishing. She actually vanquished the viper leader in this manner. The mongoose could treat venomous snakes like spicy snacks, and Bai Yi was no different. The sword spirit, devoid of flesh and blood, was utterly indifferent to the potent toxins. With her long sword, Bai Yi slaughtered the prairie vipers with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Lin Meng, having consumed a special antidote, cat poop pearl, in advance, joyfully followed behind, collecting beast soul orbs. When she ran out of space, she merely rinsed them with water and consumed them directly. Mouse Brother dared not approach. In combat, it was truly of no assistance. Suddenly, a dark green mist began to rise around them, the surrounding flora sizzling as it corroded. It was evident that this was highly toxic. The leader class creature, the venomous viper, had appeared. Species, venomous viper, level 5 leader, strength 150, agility 150, vitality 100, energetic 100, skills, toxic mist, rapid ejection, strangulation, personality, cold, weakness, fear of fire. Soft abdomen. All attributes were exceedingly formidable. Its massive form, thicker than a thigh and measuring a staggering 6 to 7 meters in length, left a profound impact. Lin Meng could no longer focus on collecting beast soul orbs. She quickly swallowed another special antidote provided by Bai Yi, transforming into a night cat demon and lunging forward. Bai Yi, in turn, bestowed upon her the enhancements of war inspiration and beast spirit armor. With this dual augmentation, coupled with the antidote's effect, the night cat demon would face little danger in the immediate future. As a leader-class creature, the venomous viper possessed a certain degree of intelligence. It understood that in combat against humans, the first priority was to eliminate the Beastmaster. Once the Beastmaster fell, the Beast Maiden would suffer a significant reduction in power due to the contract, potentially facing severe injury. At that point, dealing with the Beast Maiden would become considerably easier. Thus, the venomous viper's initial response was to eliminate Bai Yi. With a sudden burst, it launched itself forward, its speed akin to a flash of lightning. It was a skill, rapid ejection. Although Bai Yi had been well prepared, he was still unable to evade in time, merely managing to slightly dodge the vital area of his head. The venomous viper coiled around him, constricting with immense force. The suffocating pressure made it nearly impossible for Bai Yi to breathe. Despite his numerous enhancements in strength, he still felt somewhat lacking. Fortunately, Lin Meng was outside. The dark night cat demon unleashed its claws, scratching at the venomous viper. At that moment, the serpent was immobilized, forced to endure the assault, its flesh torn and bloodied, as though its innards were on the verge of being extracted. Yet, despite Bai Yi's considerable strength, the anticipated sound of bones cracking and organs rupturing did not occur. Resolving Bai Yi in such a short time was utterly impossible. When had beast tamers acquired such formidable power? Could the opponent be a black iron-level beast tamer? The serpent's triangular head was filled with confusion. However, it could no longer afford to hesitate. Its belly was nearly being clawed open. Abandoning its constriction, the venomous viper slid off Bai Yi and swiftly lunged, swallowing the dark night cat demon whole. To the serpent's astonishment, this seemingly small cat demon possessed strength that was no less than Bai Yi's. The muscular pressure within the serpent's belly could not crush the cat demon. On the contrary, once inside the viper's abdomen, the dark night cat demon clawed even more vigorously. The viper's scales provided formidable defense, yet it had a soft and vulnerable underbelly. The act of forcefully swallowing the cat demon was akin to digging its own grave. Under the relentless scratching of the dark night cat demon, the venomous viper writhed in agony, but to no avail. Ultimately, the serpent's massive body collapsed, falling silent forever. The dark night cat demon emerged, shaking off the blood and flesh clinging to its form. EW. This is disgusting. I'm dirty, and you're still taking pictures. At that moment, Bai Yi's phone captured the image of the dark night cat demon emerging from the viper's enormous mouth. It then panned to capture the surroundings, giving a close-up of the viper's head. All the material was ready. Bai Yi first uploaded the information about the eradication of the prairie viper's nest and the demise of the viper's leader. Then he composed a post titled, "Shocking. She actually killed the viper leader in this manner." Image, attributes of the venomous viper, reading fee, 10 Ching coins. This operation was executed seamlessly. The black lines beside the exotic beast spatial transmission array were merely network cables, usable only for logging into the Ching pasture app, but not for making calls. It served as a large local area network, which was still quite commendable, due to the clarity of the photos provided by Bai Yi, and the absence of photo editing in this world. The review process was remarkably swift. Directly received 2,000 Qingqing coins. Furthermore, Baiye's post has truly exemplified the distinctive features of the UC shocking department to the utmost. It has attracted a multitude of readers, with earnings swiftly surpassing 2,000 Qingqing coins and still escalating rapidly. The evening marks the peak reading period. It is estimated that with just this one post, Baiye's earnings could exceed 10,000. The Qingqingyuan app has seemingly been thoroughly mastered by Baiye. With newfound wealth, Baiye generously purchased the detailed illustration of the grassland viper. Priced at a mere 50 Qingqing coins, it is a trivial expense. Viper gallbladder, a precious medicinal herb. Consuming it raw can enhance vision. Recommended selling price, 100 Qingqing coins each. Viper poison sac can be utilized to concoct poisons and imbue weapons with toxicity. Recommended selling price, 50 Qingqing coins each. Viper skin, suitable for crafting snake leather armor. Recommended selling price, 10 Qingqing coins per sheet. Viper meat can be used to prepare snake soup. Recommended selling price, 2 Qingqing coins per kilogram. Goodness, this comprehensively accounts for every part of the grassland viper. It has been utilized to perfection. The purchase was certainly worthwhile. Although lacking the illustration of the viper leader, the usable parts are presumably similar, and the pricing will require personal exploration. While Baiye delved into ways to earn small amounts of money, the Dark Knight Cat Demon was on the verge of nausea. She was seen rubbing against the grass, exclaiming, "This is utterly revolting. I need a bath. I need a bath." Baiye, meanwhile, collected beast soul orbs, poison sacs, and viper gallbladders, casually responding, "Don't rush, let's gather the spoils first." This area littered with the corpses of vipers, especially that of the viper leader, must not go to waste. They all represent small fortunes. The skin of the viper is too tedious to peel, and the price of the meat is meager. It suffices to only procure the valuable parts. In the meantime, he dispatched his little mouse companion to delve deeper into the viper den in search of treasures. Where there are leader-level extraordinary beasts, treasures are most likely to be found. In this battle, a total of 5 white beast soul orbs, 100 poison sacs, and 100 viper gallbladders were accumulated, along with the viper leader's beast spirit orb, poison sac, gallbladder, and skin. Altogether, this could amount to over 100,000. Baiye thoroughly relished this rapid earning pace. However, the most expensive items are reserved for his own people. The beast spirit orbs were allocated to Lin Meng, while the beast soul orbs were given to Nangong Qianxue. Lin Meng, deserving of her S-level status as a beast daughter, exhibited high absorption efficiency. Awakening a new skill, Toxic Mist. Chapter 21. Attacked by piranhas, the little mouse successfully unearthed a spirit fruit from the depths of the snake den. Toxic fruit. A first-level spirit fruit, when consumed, significantly increases one's own toxicity, if one does not perish from the poison first. If one does not perish from the poison. That is indeed a reality. Baiye's gaze instinctively turned towards the Dark Knight Cat Demon. What is it? The Dark Knight Cat Demon felt somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny, even halting her cleaning motions. Upon meeting Baiye's gaze, she sensed something amiss. There are always schemers wishing to harm me. It matters not. I merely wish to offer you a fruit of spirit. Surely, you do not intend to poison me, do you? The deadly fruit, a vibrant crimson, bears an uncanny resemblance to the poisoned apple held by the queen. I shan't partake. I shall consume it myself. As Baiye spoke, she attempted to shove it into her mouth. Whoosh! A swift gust of wind whisked the toxic fruit from Baiye's grasp into the hands of the Night Cat Demon. In her eagerness to seize the morsel, she employed her speed skill. Crunch, crunch. The Night Cat Demon swiftly devoured the poisonous fruit. Quite delectable, she remarked, savoring the taste. Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped her abdomen. Baiye, you truly wish to do me in. Is it merely because I often snatch your food, frequently engage in quarrels with you, and disrupt your romantic endeavors? Is it truly necessary? Upon hearing this, Baiye felt a strong aversion to offering her any more cat poop pearls. Let it be death. However, considering she was the only other transmigrator with whom she shared a common language, she decided to let bygones be bygones. Very well, very well. She popped a cat poop pearl into the Night Cat Demon's mouth. The toxin had yet to be neutralized. She continued to feed her, until she had consumed a dozen cat poop pearls, at which point the Night Cat Demon finally regained her composure. My toxic fog skill has significantly increased in range. The potency has also grown considerably. The toxic claw skill has been enhanced. So, consuming the poisonous fruit yields such effects? Let us have more. Goodness. She has just recovered and already desires to eat again. Truly a glutton. Bai Yi, utilizing her true sight, examined the night cat demon's attributes and discovered that, after consuming the poisonous fruit, both the toxic fog and toxic claw had transformed into growth skills. This meant that the night cat demon could enhance her skill strength by consuming toxins. Bai Yi resolved to test this further and handed her a viper's venom sac. Here, give it a try. Without hesitation, the night cat demon stuffed it into her mouth, heedless of any prior lessons learned. In truth, given the relationship between Lin Ming and Bai Yi, she did not genuinely believe he would poison her. They were merely jesting. Oh, both skills have been slightly fortified. More, please. When it comes to her allies, Bai Yi has always been generous. She could easily provide all 100 viper sacs to the night cat demon. Alas, no further effects were noted. After consuming only a few dozen, she had developed an immunity. Very well, let's try something larger. Bai Yi produced the venom sac of the viper leader and offered it to the night cat demon. This time, both skills underwent a direct evolution. Deadly toxic fog. Deadly toxic claw. The effects have significantly amplified. Have you no more to eat? The night cat demon inquired, patting her round belly. None left. Bai Yi replied, exasperated. Then hastened to the bath. I can hardly bear it. In her eagerness to consume, the night cat demon had neglected such matters. Upon finishing her meal, she found herself in a state of urgency. To avoid soiling her original form, she dared not revert to her human shape. Well, Bai Yi opened the map and soon discovered a small creek nearby. It must be said, having a map indeed made things considerably more convenient. Once their location was confirmed, the night cat demon instructed Bai Yi to carry her while they soared through the air on their sword. However, Bai Yi was also concerned about getting dirty. This situation was nearly driving the night cat demon to despair. Ultimately, she had no choice but to use her own legs to travel. As an agile beast girl, the night cat demon swiftly reached the creek after confirming her direction. Gazing at the gently flowing water, she excitedly dove in. Finally, she could take a proper bath. The stench of blood clung to her far too heavily. Bathing is bliss. My skin feels divine. La la la. Ah, what is biting my behind? Suddenly, the night cat demon cried out in alarm while enjoying her bath. Upon hearing her scream, Bai Yi rushed over, only to find the area around the night cat demon teeming with piranhas. Their serrated teeth, even through the water, radiated a menacing sharpness. The overwhelming scent of blood emanating from the night cat demon was akin to a beacon, attracting the fish in droves. It was no surprise that such a multitude of piranhas had appeared. Bai Yi then recalled the map had indicated the presence of piranhas in the creek, a detail he had overlooked. Although they were merely second-tier piranhas, their biting force was formidable, and few beasts on the lush plains dared to venture into the creek. At this moment, dozens of piranhas clung to the small body of the night cat demon, rendering her nearly invisible. Ah, Bai Yi, save me. Glub glub. The night cat demon was being dragged underwater by the piranhas. More piranhas lurked menacingly around them. Without needing her to call for help, Bai Yi unleashed all his skills: super healing, war drums, beast spirit armor, and more. While her injuries were healed, and the beast spirit armor blocked the piranha's jaws, the night cat demon was still being pulled down into the depths. If this continued, even if she were not bitten to death, she would surely drown. Use the toxic mist. Use the toxic mist. Bai Yi shouted loudly. The night cat demon faintly heard Bai Yi's calls. In a panic, she hastily released the toxic mist she had recently learned and enhanced. The once clear creek water instantly transformed into a sinister shade of dark green, spreading rapidly. The surrounding piranhas flipped onto their backs, lifeless after consuming the tainted water. Finally freed from her predicament, the night cat demon declared, "Today I shall feast on grilled fish." With determination, she waved her little paws, tossing the belly-up piranhas onto the shore. Bai Yi seized the moment to capture this remarkable scene on camera. Incredible strategy. She managed to eliminate countless piranhas in this manner. Anyone can achieve this. Reading requires 10 Qin coins. The title is almost too lengthy. There is little of value to be gleaned from the piranhas. The drop rate for beast soul orbs is also quite low. Out of over 100 piranhas, only 3 white beast soul orbs were obtained. However, the effort required was minimal, making it exceedingly easy. Bai Yi intended to annihilate all the piranhas in this stream through this method. Even if others mastered his strategy, there would be no prey left. The dismembered piranhas could serve as bait, achieving a perfect cycle of resource utilization. Just as Bai Yi was about to articulate his plan, the Dark Knight Cat Demon suddenly exclaimed, "I just saw a black iron chest at the bottom of the water." A treasure chest. Bai Yi, being an avid gamer, immediately grasped the implication. It must be. The Dark Knight Cat Demon's eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, she was no longer afraid of the piranhas and leapt into the water. Chapter 22. Encounter with the bloodthirsty demon wolf. The chest was not large, and with the strength of the Dark Knight Cat Demon, it was effortlessly retrieved. Indeed, it was a black iron treasure chest. It was unexpected to find such treasures in the beast realm. One could only surmise that the two had lacked proper education. Those who had attended school would understand the significance of a treasure chest. "Let me see what's inside," the Dark Knight Cat Demon exclaimed eagerly as she opened the chest. Inside was a transparent orb containing a massive illusion of a piranha, with a small piranha at its center. What could this be? The Dark Knight Cat Demon examined it from every angle, perplexed, and then, without heeding previous lessons, promptly attempted to swallow it. Bai Yi quickly intervened and activated his true sight eye. Gigantification skill orb is to be consumed by beast tamers and has a certain probability of granting the gigantification skill. It turns out that beast tamers can also acquire skills. Upon hearing Bai Yi's explanation, the Dark Knight Cat Demon leapt up in excitement and stuffed the skill orb into Bai Yi's mouth. "Hurry and eat. Hurry and eat. I want to grow." The fact that her stature was so diminutive had always been a source of distress for the Dark Knight Cat Demon. Now, the prospect of becoming larger had finally arrived. How could she not be thrilled? With Bai Yi's SSS level talent, the absorption rate was exceedingly high, and he directly obtained the gigantification skill. Gigantification increases the designated contracted beast girl's size tenfold, enhancing strength by 100. Just as Bai Yi had learned the skill, the Dark Knight Cat Demon was already insisting he demonstrate it. The once half-meter-long Dark Knight Cat Demon instantly transformed into a 5-meter-long figure. She was now twice the size of an adult tiger. Finally, she bore a majestic appearance. After growing larger, one wondered if her appetite would also increase. The Dark Knight Cat Demon excitedly began to test this theory, ravenously consuming the piranhas that had been poisoned on the ground, stuffing dozens into her belly in no time. Truly, she was like a cat. Upon encountering fish, she could hardly wait for them to be cooked, immediately desiring to eat. No. We still need these fish for bait." Bai Yi hastily intercepted the Dark Knight Cat Demon and articulated his plan. It must be said that utilizing this method, the rate of acquiring beast soul orbs was indeed swift. By employing dozens of piranhas to bait, an abundance of over 100 piranhas soon surrounded them. As for the original toxic mist, it had long been washed downstream, diluted in the creek's waters. They successfully acquired another 3 beast soul orbs. After changing locations 7 or 8 times, until the Dark Knight Cat Demon's energy was completely exhausted, they amassed a total of 30 beast soul orbs. First, they focused on upgrading the Dark Knight Cat Demon. With merely 16 white beast soul orbs, it successfully ascended to level 3. Following the upgrade, all statuses were restored to full. This was the outcome Bai Yi had desired: unlimited stamina. Excitedly, Bai Yi and his companions journeyed upstream along the creek, nearly depleting all the piranhas in the water. By doing so, they obtained another 20 beast soul orbs. The Dark Knight Cat Demon advanced to level 4, and even Nangong Qinshui rose to level 3. Remarkably, even the little mouse broke through its limitations, reaching level 2. Generally speaking, it is rare for extraordinary beasts to surpass their own level restrictions. The little mouse's case was indeed exceptional. One could only say that encountering Bai Yi was a fortuitous encounter in its life, worthy of being recorded in the annals of mouse history, if such a thing existed. As the Dark Knight Cat Demon leaped into the water once more, preparing to poison fish, a massive creature suddenly emerged from the depths. An 8th-level black-scaled crocodile. The Dark Knight Cat Demon, ready to unleash its poison, along with the dozens of attracted piranhas, was devoured whole by the black-scaled crocodile. The tremendous biting force nearly crushed both the cat and the fish together. Species: black-scaled crocodile. Level: 8 strength, 300 agility, 100 vitality, 200 energy, 50 skills. Bite. Death roll: temperament, cold, weakness. Jaw strength is weak indeed. As an 8th-level extraordinary beast, its attributes were far superior to those of 5th-level or lower leader class beasts. Although the Dark Knight Cat Demon had a high growth potential at level 4, It possessed only 150 points of strength, merely half that of the black-scaled crocodile. However, the Dark Knight Cat Demon was not fighting alone. It had Bai Yi by its side, with the War Drum's encouragement, boosting all attributes by 100, and a massive growth factor increasing strength by another 100. It surpassed the black-scaled crocodile's power. The mere 300 points of strength of the black-scaled crocodile was utterly insufficient. The Dark Knight Cat Demon forcibly pried open the jaws of the black-scaled crocodile, seizing it and slamming it to the ground. The earth trembled under the impact. After several rounds of throwing, the black-scaled crocodile was ultimately defeated. Only then did Bai Yi realize that in their excitement to poison fish, they had ventured over 10 kilometers deep into the verdant grasslands. Not far away, a group of eerie green eyes fixated upon them. They had encountered a pack of prairie wolves. At the forefront stands a blood-red creature, measuring an impressive 4 to 5 meters in length, reminiscent of a colossal Dark Knight Cat Demon. It is the leader of the prairie wolves, the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Type: bloodthirsty demon wolf. Level 8 leader. Strength 600, agility 300, vitality 300, energy 100, skills: berserk, blood armor, blood recovery, personality, bloodthirsty, weakness, afraid of poison. Weakened after berserk. What a predicament to encounter the tyrant of this region. Truly unfortunate. If the bloodthirsty demon wolf could perceive Bai Yi's thoughts, it would undoubtedly inform him that this is no mere coincidence. It has come specifically to seek him out. Not long ago, at the downstream, its pack had approached the water source, only to fall victim to poison. The entire stream had been contaminated. How outrageous! Who could be so unscrupulous? Enraged, it led its pack along the stream in pursuit of the culprit. Finally, they discovered the source of their woes. That despicable human. How dare they pollute their water supply? Today, they must be torn to shreds and consumed entirely. At that moment, options appeared before Bai Yi. Option 1. Successfully escape. Reward: agility 10. Option 2. Defeat the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Reward: all attributes 10. Option 3. Defeat the 5 leader-level demon wolves of the grassy plains. Bloodthirsty demon wolf, Gale demon wolf, Dark demon wolf, Flame demon wolf, Ice demon wolf. Reward: basic swordsmanship. Option 4. Slay the lord-level beast. Silver moon wolf. Reward: mastery of swordsmanship. The bloodthirsty demon wolf is already a formidable force. Even at full capacity, the Dark Knight Cat Demon pales in comparison. Once it enters a berserk state, its attack power doubles. Moreover, dozens of prairie wolves surround, watching intently. It is utterly impossible to engage, unable to conquer even one. The system dares to suggest defeating 5, and even a lord-level beast, the Silver Moon Wolf. Absurd. Time to retreat. Bai Yi scooped up the Dark Knight Cat Demon and his rodent companion, leaping onto his flying sword, soaring away. However, escape was futile. After carrying Bai Yi, Nangong Qinshua's speed significantly diminished. It was considerably slower than the bloodthirsty demon wolf and only comparable to that of an ordinary prairie wolf. These wolves, particularly the bloodthirsty demon wolf, harbored intense hatred towards Bai Yi. After all, the bloodthirsty demon wolf's weakness is its fear of poison. And Bai Yi had contaminated the entire water source. Now they were all poisoned. How could they not be furious? The bloodthirsty demon wolf understands humans well, especially these low-tier humans, whose energy is notoriously low, likely unable to sustain their efforts for long. And indeed, that was the case. This location is over 10 kilometers from Sheep Village, and with Nangong Qinshu carrying Bai Yi, they could hardly fly such a distance. Soon, Bai Yi and his companions would become mere prey for the prairie wolves. Chapter 23. The max-level experts rampage in the novice village. What am I doing but catching a few fish? I haven't even invaded your wolf den, so why the fuss? White Knight gazed at the relentless pack of wolves pursuing him, feeling exasperated. Continuing like this was untenable. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He swiftly identified a strategy from the vulnerabilities of the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Dream: poison them. Excellent. The Night Cat Demon unleashed a vast cloud of toxic mist towards the persistent prairie wolves below. The noxious vapors spread over 100 meters, enveloping the entire pack. If it could poison piranhas in the water, it would be far more effective in the air. This was its domain. The already slightly poisoned wolves were rendered incapacitated, and even the bloodthirsty demon wolf's movements slowed considerably. It worked. Keep going. White Knight and his companions decided against fleeing, instead circling the prairie wolves. As soon as the toxic mist cooled, they would go in for another spray. After several rounds, without even lifting a finger, every single prairie wolf succumbed to the poison. Even the bloodthirsty demon wolf fell into a state of extreme weakness, its strength dwindling to less than 10. Time to strike. White Knight descended from the sky, his sword piercing through the bloodthirsty demon wolf. All attributes at 10. Furthermore, given the high levels of the prairie wolves, the probability of obtaining beast soul orbs was significantly increased. From dozens of prairie wolves, 10 white beast soul orbs were harvested. White Knight did not waste the beast spirit orb from the bloodthirsty demon wolf. He promptly fed it to the night cat demon. The more similar the attributes, the higher the probability of comprehending skills. Coupled with the night cat demon's S-class talent, it successfully comprehended the skill, blood recovery. It could draw energy from its blood, rapidly healing its wounds. Now, the 6-skilled night cat demon had grown powerful enough to challenge the leader-level exotic beasts of the same rank. Of course, photographs needed to be taken, and posts needed to be shared. Who could have vanquished the dominant one, the bloodthirsty demon wolf? Image. Reading requires 10 Ching coins. Meanwhile, the news of the bloodthirsty demon wolf's demise would be circulated on the app. This entire operation would net White Knight tens of thousands in revenue. How delightful. Currently, White Knight's account had amassed 50,000 Ching coins. It was time for a lavish expenditure. He would fully unlock the map. Initially, he thought a basic exotic beast space wouldn't be vast. To his astonishment, it extended a full 100 kilometers in depth. In his past life, that would have equated to a large city. The most formidable exotic beast known on the verdant grassland was a level 10 Lord-class beast, the earth-shaking lion. This creature existed at a rank even higher than the leader level. Even a black iron 9-star warrior would struggle against it. It was simply beyond the capabilities of an apprentice beast master and beast girls to contend with. However, this lordly lion required a staggering 22 hours of sleep each day. Most of the time, I reside deep within the grasslands, far removed from Sheep Village, rarely encountering humans. Thus, I have lived in relative peace. However, a newly appointed lord, the silver-mooned song wolf, harbors ambitious aspirations, seeking to unify the vast expanse of green. It has already subdued the flame demon wolf and the ice demon wolf, amassing a following of over 100. This poses a considerable threat to the beast maidens of the verdant plains. The authorities have even dispatched several black iron-level beast maidens to exterminate it. Yet, the silver moonsong wolf remains ever vigilant, adept at evading capture. Moreover, with its remarkable speed, typical black iron-level beast maidens find it exceedingly challenging to keep pace. Ultimately, the officials, left with no viable options, have merely advised everyone to steer clear of the wolf packs. Bai Yi, however, is eager to attempt to slay 5 demon wolves, as he is genuinely intrigued by the fundamentals of swordsmanship. At this moment, Bai Yi can only wield the sword transformed from Nangong Chinchua, flailing about without any semblance of technique. If he could truly master the basics of swordplay, his combat prowess would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement, allowing him to partake in the battlefield. Resolute in his decision, Bai Yi noted that the app had indicated the Flame Demon Wolf and Ice Demon Wolf were now under the dominion of the Silver Moonsong Wolf. Thus, he prepared to confront the remaining 2. However, the wolf packs roam without a fixed den, making them elusive to locate. This is where the functionality of the Verdant Plains app becomes indispensable. Bounty task: location of the Gale Demon Wolf or the Dark Demon Wolf. Reward: 10,000 Ching coins. Bai Yi swiftly posted a bounty. It is Bai Yi. He is once again set to hunt a leader-level beast. Today, Bai Yi has already vanquished 2 formidable leader-level beasts and even devised a swift method to slay piranhas. Truly remarkable. Upon inspecting the details, I noticed that Bai Yi had only registered his account yesterday. Could it be that a seasoned veteran has come to dominate the novice village? Surely, that cannot be his intent. It seems Bai Yi is indeed preparing to engage the wolf pack. Curiously, the leader-level Silver Moon Song Wolf is also on the hunt for these 2 demon wolves. I am eager to make the acquaintance of this Bai Yi. I know him. We are classmates. Have you paid your mortgage yet? Have you purchased the beast soul orbs to level up your child? Can you afford to see a doctor? Hurry and seek out the demon wolves. Indeed, no matter the realm, netizens possess an extraordinary talent for idle chatter. While waiting, Bai Yi indulged in roasted meats. Today's feast included roasted viper, roasted piranha, roasted crocodile tail, and roasted bloodthirsty demon wolf. truly a sumptuous spread. Among them, the flavor of the roasted crocodile tail astonished the trio. Lin Ming alone devoured 10 pounds. Even still unsatisfied, she dashed to the creek to catch 2 black-scaled crocodiles, severing their tails to store in Baiye's dimensional space, preparing to continue her feast later. At last, useful information surfaced on the post. Someone had discovered the dark demon wolf and uploaded a photograph as proof. Baiyi, was this photo taken with a camera? It's so blurry. Paparazzo, what do you expect? Would I dare to get any closer? There is some truth in that. Baiyi, feeling indifferent, proceeded towards the location pointed out by the paparazzo. It was situated over 20 kilometers away from the trio, and relying on Nangang Qianxue to carry Baiyi there posed quite a challenge. Walking would be too exhausting. Suddenly, Baiyi spotted a herd of third-level wild horses grazing not far off. This could be promising. If horses in the past could be tamed, why not those in the beast realm? With this thought in mind, Baiyi suppressed his aura. Accompanied by 2 beasts and a sword, he crouched low and stealthily approached. Seizing the moment when a white horse was distracted, Baiyi swiftly mounted it. The white horse, startled, began to buck in an attempt to throw him off. However, the creature's strength paled in comparison to Baiye's prowess. Baiyi firmly grasped the horse's neck, compelling it to gallop towards the direction of the dark magic wolf. Initially, the white horse continued to resist, but after a few well-placed strikes from Baiyi, it quickly submitted. Baiyi, known for his benevolence tempered with authority, decided to reward the horse with a beast soul pearl. For a herbivorous creature, the opportunity to consume a beast soul pearl was simply unfathomable. With the promise of a reward, the white horse galloped with renewed vigor. Covering the 20-plus kilometers, they arrived in less than half an hour. Amidst the grass, a group of beast tamers and beast maidens was indeed spotted. Chapter 24. The Emergence of a Lord-Level Beast. The 4 individuals, upon noticing Baiyi and his companions, couldn't help but feel a tinge of anxiety. In the beast realm, encountering humans can sometimes pose greater danger than encountering beasts. After surveying the area, Baiyi paid them little mind and casually inquired, "Who is the paparazzo?" "It's me." One of the beast tamers in his 20s raised his hand. "Did you discover the dark magic wolf?" Baiyi continued. "Yes." "Are you Baiyi?" the paparazzo asked, astonished. The legends were indeed true. Baiyi was remarkably youthful. "Where is the dark magic wolf?" Upon receiving a direct response from Baiyi, the paparazzo was ecstatic, eager to uncover more sensational news. However, before that, they needed to complete the bounty task. The paparazzo pointed towards a shadow on the hillside ahead, saying, "The dark magic wolf is adept at camouflage. It is resting in that shadowy area." Baiyi activated his true vision eye. Indeed, he spotted the dark magic wolf. And it was alone. A solitary wolf. Yet, a creature skilled in stealth like this assassin-type beast was more discreet and advantageous when traveling alone. Type: Dark Magic Wolf. Level: 9 level leader. Strength: 500. Agility: 600. Constitution: 300. Energy: 300. Skills: Invisibility, Shadow Claw. Dark Envelopment. Personality: reclusive. Weakness: light aversion. With its remarkable agility and ability to cloak itself, the dark magic wolf proves to be a formidable opponent. Its sole advantage lies in the absence of minions. However, the skill of invisibility is rendered ineffective before the true vision eye of Baiyi. In a swift motion, the night cat demon emerged. Though merely a level 4 entity, it boasted an agility score of 200. Enhanced by the War Drum's encouragement and complemented by the Speed Burst skill, it matched the dark magic wolf in swiftness. The dark magic wolf found itself ensnared. With the Shadow Claw and Venomous Claw at play, the inflicted damage was considerable. Yet, the night cat demon benefited from Baiye's formidable healing powers, additionally siphoning energy from the blood of the dark magic wolf. As the battle raged on, the night cat demon pressed its advantage, thoroughly overwhelming the dark magic wolf. Sensing the tide turning, the dark magic wolf prepared to vanish. This creature had evaded human pursuit and the silver moon wolf's subjugation by exploiting this very trait, utilizing it to hunt beasts and humans alike. Alas, its once invincible stealth was futile against Baiyi. Nowhere to escape, Baiyi unleashed a flying sword, forcibly revealing the dark magic wolf from its concealed state. The night cat demon lunged, continuing its assault. In desperation, the dark magic wolf conjured an area of darkness around itself, merging into the shadows. The potency of this maneuver was such that even Baiyi's true vision eye struggled to discern its presence. In response, the The night cat demon expelled a vast cloud of toxic mist, enveloping the entire realm of darkness. This venom, feared even by the bloodthirsty wolf, was no less effective against the dark magic wolf. After 3 accumulations, the dark magic wolf could no longer sustain its shadowy domain, falling back into visibility. The night cat demon's venomous claw slashed toward its throat. In its weakened state, the dark magic wolf could not evade, succumbing to a fatal blow. The once dreaded night stalker of the plains met its demise so swiftly, even failing to escape. The onlookers, including the paparazzi, were left in stunned silence. Are the youth of today truly this formidable? One pondered. We should hasten to report this. It could yield great profit. Another exclaimed. Perhaps it is best to avoid provoking trouble, cautioned a third. Indeed, this individual enjoys posting. Encroaching upon their territory may spell our doom. After a brief consensus, the 4 departed quietly. Their predictions proved accurate, as Baiyi indeed posted about the encounter. Profit was secondary. The sheer thrill of boasting was, without doubt, exhilarating. In the forum, who does not refer to him as Lord Bai? The moment new posts are released, they attract a multitude of attention. Baiyi notices that someone is interested in purchasing the beast spirit pearl of the dark magic wolf, offering a staggering 1 million. It seems they are drawn to the stealth skill, a capability that nearly any beast girl can utilize. Even adding an extra 0 would be worth it, a sum sufficient for a luxurious apartment in the city. As Baiyi browses through the posts, caught in a moment of indecision, he looks up to find the night cat demon attempting to swallow a pearl. Stop. Spare the pearl. Gulp. What's the matter? The night cat demon swallows the beast spirit pearl, gazing at Baiyi with a puzzled expression. Oh, it's nothing. Just wanted to inform you that you just consumed an apartment in the city. What apartment? The night cat demon shoots Baiyi an incredulous glance before exclaiming. I've comprehended the stealth skill. From now on, I can sneakily engage in mischief. Hee hee. Such luck. Truly remarkable. She has even grasped the elusive stealth skill. Nangong Qinxue is filled with envy. Is this the advantage of being contracted with an SSS-level beastmaster? The way Nangong Qinxue gazes at Baiyi becomes increasingly fervent. Throughout the battle, Baiyi remains poised upon his steed, exuding an air of confidence and strategic prowess. Unable to resist, Nangong Qinxue discreetly captures several pictures of his back. So handsome. She decides to post about it as well, registering under the username, Charming Knight. This is Lord Bai. Come and experience his mesmerizing charm. Image, image, image. Once the post is published, it immediately garners significant attention. Furthermore, as a wealthy young lady, Nangong Qinxue does not set any fees, resulting in an influx of readers. Truly, he is extraordinarily handsome. A striking figure with immense strength. How she longs to be his beast girl. A bounty of 10,000 Qingqing coins is offered for Lord Bai's contact information. Huakai Fugue has followed you. It seems Nangong Qinxue has mastered the secret to gaining popularity, skillfully leveraging Baiyi to enhance her own visibility. Quite clever indeed. Unfortunately, lacking a business mindset, she offers free access to her posts. Just as Baiyi sifts through the forum in search of information on the Gale Magic Wolf, a multitude of prairie wolves suddenly emerges from the surrounding grasslands, forming a vast encirclement. On the high grassy slope, a majestic silver giant wolf looks down upon them, its gaze filled with a distinctly human-like fury. It is none other than the Lord-level beast, the Silver Moon Howling Wolf. Type: Silver Moon Wolf. Level: Level 10 Lord. Strength: 1000. Agility: 1000. Constitution: 1000. Energetics: 1000. Skills: Mighty Strike, Moon Pursuit, Copper Skin, Iron Bones, Silver Moon Slash. Personality: ambitious. Suspicious. Weakness: none. All attributes are formidable and balanced, and the skill set encompasses offense, defense, speed, and even ranged attacks. There are no weaknesses. Truly, it is a legendary Lord-level beast, invincible in every sense. Furthermore, flanking the Silver Moon Wolf are 3 formidable leader-level wolves, 1 red, 1 blue, and 1 green, along with hundreds of prairie wolves. Even the black dagger shadowing Nangong Qinxue felt a sense of despair upon witnessing such a formidable array. Chapter 25. The Wolf Mount. A true man's choice. The Silver Moon Wolf was in a state of vexation. It had originally planned to subjugate the 5 leader-level wolves on the verdant plains and then challenge the seasoned lord, the Earth Rampant Lion. After much effort, it had managed to tame the Gale Wolf, but just as it was preparing to capture the bloodthirsty wolf, that one had already met its demise. Upon catching wind of the dark wolf's whereabouts, it arrived only to find it too late once more. However, this time, it had the culprits in its grasp. To its astonishment, they were merely a handful of feeble humans. They must pay for their transgressions. Suddenly, Bai Yi spoke. Let us converse. The Silver Moon Wolf was taken aback. Bai Yi was using the language of beasts. He could speak their tongue. What is there to discuss? You have slain two of my most capable subordinates. What conversation could we possibly have? The Silver Moon Wolf struggled to conceal its fury. Yet for Bai Yi, this was fortuitous. As long as there is wisdom, there exists an opportunity for dialogue. First of all, they are not your subordinates, and secondly, they are dead. You cannot resurrect them. Therefore, why not discuss what lies ahead? What lies ahead? I shall assist you in vanquishing the earth-rampant lion, helping you ascend as the new sovereign of the verdant plains. Upon hearing this, the Silver Moon Wolf's interest was piqued, although it too was a lord-level beast. The earth-rampant lion had long been the reigning monarch, dominating the plains for many years, while the Silver Moon Wolf had only recently attained its lord status. The disparity was immense. Relying solely on its two subordinates, seizing the earth-rampant lion seemed nearly impossible. Even with the Gale Wolf in tow, the odds of success remained low. Perhaps collaborating with this human before it was indeed a propitious opportunity. How can I trust you? The cunning nature of humans made the Silver Moon Wolf wary. You must understand, I am a beast tamer with little combat prowess. You need only send a prairie wolf to guard me. Bai Yi had anticipated the Silver Moon Wolf's distrust stemming from its suspicious disposition and had prepared his rebuttal accordingly. After a moment of hesitation, the Silver Moon Wolf nodded its massive head in acknowledgement. However, the creature it dispatched to guard Bai Yi's side was not an ordinary prairie wolf, but the Gale Demon Wolf. Was this to provide me with a new steed? Without hesitation, Bai Yi leaped atop the Gale Demon Wolf's back. A woo! The Gale Demon Wolf bared its teeth in frustration. As a leader-level beast, being treated as a mount was utterly outrageous. Bai Yi disregarded the Gale Demon Wolf's anger and turned his gaze towards the Silver Moon Wolf. The distance to the territory of the earthly lion was still 70 to 80 kilometers away. Relying on a beastmaster to cover that distance would likely take 2 days. The Silver Moon Wolf, contemplating this, nodded in agreement. Finally, Bai Yi could comfortably ride the Gale Demon Wolf. Its imposing 5-meter frame made it a truly magnificent mount. Unable to resist, Bai Yi snapped a selfie and had Lin Ming capture a panoramic shot from afar. Demon Wolf Steed. The choice of a true man. Image. Access requires 2 Qingqing coins. Nowadays, Bai Yi's productions have become synonymous with quality in the forum. Thus, upon release, it instantly attracted a multitude of viewers. Holy cow! Wasn't Bai Yi offering a bounty for the Gale Demon Wolf? How did he end up riding it? To use a leader-level beast as a mount is simply astonishing. Wait, look at the background. Is that the Silver Moon Wolf? No way. What on earth is happening? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Bai Yi reveled in the thrill of flaunting his status while profiting simultaneously. One word, exhilarating. Bai Yi, tonight. Let us witness the reign of the ruler of the green pasture. Holy cow, Bai Yi, what are you planning? Surely, you aren't going to challenge the earthly lion. That creature has ruled the green pasture for many years. Bai Yi, you wouldn't have formed an alliance with the newly appointed ruler, the Silver Moon Wolf, would you? Can humans truly communicate and cooperate with beasts? Could it be that Bai Yi has signed a contract with the Silver Moon Wolf? Bai Yi's beast companion is a black cat, a detail well known in many threads. What is going on, Bai Yi? Please share a bit more information. We are willing to pay. Bai Yi, no rush. The outcome will soon be revealed. With nothing pressing on his mind, while riding the Gale Demon Wolf, Bai Yi engaged in casual conversation on the forum. The 70 to 80 kilometers distance would require several hours to traverse, even at the speed of a prairie wolf. After all, neither humans nor beasts could maintain full speed running for extended periods. Otherwise, they would be exhausted and unable to fight. Moreover, whenever they encountered other beasts along the way, Bai Yi would request assistance from the wolf pack, citing the need to enhance his strength before the battle. This request was entirely reasonable. Although the Silver Moon Wolf was on the brink of rage, it ultimately consented after some consideration. With the assistance of the wolf pack, the Nightcat Demon effortlessly ascended to level 5. Alongside this, Bai Yi also experienced an upgrade. By the time they arrived at the territory of the earthly wild lion, the sun hung low in the sky. In the distance, a majestic golden lion lay in a deep slumber. Species, earthly wild lion. Level 10 Lord. Strength, 2000. Agility, 800 Constitution, 2000 Energetics, 1000 Skills, Frenzy, Earthly Rejuvenation, Wild Lion Armor, Lion's Roar, Personality, Domineering, Weaknesses, Slumberous. Cannot leave the ground. This creature's might far surpassed that of the Silver Moon Wolf. Moreover, it was surrounded by over 10 lionesses, 4 of which were of the leader class. No wonder the Silver Moon Wolf sought to recruit several leader-class demon wolves as aides. Bai Yi captured a distant photograph of the earthly wild lion and left a message on the forum. Bai Yi, brothers and sisters, prepare for battle. I will report our results shortly. At that moment, a new set of options appeared before Bai Yi. Option 1. Assist the Silver Moon Wolf in slaying the earthly wild lion. Completion reward, Lion Spirit Protection. Option 2. Betray the Silver Moon Wolf and strike back. Completion reward, Wolf Spirit Protection. Option 3. Kill the Silver Moon Wolf and the earthly wild lion. Completion reward, Beast Spirit Protection. Once again, a tempting array of skills. The rewards were exceedingly alluring. Moreover, the previous tasks of defeating the Silver Moon Wolf and 5 demon wolves were still active, making the cumulative rewards even more enticing. The system seemed to be urging Bai Yi towards treachery. After careful consideration, Bai Yi gathered with the Silver Moon Wolf to clandestinely discuss strategies, swiftly reaching a consensus. The first step involved the Night Cat Demon stealthily approaching the Lion Pride, aiming to quietly assassinate one of the leader-class lionesses to diminish the enemy's high-end combat prowess. Subsequently, the Night Cat Demon would unleash a cloud of deadly toxins to weaken the lion's state. Next, it would be a battle of warriors, with the Silver Moon Wolf utilizing its speed to distract the earthly wild lion. The Ice and Fire Twin Demon Wolves, alongside the Night Cat Demon, would confront the 3 leader-class lionesses, while the remaining Prairie Wolves would provide assistance in combat. The goal was to swiftly eliminate all the lionesses before converging to overpower the earthly wild lion. The Gale Demon Wolf would remain vigilant, guarding Bai Yi. Chapter 26. The end is merely the beginning. The initial phases unfolded smoothly. However, complications arose during the confrontation with the lionesses. The Ice and Fire Twin Demon Wolves proved inadequate against the leader-class lionesses. Even with numerous Prairie Wolves aiding them, they were still outmatched. This situation was untenable. The Silver Moon Wolf, with insatiable ambition, was prepared to sacrifice the lives of ordinary Prairie Wolves to bridge this gap. Under the command of the Silver Moon Wolf, the pack of Prairie Wolves charged fearlessly towards the matriarchal lioness. The Ice Fire Magic Wolves retreated to the sidelines, launching surprise attacks with their fiery and icy arrows. As leader-level beasts, their magical projectiles effortlessly pierced through ordinary creatures. Even though the lioness possessed formidable defenses, she was still left with numerous gaping wounds. The ordinary Prairie Wolves seized the opportunity, relentlessly clawing and biting at the injuries. Soon, the lionesses lay in a gruesome state, bloodied and fallen. However, the Prairie Wolves paid a heavy toll. From several hundred, fewer than 100 remained, all bearing injuries. The sole consolation was that 2 leader-level magic wolves had survived. Against the Earthshaker lion, the ordinary Prairie Wolves could scarcely inflict any damage. Their numbers were inconsequential. It was clear that they needed the assistance of the leader-level magic wolves to prevail. Likewise, the Night Cat Demon was no match for the leader-level lioness. Even with the full support of the White Knight, the Night Cat Demon emerged battered and bruised. Nevertheless, her greatest asset was her remarkable endurance. Possessing a blood recovery skill, she thrived in the blood-soaked battlefield, nearly invincible. Moreover, with the White Knight's exceptional healing abilities, as long as she was not slain instantly, she could continue to fight. Employing a ferocious strategy of trading wounds, the final leader-level lioness gradually succumbed. At last, they could unite against the Earthshaker lion. Roaring defiantly, the Earthshaker lion unleashed a powerful roar that instantly felled a dozen of the more gravely injured Prairie Wolves. The remaining Prairie Wolves, including the Silver Moon Wolf and the Night Cat Demon, were plunged into a state of disorientation. The Earthshaker lion activated its berserk skill, its body glowing with a crimson light, causing its strength to surge once more. With paws as large as grinding stones, it struck towards the Silver Moon Wolf with immense force. Despite the Silver Moon Wolf's robust resilience, it was left bloodied and battered by a single blow. With a long howl, the Silver Moon Wolf roused the remaining Prairie Wolves. The Ice Fire Magic Wolves quickly unleashed their fiery and icy arrows in response. However, Their once unstoppable magical assaults merely left shallow scratches upon the Earthshaker Lion's golden hide, barely inflicting any significant damage. The Silver Moon Wolf unleashed a crescent-shaped silver moon, which finally carved a deep wound into the Earthshaker Lion's flesh. Seizing the moment, the Night Cat Demon pounced fiercely, her venomous claws sinking into the wound, inflicting grievous harm upon the Earthshaker Lion. In pain, the Earthshaker Lion violently shook off the Night Cat Demon, its body radiating a golden light, signifying the activation of its lion's armor skill. With the golden glow, the fiery and icy arrows lost all efficacy upon impact. Even the Silver Moon Wolf's attacks proved futile. The defenses were insurmountable. Yet, rather than seizing the opportunity to retaliate, the Earthshaker Lion rooted itself in the earth, remaining motionless, as if in slumber. Although the earthly lion is known for its lethargy, it seems implausible that it could slumber amidst such fierce combat. This, of course, is impossible. The earthly lion is harnessing the skill of earthly regeneration. As long as its feet are firmly planted upon the ground, it draws energy from the earth, mending its injuries at an astonishing rate. Indeed, the scars upon the earthly lion's body are visibly healing. All creatures can only watch helplessly as it recuperates. Before long, the earthly lion is restored to its former glory. With its formidable armor and the power of earthly regeneration, it exists almost as a glitch in the fabric of reality. To vanquish the earthly lion, one must lift it from the ground. However, with a length exceeding 10 meters and weighing over 10,000 pounds, this is an impossible feat. The Silver Moon Wolf is beginning to feel despair. Yet, through the eye of true sight, Bai Yi discerns a flaw in the earthly lion's state. While earthly regeneration heals its wounds, it does not eliminate the toxic damage inflicted by the venomous claw. Much like Bai Yi's super healing cannot eradicate toxins or other negative effects, there remains a glimmer of hope. The combined effects of venomous mist and venomous claw can overwhelm even a lord-level beast. However, the venomous mist also affects the Silver Moon Wolves. Although the Silver Moon Wolf wishes to resist, Bai Yi reassures it. While the earthly lion endures 2 forms of venom, it need only withstand a mere touch of the venomous mist. Ultimately, it is certain that the earthly lion will succumb first. The Silver Moon Wolf finds this reasoning compelling and prepares to proceed. Next, as the venomous mist cools, the Night Demon exudes it forth. The Silver Moon Wolf then employs Silver Moon Slash, carving deep lacerations into the earthly lion's body. The Night Cat Demon follows suit, striking with its venomous claw along the inflicted wounds, executing a harmonious synergy. The earthly lion attempts to swat the diminutive Night Cat Demon, but its agility proves too elusive. Moreover, after striking, it vanishes, remaining hidden in the shadows, much to the earthly lion's frustration. As the toxins accumulate, the air within hundreds of meters becomes nearly a shade of dark green. The earthly lion's condition steadily deteriorates. Victory appears imminent. However, during the skirmish, the Silver Moon Wolf suffers grievous injuries, bloodied and battered. It too accumulates a significant amount of toxins. Its state scarcely better than that of the earthly lion. As for the twin-headed ice and fire wolves, they have been rendered nearly incapacitated by the poison. Finally, seizing an opportunity, the Silver Moon Wolf topples the earthly lion, directing its Silver Moon Slash towards its vulnerable underbelly. In an instant, flesh and blood erupt, viscera spilling onto the ground. The Night Cat Demon seizes the moment, plunging in to deliver a venomous strike to the earthly lion's innards. Such injuries are beyond the healing capabilities of earthly regeneration. In truth, the earthly lion can no longer rise. The use of earthly regeneration is now impossible. The battle has finally come to an end. Yet, this conclusion merely heralds a new beginning. The Silver Moon Howling Wolf, having just expelled the Silver Moon Slash, suddenly opened its maw wide, lunging at the Dark Night Cat Demon. Simultaneously, the Gale Demon Wolf, lurking at the periphery, received word and turned to bite at the back of the White Knight. As the plot thickens, the erstwhile allies have swiftly become foes. White Knight, well aware of the Silver Moon Howling Wolf's suspicious nature, had long been on guard. At the very instant the Gale Demon Wolf pivoted, the Sword Spirit, transformed from Nangong Chinshua, had already plunged deeply into the Gale Demon Wolf's neck, piercing through its throat and ending its life with a single strike. Concurrently, a dark light erupted from the Dark Night Cat Demon. The beast spirit armor effectively shielded it from the Silver Moon Howling Wolf's savage assault. Thus, the Dark Knight Cat Demon clashed fiercely with the Silver Moon Howling Wolf. Chapter 27. Who shall reign as the new sovereign of the verdant plains? At this moment, the Dark Knight Cat Demon ceased to suppress its power, transforming into a 5-meter-tall feline, engaging the Silver Moon Howling Wolf in a fierce battle. The Silver Moon Howling Wolf, severely poisoned and significantly weakened, found itself outmatched, almost entirely overwhelmed by the Dark Knight Cat Demon. Meanwhile, having dealt with the Gale Demon Wolf, White Knight advanced with the Sword Spirit in hand. He first vanquished the now powerless Icefire Demon Wolf, acquiring fundamental swordsmanship. In tandem, he absorbed the surrounding lion spirits, forming a golden armor around his body. Then, he became a sword master, leaving deep gashes upon the Silver Moon Howling Wolf. Following these wounds, the Dark Knight Cat Demon unleashed its venomous claws, employing the same strategy it had used against the mighty lion to confront the Silver Moon Howling Wolf. The Silver Moon Howling Wolf, taken aback, could scarcely believe that a beastmaster possessed such formidable combat prowess. It attempted a desperate counterattack, yet was unable to shatter the lion spirit's protective barrier. This barrier was a skill rewarded by the system after the defeat of the earthly lion, enabling the collection of recently deceased lion-like beast souls to form an armor. With so many powerful lion-like beasts lying around, the armor was far beyond the Silver Moon Howling Wolf's capacity to breach. The final counteroffensive failed, and the Silver Moon Howling Wolf collapsed completely. White Knight and the Dark Knight Cat Demon dispersed to eliminate the remaining dozens of not-yet-dead prairie wolves. At long last, everything was concluded. White Knight was rewarded with mastery in swordsmanship and the Beast Spirit armor skill. He could harness all the Beast Spirits as his armor. Regrettably, he lacked a vessel to collect the Beast Spirits, allowing the powerful souls before him to dissipate. However, their Beast Spirit Pearls and Beast Soul Pearls remained intact. Over 100 White Beast Soul Pearls. Additionally, there were 7 Leader-class Beast Spirit Pearls and 2 Lord-class Beast Spirit Pearls. What a tremendous windfall! The Beast Spirit Pearl from the Silver Moon Howling Wolf was given to Nangong Chinchua. Even the heiress of the Nangong family was greatly tempted upon seeing such a Lord-class Beast Spirit Pearl, for it was a rare treasure, a true stroke of fortune. The Beast Spirit Pearl of the Earth Frenzy Lion was bestowed upon the Night Cat Demon. This Lord-level Beast Spirit Pearl, combined with their commendable talents, nearly guarantees a 100% comprehension of skills. Nangong Chinchua discerned the Silver Moon Slash, the most formidable attack skill of the Silver Moon Song Wolf, which harmonizes perfectly with her sword spirit. Consequently, Nangong Chinchua acquired a new long-range attack skill. Astonishingly, the Night Cat Demon grasped the lion's roar technique. A mere feline mastering the lion's roar. Could it be to intimidate with its meows? Furthermore, the accumulation of 100 Beast Soul Pearls elevated Lin Meng to level 6 and Nangong Chinchua to level 5. The remainder was granted to Mouse Brother, enabling it to break through to level 3. Within the territory of the Earth Frenzy Lion, Mouse Brother discovered a patch of 1-star golden fruits, which substantially enhance physical constitution. Bai Yi and the others consumed several, with even Mouse Brother partaking. Each experienced an increase of 10 points in constitution. Continued consumption would yield no further benefits. The surplus of over a dozen fruits was collected by Bai Yi, as each could fetch a staggering 10,000 on the app. Additionally, Mouse Brother unearthed a golden spirit mine, an extraordinarily precious or for crafting armor. Incorporating even a small amount can significantly bolster defense. The entire vein, once fully mined, could be valued at no less than 10 million. Consequently, Bai Yi rewarded Mouse Brother with the Beast Spirit Pearl of the Blazing Flame Magic Wolf. To his surprise, Mouse Brother also mastered the Flame Arrow skill, simultaneously advancing to level 4. The mining task was entrusted to Mouse Brother while Bai Yi roamed about taking photographs. A new post was generated. Battle concluded. Who shall be the new ruler of the prairie? Image. Access requires 100 Qingqing coins. As dusk fell, the majority of beast tamers and beast maidens had returned to Qingqing town, all keenly monitoring Bai Ye's updates. Upon witnessing the new post, a throng of individuals surged forth. As for the 100 Qingqing coins, who cared? Who wouldn't desire to be the first to receive such crucial news? Merely the official rewards amounted to a staggering 100,000. After all, it announced the demise of 2 Lord-level extraordinary beasts, along with a multitude of formidable leader-level beasts. In an instant, the earnings from the reading surged to 100,000, and it continued to escalate at an astonishing pace. Clearly, anyone with access to the Qingqing Pasture app, even those not currently in Qingqing town, remained engrossed in this event. Goodness, they all perished. Bai Yi actually defeated both Lord-level extraordinary beasts. What sort of divine being is Bai Yi? Thus, who is the new sovereign of Qingqing Pasture? With the demise of 2 Lord-level beasts and those powerful leader-level beasts, it seems that for a considerable time, Qingqing Pasture shall transform into a novice paradise. Bai Yi has undeniably rewritten the annals of Qingqing Pasture. Remarkable. Yet, there exist dissenting voices. It was merely a tactic to drive away the wolves and devour the tigers. What is so remarkable about that? Without the need for Bai Yi to voice his thoughts, someone had already taken it upon themselves to retaliate. If you possess the capability, step forward. If not, refrain from mindless prattling. To navigate between 2 formidable Lord-level beasts and emerge victorious, an ordinary individual would have long since been reduced to refuse. If one possesses courage, let them speak before Bai Yi, rather than hiding behind the anonymity of the internet as a keyboard warrior. At this moment, Bai Yi was disinclined to concern himself with the frenzied messages that flashed before him. Instead, he joyfully engaged in a barbecue party with Lin Ming and Nangong Qianxue, grilling the meat of the earthly savage lion and the silver moon howling wolf. The energy was abundant, and the food was exquisite. The hides were neatly stored away in his dimensional space. As for his little mouse companion, it had somehow gathered a multitude of fire mice, diligently excavating for gold spirit Oregon. This region was the domain of the earthly savage lion, saturated with a potent and bloody aroma that deterred ordinary beasts from approaching. Bai Yi and his companions were free to camp in the wilderness without concern. At this juncture, the 3 tents Bai Yi had prepared finally came into play. The existence of a dimensional space was indeed a blessing. Night watch was rendered unnecessary. With the little mouse on guard, everyone enjoyed a restful slumber. Chapter 28. The new sovereign of the grassland is appointed by me. Upon waking in the morning, one felt invigorated and refreshed. What a delight! While others camped in beast-infested territories, plagued by anxiety and sleepless nights, Bai Yi and his companions reveled in their satisfaction. Well-fed and comfortably ensconced in their tents and sleeping bags, sleeping more soundly than anyone else. After gathering the gold spirit, or that the fire mice had tirelessly mined throughout the night, they quickly consumed a meal of grilled meat, preparing to return. Given the considerable distance, if they did not set off promptly, they would likely have to spend another night in the wilderness. Nangong Qianxue was weary of such an ordeal. The black dagger protecting her also found the situation intolerable. Traveling alone was out of the question. They would need to tame a mount. Bai Yi soared through the air on his flying sword, searching for a suitable steed. Initially, he encountered a herd of zebras. However, these creatures, despite being herbivorous, exhibited an unexpectedly fierce demeanor. Not a single one could be tamed, which explained why no one rode zebras in his previous life. Continuing his search, he soon came upon a group of wild buffalo, equally temperamental and resistant to submission. As he pressed on, slaying beasts along the way, Nangong Qianxue had already reached level 6, but had yet to tame a mount. Just as Bai Yi was feeling despondent, a graceful large spotted leopard appeared before him. It turned out to be a leader-level beast, the swift-winged leopard. In his current state, Bai Yi was more than capable of traversing the verdant grasslands with ease. A mere leader-level beast was hardly worth his attention. However, the swift-winged leopard approached with a clear intent, seemingly directed at Bai Yi. Upon seeing him, it bowed its head in reverence, offering a package of first-tier spiritual fruit, the clear-wind fruit. What was happening here? This left Bai Yi thoroughly perplexed. I aspire to become the new sovereign of the verdant pastures. I humbly request your assistance. The wind chaser leopard communicated in the language of beasts, revealing its awareness of Bai Yi's ability to converse with extraordinary creatures. Simultaneously, options materialized before Bai Yi. Option 1. Eliminate the wind chaser leopard. Completion reward, strength 10. Option 2. Aid the wind chaser leopard in ascending to the lord level, thereby establishing itself as the new sovereign of the verdant pastures. Completion reward, all attributes 100. Option 3. Assist the fire spirit mouse in reaching the lord level, thus becoming the new sovereign of the verdant pastures. Completion reward, become the king of the verdant pastures, with all attributes 100 and the ability to appear instantaneously in any location. To eliminate the wind chaser leopard for such a meager reward seemed unwise. Assisting the little mouse in becoming the new sovereign offered a bountiful reward, nearly equivalent to wielding dominion over the entire expanse of the verdant pastures. The prospect of possessing a realm of mythical beasts was undeniably alluring. However, cultivating the lowly fire mouse into a lord-level beast would demand an enormous expenditure of resources. Even upon attaining the lord level, considering the mouse's innate abilities, it would likely struggle to triumph over common leader-level beasts. Thus, I resolved not to pursue that path. Instead, I shall establish the Wind Chaser Leopard as the new sovereign. Through the eye of true vision, Bai Yi discerned that the attributes of the Wind Chaser Leopard were nearly on par with those of the Silver Moon Wolf, exhibiting agility nearing 2,000 points. It was merely a step away from a breakthrough. The potential to ascend as the new sovereign was palpable. What benefits shall I receive upon your ascension as the new sovereign of the verdant pastures? Bai Yi inquired, unwilling to engage in selfless endeavors. I shall offer you 10 white beast soul orbs daily, or a single spiritual fruit. The Wind Chaser Leopard proposed, which translated to a substantial daily value. It sounded appealing, and Bai Yi readily accepted. The first step was to assist the Wind Chaser Leopard in its ascent to the Lord level. This task proved to be exceedingly simple. By allowing it to consume the beast spirit orbs produced by the Gale Demon Wolf, a successful breakthrough was achieved. For extraordinary creatures, the quality and energy of beast spirit orbs far surpassed that of beast soul orbs. Furthermore, the attributes of the Gale Demon Wolf and the Wind Chaser Leopard were remarkably similar, resulting in a high absorption rate. For the Wind Chaser Leopard, on the verge of a breakthrough, this was a natural progression. Consequently, the Wind Chaser Leopard transformed into the Hurricane Demon Leopard, its size doubling to an impressive length of over 10 meters, exuding an immense sense of pressure. The next task was to eliminate several prominent leader-level beasts posing significant threats, such as the black-scaled crocodile leader, the golden-horned rhinoceros leader, and the giant elephant leader. These leader-level beasts were scattered throughout the verdant pastures, each guarding their respective territories. Undertaking this alone would likely take Bai Yi a week to accomplish. However, with the assistance of the Hurricane Demon Leopard, the challenge became considerably more manageable. After breaking through to the Lord level, the Hurricane Demon Leopard could traverse the entirety of the verdant pastures in less than an hour at full speed. With the solitary nature of the Hurricane Leopard, it was no simple endeavor to confront the formidable leaders among the beastly horde. However, with Bai Yi's assistance, such challenges became trivial. By the end of the day, Bai Yi had amassed 5 leader-level beast spirit pearls and 50 to 60 beast soul pearls in his possession. Now, with his financial concerns alleviated, he decided to consume all the beast spirit pearls himself. The Night Cat Demon had comprehended the power of the giant elephant, thereby doubling both her strength and size. It was indeed a striking contrast to see a diminutive cat demon wielding the might comparable to that of a colossal elephant, which even Bai Yi found disconcerting. This was primarily due to his realization that his own strength paled in comparison to Lin Meng's. Nangong Xinxue had mastered the ability to break armor, significantly enhancing her lethality against heavily armored beasts. Unfortunately, the remaining beast spirit pearls had resulted in failures to comprehend. Even with their innate talents, achieving a 100 success rate proved elusive. Finally, before dusk descended, the system's task was completed. Bai Yi experienced a comprehensive attribute increase of 100 points, and with Lin Meng ascending to level 7, he too reached the same level. Name: Bai Yi. Talent: SSS grade level. Level 7 Apprentice Beast Master. Strength: 330 Agility, 310 Constitution, 200 Energy, 820 Contracted Beast Maiden. Lin Meng, Night Cat Demon. Skills: True Sight, Enhanced Healing, Dimensional Space, War Inspiration, Beast Spirit Armor, Giantization, Beast Soul Protection, Mastery of Swordsmanship, Super Poison Resistance. Proficiency in beast language. The expedition through the grasslands had yielded tremendous rewards. However, Bai Yi now felt a waning interest in the endless expanse of verdant fields. It was time to return. On the journey back, perched upon the back of the Hurricane Leopard, Bai Yi issued another post. I hereby designate the new overlord of the grasslands as it. Images. Reading requires 100 Qingqing coins. The accompanying images depicted the Hurricane Leopard standing atop the corpses of various powerful leader-level beasts, staged at Bai Yi's request. Chapter 29, Beast Space. A magical realm of wealth. Lo and behold, yet another lord-level beast has emerged. What does this designation entail? Could it be that Bai Yi is indeed a legendary figure making history? Once again, the new chapter in the grasslands is being witnessed. The allure of this new post far surpassed the previous one, as the appearance of a new overlord necessitated awareness for anyone wishing to navigate the grasslands. The true extent of Bai Yi's formidable nature became apparent, particularly to Lu Mei, who was filled with regret. To offend such a powerful being over a mere few hundred coins, it seemed that the grasslands would no longer provide a sanctuary for her kind. Upon this realization, Lu Mei and Feng Fei dared not linger any longer and were about to depart. Yet, from a distance, they beheld a terrifying figure racing towards them. A mere leader-class beast could not possibly exude such an aura. Could it be? As this thought crossed their minds, they huddled in the grass, trembling with fear, hoping that this formidable presence would overlook them. "Hey, Brother Fei, look!" Lu Mei suddenly exclaimed. "There's someone on the hurricane demon leopard." Her voice was tinged with astonishment. That creature was a lord-level beast, the new sovereign of the vast grasslands. Who would dare to ride upon it? Feng Fei cautiously peered from behind Lu Mei, and to his astonishment, he indeed saw someone atop the hurricane demon leopard. Moreover, that figure was strikingly familiar. It was Lord Bai? "Oh my goodness, what divine being have we offended?" Feng Fei lamented, nearly brought to tears. Simultaneously, Bai Yi had spotted them as well. "Ah, at last, I found you too." Bai Yi had been brooding over the last deception and had long sought an opportunity for retribution. And now, it seemed fortune had delivered it right to his doorstep. As the massive head of the hurricane demon leopard loomed over them, Feng Fei fell to his knees, sobbing profusely. "Lord Bai, please, show mercy and let us go." Lu Mei, trembling in fear, mustered her courage and pleaded, "Lord Bai, we are willing to offer all our gains today. No, all our assets. Entirely to you. In fact, I will offer myself to you. Do as you wish. I beseech you, spare our lives. It's merely a matter of a few hundred coins." It hardly warrants such drastic measures. Their fright was palpable, eliciting a sense of embarrassment even from Bai Yi. "Are you certain you wish to offer yourself to me?" Bai Yi inquired suddenly. Lu Mei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that Lord Bai harbored feelings for her? Indeed, innocent young men were often drawn to mature women like herself. If she could align herself with Lord Bai, her future prospects would be boundless. She attempted to draw closer. Yet the fearsome hurricane demon leopard deterred her slightly. Adopting a demure and enchanting demeanor, she said, "Well, Lord Bai, from now on, I shall be yours. You may do with me as you please." Feng Fei, witnessing this exchange, voiced no objections. In fact, he was exhilarated. If Lu Mei were to win Lord Bai's favor, he too would undoubtedly reap the rewards. Meanwhile, Nangong Qianxue seethed with jealousy. She could tolerate Bai Yi's affections towards Lin Ming. For Lin Ming was undeniably beautiful and had a close relationship with Bai Yi. However, witnessing Bai Yi's attraction to this beguiling woman before her was more than she could bear. Did it imply that she lacked allure? Did men truly prefer ragged, mature women with charm? It seemed she would need to make some changes. Nevertheless, Bai Yi was not the man they perceived him to be. He sought to tame Lu Mei for purposes beyond mere attraction. "All right, I require an agent in the verdant pastures, and you shall suffice. The hurricane magic leopard has pledged to offer 10 white beast soul orbs daily, or a first-tier spirit fruit as tribute. Bai Yi lacks the energy to remain here indefinitely, and indeed requires a representative." Upon hearing this, Nangong Qianxue blushed, realizing she had overthought the matter. Lu Mei and Feng Fei wore expressions of regret. However, being chosen as Bai Yi's agent was already a stroke of fortune. When they learned that the hurricane magic leopard was to pay tribute to Bai Yi each day, Lu Mei and Feng Fei were left agape in astonishment. Who might this extraordinary figure be? If this news were to leak, it could potentially ignite a sensation throughout Qingqing town. Yet, neither dared to utter a word. Should they offend Bai Yi, their plight would extend beyond mere unemployment. They could very well become fodder for the beasts. After introducing the hurricane magic leopard to Lu Mei, Bai Yi continued on his journey. At the century of Goat Village, a colossal beast was spotted approaching swiftly, prompting the alarm to sound. "Alert! Alert! A lord-level beast is approaching." Goodness, was it not said that the 2 lord-level beasts on the verdant pastures had been slain by Bai Yi? Your information is outdated. Bai Yi has just appointed another lord-level beast as the sovereign of the verdant pastures. Where did this new lord-level beast come from? When did such creatures become so prevalent? Could it be that Bai Yi is nurturing them? Enough of the chatter, initiate the defenses. Goodness, There are several individuals riding atop that lord. It's Bai Yi. Remarkably youthful. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Bai Yi waved toward the sentry at Goat Village. Do not be alarmed. We are allies. Allies indeed. Since when did lord-level beasts become allies? Nevertheless, the leader of Goat Village refrained from further discussion. Although she held the esteemed rank of Black Iron-level beast girl, she felt no confidence in the presence of a lord-level beast. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Bai Yi bid farewell to the hurricane magic leopard and his companion, the little mouse brother, before gracefully entering Goat Village. The leader, Zhang Shui, personally stepped out to greet them. Despite the youthfulness of Bai Yi and his companions, she dared not underestimate them. Upon reaching Qingqing town, ordinary merchants did not even dare to approach. Only the proprietor of the largest marketplace in the area, Tianhu Mall, had the audacity to extend a courteous welcome. I am Ma Shuxian, the manager of the Qingqing branch of Tianhu Mall, honored to meet you, Bai Yi. In this world, martial prowess reigns supreme. Beast girls, as the primary combat force, occupy crucial positions across various industries. Thus, whether commanding officers or managers, they are predominantly beast girls. This Ma Shuxian, though a businesswoman, possesses formidable strength at the Black Iron level, making her a highly powerful entity within Qingqing town. Yet, in the presence of the exceedingly youthful Bai Yi, she remained exceedingly respectful. Bai Yi had indeed heard of Tianhu Mall. It is akin to a nationwide chain akin to Tmall in a previous life, wielding immense power. Selling goods to them instilled confidence in Bai Yi, who consequently continued to extract items from the dimensional space. Among these were 2 lord-level exotic beasts and several precious materials from head-level exotic beasts, predominantly pelts, along with the golden horns of rhinoceros and the tusks of colossal elephants. The sight left onlookers in awe. At last, they were convinced that those formidable exotic beasts had perished at Bai Yi's hands. The mere worth of these materials amounted to several million. A group of fire rats had excavated gold spirit ore throughout the night, equally valued in the millions. Regrettably, the much-anticipated beast spirit orbs were scarce, most consumed by Lin Ming and Nangong Qinxue themselves, leaving only a meager sum to be sold for around 100,000. Chapter 30. The skies have cleared. The rain has ceased, and you feel invincible? Truly, Bai Yi is formidable. I shall not enumerate these resources in detail, but I propose 10 million. What say you? It is no wonder that the proprietor of the Tianhu Mall branch is so astute. Ma Shuxian merely cast a glance before offering a price that Bai Yi could not refuse. The deal was sealed. 3 days prior, Bai Yi was a destitute individual who could not afford the modest entry fee of 100 yuan to the verdant pastures. In the span of 3 days, he found himself in possession of 10 million in cash, a metamorphosis of monumental proportions. Lin Ming clamored for her share. Though Bai Yi feared her extravagant spending, he generously bestowed 100 yuan upon her. Lin Ming's delight swelled her cheeks like a charming little pufferfish. With Nangong Qinxue not lacking in funds, Bai Yi refrained from broaching the subject of division. Moreover, there were over 2 million Qingqing coins on the Qingqing app, all earned by Bai Yi through posting and providing various information. The exotic beast space truly is a miraculous realm for wealth creation. Of course, this holds true for powerful individuals like Bai Yi. For the average person, the exotic beast space resembles a den of dragons and tigers, where each entry poses a challenge of life and death. Having departed from the modern city for 3 days, the group was eager to return home for a warm shower and a comfortable bed. Thus, that evening, they boarded the last bus back to Qinjiang County. Upon their return to school the following day, monumental changes awaited them. Bai Yi's class had been dissolved. The beast girls, who had flocked to Bai Yi, finding no opportunity, reverted to their original schools. With exams looming, they could no longer afford to waste time. The resources at Qinjiang School were scant, and remaining there would only hinder their prospects of advancement. Consequently, Bai Yi and his companions were reassigned to a new class. Just as Bai Yi approached the classroom, he was intercepted by Gongsun Outyin, who had ascended to the position of class leader. Bai Yi, you 3 have been absent without cause for 3 days. You are to clean the training grounds today. Good dogs do not obstruct the path. Go play elsewhere. Bai Yi, disinterested in Gongsun Outyin, pushed him aside and strode towards the classroom. With Gongsun Outyin's diminutive frame as a beast tamer, Bai Yi could easily poke him to tears with a mere finger. How could he possibly impede Bai Yi's advance? Enraged, Gongsun Outyin shouted, Bai Yi, I challenge you. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi momentarily halted his steps, inquiring with a hint of sarcasm, what is this? Has the sun come out? and the rain ceased, leading you to believe you stand a chance? It must be said, Gongsun Outyin exhibited a modicum of bravery. Fully aware that Bai Yi was an SSS-level beast tamer, and having already faced defeat once, he still dared to issue another challenge. Activating his true sight, Bai Yi surveyed the situation and soon grasped the reason behind Gongsun Outyin's audacity. Remarkably, Gongsun Outyin had reached level 9. There was no doubt that he had invested heavily. His contract beast was a sea-level Tyrannosaurus. And to elevate himself to level 9 without engaging in battle required an astronomical amount of resources, at least several million. Enough to purchase a luxurious villa in the small town of Qingjiang. Such extravagance. No wonder he felt emboldened to challenge Bai Yi once more. What's the matter? Are you frightened now? Gongsun Outyin boasted, lifting his chin defiantly. Yet, Bai Yi remained silent, biding his time for the system to present him with options. Each selection was an opportunity for enhancement, one not to be squandered. Ha! Coward! What a farce, this so-called SSS rank. Pathetic. Gongsun Outyin, mistaking Bai Yi's silence for fear, began to mock him relentlessly. Enough of this waiting, let us get on with it. It appeared that the system did not regard Gongsun Outyin as a threat, as it had not even bothered to provide options. Bai Yi assumed a combat stance, signaling for Gongsun Outyin to make his move. How crude. I am a beast tamer. How could I possibly engage in combat myself? Gongsun Outyin, knowing the extent of Bai Yi's strength, quickly retreated, summoning his Tyrannosaurus. The beast approached like a tank, its imposing size even more pronounced at level 9. Without transforming, she barely fit through the classroom door. Seeing this, the homeroom teacher, Li Ku, rushed forward to intervene, only to be knocked off balance and collide into Bai Yi. Oh dear, Teacher Li certainly has some spirit, Bai Yi mused inwardly as he gently set Li Ku down. Upon sensing the overwhelming power emanating from Bai Yi, Li Ku felt a surge of trepidation. How could a beast tamer possess such formidable strength? Was this the terrifying essence of an SSS-level beast tamer? As the atmosphere thickened with impending conflict, Li Ku positioned herself once more between the two. Take it to the training ground, she declared. Bai Yi, concerned that he might lose control and demolish the entire teaching building, resulting in a significant financial loss, agreed. Students from various classes gathered to witness the spectacle, and the teachers made no effort to intervene. After a period of theoretical study, it was indeed time for some practical combat experience. Let them take a look, there is no harm in it. The training ground is constructed of steel, designed to withstand the destruction of battle. Here, Bai Yi can attack with complete assurance. By the way, he glanced at King Kong's attributes with his true sight. Name, King Kong, talent, C-grade level, level 9 Tyrannosaurus, strength, 240 agility, 80 vitality, 160 energy, 40 Beastmaster, Gongsun Outyin skills, stomp. Bite. These attributes are significantly superior to Lu Mei's. However, when compared to Bai Yi, they fall woefully short. They are even inferior to an ordinary level 9 beast, posing absolutely no threat whatsoever. Bai Yi, are you certain you do not require the beast girl's assistance and intend to fight alone? Li Ku still felt a tinge of unease, primarily because he had never witnessed such a scenario. When has a beast master ever engaged in battle themselves? Upon awakening, an SSS-grade beast master, due to a plethora of foundational attribute enhancements, may exhibit considerable strength. Yet now, the Tyrannosaurus has ascended to level 9, having recently dominated the entire Qingjiang school with no rivals in sight. In such circumstances, underestimating the opponent could prove perilous. A small Tyrannosaurus is trivial. Bai Yi waved dismissively, completely unconcerned. In recent days, he had vanquished various formidable leader and lord-level beasts. Such a lowly creature held no regard in his eyes. Roar. King Kong's temper remained as fiery as ever. Upon hearing Bai Yi's disdain, she immediately transformed into a Tyrannosaurus and charged toward him with great speed. The current Tyrannosaurus stood an impressive 5 meters tall and weighed a staggering 4 tons, approaching a semi-mature state. If it were to stomp down, it would result in utter devastation. However, with the Tyrannosaurus's limited speed, Bai Yi had ample time to evade as it barreled toward him. Be careful. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Bai Yi slightly shifted his body, effortlessly dodging the Tyrannosaurus's onslaught. Then, with a casual leap, he landed atop the beast's back, transforming into a Tyrannosaurus knight. No matter how the creature twisted and turned, it could not dislodge him. Chapter 31. Challenge Teacher Jean Ing Smack. Behave yourself. Bai Yi delivered a powerful slap to the Tyrannosaurus, causing its head to buzz from the impact. The force was overwhelming. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus attempted to resist. With another swift strike, Bai Yi landed yet another resounding blow, nearly causing the creature to lose its footing. What was wrong with the Tyrannosaurus? Bai Yi had merely slapped her twice. Was it really necessary for such a massive creature to be so dazed? Even Gongsun Outyin was somewhat perplexed. What is happening? Is she unable to maintain her balance with Bai Yi riding her? King Kong, give it your all. If you defeat Bai Yi, you know what to expect tonight. Upon hearing this, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes sparkled with excitement, invigorated by the prospect of a grand feast that awaited in the evening. However, just as the Tyrannosaurus had perked up, Bai Yi delivered a powerful punch, sending her crashing to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. The scene was utterly bizarre. Was this a staged match? It certainly appeared so. How could such a formidable creature as the Tyrannosaurus be felled by a mere punch from a beast master? This was perplexing. Given the animosity between President Gongsun and Bai Yi, such an outcome seemed implausible. Could it be that Bai Yi possessed such extraordinary strength? Unlikely. For what power could a beast master possibly wield? Amidst the crowd's bewilderment, Bai Yi effortlessly lifted the 4-ton Tyrannosaurus, only to slam her back down with tremendous force. The formula remained unchanged, yet the Tyrannosaurus was heavier now, and Bai Yi's strength had undeniably increased. Gongsun Outyin hastily cast a healing spell to mend the Tyrannosaurus's wounds. Trembling, she managed to rise once more, only for Bai Yi to seize her tail and hurl her back to the ground. Gongsun Outyin healed her again, and Bai Yi threw her down once more. After several such exchanges, the Tyrannosaurus, gasping for breath, cried out, "No more healing. I concede." The first part was directed at Gongsun Outyin, the latter to the referee, Li Ku. In a display of surrender, the Titan even transformed back into human form. Tears streaming down her face, she had been beaten to the point of tears. It was utterly tragic. Only then did the crowd grasp the sheer terror of the adversary the Titan faced. "Well, from now on, you shall take charge of cleaning the training grounds," Bai Yi remarked, casting a glance at Gongsun Outyin. "On what grounds? I am the class monitor." Gongsun Outyin protested, still somewhat unwilling to accept defeat. Even if he could not best Bai Yi, he was appointed the class monitor by the teacher. "Oh, but now I am the class monitor," Bai Yi retorted, surveying the room. "Does anyone dissent?" One by one, the students bowed their heads, silenced by fear. Even the Tyrannosaurus, who had been undefeated throughout the school, had been brought to tears by Bai Yi. Who among them would dare to oppose him now? "See, this is evidence that everyone has elected me as the class monitor," Bai Yi said, raising his hands. "Li teacher, look at how unreasonable Bai Yi is." Gongsun Outyin, realizing he could neither defeat Bai Yi nor argue against him, turned to the teacher for assistance. "Bai Yi, we must uphold democracy. We cannot resort to such violence. Unless one day you can best me, this class will not be under your command." Li Ku interjected, unable to watch any longer. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's interest peaked, primarily because the system options had reappeared. Option 1. Submit to Teacher Li Ku. Reward, Agility 10. Option 2. Send the contracted beast girl to defeat Teacher Li Ku. Reward, all attributes of self and contracted beast girl 10. Option 3. Personally reduce Teacher Li Ku to tears, seizing control of the entire class. Completion reward, all attributes 100. The final option is indeed tempting. However, relying solely on my own strength to defeat a black iron level beast girl seems nearly impossible at this moment. Name, Li Ku. Talent, C grade level. Black iron 3 stars. Golden eagle. Strength, 700. Agility, 1000. Constitution, 400. Energy, 300. Beast tamer. Wong Hong skills, eagle eye gale. Golden claw strike, sharp beak. Although Teacher Li Ku's attributes pale in comparison to those of Lord level extraordinary beasts, the combined attributes of Bai Yi and Lin Ming are still inferior to hers. Furthermore, Li Ku possesses the advantage of being an aerial unit. This battle will not be easy, yet there remains a glimmer of hope. Li Ku's skills are rather limited, but the combination of Bai Yi's and Lin Ming's abilities does provide a potential opportunity. "All right, Teacher Li, as you stated, if I win, this class will be under my command," Bai Yi declared resolutely. Li Ku was slightly taken aback. She merely intended to intimidate Bai Yi, yet it seemed her words were taken seriously. A fledgling beast tamer, having just awakened a few days prior, challenging a seasoned black iron level beast girl? Surely, this was a jest. "What's the matter, Teacher Li? You don't dare to accept?" Bai Yi provocatively teased. It was a rare opportunity presented by the system. She could not let it slip away. Very well. It seems I must instill a sense of humility in you little ones. Liku's competitive spirit was ignited. With a thought, she transformed into a majestic golden eagle, measuring over 10 meters in length. Her piercing gaze seemed capable of penetrating the very soul. It was only at that moment that everyone realized the seemingly gentle teacher Liku was, in fact, a formidable beast girl. The overwhelming aura she exuded instilled fear, rendering them unable to muster the courage to even lift their heads. It was utterly terrifying. However, Bai had encountered numerous fearsome, extraordinary beasts, having faced 3 Lord-level beasts already. A mere black iron 3-star beast girl posed no challenge. Meng, prepare for battle, Bai commanded, and Lin Meng responded with a soft mule, transforming into a night cat demon, readying herself for combat. Bai, are you certain you wish to fight? The golden eagle observed the diminutive night cat demon, concerned that she might inadvertently crush her. Bai nodded affirmatively. Good. Such courage. However, today, I shall teach you that excessive boldness can also lead to perilous outcomes. Liku resolved to impart a lesson to Bai. With a swift motion, she unfurled her wings, becoming a streak of golden lightning as she charged toward the night cat demon. The war drums of Bai's spirit echoed instantly. The night cat demon launched a rapid pounce, dodging to the side, while the golden eagle's razor-sharp claws left deep, long marks upon the steel ground. If it were to seize its prey, it could likely shatter the opponent's skull with a mere squeeze. The formidable strength of a black iron tier beast girl is beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Observing the dark night cat demon evade its attack, the golden eagle nodded approvingly. The battle awareness and reaction speed displayed were indeed commendable. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The golden eagle altered its trajectory and lunged once more. As it drew near, it suddenly flapped its wings with great force, conjuring a tempest. The dark night cat demon momentarily lost its balance and failed to evade, falling prey to the golden eagle's claw. In an instant, Bai adorned her with beast spirit armor. Even the golden eagle's razor-sharp talons could not pierce through the armor. However, that was of little consequence, for the golden eagle intended to soar skyward, whisking the dark night cat demon aloft for an extreme free fall. It was inconceivable that she would not surrender. Yet, astonishingly, it failed to seize her. A small kitten, comparable in size to its claw, eluded capture. Chapter 32. From now on, I shall decide it was Bai who timely invoked the giant technique. The dark night cat demon simultaneously unleashed the power of the giant elephant. With their combined forces, the originally half-meter-tall dark night cat demon surged to over 10 meters in height. Its strength escalated to an astounding 750 points, surpassing that of the golden eagle. The golden eagle could no longer grasp it. Instead, it found itself ensnared by the dark night cat demon, pressed down and rubbed against the ground. Once the golden eagle lost its aerial advantage, it became utterly incapacitated. Liku's contracted beast tamer was Wang Hong, the teacher of beast tamers in Class 1. Initially, he had merely come to observe and had no intention of intervening. In his estimation, Liku would effortlessly prevail without assistance. However, he was taken aback when the situation took a turn for the worse. Truly, an SSS-ranked beast tamer is immensely powerful. Wang Hong promptly bestowed a strength enhancement upon the golden eagle. With Wang Hong's support, the golden eagle regained the upper hand. Simultaneously, its sharp golden beak lunged fiercely at the dark night cat demon. The speed was so rapid that evasion was impossible. The beast's spirit armor shattered in an instant. The disparity was insurmountable. Yet, the dark night cat demon possessed a fierce tenacity, refusing to relinquish its grip, engaging the golden eagle in a relentless struggle. It had a blood restoration ability and was bolstered by Bai's extraordinary healing powers, rendering it unafraid of injury. In contrast, the golden eagle was not so fortunate. Although Wang Hong possessed healing skills, their effectiveness paled in comparison. After only a few rounds, the golden eagle was left in disarray, feathers scattered, covered in wounds, and even afflicted by a potent venom. Meanwhile, the dark night cat demon appeared unscathed, brimming with vitality. The minor injuries had long since healed. I concede, Liku finally could no longer endure. Continuing the fight would genuinely concern her about being bested by her student. Transforming back into human form, Liku lay on the ground, tattered, battered, and with a pallid complexion, struggling to rise. This time, she was indeed in tatters, scratched and torn. The pallor of her face was not from anger, but rather from the depth of her poisoning. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Indeed, they had triumphed over their instructor. The sight of the apprentice beast girl vanquishing a black iron-level beast girl was simply beyond belief. If memory serves correctly, this black cat was nothing more than an ordinary pet prior to her transformation into a beast girl following the contract. To think that an SSS-level beast master could wield such formidable power, it was truly terrifying. No one dared to question Baiye's prowess any longer. Thus, does this mean I hold sway in Class 1 from now on? Baiye turned to Li Ku, who, in a moment of sheer embarrassment, tilted her head and fainted. She simply could not bear to face the situation with her consciousness intact. Was this not a form of trickery? Baiye was at a loss for words. While others might utilize clever escapes, she had resorted to fainting. That simply would not do. Had she not succumbed to her own folly? Fear not, for I possess the antidote. Baiye retrieved a cat-dropping pearl from her dimensional space and promptly offered it to Li Ku. What on earth are you giving me? Wang Hong rushed over to intervene. A cat-dropping pearl. Baiye displayed it in her palm. It was indeed a cat-dropping pearl. Wang Hong, as a beast master instructor, was evidently familiar with this precious antidote. What is a cat-dropping pearl? Lin Meng, whose attire was also somewhat tattered, widened her eyes in disbelief, neglecting even to change her clothes. This is a spirit pearl formed from the intestinal secretions of prairie mongooses, renowned for its potent detoxifying properties. Wang Hong patiently explained to Lin Meng. So it's mongoose excrement, is it? Lin Meng still struggled to accept the notion. To be precise, it is the essence of mongoose droppings. Wang Hong clarified earnestly. In truth, there was no need for such explicit detail. Lin Meng's expression was as though she had just consumed something repulsive. No, she had indeed eaten such a thing, not merely once. Oh, Baiye, you actually fed me excrement. I shall have my revenge. Lin Meng lunged at Baiye, clawing and scratching. Fortunately, Baiye's strength matched her own, and she held her ground without faltering. The two engaged in a raucous brawl on the training grounds, their intensity rivaling that of the prior battle. To an onlooker, one might assume they harbored deep-seated animosity. Only Nangong Qianshui wore a face of exasperation. She could hardly tolerate the antics of these two. After consuming the cat-dropping pearl, Li Ku quickly regained consciousness. Thanks to the beast girl's remarkable recuperative abilities, coupled with the beast master's healing, she was soon restored to her former self. It seemed that feigning unconsciousness was no longer an option. While Baiye held Lin Meng's head down, she once again posed the earlier question to Li Ku. All right, you win. Li Ku conceded, equally exasperated. Ha ha. Baiye laughed jubilantly. Now, I am not merely the class leader. I have become the little tyrant of Class 1. Come here, several beast girls, and remove this little cat from me. Baiye immediately began to exert her newfound authority. The beast girls, fearing that Baiye might cause them trouble in the future, hurriedly came to offer their assistance. However, the combined strength of the entire class of beast girls proved insufficient to sway Lin Meng. The disparity in power was simply too great. How could you all be so weak? Baiye couldn't help but voice his criticism. Upon hearing this, Li Ku was on the verge of exploding. It had only been a week since everyone's awakening. Was such a situation not entirely normal? It was unreasonable to expect everyone to be as extraordinary as you. So, if it were you, how would you train? Li Ku asked, suppressing her anger. Of course, one would train in the exotic beast realm. Baiye decisively declared. Today is a holiday. Everyone should prepare, and tomorrow we shall host a gathering on the verdant grasslands. Upon hearing this, Li Ku was instantly alarmed. Host a gathering in the exotic beast realm? Are you insane? No way. The grasslands are far too dangerous. We must have ample training and preparation first. Baiye was undeterred. I have the final say in Class 1. With a grand gesture, Baiye declared a holiday. Unable to overpower Baiye, Li Ku resorted to seeking the principal, Lu Feng, to voice her grievances. Upon learning of Baiye's formidable strength, Lu Feng began to entertain thoughts of her own. Next up was the intercollegiate competition. As a county school, Xinjiang School had historically performed poorly, never even qualifying for the preliminaries. The emergence of an SSS-level beast tamer had raised hopes for a turnaround. However, it turned out that they had only contracted a pet cat and remained a power growth type. It seemed like a wasted opportunity. Unexpectedly, the SSS-level beast tamer proved to be incredibly powerful. Even if they were deemed ineffective, they still surpassed peers of the same level and could even challenge those above their rank. The anticipation was palpable. Lu Fang decided to personally accompany them to observe. Li Ku was at a loss for words. Great, Bai had gone and complained. Even the principal supported Bai Yi. As a homeroom teacher, she felt utterly defeated. Fine. If she couldn't win, she would join them. Perhaps she would go along tomorrow to see for herself. Thus, the plan for Class 1 to host a gathering. Oh no. To challenge the exotic beast realm was set in motion. The school even arranged for a large bus, saving them the cost of travel. Bai Yi would lead the expedition, with Lu Fang, Li Ku, and their beast tamers providing safety. A group of over 40 set forth towards the lush grasslands. On the way, Bai Yi recommended that everyone download the Grassland app and conveniently shared his invitation code in the class group. Another 8,000 in his pocket. How delightful. Nen Gongqian Shui was visibly exasperated. You're already a millionaire. Do you really need to earn this small amount? If Bai Yi had heard this, he would surely have replied, you don't understand the joy of making money. Before long, the bus rolled into the quaint town of Qingqing. Just as they disembarked, they were met with a warm welcome. Chapter 33. No need for formalities, just feel at home. Good morning. Master Bai? Master Bai, you have returned. Master Bai, what grand endeavor do you have planned today? With such a large entourage, are you not aiming to overturn the verdant plains? Almost everyone who encountered Bai Yi felt compelled to offer greetings. It was not just the classmates. Even Lu Fang appeared somewhat bewildered. Why did they all address him as Master Bai? What had Bai Yi done to earn such renown in Qingqing town? With deepening confusion, the crowd made their way to the entrance. Please maintain an orderly queue. The entry fee is 100 yuan per person. A guard barked. Suddenly, someone spotted Bai Yi. Master Bai, you have arrived. Please, do come in. The guard quickly extended a respectful invitation. Seeing this, the people waiting in line parted without any sign of discontent. After all, who would dare express dissatisfaction towards Master Bai? It was common knowledge that the leader of the verdant plains was but a subordinate of Master Bai. Cough, cough. I brought my classmates to enjoy the verdant plains. Bai Yi gestured to the group behind him. So, they were Master Bai's classmates. Please, come in, all free of charge. The guard waved his hand, granting them immediate access. Is this appropriate? Not to worry. Commander Zhang has personally instructed that you be received with the highest courtesy as long as you are present. This exchange left Lu Fang and the others even more perplexed. The ruler of the beast space? That was a being of the same caliber as Lu Fang, yet even more powerful and of higher status. If such a person showed Master Bai such reverence, how formidable must he be? He had only awakened a week prior. Is an SSS-level beast master truly that powerful? Lu Fang cast a questioning glance at Li Ku. Li Ku shrugged, indicating his own ignorance. Noticing that Bai Yi offered no further explanations, they could only proceed into the verdant plains. Come, come. Upon entering the verdant plains, consider it your home. Everyone, feel free to indulge in whatever you wish. Bai Yi greeted them warmly, as if they were indeed guests in his own abode. Lu Fang and Li Ku exchanged looks of disbelief. The students, however, were a mixture of exhilaration and anxiety. After all, it was their first visit to the beast space. Prior to this, they had heard countless terrifying tales about the beast space from the internet, parents, and teachers. Yet, upon arriving at the verdant plains and under Bai Ye's welcoming demeanor, they found it was not as fearsome as they had imagined. Instead, an exhilarating anticipation surged within them. Suddenly, a massive crimson mouse emerged from the underbrush. An E-level lynx beast girl, filled with excitement, transformed and lunged forward, only to be sent sprawling by a kick from the red mouse. Be careful, it's a leader-level beast. Li Ku, with his keen eyesight, was struck with terror upon discerning the attributes of the crimson mouse, his voice trembling with alarm. Lu Fang sensed an extraordinary energy fluctuation emanating from the red mouse. Why was there a leader-level mutant beast at the entrance? Did the military camp not conduct any cleanup? When did leader-level rodents appear on the grasslands? Lu Fang and Li Ku were filled with confusion. However, there was no time to ponder these questions. They had to swiftly eliminate this leader-level mutant beast. Otherwise, casualties were imminent. At that moment, the leader-level mutant beast lunged towards Bai Yi. How could a beast tamer possibly contend with such a formidable foe? This situation must not escalate. Lu Fang, in a state of urgency, transformed into a thunder tiger, racing towards the leader-level beast like a bolt of lightning. Bai Yi quickly dodged. Li Ku also transformed into a golden eagle, soaring towards the scene at great speed. Stop! What are you two planning to do? Bai Yi, clutching the little mouse, hurriedly leaped aside, her expression wary as she observed the intimidating thunder tiger and golden eagle. Were they contemplating a black-on-black scenario in the mutant beast territory? Was it merely defeating the homeroom teacher? Was it just seizing control of Class 1? Surely, it wasn't that serious. The Thunder Tiger and Golden Eagle abruptly halted, their large heads filled with bewilderment. Bai Yi, you are holding a leader-level mutant beast. Li Ku attempted to remind her. I know, Bai Yi replied, gently patting the little mouse's head to indicate her awareness. After all, it was he who had assisted in its enhancement. So, Li Ku was at a loss for words. The scene before her was so surreal that she needed a moment to ascertain she was not dreaming. She then turned her gaze towards Lu Fang. So, do you know this leader-level mutant beast? As expected of the principal, Lu Fang immediately got to the crux of the matter. Yes, he is my little brother. Bai Yi nodded and then said to the little mouse, Come, greet everyone. These are my teachers and classmates. The little mouse, displaying a surprisingly human-like demeanor, waved at the crowd and even maintained a mouse-like smile. Lu Fang and Li Ku found it difficult to accept such a fantastical occurrence. Conversely, the students exhibited remarkable acceptance, eagerly approaching the little mouse to greet it, with some even bold enough to extend their hands for a handshake. The little mouse, amiable by nature, warmly greeted each individual. After the introductions, Bai Yi instructed, Little brother, go find some long-fanged rabbits for everyone to train and also for roasting. The little mouse chirped in response. And in an instant, dozens of fire mice appeared nearby. Each stood upright, heads held high, resembling a troop of soldiers awaiting orders. Remarkably, the little mouse had acquired more followers. Under its direction, the fire mice sniffed the air and scattered in various directions. Soon, one of the fire mice returned, chattering excitedly and pointing in a particular direction. Ahead, a long-toothed rabbit was spotted. Come, everyone line up according to your student numbers, and take turns to challenge it. No pushing, there's enough for everyone. Who is number one? Where is number one? Bai Yi, while translating, called out to the group. Gong Sun Ao Tian and Jin Gang hesitated before stepping forward. It turned out that they were the first challengers. At level 9. Why would they even challenge a long-toothed rabbit? Next, number 2 happened to be a bobcat. Under the guidance of the Earth Fire Mouse, the bobcat boldly approached. It was also the first to pounce on the little mouse before. Such fearless bravery. Soon, they located a long-toothed rabbit grazing peacefully. The growth rate of these extraordinary beasts is astonishing. A single litter can yield over a dozen offspring, maturing in just a month. Thus, they are found everywhere. Upon spotting the long-toothed rabbit, the bobcat lunged forward without hesitation. The long-toothed rabbit, noticing the bobcat, charged back with no fear, with a similar size and powerful leg muscles. The collision sent the bobcat flying far away, leaving it sprawled on the ground, unable to rise for a while. How terrifying. Wasn't it said that the long-toothed rabbit is the weakest of beasts? Why is it so formidable? I feel that even I wouldn't stand a chance against it. It's charging again. Those long teeth might just pierce right through the bobcat. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the long-toothed rabbit charged towards the bobcat. Its elongated teeth gleamed ominously in the sunlight, and its crimson eyes resembled those of a ravenous beast, instilling fear and dispelling any previous sense of ease among the onlookers. Chapter 34. They are mounts, not fighters. Just as Li Ku prepared to transform into a golden eagle and swoop in for a rescue, suddenly, a figure darted forward, seizing the long-toothed rabbit by its ears. It was Bai Yi. Holding the long-toothed rabbit by its ears, he presented it to the crowd, gesturing as he spoke. Look here. This is merely a rabbit. A swift cut across its neck, and it's all over. The long-toothed rabbit, treated as a teaching tool, was highly displeased, baring its teeth and struggling fiercely. Be still. Bai Yi delivered a sharp slap, nearly knocking it unconscious. Now subdued, it dared not show its teeth any longer. Bai Yi then proceeded to demonstrate the beast, turning it over to ensure everyone grasped the essential points, before finally tossing the long-toothed rabbit aside. Freed at last, the long-toothed rabbit fled in terror. What about number 3? Step forward. Number 3 was an agile leopard beast girl, whose beast master happened to enhance her speed. With their powers combined, the leopard shot forward like an arrow, far swifter than the long-toothed rabbit. It tackled the rabbit and clamped down on its throat. The long-toothed rabbit fought back desperately, its powerful hind legs leaving deep scratches on the leopard. However, the leopard was relentless, biting down fiercely and refusing to let go. At last, the long-toothed rabbit gradually succumbed, silenced forever. The victory over the formidable creature was hard-won. No one harbored any lingering disdain. Instead, they were enveloped by tension and even fear. Just then, a fire mouse arrived with news, reporting a small pack of hyenas ahead. These beasts were notoriously challenging to confront on the vast grasslands. Upon understanding the situation, Li Ku promptly directed everyone to take a detour. "No need for that. We shall eliminate them," declared Bai Yi with authority. With that, he beckoned everyone to follow. This pack of prairie hunters numbered no more than 10. Far from a formidable threat, Bai Yi, wielding his sword spirit, charged headlong into the fray. While aware of his recklessness, Li Ku felt it was an unwise gamble to confront a group of hyenas in such a manner. As a beastmaster, Bai Yi's boldness was alarming. Li Ku was uncertain of their assured victory. Lu Fang transformed once more into a thunder tiger, poised for immediate rescue. However, amidst the hyena pack, Bai Yi danced like an ancient sword immortal, his swordsmanship so exquisite that even Lu Fang gaped in astonishment. Is this a film? Even Asan's movies wouldn't dare portray such feats. It was utterly astonishing. Perhaps this was the true power of an SSS-level beastmaster. When faced with uncertainty, they simply attributed it to the SSS-Rank, for they had never witnessed such prowess. As the hyenas fell one by one, Bai Yi donned a soul armor crafted from their spirits. The more hyenas he defeated, the more resilient the armor became. Eventually, he no longer needed to defend himself, boldly withstanding several hyenas as he fought. Such strength was remarkable. Yet, Bai Yi chose not to eliminate them all, leaving one behind. Number 1. The remaining one is yours. With that, he sheathed his sword spirit and shed the soul armor, emerging as pristine as before. He moved through the chaos unscathed, earning the admiration of the beast maidens. Lu Fang's eyes sparkled with admiration. Upon hearing this, the diamond transformed into a tyrannosaurus and charged forward. However, the hyenas, which had been as fragile as vegetables before Bai Yi, now displayed remarkable agility before the tyrannosaurus. The hyenas darted behind, striking at its underbelly whenever the opportunity arose. The tyrannosaurus's tail lashed out, yet it inflicted no significant damage. Seizing the chance while the tyrannosaurus stumbled, one hyena lunged at its lower abdomen, prompting a pained roar from the beast. In the chaos, the tyrannosaurus finally unleashed its trampling skill, crushing the hyena's lower half. Even so, the hyena remained tenacious, propping itself up with its front legs and continuing to gnaw at the tyrannosaurus. In response, the tyrannosaurus executed a biting skill, shattering the hyena in a final act of defiance. The battle concluded, leaving the tyrannosaurus battered and bruised, its tattered garments barely able to contain its immense form. This also explained the high value of beast skins from such creatures. The leather armor crafted from animal hides not only enhances defensive capabilities, but also spares one from the embarrassment of torn garments during battle. Fortunately, Gongsun Outyin possesses healing abilities. Otherwise, the Tyrannosaurus would have been rendered utterly incapacitated in a short span. A level 5 hyena nearly incapacitated a level 9 Tyrannosaurus beast maiden. The reality has finally dawned upon everyone. In stark contrast, they have also witnessed the formidable prowess of Bai Yi. He effortlessly maneuvered through a throng of hyenas without a scratch. Moreover, he is a beastmaster. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Bai Yi systematically dispatched the hyenas, uncovering 2 white beast soul orbs. It appears you all truly need to intensify your training. Bai Yi expressed his dissatisfaction with the team's performance, shaking his head in resignation. At that moment, several fire mice approached to report the discovery of a long-toothed rabbit. Next, number 4. Bai Yi pointed to a long-toothed rabbit. Stepping forward was a girl reminiscent of a white lotus, the campus belle, Chu Yulan. She cast a longing glance at Bai Yi before transforming into a celestial eagle, soaring swiftly toward the long-toothed rabbit. With her talons, she grasped the rabbit's neck tightly, lifting it up. The long-toothed rabbit struggled desperately. Despite the eagle's shaky flight, she ascended to a height of 100 meters before releasing her grip. The rabbit plummeted to its demise. The execution was remarkably smooth, marking her as one of the better performers among the group. Chu Yulan seemed to regain the pride that rightfully belonged to her, standing gracefully before Bai Yi, showcasing her charm. One could not fathom why she felt proud of having killed a long-toothed rabbit. Please make way. Next, Bai Yi waved his hand, indicating that Chu Yulan could step aside. Brother Yi, it's a mount, not a combatant, chimed Yi Ying. Then why are you mingling in this affair? Bai Yi replied, somewhat displeased. Brother Yi, please Please assist me, and I'll let you ride later, Yi cooed sweetly. Cough, cough. There are so many people here. How can you behave so frivolously? Suddenly, Lu Fang became highly agitated, transforming into a thunder tiger and positioning herself before the crowd. Her beast master was also enhancing her status, desperately reinforcing her. Teacher Li Ku, quickly lead everyone away. At the same time, fire a flare to summon reinforcements. Lu Fang's voice trembled with anxiety, for she sensed an immensely powerful energy wave ahead, one that even the leader-level aberrations could not rival. There was only one possibility. A lord had appeared. How could a lord-level aberration manifest so close to the entrance? Lu Fang was at a loss. Yet, there was no time to dwell on this. She could only hope to withstand the impending threat. May the students remain unharmed. Li Ku also recognized this alarming situation, trembling with heightened anxiety. Lord-level beasts. Even she is utterly no match. Hurry, beast girls, transform. Those who can carry, come forth. I can also bear a few. Quick, quick. Chapter 35. Journey to Jiangzhou. Under Li Ku's urgent call, chaos ensued. Yet, Bai Yi remained unfazed. Bai Yi, what are you doing? Hurry up. It's a lord-level beast. Li Ku transformed into a golden eagle, her voice sharp with alarm. Upon hearing this, Lu Fang could not help but turn back and urge. Bai Yi, quickly, to the military camp. Bai Yi is a treasure of Qingjiang School. We cannot afford to lose her. Observing the tumultuous scene, Bai Yi found it both amusing and perplexing. Calm down, this is also my little brother. Bai Yi stepped forward, waving her hand. As the hurricane demon leopard approached slowly under the anxious gaze of the crowd, its head, larger than a human S, affectionately rubbed against Bai Yi. This made Lu Fang extremely tense. At such close proximity, even she would not have time to offer assistance. Following the hurricane demon leopard was a leader-class kangaroo, which produced 10 white beast soul orbs from its pouch, presenting them to Bai Yi. What is this? Tribute. A lord-level beast actually paying tribute to Bai Yi. Everyone finally understood why all the residents of Qingqing Town treated Bai Yi with such courtesy. Who would dare to be rude? Treating the overlord of the grasslands as a little brother, this truly could be called Bai Yi's home. Lu Fang and Li Ku exchanged glances, suddenly feeling quite superfluous. What were they still protecting? They were already at Bai Yi's home. What needed protecting? The two transformed back into human form, retreating to the back, quietly observing Bai Yi's display of prowess. However, Bai Yi's subsequent actions still astonished them. At that moment, on a flat expanse of ground, a row of prepared long-toothed rabbits was arranged. The earth fire mice lined up, diligently unleashing flames. As one wave of fire extinguished, another immediately followed. A seamless transition. Under the scorching flames of the earth fire mice, the plump long-toothed rabbits sizzled and released a mouth-watering aroma. The leading earth fire mouse even knew to sprinkle chili and cumin on top, executing the task with remarkable skill. It was simply magical. Even more enchanting was the lord-level hurricane demon wolf sitting nearby, drooling profusely, clearly impatient for the meal to commence. Seizing a moment when the mouse subordinates were distracted, the hurricane demon wolf attempted to steal a half-cooked long-toothed rabbit, only to be thwarted by the timely intervention of the mouse subordinates, who swatted it back. Mouse subordinate, patience. Let the master eat first. Hurricane demon wolf, I merely wish to sample it for the master. Up ahead, Bai Yi continued to direct operations. Today, only those who participated in the battle would enjoy roasted meat. Otherwise, they would go hungry. Under Bai Yi's insistence, even Yi Ying's rouge horse cooperated by using its long legs to kick a long-toothed rabbit into the air. The most extraordinary of all is a plant-based beast girl, the pea shooter. Once she completes her transformation, she roots herself in the soil, rendering her immobile. Yet, she can swiftly unleash enormous peas, each the size of a head, capable of bludgeoning a long-toothed rabbit into a bloody mess in mere moments. Lin dreamed of it, salivating at the thought. Such large peas could easily suffice for a meal. Seizing the opportunity after the battle concluded, Lin stealthily approached to collect one of the massive peas and bit into it, only to nearly chip a tooth. It was far too hard. She tossed it to the fire mouse to cook, but it proved equally unyielding. Disheartened, Lin shifted her focus elsewhere. The others also performed admirably. With the assistance of the fire mouse, the search for exotic beasts was remarkably straightforward. Over the course of the day, each participant engaged in over 10 battles. However, the opponents primarily consisted of low-level creatures like long-toothed rabbits, jumping antelopes, and giant horned bulls. The total number of white beast soul orbs accumulated was fewer than 10, less than what they had received from the hurricane magic leopard. Yet, for the students, this was immensely satisfying. They finally experienced authentic combat. The thrill and tension were exhilarating. One could not help but marvel at the vast disparity between ordinary individuals and geniuses. As evening approached, the lively barbecue party commenced. Exhausted from a day of toil, the students, brimming with youthful exuberance, sang and danced upon the grasslands. The atmosphere was so vibrant that it felt as though they were truly on vacation, leaving passers-by with a sense of surrealism. When did the terrifying realm of exotic beasts become so harmonious? Yet, this harmony was merely an illusion. The dangers remained perilous and brutal. Before nightfall, everyone reluctantly departed from the verdant pastures. With Bai Yi around, camping in the wilderness posed little danger, but it was still inconvenient. On the way back, Lu Fang shared her thoughts with Bai Yi. You are an SSS-grade genius. Unlike ordinary people, there is no need to waste time with them. Focus on leveling up to level 9 within a week. Reaching the black iron level would be even better. An extremely important league requires your participation. If you achieve a commendable result, you may even be exempt from the written exam. Upon hearing of the possibility of being exempt, Bai Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. Given his limited theoretical knowledge, merely submitting a paper would be a significant achievement. The prospect of gaining admission to a prestigious institution through his own efforts seemed nearly impossible. At least he had the benefit of his former memories to draw upon. Lin Dream, however, was utterly devoid of resources, a true blank slate. The exemption was their only glimmer of hope. Determined, Bai Yi unhesitatingly accepted the challenge. The resources of the grasslands had nearly been depleted. It was time to explore a new realm of exotic beasts. At that moment, Nangong Qianxue finally showcased her value. Let us go directly to Jiangzhou. I'm familiar with that place. In pursuit of the elusive White Knight, Nangong Qianxue ventured to the quaint Xinjiang County, a place far removed from her true familiarity, which lay in the resource-rich Jiangzhou. This city boasted the most suitable space for novice beast tamers throughout the Jiangnan region. Upon hearing the news of returning to Jiangzhou, Nangong Qianxue was instantly exhilarated and summoned a formidable off-road vehicle. The driver, a seemingly gentle middle-aged man, had beside him a striking woman clad in black leather armor. Bai Yi, utilizing his true sight, discerned that they both possessed the formidable rank of Black Iron 9 stars, surpassing even Principal Lu Fang in strength. Notably, the elegantly cold woman named Nangong Yin was revealed to be a weapon spirit, an A-grade nether dagger. As Nangong Qianxue entered the vehicle, she courteously greeted Aunt Yin. The driver, however, remained unacknowledged, a reflection of the men's lowly status in this world. Nangong Yin offered a slight nod in acknowledgement, appearing even colder than Nangong Qianxue. Yet, upon sighting Bai Yi, a faint smile graced her lips, and she could not help but compliment. You are quite impressive. Bai Yi remained unfazed, while Nangong Qianxue blushed, as if the praise were aimed at her. Xinjiang County lay in a remote area, necessitating a 3-hour drive. As the trio settled into the back seat, drowsiness soon overcame them. Lin Ming drooled uncontrollably, occasionally scratching Bai Yi in her stupor. In a daze, Bai Yi was abruptly presented with choices. Option 1. Continue napping and be blown into the sky. Reward. Basic healing potion 1. If the opportunity to consume it arises. Option 2. Wake Lin Ming. Kick open the car door and soar into the sky. Reward. Agility 10. Option 3. Urge the driver to stop immediately, disembark, and defuse the bomb. Reward. Explosive Bolt 1. Chapter 36. The ambush of black iron bloodbats and firewolves. Upon seeing the options, Bai Yi was instantly alert. Crap. An ambush ahead. The system's message indicated imminent danger to life. What was there to deliberate? Bai Yi quickly straightened his posture and shouted, Stop. Pull over now. The driver, startled, hesitated, but remained resolute. This was a highway, and stopping was not permissible. Without time for explanations, Bai Yi swiftly scooped up the drowsy Lin Ming and grasped Nangong Qianxue, kicking the door open. Transform. Let's fly out. Having experienced numerous battles alongside Bai Yi, Nangong Qianxue had never witnessed him in such a state of urgency. Without further questions, she promptly transformed, propelling Bai Yi into the sky. Simultaneously, a searing flame erupted from beneath the vehicle, followed by a deafening explosion. The mighty off-road vehicle was obliterated, debris scattering in all directions. Bai Yi hastily donned Lin Ming with a beast spirit armor, using her as a shield against the violent shockwave and the flying fragments of the car. At this moment, Lin Ming finally regained her senses. What's going on? Are we having a barbecue party? No meat to grill, but we do have one to roast, Bai Yi remarked, gesturing towards the flames soaring below. The recent explosion caught both Nangong Yin and the driver off guard. However, as a beast girl, Nangong Yin possessed formidable physical prowess, and thus the blast inflicted minimal harm upon her. The driver, on the other hand, was far less fortunate, as a fragile beast master. He was severely injured by the explosion and subsequently consumed by the flames. It appeared that this act of murder was specifically directed at beast masters. Whether it was aimed at the driver or Bai Yi remained uncertain. After some contemplation, Bai Yi realized it was his first time leaving Qingjiang County, and he had likely not offended anyone. The only plausible target could be the Nangong family. Meanwhile, a vehicle that had been following them came to a halt, and several powerful beast masters and beast girls emerged from it. Bai Yi glanced over and noticed they were all of the Black Iron rank. Qinxue, do you know these individuals? Nangong Qinxue took a quick look around and shook her flying sword, indicating her unfamiliarity with them. However, she understood that these individuals were likely here for her. Indeed, upon spotting Nangong Qinxue flying out ahead, the group reacted swiftly despite their surprise. One of the beast girls transformed into a crimson bloodbat and pursued Nangong Qinxue, daring to attack the Nangong family. This is tantamount to courting death. Nangong Yin finally recovered from the explosion, morphing into the Xianin dagger to intercept the bloodbat. Your opponent is me. From the side, a fire wolf surged forth, launching a searing fireball that forced the black Xianin dagger back. The Xianin dagger was only capable of low-altitude maneuvers and lacked the ability to ascend, making it impossible to evade the fire wolf. Although the earlier explosion had not severely harmed her, the death of her contracted beast master had rendered her weakened. Conversely, the fire wolf was backed by a beast master, and the combined strength firmly suppressed the Xianin dagger. There was no chance of escape to provide aid. Bai Yi and his companions could only rely on themselves. The flying sword, carrying Bai Yi and the Dark Knight Cat Demon, struggled to maintain its flight. However, against the Black Iron 5-star Bloodbat, they possessed no speed advantage. It wasn't long before they were caught up. The Bloodbat opened its mouth and unleashed a blood arrow, aimed directly at Bai Yi. Its target was indeed Bai Yi, with the physique of a beast master. He would certainly be unable to withstand such an attack. Bai Yi had no choice but to raise Lin Ming once more as a shield. The beast spirit armor shattered upon impact, and the blood arrow nearly pierced through the Dark Knight Cat Demon's body. The disparity in levels was far too great. Moreover, suspended in the air, both Bai Yi and the Dark Knight Cat Demon were left to passively endure the assault. The miasma of deadly poison had little effect on the bloodbat, which had high resistance to toxins. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the bloodbat would claim their lives. Descend. Bai Yi disregarded the dangers below and urgently commanded the flying sword to descend. The bloodbat relentlessly pursued. As the blood arrow began to take shape once more, the ground was alarmingly close. Bai Yi rolled over, gripping the sword's spirit tightly, and unleashed the Silver Moon Slash. Simultaneously, he hurled the Night Cat Demon towards the bloodbat. The Silver Moon Slash proved effective against equally ranked beasts. However, it fell short when confronting the Black Iron 5-star Beast Maiden. It merely pierced the bloodbat's body, inflicting a shallow wound. Meow? The Night Cat Demon suddenly emitted a spine-chilling roar, interrupting the bloodbat's concentration on forming the blood arrow and causing it to sway slightly in confusion. Seizing this opportunity, it leaped onto the back of the bloodbat, enlarging the power of the colossal elephant. Under the combined force, the Night Cat Demon grew even larger than the bloodbat. The bloodbat struggled fiercely, but its strength paled in comparison to the now mighty Night Cat Demon. It was forced into a rapid descent. Boom! The bloodbat and the Night Cat Demon crashed to the ground, producing a dull thud. The weight of the Night Cat Demon was primarily responsible for the sound, yet the bloodbat served as a cushion, sparing the Night Cat Demon from significant harm. Meanwhile, the bloodbat was nearly on the verge of vomiting blood. Bai Yi, already prepared, rushed forward wielding Nangong Qinxue. Sharpness, armor breaking, coupled with Bai Yi's immense strength. The blood shield hastily conjured by the bloodbat was pierced directly. The long sword impaled the bloodbat's body, inflicting substantial damage. The bloodbat attempted to struggle, but was firmly pinned down by the weight of the night cat demon, flapping its wings in vain. Another strike followed. The bloodbat's head was severed, sealing its fate. The trio had collectively vanquished a black iron 5-level beast maiden. Nangong Qianxue felt an inexplicable sense of unreality. The last time Bai Yi and Lin Meng had triumphed over Li Ku, it was due to Li Ku's underestimation and reluctance to kill. Yet, the bloodbat before them was significantly stronger and had genuine intent to slay Bai Yi. The fact that they had turned the tide was nothing short of remarkable. Bai Yi's strength was truly commendable. We must hurry to rescue Aunt Yin, Nangong Qianxue suddenly realized. Just before their escape, everyone noted that the assassins were not limited to just one. Furthermore, Nangong Yin was gravely injured, making her an even weaker opponent. Indeed, at that moment, Nangong Yin, transformed into the Xianming dagger, struggled to maintain her beast maiden form under the assault of the fire wolf. She was quickly reverted to her original state, lying feebly on the ground. Who are you? How dare you attack the Nangong family? Nangong Yin spat blood as she questioned. Humph. It is your Nangong family that is ungrateful. Who can you blame? The fire wolf sneered, opening its mouth to unleash flames, intending to incinerate Nangong Yin. Suddenly, it sensed a hint of danger and hurriedly attempted to evade. Alas, it was too late. The night cat demon, fully charged with power, emerged from its cloaked state. Unleashing its venomous claws, the fire wolf barely managed to tilt its head, narrowly evading a fatal blow to its neck, yet its shoulder was torn apart, blood gushing forth. Viscous green venom coursed through its bloodstream, significantly diminishing its vitality, clearly indicating it had been poisoned. Meanwhile, Bai Yi, wielding the spirit of the sword and clad in bloodbat armor, arrived on the scene. Upon seeing the returning figures, Nangong Yin felt a mix of relief and anger. Why have you come back? Leave at once. You stand no chance. Her mission was to protect Nangong Qianxue, not to be shielded by her. Chapter 37. Who will go? Since you've returned, there's no need to leave. Haha. Upon recognizing the newcomers, the fire wolf sneered maliciously, dismissing them entirely. As for the whereabouts of the bloodbat, she couldn't care less. It was unlikely it had been slain. This way, all the credit would belong to her alone. The fire wolf, brimming with excitement, turned to pounce on the nocturnal cat demon. Once she captured Nangong Qianxue, a substantial reward awaited her. Enough to elevate her status by another tier. At her level, each advancement required millions. The nocturnal cat demon was well prepared. After successfully executing a sneak attack, it released a cloud of toxic mist and swiftly retreated. The fire wolf missed her mark. By the time she pursued, she realized her speed could not match that of the nocturnal cat demon. After all, she was a level 5 black iron beast girl. How could a mere newly matured beast girl outpace her? With full vitality, the nocturnal cat demon's agility soared to 1,300 points, making it nearly impossible for a typical black iron beast girl to catch up. Seeing that she could not catch the nocturnal cat demon, the fire wolf redirected her focus toward Bai Yi. She found it hard to believe that a beast master could possess such formidable strength. Expecting Bai Yi to flee on his flying sword, she was astonished when he boldly charged forward, sword spirit in hand. First, he unleashed a silver moon slash, halting the fire wolf's advance. Then, employing his mastery of swordsmanship, he engaged her in fierce combat. In a world where beast girls reigned supreme, martial arts were nearly non-existent. This unexpected scenario left the fire wolf flustered. To make matters worse, the sword spirit's attack power was exceedingly strong, particularly with its sharpness and armor-piercing capabilities, leaving the fire wolf severely wounded upon receiving a blow. Fortunately, her beast master was there to cast healing spells and shields in a timely manner. Seizing the opportunity, the fire wolf retaliated fiercely, attempting to incinerate Bai Yi with flames. Instead, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, an indication of backlash. The nocturnal cat demon discovered the lurking beast master and swiftly dispatched him with a single claw strike. Weakened by the backlash, the fire wolf found herself in a vulnerable state. Bai Yi seized the moment, thrusting his sword through the fire wolf's body, inflicting grave injury. The nocturnal cat demon rushed to assist, entangling herself in combat with the fire wolf. The cumulative effects of the noxious mist and venomous claws rendered the fire wolf increasingly feeble. In the depths of the night, the dark feline specter appeared to thrive on the blood that restored her vitality. At long last, the formidable fire wolf could no longer sustain her massive form and collapsed to the ground, transforming into a tattered woman, unable to maintain her beastly guise. South Palace Yin stood by, astonished, as a few small figures had managed to defeat the powerful Black Iron-level beast woman. It was utterly incredible. Bai Yi was indeed a creator of miracles. Though she had witnessed such feats numerous times before, the sight still left South Palace Yin in awe. "Speak. Who sent you here?" Bai Yi demanded, gazing down imperiously at the fire wolf beast woman. "Humph. A mere country bumpkin dares to covet the daughter of the South Palace family. Do you even comprehend the magnitude of the trouble you have stirred?" The fire wolf spat blood while mocking him. So, this was the crux of the matter. However, it seemed they had misunderstood. It was South Palace Chinchua who pursued Bai Yi, not the other way around. Yet, that was of little consequence. To resort to murder over this was truly brazen. Regardless of who was behind this, Bai Yi could not let them go unpunished. "Are you from the Chung family?" South Palace Chinchua, having reverted to her human form, inquired with a pallid countenance. She had sacrificed so much to pursue Bai Yi and had finally secured her place in line, only to have it all jeopardized. Could she not be furious? "Miss South Palace, I advise you to tread carefully." The fire wolf beast woman, still in a pool of her own blood, did not hesitate to issue a threat. "Die." South Palace Chinchua, infuriated, transformed once more into a sword spirit and struck the fire wolf beast woman down with a single thrust. Continuing to interrogate would likely yield no useful information and would only serve to incite Bai Yi's wrath further. What transpired? Bai Yi turned his gaze towards South Palace Chinchua. "Nothing much, just that Chung Peng, the young master of the Chung family, once pursued me. After I rejected him, he continued to pester me, even resorting to threats involving my family. Chung Peng is quite deranged, leveraging his family's wealth to engage in reckless antics. Hence, I suspect he is behind this." South Palace Chinchua explained. "Is he the so-called richest man in Jiangzhou?" Bai Yi suddenly recalled that upon his recent awakening, he had been pursued by someone claiming to be the daughter of Jiangzhou's richest man, who also bore the surname Chung. Indeed, South Palace Chinchua nodded, a hint of guilt in her demeanor. She felt remorseful for dragging Bai Yi into this conflict. "It's not your fault," Bai Yi reassured her with a gentle pat, offering comfort. Their time together had fostered a strong bond, and Bai Yi had come to regard her as a friend. To dare threaten his friend was tantamount to courting death. Regardless of their status, they would soon face a reckoning. "Let us depart quickly. I fear they may have other schemes in store. Moreover, it would be troublesome if the Inspection Bureau were to catch wind of this." South Palace Yin, having regained some strength, stepped forward to caution them. Everyone realized the gravity of the situation. After all, they had taken a life. No matter the justification or the power behind them, they would still need to provide statements and face the ensuing complications. How troublesome indeed. Thus, he commandeered the opponent's vehicle and proceeded towards Jiangzhou. Indeed, Jiangzhou was far more vibrant than Qingjiang County, a fact evidenced by the attire of the young women. The more developed the area, the more revealing their clothing. The truth did not deceive me. Bai Yi's eyes were dazzled by the sights. Upon arriving at the hotel arranged by Nangong Chinchua, Bai Yi was further introduced to the epitome of opulence. Upon entering, to the left stood a row of handsome men, while to the right were bunny girls, cat-eared maidens, flower spirits, and mermaids. "Is this legitimate?" Bai Yi could not suppress his curiosity. "Absolutely legitimate," Nangong Chinchua replied, her face betraying her exasperation. As if that were enough, Bai Yi turned to leave. "Enough." Nangong Chinchua covered her face and pulled Bai Yi inside. "This is the finest hotel in Jiangzhou. You inquire about its legitimacy instead of the accommodations? Are you unwell?" After securing their lodging, Nangong Chinchua led Bai Yi and Lin Meng to the restaurant below. Giant prawns, icy bear paws, and jade deer tails. Each dish crafted from exotic beasts left Lin Meng drooling. However, Bai Yi noted that these delicacies were predominantly made from ordinary exotic creatures, with nary a leader-level beast in sight, let alone a lord-level one. "Can you process the meat of exotic beasts?" Bai Yi inquired. "Of course," the staff replied courteously. "Oh, then prepare me a lion's head." Bai Yi extracted a colossal lion's head, over a meter in diameter, from his dimensional space and placed it upon the bar. The staff recoiled in shock, nearly losing their footing. Even in death, the imposing aura of the earthly lion was not something an ordinary person could withstand. "Is this a leader-level exotic beast?" the staff asked, trembling. "Lord level," Bai Yi replied nonchalantly. "Ah." The staff retreated in fright once more. A lord-level exotic beast. What a formidable existence. Ordinary people would not only refrain from consuming such meat, but would scarcely even glimpse it, even in their ultra 5-star establishment. They had never encountered the flesh of a lord-level beast. The staff dared not assist and promptly summoned the manager. The manager approached, bowing and scraping, displaying utmost deference. Though he expressed one difficulty: the lion's head cannot be made from a lion's head. Chapter 38. The Power of Wealth. What if the lion's head were made from the lion's head? Bai Yi retained the lion's head solely for the purpose of consuming it. A hotel of this magnitude cannot accommodate such a request. Bai Yi was on the verge of anger. The manager, drenched in sweat, could only assure him that they would make every effort to try. Bai Yi then produced a wolf's leg, measuring over 2 meters in length, from his dimensional space. Please roast this as well. The manager gulped upon sensing the lingering ferocity of the wolf's leg. Is this also a lord-level exotic beast? Indeed. In adherence to the principle of seizing opportunities, Bai Yi once again extracted a plethora of ingredients from the dimensional space. Among them were the tail of the black-scale crocodile leader, the trunk of the giant elephant leader, and the ribs of the golden-horned rhino leader, all of which Bai Yi had been compelled by Lin Ming to stow away in the dimensional space. Although Bai Yi's dimensional space was a capacious 8 cubic meters, it was still brimming to the brim. Tasking the hotel to prepare all these delicacies in one go was not feasible for a single meal. The primary advantage of the dimensional space was its ability to halt the passage of time, preserving the temperature of the items stored within. Hence, it was prudent to enlist the hotel's chef to prepare these exquisite ingredients, allowing for direct consumption later in the beastly realm. The meat from leader level, or even lord-level creatures, significantly aids in energy restoration and enhancement. Gazing at the abundant array of high-quality ingredients, the hotel manager was left utterly flabbergasted. Not only the manager, but even the guests were wide-eyed in astonishment. What an impressive display! To produce such a wealth of precious ingredients, all of which were of at least leader-level beasts? Surely, he couldn't have hunted them all himself. They appeared so youthful. How could they possibly have slain leader-level beasts? Perhaps he was merely a rich heir squandering his family's wealth, and the stunning beauty beside him seemed to be the daughter of the Nangong family. Oh, then all is well. I wonder which affluent family this handsome young man belongs to. Both handsome and wealthy, what a source of envy. Amidst the chorus of admiration, a sardonic voice suddenly pierced through. Huh, what a nobleman, clearly just a bumpkin from a small town. The crowd turned to find it was Cheng Peng, prompting a flurry of speculation regarding his intentions. Rumor had it that a formidable SSS-level beastmaster had recently emerged in Qingjiang County, and that the daughter of the Nangong family had pursued him. Could this dashing figure before them be that very individual? It was said that the SSS-level beastmaster had even spurned the affections of the Cheng family's eldest daughter. Cheng Peng had been pursuing the Nangong heiress since his youth. What a tumult of emotions. Goodness, is it truly that scandalous? This promises to be a spectacle. With the eyes of the onlookers upon him, Cheng Peng indeed approached Bai Yi and his companions. Qianxue, you're back. In that fleeting moment, Cheng Peng's gaze was fixated solely on Nangong Qianxue. Call me by my full name. We are not that familiar. Nangong Qianxue did not shy away from expressing her disdain. Qianxue, who is this? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Cheng, of the Cheng family. Nangong Qianxue spoke the name with evident revulsion. Oh, so you are the one from the rabbit family? Bai Yi recalled that Cheng Yu was indeed a rabbit maiden. This was undoubtedly a spark igniting Cheng Peng's fury. In this world, strength reigned supreme, and being likened to a rabbit, often seen as the weakest, was a common insult. To describe a man in such a manner was particularly humiliating, akin to calling a woman a harlot. Moreover, the Cheng family's lineage predominantly consisted of rabbit maidens, making this remark even more cutting. You bumpkin, you seek death. Cheng Peng was suddenly agitated, raising his hand to strike Bai Yi. In his view, a rustic beastmaster could only rely on the modest attributes accumulated through leveling up. Even if he possessed an SSS rank, it was hardly impressive. After all, he had consumed various precious spirit fruits, boasting a strength of 250. Even among beast girls of the same level, he was somewhat superior. However, Cheng Peng's hand did not descend. He felt as if his arm were ensnared by an iron claw, immobilized completely. How could you possess such strength? Cheng Peng's face flushed crimson, filled with astonishment. Indeed, from the rabbit family, with such meager power, one dared to flaunt their might? Bai Yi cast Cheng Peng aside as if he were a mere rag. Boy, I spared you during the day. Tonight, I shall show you no mercy. Cheng Peng's angry utterance inadvertently revealed his actions from earlier. Cheng, it was indeed you behind this. Nangong Qian Shui's eyes burned with fury. The driver from earlier, alongside Nangong Yin, had been her bodyguards, protecting her for many years. Yet today, they had been slain. Although Nangong Qian Shui had suspected Cheng Peng, she refrained from making baseless accusations due to lack of evidence. To her astonishment, Cheng Peng had just confessed. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Cheng Peng disregarded any consequences and shouted, "Zhan Rong, go." A tall girl stepped forward in response. Even without transforming, her aura was remarkably formidable. Bai Yi's true vision assessed her and revealed her to be an S-rank beast girl. Golden Mammoth. Name, Zhan Rong. Talent, S-rank, A-rank evolution. Level 9 Golden Mammoth. Note, Golden Bloodline 1 Strength, 600 Agility, 300 Constitution, 600 Energy, 200 Beastmaster. Cheng Peng skills, Trample, Long Nose Strike, Giant Strength, Charge, Gravity, Golden Armor, Shockwave. These attributes rival those of a Black Iron level beast girl. It was Bai Yi's first encounter with a beast girl possessing such an array of skills, especially one derived from A-rank evolution. With a golden bloodline as high as 1, Bai Yi recalled that previously, the golden bloodline of 001 had been sold for $1 million. Zhan Rong's 1 was worth $1 billion. As an A-rank beast girl, she should have awakened with only 2 to 3 skills. The remainder were likely acquired later from beast spirit pearls. These skills were of superior quality, and considering the low probability, the total cost could easily exceed $1 billion. Furthermore, judging by her fundamental attributes, she must have consumed numerous precious spirit fruits. Goodness, all things considered, cultivating such a level 9 beast girl must have cost several $100 million. It was extravagantly excessive, truly a display of opulence beyond reason. Cheng Peng's attributes and skills were even more impressive. Nurturing a Beastmaster was indeed a challenging endeavor. Due to the skill orbs of Beastmasters, they can typically only be obtained from treasure chests within the alien beast realm or through special items. Each orb is worth millions, and there is no guarantee of a full comprehension. However, Cheng Peng possesses enhancements in strength, agility, defense, fire resistance, ice resistance, healing arts, insight, toxin dispelling, and purification. Although the quality of his skills may be slightly inferior, the sheer number rivals that of Bai Yi. His talents have been elevated from E level to S level, a feat that requires an astronomical amount of resources. Without sufficient channels, even wealth alone would not suffice to acquire them. This underscores the immense power of the Cheng family. Such an opponent demands Bai Yi's utmost caution. Simultaneously, options re-emerged. Option 1, lose the duel. Reward, strength 10. Option 2, win the duel. Reward, strength 10. Option 3, win 3 consecutive times. Reward, all attributes 10. Chapter 39. No one shall change the vehicle again in the realm of beast taming. Martial prowess is esteemed by all. As a premier hotel, it naturally boasts an expansive arena akin to a football field in the previous world. Bai Yi and Cheng Peng, both suppressing their anger, entered the arena. Within the city, apart from the arena and qualified training grounds, combat is strictly forbidden elsewhere. Should a brawl erupt in the hotel, it would likely be reduced to ruins. Even Cheng Peng would not dare to defy this rule. Before the true machinery of power, even his father's so-called wealth holds no sway. As they entered the arena, a large crowd swiftly gathered. The duel between the son of the wealthiest man and an SSS-level Beastmaster promised to be a sensational spectacle, drawing in considerable interest. Some spectators even began placing bets, with a minimum wager of 100,000 and a cap of 10 million. After all, these were affluent individuals, unfazed by such sums. Noticing this, Bai Yi discreetly messaged Nangong Qianxue, requesting her assistance in betting 10 million on his victory. This amounted to nearly half of Bai Yi's fortune. A loss would entail significant repercussions, thus this battle was of utmost importance. Perhaps considering Bai Yi's legendary status as an SSS-level Beastmaster, the odds remained at a modest 1-1, even against the son of the wealthy. This was unacceptable. The potential earnings were too meager. Bai Yi swiftly pondered ways to alter the odds. At that moment, Zhan Rong completed his transformation. A magnificent creature, shimmering gold and measuring over 10 meters in length, weighing nearly 10 tons, emerged into the arena. With each step, the ground trembled beneath it. Even the spectators in the stands could feel the immense pressure. The terrifying aura it exuded rivaled that of a Lord-level alien beast. Simultaneously, the Dark Night Cat demon also completed its transformation. With a length exceeding half a meter and an aura akin to that of a pet cat, she elicits a sense of bewilderment. To dispel any doubts about her identity, the enigmatic Night Cat demon emits a couple of soft meows. Goodness, what is this creature? Do not tell me that the legendary SSS-class beast tamer has formed a contract with a mere pet cat? It appears that this is indeed the case. Have you not seen the news? Recently, several trending topics have surfaced regarding the SSS-class beast tamer, one of which states that his contracted beast is, in fact, a pet cat. What the deuce? I want a refund. No, wait, I mean a withdrawal. A change of bets. As the two beast maidens complete their transformations, the odds shift dramatically, skyrocketing to 1 to 4. This is only because prior bets had already been placed and could not be altered. Otherwise, the odds might have soared to 1 to 10. The disparity is simply too vast. They are not even in the same weight class. Even with the assistance of an SSS-class beast tamer, there is no chance. Seeing their objective achieved, Bai Yi and Lin Meng exchange a knowing smile, keeping their triumph discreet. This is precisely the effect they desired. The battle commences. Both sides begin to prepare for combat. Bai Yi bestows only War Rally and Beast Spirit armor upon the Night Cat demon, allowing her to utilize a burst of speed. All other skills remain dormant. Intentional concealment of their true capabilities. Bai Yi aims to secure 3 consecutive victories to claim a third reward. If he frightens Cheng Peng right from the start, how can he hope to win 3 times? The Night Cat demon's speed surpasses that of the Golden Mammoth, and with dual acceleration. The Golden Mammoth cannot even catch a glimpse of her shadow. Even Cheng Peng's agility enhancements prove futile to instill a sense of hope in the Golden Mammoth. The Night Cat demon refrains from straying too far, occasionally returning to deliver a claw swipe. The venomous claws, while not overwhelmingly potent, manage to pierce through some defenses, even causing mild poisoning to the Golden Mammoth. It is not that the venom is weak. Rather, the Golden Mammoth's massive size renders the effect insufficient. Yet, this is enough to keep Cheng Peng on edge, constantly casting detoxification spells. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi stealthily maneuvers around the battlefield and approaches Cheng Peng, delivering a resounding slap that sends him sprawling to the ground. Will you concede? Cheng Peng, momentarily stunned, finally manages to utter, "This is not how one fights." Bai Yi is unfazed, launching another powerful slap that leaves Cheng Peng's head spinning. In the realm of exotic beasts, there are no rules. Do you yield or not? As Bai Yi raises his hand menacingly, Cheng Peng, his face flushed with embarrassment, ultimately lowers his head. "I concede." Bai Yi delivers yet another hefty slap. "Did you not hear? Speak louder." Cheng Peng, nearly dazed and with a swollen face, cries out, "I concede. I concede." While hastily consuming a special healing potion, he shouts his surrender in a tone filled with grievance. Mission accomplished. Bai Yi clapped his hands enthusiastically, pulling Cheng Peng up, and proposed, "How about we disregard the previous round and start anew, with an additional rule. Beastmasters cannot engage with other beastmasters." Upon hearing this, Cheng Peng immediately acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. The previous battle had been utterly humiliating, especially in front of the goddess Nengong Qianshui. If he did not reclaim his dignity, how could he possibly face her again? How could he continue to navigate the social circles of Jiangzhou? He had been lamenting his lack of opportunity, so when Bai Yi took the initiative, he naturally could not refuse. The spectators in the stands were equally unwilling to accept such an outcome. Thus, the battle commenced anew. This time, Bai Yi and Cheng Peng took their positions at opposite ends, with no one attempting to flank them. However, while it had been stated that beastmasters could not engage with one another, there was no mention of beast girls being excluded from attacking beastmasters. Consequently, as the battle began, the Night Cat demon activated its full state and lunged directly at Cheng Peng. The Golden Mammoth was unable to intervene in time. As the Night Cat demon's claws rested upon Cheng Peng's neck, the battle was abruptly concluded. Was it not possible to engage in a fair contest? This was hardly the way to play. Cheng Peng felt tears welling up. The audience was incensed. After all, the majority had bet on Cheng Peng's victory. If the win had been achieved through honorable means, they could have accepted it. However, this turn of events left no room for credibility. Thus, there was no need for Bai Yi to push the matter further. Amidst the crowd's outcry and Cheng Peng's insistence, the third round of combat commenced as a matter of course. This time, Bai Yi did not hold back. With the war drum sounding, He invoked the powers of gigantification and beast spirit armor simultaneously. The night cat demon unleashed the might of the giant elephant and accelerated to remarkable speeds. What had once been a mere half-meter in stature now leapt to an impressive length of over 10 meters, rivaling the golden mammoth in size. As the battle ensued, both speed and strength were evenly matched. The audience suddenly realized they had been deceived. This was no ordinary pet cat. It was a formidable S-rank beast girl. Moreover, she was backed by an SSS-Rank beastmaster. This was clearly a contest of equals. Regret washed over some, who wished to alter their bets. However, the betting pool was now locked, rendering any changes impossible. Exiting was not an option either. In the heat of the battle, the fully powered night cat demon, while possessing attributes on par with the golden mammoth, faced a formidable opponent. The golden mammoth's combat skills were exceptionally well coordinated, featuring a plethora of offensive techniques, making victory a challenging endeavor for her. Yet, the battle-hardened night cat demon feared no such conflict. She approached this world's battles as if they were merely a game, engaging the golden mammoth in close combat from the outset, denying her any opportunity to execute her skills. Even as the golden mammoth's elongated tusks pierced the body of the night cat demon, she relentlessly clawed at the mammoth's face with ferocity that left the audience astounded. The golden mammoth, possessing little combat experience, was on the verge of tears. Yet, the night cat demon only grew more vigorous in her assault. This was primarily due to the mammoth's ample vitality. The demon, nourished by the blood, remained unperturbed by her injuries. In fact, as she continued to feast, the night cat demon developed a trace of the golden bloodline, surpassing the initial potency of Chung Yuan Yuan by tenfold. This indicated that the golden mammoth had lost at least 110 units of blood, nearly rendering it anemic. Consequently, the night cat demon acquired a new skill, golden claws. Her golden claws erupted forth, their sharpness enhanced to more than double that of before, effortlessly shredding through the mammoth's defenses and inflicting significant damage. When the mammoth's vitality dwindled by 20, it could no longer sustain its massive form and collapsed into the pool of blood. "I concede," the golden mammoth weakly exclaimed. "I can't hear you," the night cat demon taunted, pressing her hand against the mammoth's mouth while continuing her relentless siphoning of blood. She had begun to recognize the benefits of the golden blood. Now, possessing a 0.2 golden bloodline, her golden claws had become even sharper. The feeble golden mammoth could no longer resist. With her mouth restrained, she could not even utter her concession. Witnessing the situation, Chung Peng, though reluctant, had no choice but to pinch his nose and declare his surrender for the third time. Yet, the night cat demon remained unwilling to release her hold. Enough. At last, a voice emerged, belonging to a beast girl of black iron rank 9, presumably Chung Peng's bodyguard. Upon seeing this, the night cat demon reluctantly withdrew, returning to Bai Ye's side. Through the true sight, Bai Ye observed that the night cat demon's golden bloodline had reached 0.22, akin to acquiring 22 million without effort. Truly, Lin Ming was remarkable. However, Bai Ye's gains were even greater. He had directly amassed 40 million. Additionally, the system rewards had arrived, granting a total attribute boost of 10. This round had proven exceptionally lucrative. With satisfaction, Bai Ye led everyone back to the hotel. At that moment, a variety of delicacies crafted from the meat of leader-level and lord-level beasts began to be served. A 1-ton lion's head had been transformed into an enormous 200-pound meatball, emanating an irresistibly enticing aroma. It was hard to fathom where the hotel had procured such a colossal pot. Lin Ming gazed at the lion's head, larger than herself, unable to move from sheer temptation. "I expended too much energy in the battle. I shall take this lion's head for myself. You all have no objections, right?" Lin Ming inquired, drooling as she looked at Bai Yi and Nangong Chinchua. "Where did you expend energy? You nearly drained the golden mammoth dry. Can you possibly consume such a massive lion's head all by yourself?" Bai Yi exclaimed loudly. "Of course I can. Bai Yi, quickly enable my transformation." Lin Ming transformed into the night cat demon within the hotel, invoking the strength of the colossal elephant while continuously urging Bai Yi. She genuinely wished to devour the lion's head in one go. In the city, as long as there was no combat, beast girls were permitted to transform. For instance, the beast girl receptionists at the entrance were in a semi-transformed state. Bai Yi hastily retrieved a carving knife and sliced off several pounds of meat, allowing the night cat demon to enlarge. Even for the night cat demon, stretching over 10 meters in length. Consuming 200 pounds of lion's head proved to be a formidable task. Nevertheless, the gluttonous Lin Meng managed to finish it all, ultimately distending her belly to a round shape. Remarkably, every so often, Lin Meng's strength would increment slightly. It appeared that consuming and absorbing the flesh of beasts of leader rank or above could enhance corresponding attributes. It was no wonder that such meats were seldom found in the market. What a pity! They should have transported the entirety of the earthly savage lion and the silver moon howling wolf's meat back. Alas, the dimensional space was too limited. However, the quantity required was considerable. For instance, when Bai Yi and Nangong Chinchua shared the remaining lion's head, no attributes were increased. At that moment, the leg of the silver moon howling wolf was also roasted to perfection, weighing an impressive 300 to 400 pounds. It took both robust beast girls to lift it. Lin Meng gazed at the roasted leg of the silver moon howling wolf, tears unbidden trailing down her cheeks. Regrettably, she simply could not eat anymore. This was what they called youthful ignorance of value, leading to tears of longing in old age. Bai Yi calmly sliced off 2 pounds to share with Nangong Chinchua, preserving the remainder in the dimensional space. Subsequently, various culinary delights crafted from the ingredients of leader-ranked beasts, such as the elephant's trunk, black-scaled crocodile tail, and golden-horned rhinoceros ribs, were presented. Even in a restaurant filled with worldly affluent patrons, the allure was irresistible, causing mouths to water. Some could not restrain themselves and inquired if any could be purchased. Yet, Bai Yi, now a super-rich magnate with assets amounting to 50 million, did he truly care about such trifles? Indeed, he did. Aside from reserving 10 pounds of each for tasting, he sold the rest, unexpectedly earning 10 million. Bai Yi seemed to have glimpsed a lucrative opportunity. Unfortunately, there were too few leader-ranked beasts. The verdant pastures had nearly been depleted by Bai Yi's exploits, yielding only this modest amount of meat. Moreover, preserving the meat of exotic beasts proved exceedingly challenging. In the realm of exotic beasts, within just a day, the energy contained within the meat dissipated entirely, rendering it less palatable than farmed meat. It was only due to Bai Yi's dimensional space that such indulgence was feasible. Were it anyone else, it would have been impossible. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Nangong Chinchua proposed to take Bai Yi and the others on a shopping excursion. It had been nearly 10 days since their arrival in this world, and this was the first time Bai Yi and Lin Meng had ventured into a grand city. As they journeyed forth, Bai Yi observed that the low-chassis sports cars of his past life had vanished, replaced instead by an array of armored off-road vehicles. It seemed that even in the external world, safety was not guaranteed, likely due to the presence of exotic beasts lurking in the shadows. The destination that Nangong Chinchua led them to was neither a cinema nor a KTV, but rather a sprawling shopping mall. Within its walls lay an abundance of items necessary for beast tamers and beast girls alike. Today, as fortune smiled upon him, Bai Yi found himself with ample earnings, making it an opportune moment to enhance his strength, as Nangong Chinchua enthusiastically proclaimed. "Why should I squander the hard-earned money I have?" Bai Yi retorted, clutching his pockets with a wary expression directed at Nangong Chinchua. "There are always scoundrels eyeing my purse. What then is the purpose of earning money?" Nangong Chinchua inquired, her face a canvas of confusion. "To save for retirement," Bai Yi replied with righteous conviction. Nangong Chinchua's expression darkened. "If you had merely mentioned saving for a bride, it would have been more reasonable. Saving for retirement at this juncture, might that not be a tad premature?" Nevertheless, whether to spend or not was another debate. Perusing the offerings posed no harm. Chapter 41. Purchasing a sword in the presence of the sword maiden. Their first stop was a clothing store. Yet the merchandise was not ordinary attire. It was an assortment of leather armor and protective gear. These items promised a significant boost to defensive capabilities, with some crafted from the hides of rare beasts or precious materials, even bestowing additional attributes. Both beast tamers and beast girls could utilize them, particularly beneficial for the latter, as it effectively mitigated the embarrassment of tattered garments post-transformation. Nangong Chinchua, well versed in this realm, animatedly introduced the products to Bai Yi and his companions. While everything appeared satisfactory at first, upon learning about the function of the gear for beast girls, Bai Yi felt compelled to interject. How unnecessary. The most enchanting sight is a lady in disarray. He casually picked up a piece of leather armor and activated his true sight. Ice Wolf leather armor, crafted from the hide of ordinary ice wolves. Equipment effect, defense 5, ice resistance 10. Activation requires 1 point of energy per hour. Indeed, it possesses attributes, he mused. However, the necessity of expending energy to activate the equipment's effects seemed rather burdensome. Glancing at the price tag, he was taken aback. 5,000 yuan. For a piece of armor made from common ice wolf hide, with such lackluster attributes, the price was exorbitant. It was no wonder that so many in Qingqing town were eager to acquire beast hides. Bai Yi found himself filled with regret. Perhaps he had undervalued his own leader-level beast hides, and those ordinary hides he had disregarded were now a source of lamentation. Such waste. Although Lin Ming was primarily captivated by food, as a woman, she too could not resist the allure of beautiful clothing. Upon entering, her gaze was immediately drawn to a shimmering little dress hanging at the center of the store, twinkling like the stars. The sales assistant, noticing the situation, enthusiastically introduced. This discerning young lady has excellent taste. This dress is crafted from top-tier starlit tiger skin. Not only does it significantly enhance defense, but it also provides an additional boost to speed, truly the pride of our store. Lin Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurried to the fitting room to try it on. When she stepped out, even Bai Yi was taken aback. The black dress, adorned with twinkling stars, seemed as if it draped the very galaxy around her. Under the starlight, Lin Ming's skin appeared as luminous as the full moon. For the first time, Bai Yi perceived Lin Ming as a woman. Starlight dress, crafted from top-tier starlit tiger skin. Equipment effect, defense 30, speed 30. Activation cost, 1 point of energy per minute. This garment effectively enhances attributes by a staggering 60 points. Setting aside its exquisite design, the attributes alone are remarkably impressive. Upon glancing at the price, a staggering 5 million. Goodness, what a rip-off. Ming, are you going to buy it? Bai Yi inquired earnestly. Yes. Lin Ming affirmed with a decisive nod. How much do you have? 500. You're short by a few thousand. Wait until you've saved enough to make the purchase. But my money is with you. My money is my own. What does it have to do with you? Bai Yi, I'm going to fight you. Lin Ming's newly awakened ladylike demeanor dissipated instantly as she resumed her scuffle with Bai Yi. Nangong Qianxue simply ignored the commotion, having grown accustomed to it. Suddenly, a voice interjected. Oh, isn't this the legendary SSS-grade Beastmaster? Can't even afford a piece of equipment? The speaker, possessing a certain allure, appeared somewhat familiar. Who are you? Bai Yi questioned, perplexed as he held Lin Ming's head. The individual, momentarily taken aback, responded with a hint of resentment. I am Ning Wan, formerly a student of Bai Ye's class. So, she was once a classmate from Xinjiang School. Bai Yi acknowledged her with a casual "oh" and resumed his playful tussle with Lin Ming. The greatest form of disdain is often indifference. Ning Wan felt a profound insult, and, pointing at Lin Ming, pouted to the boy beside her. Jiago, I want that dress. All right, I'll buy it. Witnessing the goddess's playful demeanor melted Sun Jia's heart, and he called out to the sales assistant, I'll take that dress. Make her take it off. Can you afford to compensate if it gets damaged? The assistant smiled as she presented the QR code. 5 million, thank you. Sun Jia was momentarily stunned. What kind of dress costs so much? Cough, cough. One, that dress has already been worn. Let's choose another one. Ning Wen's expression darkened at his words. Sun Jia, you wouldn't be unable to afford it, would you? You told me your father is a billionaire. Upon hearing this, Sun Jia grew increasingly anxious. Woman, what are you saying? How could I possibly afford this garment? Ning Wen interrupted her directly. Enough. If you purchase this outfit today, I shall make a pact with you tomorrow. If not, we shall part ways. Sun Jia's expression shifted dramatically, and after a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth. Fine. One cannot bear to lose a wife to a scoundrel. I shall deceive her first and sort it out later. Humph. Ning Wen looked at Bai Yi with a smug expression. However, Bai Yi remained indifferent, focused solely on his skirmish with Lin Ming. Apologies, but my friend has already purchased this dress. It was Nangong Qianxue who stepped in to thwart the commotion. How is that possible? The salesperson just said it wasn't sold. Ning Wen was incredulous. Did I buy it? Nangong Qianxue inquired of the salesperson. Miss Qianxue, you have already made the purchase. The salesperson promptly replied with respect. Only then did Ning Wen realize that this establishment clearly belonged to the Nangong family. Nangong Qianxue, as the esteemed daughter of the Nangong family and the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou, is such expenditure truly necessary? Ning Wen questioned, perplexed. Yet, Nangong Qianxue remained unfazed. For only she understood the true power of Bai Yi. I am willing, was her resolute response. Ningwen was rendered speechless. She had never anticipated that Nangong Qianxue would be so willingly devoted to Bai Yi. Sun Jia, on the other hand, was filled with envy. What a model of a man. After the two departed, Bai Yi did not insist on Nangong Qianxue paying. 5 million is but a trifling sum. He had merely been teasing Lin Ming. After all, it was Bai Yi who benefited from Lin Ming's attractive appearance. Besides equipment, weapons were also available in this realm. In this world, beast girls seldom required weapons, and beast tamers rarely engaged in combat, rendering weapons rather inexpensive. Bai Yi's I was caught by a golden spirit sword forged from gold spirit iron, boasting an attack power of 100, yet only costing 1 million. It was indeed a bargain. Furthermore, Bai Yi was proficient in swordsmanship, making this sword a perfect match for him. Just as Bai Yi prepared to make his payment, Nangong Qianxue, wearing an expression of melancholy, positioned herself before him. Purchasing a sword in front of a sword maiden was akin to brandishing a firearm in front of one's wife. One could hardly expect her to be pleased. Bai Yi reassured her multiple times that the sword was merely for storage in the dimensional space, and that he would never abandon her. Finally, Nangong Qianxue reluctantly acquiesced. Next was the elixir and spirit fruit section, where Bai Yi truly grasped the essence of luxury. Goodness! A primary strength-enhancing elixir that adds 1 point of strength costs a staggering 12,000. This item even has a resistance factor. It can add strength a maximum of 10 points. Oh wow! The intermediate strength-enhancing elixir that adds 10 points is priced at 150,000. What a heist! Isn't this the golden fruit I sold previously? It's astonishing that it's being sold for 15,000. It seems I truly undersold it. A basic healing potion fetching 10,000? What purpose does this serve? Presumably, it can only treat wounds that are on the verge of healing before reaching a hospital, right? Throughout the elixir and spirit fruit market, Bai Yi remained in a state of utter astonishment. The ease of making money is simply unbelievable. Is it truly so simple to become an alchemist? Bai Yi could not help but inquire. Before Nangong Qianxue could respond, a vendor nearby burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Young one, once you gain admission to a prestigious academy, you will understand. Alchemists are far more invaluable than beast tamers. Beast tamers typically undergo a 4-year program, while alchemists require at least a decade of training. Merely familiarizing oneself with the properties of various herbs cannot be accomplished in less than 3 years. Just as Bai Yi was about to retort, a selection suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Ignore the mockery and continue shopping. Completion reward, Constitution 10. Option 2. Slap Zhang Lei in the face. Completion reward, Basic alchemy skill. Option 3. Dazzle the entire audience. Completion reward, Intermediate alchemy skill. Bai Yi yearned to dazzle the crowd, but he was utterly ignorant of alchemy. Thus, he could only resort to the second option. Smack. Why did you hit me? Oh, you had a mosquito on your face. Bai Yi's slap was, quite literally, just that. A slap, and surprisingly straightforward. The system, with no choice, determined that option 2 was complete. At last, he could practice alchemy. However, the task was not yet finished. This meant there could still be more to come. By the way, what did you just say? Alchemy is difficult? Bai Yi suddenly queried. Of course. Zhang Lei nearly exploded with rage. Alchemy is not something one can master simply by having hands. Bai Yi feigned disbelief, his tone rising a pitch. The surrounding spectators could not help but glance over, eager to witness who possessed such audacity. Zhang Lei was so incensed that he nearly laughed. I endured 10 years of arduous study to become a junior alchemist. And you dare to claim it's something anyone can do? Fine. If you can concoct a single elixir today, I shall give you all the potions in my shop. Deal. Bai Yi responded without a moment's hesitation. What if you can't brew it? Zhang Lei glared at Bai Yi with a menacing expression. Although the potions in his shop were all basic, their combined value was still worth several million. He was eager to see if this arrogant young man would dare to wager 35 million in cash. Bai Yi laid bare all his assets. Furthermore, he had another 10 million tied up in the Qingqing Green Pasture app. He hoped that the system's reward of basic alchemy skill would not fail him. Hey, Bai Yi, don't go overboard. That money belongs to me as well. I've never heard that you could brew potions. Lin Ming could not help but feel anxious. Even if you possess the most formidable facade system, it does not permit you to feign in every conceivable manner. Should your pretense falter, be wary of the repercussions. Ha! With that, Zhang Lei readily accepted the challenge. A presumptuous scion of wealth, daring to put on airs before him, should be prepared for the inevitable backlash. 35 million indeed could procure all his elixirs. By the way, do you have any alchemical tools here? The system's alchemy prompt indicated that a furnace was essential, which Bai Yi lacked. You may borrow my furnace, but let it be known, should it explode, you shall owe me 10 million. Jiang Lei relinquished his furnace. A novice alchemical furnace was hardly worth 10 million. Jiang Lei viewed Bai Yi as a naive target to exploit. Very well. Bai Yi, uninterested in quibbling, fiddled with the device, yet found himself perplexed. This contraption was even more intricate than a rice cooker. How does one operate this? Reluctantly, Bai Yi sought assistance. Is this person here to entertain us? They can't even operate a furnace, yet they dare wager 35 million. Have they lost their mind? The wealthy truly know how to amuse themselves. Perhaps they wish to impress the two enchanting ladies nearby. The one in the white dress seems to be Nangang Qinxue, the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. The other, clad in black, is no less striking. That dress appears to be crafted from starlight wolf hide, valued at 5 million. TSK. Tisk, truly a fortunate soul. I wonder which prominent family's heir is adorned thus. It seems reminiscent of that SSS-level Beastmaster who recently dominated the trending charts. Having a high affinity for beast mastery does not equate to proficiency in alchemy. The crowd buzzed with chatter, predominantly mocking, with few believing Bai Yi could truly concoct an elixir. Jiang Lei wore a smug expression, patiently elucidating the workings of the alchemical furnace to Bai Yi. This is the switch for the fire spirit stone. Here you can adjust the flame's intensity, and this is. Bai Yi's eyes sparkled upon gazing at the fire spirit stone. This item was exceptional for barbecuing, with Mao's little brother unable to accompany him after leaving the green pastures. Bai Yi pondered how he would manage the barbecue. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity? Wow, using a fire spirit stone as barbecue charcoal. This is not your ordinary rich air. A single novice fire spirit stone could burn for a maximum of 10 hours, yet was worth thousands. It could rival a white beast soul orb. Bai Yi's opulence once again astounded the onlookers. After grasping the intricacies, Bai Yi began to contemplate which potion to concoct. Observing Bai Yi lost in thought amidst a pile of herbs, Jiang Lei could not restrain his ridicule. Young lad, are you familiar with these herbs? Do you require my assistance in preparing the ingredients? Bai Yi shot Jiang Lei a glance of disdain, unwilling to engage. Activating his true sight, the information of the surrounding herbs materialized before him. Bai Yi casually picked a robust flower and tossed it into the alchemical furnace. As the vigorous flower's moisture was dried and slightly curled, a canister of beast's blood was promptly poured in. Following that, various other materials were introduced according to the reactions within the alchemical furnace, with the temperature being adjusted accordingly. This was the preparation of the strength pill. Such a high starting point. Typically, novices concoct simpler resistance potions. Only seasoned junior alchemists dare to attempt such a complex elixir. It seemed as though this individual was merely fumbling about. No. His techniques certainly did not resemble those of a novice. Among the crowd of onlookers, there were indeed alchemists present who instantly recognized Bai Yi's methods as remarkably professional, with an impeccable grasp of timing. Even Jiang Lei wore an expression of disbelief. This was more skillful than his own teacher. Was he pretending to be a fool while concealing his true prowess? Yet, how could someone so young possess such alchemical skills? Could this be the terrifying talent of an SSS-ranked Beastmaster? Jiang Lei was utterly astonished. Chapter 43. A skills clearance sale. It seemed that the enchanting aroma wafting from the pharmacy validated Bai Yi's success. The entire alchemical furnace was enveloped in a misty haze, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors under the illumination. The fragrance of pills, the mist of pills, the rosy clouds of pills. This was indeed a magnificent display of alchemical wonders. The fact that a batch of novice strength pills could evoke such phenomena was simply astounding. A genius. Undoubtedly a genius. Those with knowledge in the field expressed their excitement in a continuous stream of praise. Even those unacquainted with the craft recognized the miraculous nature of the event. Open the furnace. At Bai Yi's command, the alchemical furnace was unveiled, revealing a total of 5 strength pills. Under normal circumstances, a successful batch would yield only 2 to 3 pills, with 4 being exceedingly rare. 5 was a feat that existed only in legends. Yet Bai Yi had accomplished it. The entire assembly was left in awe. A definitive display of skill. Master, are you selling the freshly made strength pills? I offer 13,000 for 1. I'll give 15,000. I'll take the lot for 100,000. Individuals began to vie for the strength pills crafted by Bai Yi. It was then that he recalled the newly produced elixirs. Novice Strength Pill, 1 stripe. Increases strength by 2 points, with resistance halved. The legendary pill stripe had appeared. Clearly, there were experts present who recognized its significance, prompting them to offer exorbitant sums for purchase. Not for sale. Do I look like someone in need of money? Bai Yi declared, seizing the 5 strength pills and stuffing them into his mouth. What kind of beast master consumes strength pills? The world of the wealthy is truly incomprehensible. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Lin Ming lunged toward Bai Yi. Bai Yi, the strength pills should be mine. Spit them out. If I spit them out, will you even eat them? You're so disgusting. Ha ha ha. Indeed, are not the elixirs within this apothecary entirely ours? Lin Ming suddenly awakened to this realization, hastily dismounted from Bai Yi and began to swiftly gather the elixirs. First, she stuffed 10 great strength pills into her mouth, followed by speed-enhancing pills, body-fortifying pills, and vitality pills, resembling a small squirrel with her cheeks stuffed to the brim. This spectacle astonished everyone. It was their first encounter with someone consuming elixirs in such abundance. Could she even digest all of this? As it turned out, Lin Ming possessed an impressive appetite, swiftly digesting everything. All attributes maxed at 10. Under the eager gaze of Zhang Lei, Bai Yi stored the remaining elixirs into his dimensional space. Alas, the alchemy furnace does not count. Herbal ingredients are excluded. Fire spirit stones are permissible. Take them if you wish. Zhang Lei was at a loss for words. Taking everything in sight was rather excessive, akin to that of a bandit. With thousands of elixirs in hand, Bai Yi exited the apothecary, thoroughly satisfied. Henceforth, he would no longer fret over a lack of elixirs during his adventures. Along the way, Bai Yi occasionally tossed a great strength pill or body-fortifying pill into his mouth, treating them like mere candies. Such extravagance was utterly outrageous. The next location he arrived at was, in truth, a veritable den of wealth. It offered skill acquisitions, including beast spirit orbs for beast girls and skill orbs for beast tamers. Prices commenced at a minimum of 100,000. The most precious skill orbs could even reach into the billions. Here, even the wealthiest tycoon would hesitate to purchase indiscriminately. After perusing the offerings, Bai Yi stumbled upon something intriguing: combat-type skill orbs. It is widely acknowledged that beast tamers possess poor physical fortitude and seldom engage directly in combat. The priciest were the supportive skills, followed by those enhancing speed and defense, which increased a beast tamer's likelihood of survival. The least sought after were the combat skills, as they attracted little interest. Bai Yi noticed a skill orb for Heavy Slash, with an attack power of 100, surprisingly priced at merely 100,000. Additionally, there was Rapid Slash, where the higher one's agility, the more slashes one could execute, also priced at 100,000. Then there was Linear Charge, which, upon execution, propelled one forward, strength 10 meters, launching any enemies in a straight line. Its price was 200,000. Such prices were ludicrously low for an ordinary beast tamer. With a strength of merely 20 or 30 points, charging a few meters held little significance. Yet, Bai Yi's strength had now reached an impressive 360 points. Against a gathering of beasts, whether charging in or out, the impact of his attacks would be markedly evident. Each skill felt as though it were being gifted to him. Bai Yi unreservedly collected them all. With his innate talent, he naturally comprehended every one, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Lin Ming also discovered an intriguing skill, Shrink, which reduced one's size by 10-fold while diminishing strength by 50. Lin Ming measures merely over half a meter in length, and when diminished 10-fold, it shrinks to a mere 5 centimeters, no larger than the palm of one's hand. It resembles a cat confined within a cup, yet it possesses a certain charm. The price for such a negatively buffed skill is not exorbitant, merely 200,000. Purchased. Nangong Xinxue was captivated by a skill called Accelerated Flight, which boasts a flight speed of 100, particularly suitable for flying beast maidens. The cost, however, is a staggering 5 million. The affluent young lady did not even blink, acquiring it on the spot. Such extravagance. It seems Nangong Xinxue has somewhat misaligned her aspirations, as she appears to have positioned herself as a mount. The most expensive skill within the marketplace is the Wings of Flame. Upon comprehension, one gains the ability to fly. Moreover, it is a skill exclusive to beast tamers. Acquiring this skill would significantly enhance a beast tamer's survivability. Even Bai Yi found himself quite tempted. After all, flight is a universal dream. Although one can fly using swordsmanship, it pales in comparison to the thrill of soaring independently. Alas, the price is far from agreeable. A staggering 100 million. Bai Yi's entire fortune combined still falls short by several tens of millions. Just as Bai Yi was enraptured by the prospect, a familiar voice suddenly broke through. I've purchased the wings of flame. The crowd turned to see a girl clad in opulent attire. Her golden gown, woven from golden silkworm silk, boasts defenses and attributes far beyond that of an apprentice beast maiden. Its value is beyond estimation. The newcomer was none other than Chengyu, the daughter of the wealthiest man in Jiangzhou. Bai Yi, I intend to show you the magnitude of your regret for abandoning me. After acquiring the wings of flame, Chengyu casually tossed it to her beast tamer. To give away an item worth $1 billion without a second thought is the epitome of extravagance. This is true opulence devoid of humanity. The beast tamer, astonishingly, is classified as S-Rank. Chengyu has also ascended to S-Rank. One can only imagine the resources she has accumulated. Wealth truly grants one unbridled freedom. At this juncture, options reappeared. Option 1. Outbid for the wings of flame at a higher price. Reward for completion. Evolve into the wings of blazing fire, flight speed 100. Option 2. Win the wings of flame through a wager. Reward for completion. Gain the flame attribute. Option 3. Seize the wings of flame directly. Reward for completion. Strength 100. It seems the system is intent on securing the wings of flame. Chapter 44. Departure. Objective, Mount Hua. Option 1. Competing with Chengyu in financial prowess is utterly futile. Bai Yi cannot even afford the original price. Option 3 is also untenable. Robbery is illegal. To rob something valued in the hundreds of millions could lead to a lifetime in prison. The only recourse is to outsmart her. Chengyu, you have ascended to S-Rank. Do you dare to engage in a duel? If you lose, you shall grant me the wings of flame. If I lose, I shall contract with you. Bai Yi attempted to entice Chengyu into a competition. The diminutive golden jade emperor rabbit was something Bai Yi could easily conquer. I won't compete. Don't think I am unaware that you just triumphed over Chengpeng today. Even the golden mammoth is not your match. I refuse to engage with you. To Bai Yi's surprise, Chengyu outright rejected the challenge, showing no interest whatsoever. Bai Yi then began to devise a new wager. Then let us gamble. Before Bai Yi could finish, Chengyu's beast master had already consumed the flame wing skill orb. This fellow was evidently fearful of Bai Yi snatching it away. For in Bai Yi's presence, he felt utterly outmatched. Over the past few days, he had been subjected to Chengyu's incessant praises of Bai Yi. After all, he was merely a substitute. Thus, he hastened to secure it for himself. This turn of events left Bai Yi feeling awkward, as it marked the first time he had encountered a complete failure in his mission. Chengyu mistook Bai Yi's disappointment over not acquiring the flame wing as sorrow, which only inflated his pride further. Bai Yi, now you understand what a significant loss it is to give up on me. It's not too late to regret. Meanwhile, Nangong Qinxue gazed at Bai Yi with a sorrowful expression. Why do you always seek to replace me? Am I not good enough? With the flame wing in hand, there was indeed no need to rely on the sword spirit for flight. Alas, it is truly challenging for an exceptional man, perpetually pursued by various beauties. Bai Yi could not explain that it was the system that insisted he obtain the flame wing. However, upon hearing this, others were nearly consumed by jealousy. The daughter of Jiangzhou's wealthiest family, once publicly rejected, still clung to Bai Yi with unwavering hope. Jiangzhou's most beautiful woman, in pursuit of Bai Yi, adopted such a lowly stance. How enviable. Let us depart. This street is no longer pleasant. Bai Yi and Lin Meng retreated to their hotel for respite, while Nangong Qinxue returned home. Since joining Bai Yi, she had not been home for many days. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Nangong household was rather somber. Several key members had gathered, each wearing a troubled expression, particularly Nangong Yin, who appeared somewhat dejected. Mummy, I am back. Nangong Qinxue affectionately embraced Nangong Ye's arm, hoping to lift her mother's spirits. Qinxue, perhaps you should part ways with Bai Yi, Nangong Ye suggested hesitantly. Mummy, Aunt Yin, and esteemed elders, this morning. Chengpeng personally acknowledged that it was Bai Yi who helped teach him a lesson. I have also conveyed through WeChat just how formidable Bai Yi is. Why should I be made to leave him? Nangong Qinxue felt deeply wronged and perplexed. Bai Yi was undeniably exceptional, and she had painstakingly forged a profound friendship with him. Why must she be compelled to leave? Alas, Qinxue, You do not comprehend the power of the Chung family. The various raw materials produced in the exotic beast space of Jiangzhou are predominantly controlled by the Chung family, granting them significant pricing power. Even the Tianhu Mall dares not provoke such a local tyrant. Our Nangong family's primary business revolves around the manufacturing and sale of various equipment, which renders us heavily reliant on these raw materials. Now that they have severed our supply, it is tantamount to cutting off our lifeline. Whether we attempt to procure materials piecemeal or source them from elsewhere, cost will inevitably soar. The equipment industry already operates on razor-thin margins. If this continues, our Nangong family will face ruin. Nangong slowly articulated this in an effort to make her daughter comprehend their dire situation. So you wish for me to submit to that debauched heir, Chengpeng? What about avenging Uncle Hua? Are you truly intending to sell me for a handsome price? Nangong Qianxue retorted loudly. Xiaoxue, the family's interests must take precedence. Moreover, what is so wrong with Chengpeng? He possesses both wealth and strength in all of Jiangzhou. Which woman does not aspire to become his beast consort? As for the matters concerning Xianghua and Yin'er, you were the one who betrayed first. Look at the daughter you have raised, Nangongya, so disobedient. I have long maintained that when they first awakened, they should have been contracted immediately, thus avoiding all this trouble. The elders of the Nangong family began to voice their criticisms in a cacophony. The central theme was singular. Nangong Qianxue should leave Bai Yi and enter into a contract with Chengpeng. I will prove to you that Bai Yi is more formidable than the entire Cheng family. Nangong Qianxue's fighting spirit was thoroughly ignited. A mere child can stand against an enormous family? What a farce. These individuals would never believe such a thing. Very well. Tomorrow, send a team of hunters with sufficient equipment. I shall demonstrate to you what true strength entails. Nangong Qianxue brimmed with confidence in Bai Yi. Excellent. I am eager to witness just how powerful the legendary SSS-level beast master truly is. An elderly woman with silver hair paused briefly, tapping her cane before rising to depart. The others followed suit, pointing fingers and leaving in succession, leaving only Nangong Qianxue, Nangongya, and Nangong Yin behind. Xiaoxue, is that young man named Bai Yi truly so formidable? Nangongya still harbored doubts. Indeed, he is even more powerful than I have described. Presently, Nangong Qianxue possessed boundless faith in Bai Yi. Nangongya then turned her gaze to Nangong Yin. Indeed, he is indeed unimaginably strong. Nangong Yin affirmed as well. This revelation astonished Nangongya. It is worth noting that her sister had always held herself in high regard, exhibiting great pride. If even you extol him so, I must truly see for myself. Xiaoxue, I will take responsibility for your protection tomorrow. All right, mother. Please remember to arrange for the hunter team. The more, the better. Understood. The following morning, Nangong Qianxue led a grand procession to the entrance of the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel, awaiting Bai Yi and Lin Ming. Upon stepping outside, Bai Yi was astonished to find a dozen large refrigerated trucks waiting for him. What could be the purpose of this? Selling ice cream, perhaps? Nangong Qianxue's expression darkened. Once again, the situation proved to be as unreliable as ever. These are professional butchers, tasked with handling the corpses of the exotic beasts behind us. They are all employees from my family, ensuring that the profits from their work surpass our own efforts, all while saving us precious time. After hearing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Everything is ready. Let us embark. Destination, Wuxing Mountain. Wuxing Mountain is the largest entry-level exotic beast territory in Jiangzhou province. It boasts 5 peaks, each soaring over 5,000 meters and covering an area exceeding 100 kilometers. Each mountain corresponds to a different elemental attribute, collectively forming a basin of over 200 kilometers in circumference. Furthermore, the energy within Wuxing Mountain is abundant, allowing for rapid reproduction of exotic beasts. This also signifies an exceptionally rich resource pool, making it an ideal training ground. Chapter 45. Sacrificing appearance for ill-gotten gains. Thanks to Nangong Qianxue's convoy, Bai Yi and his companions no longer needed to wait for public transport. They set off directly. An hour later, they arrived in a bustling small town. Although named Wuxing Town, it could easily rival Xinjiang County in terms of vibrancy. Bai Yi's first thought was to inquire if there was a Wuxing Mountain app available for download. Upon confirming that it was indeed free, he promptly downloaded it himself, then urged Nangong Qianxue and Lin Ming to download it using his referral code. He even insisted that the butchers follow suit, though unfortunately, they had registered years prior. Thus, he could only earn a modest 500 Wuxing coins. These apps are officially developed, allowing for the exchange of various currencies, albeit with a 10 transaction fee. Bai Ye's transfer of over 10 million Qingqing coins would incur a deduction of more than 1 million. Quite the scam. It seems wisest to leave the matter in Liu Mei's capable hands for a gradual resolution. Now, the focus shifts to acquiring some Wuxing coins. Naturally, posting online is the way to go. Qianxue, come here, strike a few beautiful poses. I'll take some photos. No sooner had they entered Wuxing Mountain than Bai Yi directed Nangong Qianxue to showcase various elegant stances, capturing a plethora of images. It must be said, Nangong Qianxue is undeniably stunning. Had she existed in a past life, she would have undoubtedly been a super celebrity, truly deserving of the title the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. After selecting a few choice photos, he uploaded a post titled, "The most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou spotted at Wuxing Mountain. Absolutely gorgeous. Access required. 1 Wuxing coin." One can only imagine the flood of admirers this post would attract. Earning a fortune effortlessly, Bai Yi felt he had stumbled upon the secret to viral success. However, after waiting for a long while, only a handful of individuals had engaged with the content. The total views barely reached 100. What was happening? Bai Yi pondered for some time before realizing that this world was predominantly female-oriented. The true key to gaining traction must lie within oneself. Shocking. An SSS-level beast master has actually appeared at 5 Elements Mountain. So impressive. Image. Reading requires 1 5 Elements coin. The accompanying image features Bai Yi standing at the entrance of 5 Elements Mountain, taking a selfie. He looks incredibly striking. The moment the post was published, views surged dramatically. It quickly soared to the trending list. Astonishingly, the old lecherous crowd had always been present, merely having shifted their focus. Just look at those comments. They are utterly indecent. Some wish to bear Bai Yi little monkeys, others tiny birds, and even some desire little flowers. Is there a flower for the chrysanthemum? Truly, not a shred of modesty. Bai Yi could only helplessly utilize the ill-gotten gains acquired through these sacrificial charms to unlock the entire map. Indeed, 5 Elements Mountain teemed with resources, with throngs of exotic beasts densely populating the map, requiring no deliberate search. Their plan was to engage in as much slaughter of these beasts as possible to earn some pocket change. Behind them trailed dozens of butchers equipped with portable trailers and various tools. Their formation could hardly be considered small. Passers-by turned their heads in curiosity, eager to discern which influential figures were so formidable. Yet, they discovered merely a group of youngsters. Just 2 little beast girls accompanied by dozens of butchers. What on earth were they up to? It was incomprehensible. Surely, they couldn't all be there merely to collect materials. Could they? The world of the wealthy is indeed beyond our understanding. Amidst the crowd's perplexity, Bai Yi identified their first target, the Gale antelope. These creatures were as swift as the wind, with black iron-level beast girls scarcely able to catch a glimpse of their tail lights. Their pelts served as excellent materials for crafting agility-based leather armor. Most importantly, their numbers were exceedingly vast, 200 to 300 strong. Moreover, their long horns were exceptionally sharp. When they charged, it was akin to a tidal wave of beasts. Most would hesitate to provoke them, but not Bai Yi. Once fully prepared, the dark night cat demon leaped into the herd of antelopes. With claws flailing, it swiftly harvested lives, thanks to her petite frame and agile movements. The Gale antelopes could scarcely lay a finger on her. After a dozen or so antelopes lay defeated around her, Bai Yi absorbed their beast souls, forming a protective armor around himself, and grasped the sword spirit transformed from Nangong Qianxue, charging into the fray. What is a beastmaster doing charging into a horde of exotic beasts? Seeking death? Furthermore, why would Schwer allow a man to wield her? Wouldn't that elicit feelings? Stealthily trailing behind, Nangong felt her body weaken upon seeing her daughter held in someone else's grasp. As a spirit being herself, she understood that even after taking on a corporeal form, emotions remained intact. What astonished Nangong even more was the sheer might of Bai Yi. He transformed into a beam of sword light, plunging into the herd of antelopes. Every antelope in a straight line was effortlessly dispatched. This was a newly acquired skill, linear assault. Nangong Qianxue activated her sharp blade, and with Bai Yi's immense strength, it was almost a single strike per antelope. The speed of slaughter was undeniably comparable to that of the night cat demon. As the swift antelopes continued to fall, the beast soul armor enveloping Bai Yi grew increasingly robust. The sharp horns of the antelopes had no effect against it. Bai Yi required no defense. He needed only to unleash his full wrath upon his foes. In no time, over 100 antelopes lay slain on the ground. The antelope leader, unable to bear the sight, charged at Bai Yi with its 2-meter-long horns, akin to a battering ram. It was the sword-halberd gale antelope. Such a terrifying charge could easily overwhelm even a beast girl of equal strength. Yet, Bai Yi did not flinch. Was he courting death? Nangongya grew anxious and transformed into a long spear, prepared to intervene. It seemed too late to save Bai Yi. She could only hope to protect her daughter. However, what unfolded before her once again reshaped Nangongya's understanding. Bai Yi first unleashed a silver moon slash. Although it was shattered by the long horns of the sword-halberd gale antelope, it slightly impeded its advance. Following that, Bai Yi began to gather energy. Nangong Qianxue also readied herself. A heavy strike that shattered armor. The combined force resulted in a terrifying display of power. Mastering the sword, Bai Yi deftly maneuvered around the long horns and struck fiercely at the center of the sword-halberd gale antelope's head. The creature was cleaved in two from head to tail. Nangongya was left in utter disbelief. So powerful. So incredibly powerful. Was this truly an attack strength that a beastmaster could possess? It was utterly terrifying. What was there to save? She had simply overthought it. The remaining gale antelopes, witnessing this, dared not resist any longer and turned to flee. The night cat demon pursued, slaying dozens more before finally relenting. In this battle, nearly 200 gale antelopes were exterminated. A mere 2 minutes had elapsed. Not even the wine had cooled, let alone anything else. The arriving butchers were utterly stunned. They had accompanied hunting teams and mercenary groups, yet they had never witnessed such efficiency. It was astonishing. However, the butchers also demonstrated what true professionalism entailed. Some were extracting beast soul orbs, others skinning, cutting meat, retrieving horns, and loading carts, almost forming an assembly line. Within 10 minutes, they had collected 190 beast soul orbs and 1 beast spirit orb. Soon after, several portable carts were filled to capacity. The butchers continued their dissection, while the transport team began to haul away the goods. They even employed a 9th-level beast girl as a load assistant. If it weren't for the narrow entrance and the poor condition of the roads within the beast realm, they would have considered driving a refrigerated truck inside. The butchers were exceedingly satisfied with the bodies, as nearly all of them were dispatched with a single strike, leaving no unnecessary wounds. They were all of superior quality. Truly impressive. Bai Yi and his companions felt no need to linger any longer. After a brief respite, they set off once more. Chapter 46. The Galloping Sheep. Racing towards the ice mountain, the 5 Elements Mountain undoubtedly stood as Jiangzhou's most bountiful beast realm. Just in the valley's depths, the number of beasts was astonishing, with herds scattered everywhere. For ordinary people, it was fraught with danger, but for Bai Yi, they were walking treasures. The slaughter persisted. With the increasing carnage, the beast soul armor continued to accumulate, almost solidifying into a tangible form. A piece of black armor engraved with various beasts. It exuded an aura of dominance. Coupled with Bai Yi's tall stature and valiant visage, it was utterly mesmerizing. Nangong Qianxue couldn't help but swoon, secretly capturing several photographs. Once posted on the forum, it attracted a swarm of lecherous beast girls, earning her a considerable amount of 5 Elements coins. She finally grasped the art of making money, thanks to Bai Yi's insistence. They split the earnings 80-20, with Nangong Qianxue receiving the lesser share. Not only she, but even Nangongya was astounded. She finally understood her daughter's obsession. If she were 20 years younger, she too would be infatuated like her daughter. So handsome. However, the beast soul armor was not merely for aesthetics. Once solidified, it could withstand even the full force of a Dark Knight cat demoness strike without budging an inch. Ordinary beasts, and even those of the leader rank, found it nearly impossible to breach its defenses. Bai Yi grew increasingly unrestrained. Within just half a day, the butchers were overwhelmed. The speed of Bai Yi's slaughter was simply too rapid. Several refrigerated trucks were already filled to capacity. The transport convoy had never ceased its operations. The butchers tasked with processing the beast corpses worked tirelessly, even opting to forego meat in favor of the more precious pelts and hides. Yet, they still struggled to keep pace. Ultimately, the Nangong family had no choice but to offer high salaries to recruit butchers on the spot. They coordinated with partners to secure dozens more refrigerated trucks, barely managing to keep up with Bai Yi's relentless tempo. The Nangong family finally understood the meaning of one person being worth an entire lineage. With Bai Yi's rate of supplying raw materials, he could indeed sustain the production of the Nangong family. To ensure that the beast soul armor remained in a state of peak intensity, Bai Yi refrained from taking prolonged breaks. He continued his relentless slaughter, transforming the surrounding area into a veritable vacuum of life. Whenever fatigue set in, he merely quenched his thirst and pressed on. From the dimensional space, a selection of restorative elixirs was extracted, the recovery pill and the vitality pill. These were rewards earned from a wager made the previous day. Although utilizing such potions for recovery may appear somewhat extravagant, they were all procured at no cost, thus causing no remorse. Moreover, in light of the immense gains achieved, this minor investment was entirely justifiable. By the end of the day, Bai Yi had amassed over 200 beast soul orbs and around 10 beast spirit orbs. With these beast soul orbs, all 3 individuals ascended to the 8th level. As for the beast spirit orbs, lacking any remarkable skills, they were deemed unnecessary and discarded. Additionally, the various resources collected by the Nangong family had accumulated to a staggering value of 2 million. Fortunately, the butcher from Nangong Qianchua's household accompanied them. Otherwise, discarding ordinary materials such as beast hides would have resulted in a harvest diminished by at least tenfold. Cumulatively, they harvested millions in a single day. Such a rapid pace of profit exhilarated Bai Yi. However, it also incited resentment among the residents of Wuxing town, as Bai Yi was exceedingly ruthless in his pursuits. While others might slay dozens of exotic beasts in a day, he had vanquished thousands, including over a dozen leaders. This unsustainable practice threatened their very existence. Observing the discontent expressed in the forums, Bai Yi resolved to continue his endeavors the following day. After all, Wuxing Mountain did not belong to them. Furthermore, Bai Yi had paid for his entry. Why should he be barred from hunting exotic beasts? After 3 consecutive days, the area surrounding the entrance was rendered a vacuum, devoid of exotic beasts, which incited widespread grievances. Bai Yi's total revenue surpassed 10 million, and all 3 companions achieved the 10th level. The leap from the 10th level to the black iron level is a formidable chasm, requiring an energy accumulation far greater than that needed to progress from the 1st to the 10th level combined. Moreover, even with sufficient energy, one must undertake specific challenges to break through, a feat unattainable by many throughout their lives. The difficulty is evident. Thus, the accumulation of beast soul orbs was no longer of paramount importance. The Nangong family had also gathered a sufficient stockpile of resources, alleviating any sense of urgency. Consequently, Bai Yi and his companions planned to delve deeper into the wilderness, preferably selecting an elemental mountain to explore. It is said that each elemental mountain harbors a Lord-level exotic beast. Simultaneously, an array of options emerged. Option 1. Eliminate the Golden Spirit Mountain Lord, the Golden Arrow Hedgehog. Completion reward, Agility 100. Option 2. Eliminate the Greenwood Mountain Lord, the Greenwood Tree Demon. Completion reward, Recovery Speed 100. Option 3. Eliminate the Ice Mountain Lord, the Ice Storm Bear. Completion reward, Strength 100. Option 4. Eliminate the Flame Mountain Lord, the Flame Spirit. Completion reward, Vitality 100. Option 5. Eliminate the Giant Rock Mountain Lord, the Stone Giant. Completion reward, Constitution 100. The rewards were undeniably enticing. Bai Yi chose to pursue them all. The entrance is approximately 100 kilometers from each elemental mountain. For the power controlled by Yi, the first destination is, of course, to challenge the Frost Storm Bear. To save time, Bai Yi opts to tame a beast as a mount. Among the surrounding creatures, the fastest is undoubtedly the Gale Antelope, an old acquaintance. When Bai Yi appears among the herd, all the antelopes flee in terror, not daring to resist in the slightest. They are truly terrified of being killed. Don't run. Whoever escapes shall perish. Bai Yi brandishes his sword spirit and unleashes Silver Moon Slash, striking down the foremost Gale Antelope. The remaining ones, agitated, are swiftly dispatched by the Night Cat Demon with a deadly claw. Finally, the antelope herd dares not move again. They huddle together, trembling in fear as they gaze at Bai Yi. Rest assured, I mean no harm. I simply seek a mount to carry me to Frost Mountain. The reward is 2 beast soul pearls. Bai Yi's words caused the herd to stir once more. However, this time, rather than fleeing, they contemplate whether to comply. As herbivorous Gale antelopes, they rarely have the opportunity to obtain beast soul pearls. With this chance before them, ambitious antelopes begin to entertain thoughts of seizing it. After all, the herd currently lacks a leader. Perhaps those 2 beast soul pearls represent a golden opportunity. At last, a robust Gale antelope steps forward. Soon after, a second, a third. And ultimately, the entire herd of Gale antelopes rises to stand. Well, it seems they are all ready to submit. Proficiency in beast language truly proves advantageous. Thus, Bai does not hesitate and randomly leaps onto a strong Gale antelope. Lin Meng and Nangong Qianxue also select their own Gale antelopes as mounts. The entire army sets forth. The Gale antelope herd whirls into a frenzy, racing towards Frost Mountain at breakneck speed. This spectacle leaves Nangong envious. She yearns to experience the exhilaration of galloping with the antelopes. Alas, she possesses nothing. She can only transform into a long spear, trailing closely behind. However, along the way, she is obstructed. She is a black iron pinnacle beast girl. To be impeded in an entry-level beast space is quite the surprise. It appears the opposition has been scheming for quite some time. Chapter 47. The Pursuit by Black Iron 9-Star Beast Girls. Who are you? Nangong regards the 2 powerful beast girls before her with caution. Both of these beast girls are formidable Black Iron 9-Star combatants. Concealed behind them are beast tamers. In this situation, even Nangong cannot guarantee her safe escape. Our task is merely to delay you for a day. We hope you will be sensible and avoid causing any unpleasantness. One of the panther beast girls threatens, her lithe form exuding menace. Reaching this level, there are hardly any weaklings. The other crow beast girl flaps her wings, indicating that the aerial route is also sealed. Blackbloods people, did the Chung family send you? Nangong appeared to have deduced something and grew increasingly vigilant. Being aware of our black blood, she should understand that we undertake missions without inquiring about our employers. It was Black Panther who responded. The Black Blood Mercenary Corps is a notably renowned assassin organization. Though its members are few, each is exceptionally formidable and would never betray their employers. It seems that extracting information regarding their tasks and employers from them is virtually impossible. Nangong suspected that their target was not herself, but rather her daughter and Bai Yi. Neither her daughter nor those she holds dear could be allowed to come to harm. Rescue was imperative. Nangong brandished her spear, which gleamed like silver, and swiftly advanced toward Xianya. As if foreseeing her approach, Xianya suddenly fragmented into a multitude of crows, scattering in all directions. Behind each crow trailed an almost imperceptible black thread. The threads wove into a net, ensnaring the silver spear tightly. Unyielding, the spear unleashed a flurry of silver spikes that erupted around it, violently tearing at the black net, reducing it to tatters. Just as the silver spear sought to escape, Black Panther lunged forward, her claws stained with blood, striking down ferociously. The spear trembled and retreated back into the black net, evidently injured. Yet, the silver spear refused to submit, bending its form and utilizing its elasticity to emit a piercing sound as it propelled itself forward with astonishing speed and force. Black Panther, too close to evade, was sent flying several dozen meters, a stream of blood escaping her lips. However, as a white light descended behind her, her wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace, allowing her to charge forward once more. With the aid of a beastmaster, the combat prowess of the beast woman surged immensely. Xianya incessantly released black feathers, resembling arrows, aimed at the silver spear, resulting in a cacophony of clinks and clatters. Each sound caused the spear to quiver, indicating it had sustained injuries to its core. The silver spear enveloped itself in a defensive shield, blocking the onslaught of black feathers, then seized the opportunity to counterattack, wounding Xianya's wings. However, since Xianya and Black Panther were both under the command of the same beastmaster, she was quickly healed. In contrast, the silver spear, lacking assistance, continued to accumulate injuries. Soon, it lost its fighting capability, unable to maintain its transformation, and was completely ensnared by the black net. Xianya dragged the silver spear into a cave to conceal it. Black Panther transformed into a woman clad in black leather, exuding a regal aura. Gazing at the disheveled and bound Nangong, whose form was both curvaceous and vulnerable, she couldn't resist licking her crimson lips. Rest assured, remain here obediently for a day, and nothing will befall you. I shall keep you company. Meanwhile, Bai Yi and the others rode their sheep, reveling in the splendid scenery of the Five Elements Mountain. A weary antelope, in a moment of respite, leaps upon another, savoring a beast soul orb. What a delightful sight. Suddenly, an array of options materializes before Bai Yi. Option 1. Successfully escape from the Five Elements Mountain. Reward: Agility 100. Option 2. Execute a counterattack against a formidable foe. Reward: All attributes 100. Option 3. Be slain. Reward: Game over goodness. An ambush. Bai Yi, startled, swiftly glances back. In the distance, a dark figure approaches with alarming speed. This could hardly be a mere apprentice beast girl. What a predicament. The winds are fierce. Bai Yi hastily summons Nangong Qinshuet to transform. Seizing the night cat demon and leaping aboard. Accelerate. Flee. Yet, it proves futile. The dark figure looms ever larger. And Bai Yi soon discerns its identity. A black armored scarab from the Black Iron 9 Stars. Oh, what a colossal dung beetle. The night cat demon, nestled in Bai Yi's embrace, turns to gaze back, unable to suppress a gasp. Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance to an oversized dung beetle. Moreover, atop the beetle sits a beastmaster. Such coordination is beyond the capabilities of Bai Yi and his companions. As they take flight, Bai Yi notices two beast girls sprinting madly on the ground, one a black python, the other a ghost fire, an eerie green flame. Clearly, their target is also Bai Yi. To safeguard the resources of the exotic beast space and ensure sustainable development. Entry to a beginner-level space like the Five Elements Mountain is forbidden for beast girls above the bronze level. Yet, these individuals are all from the Black Iron 9 Stars. They truly underestimate Bai Yi. They are merely at the 10th level of apprenticeship. This is overkill, and not just a little. By the heavens, how can one contend with such odds? Who harbors such a deep-seated grudge? Bai Yi grumbles as he runs. Bai Yi, that dung beetle is approaching. How revolting. Lin Ming Tian, fearless of everything but insects, is utterly repulsed by the sight of this oversized creature. The black armored scarab is now alarmingly close to Bai Yi, and the night cat demon's remarks have not gone unnoticed. Enraged, she nearly explodes. It is clearly a black armored scarab, not a dung beetle. Although the mission does not require her to slay a cat, she would not hesitate to dispose of one if the opportunity arose. Suddenly, before the black armored scarab, a massive black sphere materializes, hurtling towards Bai Yi and his companions. Oh, what a colossal dung ball! The night cat demon exclaims in exasperation. Inciting near madness in the black armored scarab, Bai Yi deftly maneuvers the sword spirit, narrowly evading the foul projectile. However, due to this delay, the distance between the black armored dung beetle and Bai Yi once again diminished. Bai Yi could now perceive the sharp barbs on the beetle's long legs. Should such elongated limbs pierce one, it would likely result in a fatal wound. Bai Yi even discerned an insidious, human-like grin upon the beetle's visage. If this continued, they might indeed meet their demise. A counterattack was imperative. Observing the beastmaster upon the beetle's back, Bai Yi's mind began to formulate a strategy. The beastmaster served as a formidable ally to the beast girls, yet simultaneously represented a vulnerability. If exploited judiciously, a counterstrike was not beyond possibility. Thus, Bai Yi quietly conveyed his plan to the night cat demon. The night cat demon vehemently shook her head in refusal. Her aversion to insects was profound. Yet, there was no alternative. They had to proceed as planned. Chapter 48. The opponent wishes not to converse and throws a cat at you. The night cat demon gradually concealed her form. Bai Yi grasped the sword spirit and, with an unexpected surge, soared skyward. The black-armored dung beetle, propelled by inertia, charged forward and directly beneath them. Bai Yi deftly cast the night cat demon downward. Due to her invisibility, neither the black-armored dung beetle nor the beastmaster upon its back noticed her descent. With a sudden and vicious strike, the night cat demon unleashed her toxic claws. Even the most seasoned beastmaster could not evade the stealthy assault, resulting in a decisive blow that severed his head. A fatal strike. With the beastmaster's demise, the black-armored dung beetle succumbed to a weakened state, its attributes significantly diminished. Enlargement. The power of the giant elephant. The combination of these two skills caused the night cat demon to swell to 20 times her original size. Her colossal form nearly enveloped the black-armored dung beetle entirely. The corresponding weight compounded the already flight-challenged beetle's predicament. Despite the beetle's frantic wing flapping, it could no longer generate any lift and began to plummet. Seizing the opportunity as the beetle's shell opened, the night cat demon brandished her enormous claws, aiming for the exposed soft underbelly. With a single strike, a torrent of yellow liquid erupted forth, nearly prompting the night cat demon to retch. Truly, insects were the most repulsive creatures. Yet, this blow inflicted considerable damage upon the black-armored dung beetle. Already weakened, it instinctively closed its shell in agony, inadvertently accelerating its descent. Below them lay a vast expanse of rubble. One might ponder, what force in newtons would be exerted by a 10-ton object falling from a height of 100 meters? Well, that question eludes me. Regardless, the impact would be tremendous, so immense that it could shatter the black-armored dung beetle's formidable exoskeleton. In the fleeting moment before impact, the night cat demon executed a swift pounce, landing upon the black-armored dung beetle and leaping upward. Bai effortlessly lifted the shrunken dark night cat demon. Gripping the sword spirit, he unleashed a powerful strike with the armor-piercing blow, forcefully plunging it into the unconscious black-armored scarab. The sword spirit pierced through the junction of the scarab's neck, delivering a fatal blow. Thus, the formidable black-armored scarab, a creature of the Black Iron 9 stars, met its demise, taking its beast master along with it. Such astonishing combat prowess left the lurking black python and ghostfire awestruck. Yet, they felt no fear. Although the intricate details of the battle eluded them, they could surmise that Bai Yi had employed some cunning strategy. The black-armored scarab had failed to exhibit its full combat potential, merely launching a substantial dung ball attack. How absurd. It was a colossal strike. Therefore, all they needed to do was catch up to Bai Yi and eliminate these fledgling adversaries with relative ease. Nan Gongqian Shui, bearing Bai Yi and the Dark Night Cat Demon, was expending considerable energy, although even the Black Iron-level beast girls couldn't catch up in the short term. The duration was fleeting. After flying for merely a dozen kilometers, her energy was utterly depleted. As a sword spirit, she lacked a mouth and could not consume elixirs for recovery, leaving her no choice but to halt and recuperate. This allowed the pursuing enemies to close the gap. Bai Yi then turned his gaze towards the Dark Night Cat Demon. "What are you staring at me for? Bai Yi, I regard you as a brother. You can't be thinking of riding me, can you?" The Dark Night Cat Demon widened her eyes, disbelief etched on her face, as she stepped back, attempting to distance herself from Bai Yi. "You are agile by nature. Your speed is already exceptional. With my war drum's encouragement and your swiftness, you can easily outpace them." Bai Yi was unrelenting, casting the spells of enlargement and war drum upon the Dark Night Cat Demon before leaping onto her back. Though she was thoroughly disgruntled, she recognized the urgency of their situation and could not afford to be obstinate. Reluctantly, she accepted the reality and galloped forward with Bai Yi. The war drum's encouragement not only augmented speed, but also enhanced stamina and vitality. In her current state, paired with ample elixirs, the Dark Night Cat Demon could effortlessly sprint for dozens of kilometers. Bai Yi's energy levels had already surpassed 1,000, and with sufficient elixirs, maintaining both enlargement and war drum was well within his capabilities. They charged into the ice mountain, leaving the black python nearly breathless, yet still unable to catch Bai Yi. Were these youngsters truly fledglings? How could they be so swift and enduring? The black python gasped, intermittently voicing his frustration. "I'm exhausted." The flames of ghost fire had diminished considerably, indicating her energy was also significantly depleted. Moreover, the ice mountain exerted a natural suppression on her fire attribute, allowing her to unleash only half of her power. She had been severely weakened. Nonetheless, it was still sufficient to deal with a few fledgling adversaries. At this moment, the Night Cat Demon was utterly exhausted and could hardly move. It was the perfect opportunity to switch to a new spirit. In this snow-covered, icy mountain, the speed of flight far surpassed that of climbing the ground. They could even take advantage of this to completely shake off their pursuers. However, while the notion was enticing, reality proved to be quite harsh. Barely had Bai Yi and the others taken to the skies when a flock of snowy owls soared towards them with flapping wings, their feathers descending like snowflakes. Bai Yi had no choice but to use the Night Cat Demon as a shield, plummeting rapidly downwards. It wasn't until they escaped into a cavern of ice that they finally evaded a calamity. The ice cavern was long and unfathomable, considering the imminent arrival of their pursuers. Bai Yi and the others had no time for further contemplation and immediately delved deeper into the icy abyss. The Night Cat Demon was unaffected by the darkness, its vision intact. Bai Yi possessed the eye of true sight, rendering him unperturbed by the shadows. As for Nangon Qianxue, she was merely a weapon, her eyesight irrelevant. At this moment, The benefits of activating the Eye of True Sight became apparent. Along the way, they occasionally stumbled upon valuable items. A first-tier spirit herb, the Ice Crystal Herb. It could be consumed directly to enhance cold resistance by 10 points or used to concoct a basic cold resistance elixir. With no time to brew potions, Bai Yi tossed it to the Night Cat Demon. I am a cat. I do not eat grass. The Night Cat Demon firmly rejected, accustomed to a meat-rich diet. She even detested vegetables, let alone grass. Bai Yi, disinterested in persuading her, consumed it himself. Subsequently, they encountered several more herbs, all unguarded by any mystical beasts. Bai Yi unabashedly harvested them and consumed them all. Suddenly, a cluster of ice crystal stones appeared by the roadside. These were prime materials for crafting weapons and could imbue them with ice attributes. Bai Yi intended to casually break off a few pieces, only to discover that the pile of ice crystal stones had come to life. Type: Ice Crystal Beast. Level: Special Level 10, Strength 500, Agility 300, Vitality 1000, Energetic 300, Skills: Hammer Strike, Ice Crystal Shield, Low Temperature, Personality, Cold, Weakness, Fire. Ice Crystal Core. This was a rare and special creature, typically only appearing in unique environments. Moreover, they were usually formidable, nearly rivaling leader-level beasts. It seemed this ice cavern was not a natural formation. There must be a powerful presence within. Bai Yi should have anticipated this. Generally, spirit herbs and fruits would be guarded by mystical beasts. Yet, throughout their journey, they had encountered spirit herbs growing freely without any visible guardians. This was highly illogical. However, there was no time to turn back. Their retreat had been completely blocked. Bai Yi could even see flickering will-o'-the-wisps at the cave entrance. At this moment, another choice appeared before Bai Yi. Option 1. Turn back and counterattack. Reward: Rapid Recovery. Option 2. Resolve the extreme cold crystal beast in the depths of the ice cave. Reward: Energy Link. Both tasks offer commendable skills as rewards. To venture forth or retreat are both perilous choices. Bai Yi resolutely decided to press onward. Chapter 49. The Irritable Extreme Cold Crystal Beast. With Bai Yi's swiftness, evading the crystal beasts was no issue. However, the number of crystal beasts ahead was steadily increasing. Complete avoidance was utterly impossible. Furthermore, as these crystal beasts congregated, the temperature plummeted, causing an uncontrollable shiver. Agility significantly diminished due to their innate skill. Low temperature. The Dark Night Cat Demon fared slightly better, thanks to its fur. Had Bai Yi not consumed several ice spirit herbs, he might have already succumbed to the frost. Escape was no longer an option. Combat was inevitable. Bai Yi brandished his sword spirit and charged forward. With a swift strike, the sword spirit collided with the crystal beast. As though striking steel, their defenses remained unbroken. A resilience of 1,000 points was no trifling matter. On the other side, the Dark Night Cat Demon was not faring much better. Even with the golden claw, it could only chip away at a small fragment of ice, inflicting minimal damage. The toxin proved utterly ineffective, as the crystal beasts possessed no corporeal form. At that moment, Bai Yi recalled a previous hint. Weakness: Crystal Core. Activating the Eye of True Sight, he scanned the area and spotted a faintly glowing blue gem embedded in the chest of the crystal beast. However, as the beast was on all fours, the core was securely shielded beneath its body, making it inaccessible. Dream: The Crystal Core. Bai Yi gestured simply, and the Dark Night Cat Demon instantly comprehended. Enlarge. The power of the giant. The Dark Night Cat Demon transformed into a colossal being, forcefully flipping the crystal beast onto its back. Bai Yi thrust his sword forward, shattering the crystal core. The crystal beast, deprived of its energy source, instantaneously crumbled into fragments of ice. Now, there was no need for Bai Yi to excavate. He simply collected the shards and tossed them into his dimensional space. These were treasures. As Bai Yi glanced around at the remaining crystal beasts, they appeared to him as walking currency. No time for hesitation. The pursuit of wealth was paramount. Eliminate them all. The Dark Night Cat Demon transformed into a wrestler, toppling one crystal beast after another, while Bai Yi focused on piercing the crystal cores. Nan Gong Qian Shui watched with great concern, unable to restrain herself from reminding him. The crystal cores can enhance the ice damage and resistance of the beast maidens. They are exceedingly precious, each worth millions. Alas, why did you not mention this sooner? Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt as though his heart were bleeding. The pain was unbearable. The sword he had thrust swiftly changed direction, transitioning from a stab to a flick. It must be said that Bai Yi, as a master of swordsmanship, executed the change of technique with remarkable fluidity, easily extract the ice crystal cores, driven by the allure of wealth. Bai Yi and the Night Cat Demon exhibited an extraordinary prowess, as if augmented by a mental buff, disregarding even the frigid temperatures. Their spirits soared with each encounter, swiftly vanquishing the surrounding ice crystal beasts. Just then, the Black Python and Ghost Fire caught up with them. With no time to regroup, Bai Yi seized an ice crystal core and delved deeper into the icy cavern. The Black Python and Ghost Fire gazed in astonishment at the scattered ice crystals around them, fully aware of the formidable defensive capabilities of the ice crystal beasts. Not to mention, even for seasoned beast maidens like themselves, dealing with such a multitude would be quite a challenge. Clearly, caution was warranted. The Black Python and Ghost Fire decided to block the entrance, choosing not to venture further. With only one path ahead, Bai Yi and her companions would inevitably emerge. They opted for a strategy of waiting in ambush. Although the light of the Ghost Fire was dim, it stood out remarkably in the pitch-black ice cave. Bai Yi and her companions quickly detected the presence of their pursuers, alleviating the tense atmosphere significantly. Along the way, they encountered more ice soul grass. Bai Yi's ice resistance increased to 100 points, reaching its limit, so she chose not to waste it and fed it to Lin Ming instead. Initially reluctant to consume the grass, Lin Ming soon found it delightful when Bai Yi drizzled salad dressing on it, transforming it into a refreshing ice grass salad. It was utterly delectable, and Lin Ming could hardly stop eating. Nangang Qianxue observed this with a face full of dismay. What kind of respectable adventurers brought salad dressing on their quests? Moreover, it was a spiritual herb. Many sought it, yet here they were, complaining about its flavor. Yet, it must be said, the salad dressing indeed made it delicious. Nangang Qianxue also found herself unable to resist. Before long, all three had increased their ice resistance by 100 points, adapting well to the cold of the cavern. Nangang Qianxue even consumed 20 ice crystal cores, boosting her ice damage by 200 points and consequently raising her ice resistance to 200 points as well. Beyond this, further consumption would yield no additional effect. The Night Cat Demon, possessing poison and dark attributes, had limited compatibility with ice attributes, so she refrained from wasting any resources, especially given the value of each core at 1,000,000. After dispatching dozens of ice crystal beasts and collecting over 1,000 ice crystals, the trio finally reached the innermost depths of the icy cave. The temperature had plummeted to the point where water would freeze upon contact. A colossal blue ice crystal beast lay before them, exhaling frigid air, seemingly in slumber. Type: Extreme Cold Ice Crystal Beast. Level 10 Special Leader. Strength 1000. Agility 500. Constitution 2000. Energy 500. Skills: Explosive Hammer, Extreme Cold Ice Shield, Ultra Low Temperature. Ice Crystal Detonation, Frosty Steps. Personality: Furious. Weakness: Vulnerable to fire. Is this truly a legitimate leader-level aberration? The overall attributes have reached the level of the same tier lord, especially the vitality, which is as high as 2,000 points. Even in a fully powered state, the Night Cat Demon cannot penetrate its defenses. Moreover, a heavy ice crystal shield is firmly secured on the chest of the frigid ice crystal beast, safeguarding the core with utmost security. Even the greatest weakness of ordinary ice crystal beasts has been eliminated. Flawless. How to strike? Lin Ming and Nangang Qianxue looked towards Bai Yi, awaiting his decision. Bai Yi surveyed the terrifying frigid ice crystal beast ahead and glanced at the faint ghostly flames behind him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Meng, I entrust you with a formidable task. Lure the boss to those two menacing individuals behind us, and then use stealth to escape. Be cautious of the boss's ice magic, especially the area spells. And remember, do not draw aggro. Lin Ming nodded, immediately comprehending Bai Yi's arrangement. After all, they often teamed up for battles, demonstrating an extraordinary level of synergy. Although Nangang Qianxue was somewhat unfamiliar with some of Bai Yi's terminology, she grasped his intent to drive the wolf and swallow the tiger, thereby reaping the benefits. It must be said that this was indeed a commendable strategy to navigate the current predicament, provided Lin Ming could safely extricate herself between two formidable forces. Without hesitation, Lin Ming transformed into the Night Cat Demon, with Bai Yi ensuring her full status. To facilitate evading magic, she did not grow larger. The assault commenced. The Night Cat Demon stealthily approached the frigid ice crystal beast and leaped. striking its knee with a venomous claw. A faint green mark appeared on the beast's body, yet it seemed barely affected. Its defense was too formidable. However, such an attack awakened the frigid ice crystal beast, which stared in bewilderment at the diminutive creature before it. When did such a tiny being dare to provoke it? Where were its guards? How did it gain entry? Fueled by rage, the frigid ice crystal beast unleashed its explosive hammer skill. The force so tremendous that it seemed poised to shatter the entire ice cavern. How could a creature forged from frigid ice become so easily enraged? It resorted to such a powerful attack against a mere cat demon. Truly, a decade of drinking ice cannot extinguish the fervor of the blood. Chapter 50. Drive the wolf and swallow the tiger. The fisherman gains. Once the night cat demon completed its ambush, it immediately executed a rapid retreat. It narrowly evaded the astonishing explosive hammer of the frigid ice crystal beast and, without daring to linger, dashed desperately towards the cave's exit. The frigid ice crystal beast took large strides in pursuit. However, the night cat demon was far too swift, and even in any state, the beast could not keep up. Thus, the frigid ice crystal beast expelled a thick frost towards the night cat demon. The frost spread, enveloping the entire ice cavern. In the inky depths of night, the elusive night cat demon found itself cornered, its forepaws encased in thick frost, rendering its speed significantly diminished. Regrettably, the White Knight had yet to master the skills of purification or dispelling. Nevertheless, with the augmentations of the war drum and Lin Ming's own swiftness, it managed to outpace the frigid ice crystal beast. The two beasts engaged in a relentless chase, racing towards the exit. Gripping the sword spirit, White Knight took refuge behind a corner, poised and ready, not to launch a surprise attack, for the enemy's defenses remained unbroken, but rather to prepare for a swift escape. Fortunately, the ice crystal beast's ire was firmly fixated on the night cat demon, allowing them to pass by unnoticed. They had successfully evaded detection. Now, all eyes were on the night cat demon's maneuvers. The ice cavern was not extensive, and with all their might, the two beasts quickly reached the cave's mouth. The black python and ghost fire sensed the earth tremble beneath them and hastily lifted their heads to peer inside. Both beast maidens struggled with their limited dark vision, barely able to discern a colossal figure hurtling towards them. The diminutive night cat demon remained invisible amidst the shadows. What a massive ice crystal beast! It is a leader-class creature. What on earth are these little ones thinking, daring to provoke such a being? Run! The two beast maidens could no longer afford to think of anything else and turned to flee. Even they were reluctant to engage such an entity. However, the ice crystal beast mistook the two for allies, believing the corpses of the ice crystal beasts littering the path were their handiwork. In an instant, its fury surged. With a cataclysmic explosion of ice, the frigid energy surged throughout the cavern. Enormous hailstones plummeted from above, crashing violently to the ground. The ensuing explosions were deafening. Shattered ice crystals, sharp as blades, scattered like lethal projectiles. The hard ice walls were riddled with deep punctures. The night cat demon quickly employed a shrinking spell, transforming into a minuscule creature no larger than a fist, and sought refuge within a small ice hollow, successfully evading the onslaught of icy daggers. Alas, the black python and ghost fire were not as fortunate. With no place to hide from such a pervasive attack, the black python was instantly riddled with wounds. Although ghost fire lacked a physical form, each time it was pierced by the icy blades, its essence dimmed further. By the time the icy explosion subsided, the black python was on the brink of collapse, and ghost fire had significantly faded. Yet, being of the black iron 9 stars, their vitality was formidable. Each consumed a recovery elixir and turned to retaliate. They resolved to slay the ice crystal beast, for they knew that escape was no longer an option. Only through a counterattack could they seize a chance at survival. The lengthy form of the black python ensnared the ice crystal beast tightly, initiating a constricting assault. Meanwhile, ghost fire unleashed dark flames upon the chest of the ice crystal beast, evidently aware of its vulnerabilities. Although the dark flame possesses a lower temperature, its corrosive properties are exceptionally potent. For the extreme cold ice crystal beast, which harbors a profound aversion to fire, the effects are markedly pronounced. The icy shield upon the creature's chest is visibly melting at an alarming rate. However, despite the extreme cold ice crystal beast's desperate struggles, it cannot escape the constricting embrace of the black python. Being a black iron 9-star beast, Its strength surpasses that of the extreme cold ice crystal beast by a considerable margin. To break free from such control is no simple feat if this trend continues. It is likely that the extreme cold ice crystal beast will soon be obliterated, its crystalline core shattered. In a fit of rage, the extreme cold ice crystal beast ignites its own life force to forcibly trigger a second ice crystal detonation. Madness. The ghost fire, taken aback, turns to flee, disregarding even its companions. If it does not escape swiftly, both will meet their demise. None can withstand another round of ice crystal detonation. The black python also seeks to flee, yet it is firmly restrained by the extreme cold ice crystal beast, which has it ensnared at both head and tail. Akin to a noose, it even attempts to tighten its grip further. Consequently, the black python is left with no choice but to endure the full brunt of an ice crystal explosion. On the brink of collapse, she transforms into a woman clad in black, collapsing onto the ground, utterly silent. She cannot die any more than she already has. The extreme cold ice crystal beast is not faring any better. Having just been constricted by the black python, its body is slightly dislocated. The icy shield upon its chest has been breached by the ghost fire, coupled with the sacrifice of its life force to unleash a second ice crystal detonation. It now finds itself in a state of weakness. Seizing the opportunity, the nightcat demon launches a swift assault, its golden claws deftly extracting the extreme cold ice crystal core. Before the extreme cold ice crystal beast can react, it collapses into a heap of ice crystals. Deprived of the energy supplied by the core, the ice crystal beast is rendered nothing more than a pile of crystalline fragments. Though lacking a beast soul pearl, the value of the ice crystals and the core far exceeds that of the pearl. The space of over 10 cubic meters within the White Knight's dimensional realm is nearly filled to capacity, with a combined value exceeding 50 million. This is a tremendous profit. However, the most precious extreme cold ice crystal core is bestowed upon Nangong Chinchua. With this, her cold damage accumulates to 500 points, and her ice resistance also rises to 500 points. Ordinary ice attacks can scarcely inflict harm upon her. She has effectively become a blade of ice. Meanwhile, the ghost fire continues its pursuit. The White Knight and its companions have no time to tally their spoils, as they hastily board the flying sword transformed from Nangong Chinchua, rapidly pursuing. In the dark ice cavern, the ghost fire is exceedingly conspicuous, visible from a considerable distance. Catching up to it proves effortless. Presently, the ghost fire is in a state of extreme weakness, its strength diminished to a mere fraction. Yet, even so, when the nightcat demon's claws strike, they meet with no resistance. Instead, it is the nightcat demon that emits cries of distress from the burning sensation. The ghost fire, lacking a physical form, is nearly immune to physical attacks. In the depths of the night, the spectral feline demon could no longer inflict harm. Humph. Do you little creatures think you can detain me? The ghostly flames chuckled with delight. Whoosh. The ice sword sliced through the air. Just as the ghostly flames reveled in their triumph, they were nearly cleaved in twain. You whoosh. Good whoosh. Before the ghostly flames could utter another word, they were utterly vanquished by the ice sword. Villains perish from their own verbosity. Bai Yi had no intention of granting her the opportunity to speak. Once the ghostly flames dissipated, a black silk pouch descended, filled with numerous mid-tier elixirs. Another bountiful gain. Presently, Nangong Chinchua possessed an innate 500 points of ice damage, a magical assault capable of inflicting harm upon ethereal beings. She simultaneously accomplished the tasks of counterattack and extermination of the extreme ice crystal beast. Bai Yi thus acquired 2 skills in one fell swoop. Chapter 51. The Midnight Bear Knocks. Rapid recovery, restores stamina, energy, and injuries at a speed of 100. Energy Link establishes a connection with a designated target, allowing for shared energy. Currently, Bai Yi's energy had reached 1140 points, slightly surpassing even the Black Iron 9-star Beast Maidens. Should she share this with Nangong Chinchua, her flight endurance would multiply several times. This battle yielded immense rewards. However, rather than joy, Nangong Chinchua's face was marred by worry. Chinchua, what troubles you? Bai Yi could not restrain her inquiry. In truth, my mother has been quietly guarding us from behind these past few days. Yet today, in the face of such grave danger, she has not appeared. Our adversary is formidable, and I fear for my mother's safety. Nangong Chinchua finally voiced her long-suppressed concern. Bai Yi, realizing this, recalled an option that had remained unfulfilled. to escape from Wuxing Mountain or to counterattack the formidable foe. The assassins they had encountered comprised merely 3 beast maidens and 1 beast master, all of whom had been slain. Logically, this should have counted as a completed task. Yet, no rewards had been bestowed upon them, indicating that the assassins were not limited to just these few. Others must be lurking as well. It was indeed possible that Nangong Qianqua's mother had encountered peril. As expected, the system's options confirmed this notion. Option 1. Successfully rescue Nangongya. Completion reward. Mastery of gun techniques. Option 2. Abandon the rescue and flee Wuxing Mountain. Completion reward. Agility 10. Option 3. Rescue failed. Completion reward. Strength 10. As darkness enveloped the sky, the nocturnal realm of aberrant beasts grew exceedingly perilous. Furthermore, the obscured visibility greatly intensified the difficulty of locating individuals. After enduring a day of evasion and combat, they were already fatigued. Under such circumstances, it was impractical to force a search. They could only seek refuge for the night within the ice cavern. All 3 possessed ample ice resistance, rendering the chill a negligible concern. Moreover, due to the presence of the ice crystal beasts, other exotic creatures dare not venture into the icy caverns lightly. Relatively speaking, camping here is significantly safer. Bai Yi retrieved a delightful array of culinary creations made from the flesh of various leader-level exotic beasts from the dimensional space and laid them upon the picnic mat, exuding a gentle steam. These delicacies were crafted by the chefs at the Grand Hotel in Jiangzhou before their departure. It must be said that the dimensional space is indeed an essential companion for both home and travel. Gastronomy possesses the unparalleled ability to heal the soul. After indulging in a hearty feast, Nangong Qianqua's sorrows had considerably diminished, primarily because she had finally unraveled the chain of events. These assassins likely hailed from the Cheng family. On one hand, Nangong Qianqua had severed ties with Cheng Peng for Bai Yi's sake, and Bai Yi had publicly confronted Cheng Peng previously. On the other hand, Bai Yi held a disdain for Cheng Yu. This pair of proud and willful, ailing siblings would undoubtedly be unable to swallow their pride, thus employing assassins at a substantial price. They were not lacking in funds. The Cheng family possessed shares in the 5 Elements Mountain's exotic beast space, enabling them to arrange for a considerable number of Black Iron 9-star assassins and also gain access to their information. With this realization, Nangong Qianqua felt no further anxiety. After all, Cheng Peng's objective was to obtain Nangong Qianqua. Therefore, it was improbable he would eliminate Nangongya. At worst, she would merely be confined, preventing her from intervening. Hence, it was time to eat and rest. In the 5 Elements Mountain, Bai Yi had yet to recruit any allies, leaving them to rely solely on themselves for the night watch. The 3 took turns, each guarding for 3 hours. The first watch fell to Bai Yi. With nothing to occupy his time, he sat upon a hide of an exotic beast, idly browsing through posts. Unfortunately, the exotic beast space lacked other signals, forcing him to play on the local network through the app. Today at Shattered Stone Beach, I encountered 2 corpses of Black Iron 9-star beings RT. Upon discovering the rank of the 2 corpses, I was utterly astonished. How could a mere entry-level exotic beast space like the 5 Elements Mountain witness the fall of a Black Iron 9-star powerhouse? What kind of terrifying dangers lurk within the depths of the 5 Elements Mountain? See the images below. Image, 3rd floor. Wow, this is terrifying. I'm camping in the wilderness tonight and can't dare to sleep. 4th floor, what nonsense danger. It's merely a case of family feuds. 5th floor, the above is correct. 6th floor, Black Armored Scarab? These are the people from the Black Blood. 7th floor, wow. The legendary Black Blood Mercenary Corps? 8th floor, who could possibly kill them? It's utterly inconceivable. This post garnered considerable attention, earning the original poster a substantial amount of 5 Elements coins. Bai Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Had he known this post would gain such traction, he would have shared it himself. Moreover, he possessed 2 corpses of Black Iron 9-star beast girls here. Alas, he could not recklessly post, lest it expose their whereabouts to others in the Black Blood. Even the demise of the frigid ice crystal beast cannot be spoken of just yet. It must wait until the night has passed. Bai Yi commented beneath the post. What is the Black Blood Mercenary Corps? It sounds so impressive. I am eager to learn more about their members. A reward of 1,000 5 Elements coins. One cannot help but acknowledge the boundless capabilities of netizens. Before long, someone privately messaged Bai Yi with information about the Black Blood Mercenary Corps, 5 beast girls, and 3 beast masters. Among them, one Beastmaster served as a manager, primarily responsible for accepting missions, rarely engaging directly. Details about the 5 Beast Girls were also disclosed. Bai Yi finally realized that apart from the 3 Beast Girls they had slain, there was also a Black Panther and a mysterious crow, all of which were at the Black Iron 9 stars level. It appeared that Nangongya's adversaries were indeed these two. Armed with this knowledge, Bai Yi continued to peruse the forum. The inhabitants of this world, devoid of training from the UC Shock Department, pinned their posts in a rather mundane manner. Most were straightforward narratives, rendering Bai Yi drowsy. Suddenly, he faintly discerned a voice speaking. "Frigid brother, are you home?" Bai Yi, still in a daze, responded in kind, "Yes, I am." The voice continued, "What do you think of my previous proposal? If you hand over the 5-element spirit plate, I shall assist you in elevating it to the Lord level." Bai Yi jolted awake. This was certainly not the language of humans. It was unmistakably the language of beasts. Activating his true sight, he beheld a colossal figure ambling forward, seemingly struggling with its own vision. Species Frigid Violent Bear, Level 10 Lord Strength, 2000, Agility, 1000 Vitality, 2000 Energy, 1000 Skills, Berserk, Ice Shard Claw, Ice Armor, Roar, Charge, Personality Dim-witted, Weakness, Poor Vision. So, it turns out to be a bear with poor eyesight. No wonder its vision was so lacking. It had come so close, yet failed to recognize Bai Yi. Nonetheless, as a Lord-level beast, its attributes were indeed formidable. Seizing the opportunity while the Frigid Violent Bear remained oblivious, Bai Yi engaged in casual conversation with it, all the while discreetly awakening Lin Meng and Nangong Qianxue. Upon sighting the massive creature not far away, both women could not help but widen their eyes. This was a Lord-level beast, and it was so close. Truly terrifying. Even more astonishing was the fact that Bai Yi was conversing with the Frigid Violent Bear. He even managed to extract a secret from the beast. Within the icy lair of the frigid ice crystal beast lies a treasure known as the 5 Elements Spirit Plate. How had they failed to uncover this? What a missed opportunity. As the saying goes, too much talk leads to loss. Even the dull-witted icebound behemoth discerned an issue from the voice of Bai Yi. Chapter 52, The Elemental Spirit Disc. Dear brother, why does your voice sound so soft? Like a woman. You haven't hidden a beast in your lair, have you? The icebound behemoth leaned forward with a curious expression, only to be met with astonishment. In its large, round eyes, a sword radiating a chilling light gradually magnified. How? The icebound behemoth let out a dreadful cry, one of its eyes pierced and blinded. Simultaneously, the night-cat demon lashed at the other eye with its golden claws. Thus, the behemoth was rendered completely sightless. Enraged, the blinded icebound behemoth thrashed violently within the icy cavern, its tremendous force nearly collapsing the entire chamber. After a bout of madness, exhaustion overcame it, and it sought a moment of respite. The night-cat demon seized the opportunity to strike and then swiftly retreated. Provoked, the icebound behemoth erupted into fury once more. After several rounds of this chaotic dance, it was utterly spent, collapsing onto the ground like a lifeless dog, gasping for breath. At this moment, Bai Yi finally made his entrance. With his sword imbued with piercing strength, armor-breaking capability, and heavy strike, he charged towards the icebound behemoth's bleeding eye and thrust fiercely. The sword plunged deep, embedding itself to the hilt. The immense icebound behemoth crashed to the ground with a thunderous noise. A swift and decisive kill. A formidable Lord-level beast had been vanquished by Bai Yi and his companions, meeting its end in a most humiliating manner. It could only be said that it was truly a foolish demise. The carcass of the icebound behemoth was colossal, and Bai Yi's dimensional space was already filled with ice crystal stones. Thus, they opted to forego the bear meat, retaining only a bear pelt and 4 hefty bear paws, each weighing dozens of pounds. Just imagining a steamed bear paw was enough to make one drool. Now, with 2 powerful beast corpses lying in the icy cavern, it was certain that no other reckless beasts would dare to intrude. The 3 companions could finally rest peacefully. However, before doing so, they needed to locate the elemental spirit disc mentioned by the icebound behemoth. Anything that could capture the attention of a Lord-level beast must surely be a treasure. The trio searched thoroughly in the depths of the icy cavern and eventually spotted a chest amidst a cluster of ice crystals. A bronze-grade treasure chest. It was astonishing to find such a rarity within an entry-level beast's domain. Eagerly, they shattered the ice crystals and retrieved the bronze chest. Inside lay a vibrant jade disc adorned with 5 holes. The elemental spirit disc could unlock its seal when 5 Lord-level beast spirit orbs were placed into their corresponding attribute holes. A seal? What was sealed within? A treasure or a demon? The true sight, I offered no further elucidation. Yet, the 3 were immensely intrigued by the potential outcome of the unlocking. Just as White Knight had the task of slaying 5 Lord-level exotic beasts, he decided to tackle it all at once. A peaceful night passed without incident. In the morning, the trio simply gnawed on a roasted leg of the Silver Moon Wolf before setting off. Their objective was to retrace their steps in search of traces left by Nangong Qinshua's mother. Utilizing the Night Cat Demon's extraordinary sense of smell, they quickly detected the scent provided by Nangong Qinshu before encountering the black armored scarab. There, a potent and intense stench of blood lingered, indicating a fierce battle had transpired. Seeing this, Nangong Qinshu felt a surge of anxiety. However, as long as no corpses were visible, hope remained. The subsequent path was easy to follow, even without the Night Cat Demon, due to the unmistakable bloodstains along the way. As they approached their target, the trio grew increasingly cautious. Aware that their opponent could subdue a Black Iron Peak beast girl, a direct confrontation would likely prove challenging for them. Thus, they decided to let the Night Cat Demon scout ahead invisibly, and once it confirmed safety, White Knight and Nangong Qinshu would follow. Thanks to White Knight's energy link, the Night Cat Demon could remain invisible without concern for exhaustion. Soon, the Night Cat Demon arrived at the entrance of a cave, distinctly catching the strong scent of Nangong within. It seemed they had indeed found the right place. At the cave's mouth, a beast girl was idly scrolling through her phone. From a distance, White Knight activated his true sight. Indeed, it was that Xian Crow. With this confirmation, there was no need for further deliberation. They would launch a surprise attack. The Night Cat Demon emerged from invisibility and unleashed a deadly strike with its venomous claws. The Xian Crow had no time to transform and was swiftly dispatched, her death occurring far too quickly for her own expectations. With her demise, only the last Black Panther remained. The Night Cat Demon continued its stealthy approach and then witnessed an astonishing scene. The Black Panther was engaged in an indescribable game. Young Lin Ming, taken aback by the spectacle, was momentarily stunned. The leather-clad beauty became acutely aware. Upon spotting Nangong, she instantly transformed into the Black Panther, warily watching the cave entrance. Crow, Crow, she called out twice. Receiving no response, the Black Panther sensed something was amiss. Just then, Lin Ming, having forgotten to maintain her invisibility due to her daze, inadvertently revealed her presence. The Night Cat Demon? The Black Panther recognized Lin Ming immediately. It appeared that they were indeed targeting White Knight. Finally roused, the Night Cat Demon turned to flee. Given the overwhelming aura of the Black Panther, it recognized it was no match alone. However, with White Knight's presence, the dynamics would shift dramatically. The Black Panther, known for its agility, boasted an impressive speed of 1,500 points. Yet, with the combination of war drums and extreme speed, the Night Cat Demon matched its pace without faltering, and its strength remained equally formidable. Especially when all statuses are fully stacked, the power of the Night Cat Demon reaches an impressive 1,200, surpassing even that of the Black Panther. Moreover, with Bai Yi present, the Night Cat Demon is unafraid of injury. This illustrates the formidable advantage of having a Beastmaster's assistance. The Black Panther is almost overwhelmed by the Night Cat Demon's relentless assault. She can hardly believe that the creature before her is merely an apprentice beast girl. It seems her teammates have truly met their downfall. Aware that escape is futile against such an adversary, the Black Panther resolves to find a way to turn the tide. Thus, she sets her sights on Bai Yi. It is common knowledge that Beastmasters are generally quite vulnerable. If she can seize an opportunity, a single strike could spell doom. The Black Panther, seizing a moment, suddenly conjures a clone to engage the Night Cat Demon while her true form lunges at Bai Yi with astonishing speed, leaving no room for reaction. However, Bai Yi possesses an abundance of combat awareness, remaining perpetually prepared. With a swift and decisive strike, Bai Yi counters, her speed amplifying the impact. The two forces collide, creating an instant of chaos. Bai Yi, merging with her sword spirit, pierces through the Black Panther's form, releasing a torrent of blood. The Black Panther is vanquished. Nangong, having freed herself from the black net, gasps in astonishment at the scene before her. She recognizes Bai Yi's strength, but never anticipated such overwhelming power. capable of slaying even a black iron 9-star warrior. Could she also fall victim? With this thought, Nangongya finally sets aside her lofty demeanor, beginning to regard Bai Yi with equal footing, even a hint of reverence. This is a mark of respect for the strong. Upon seeing Nangongya, Bai Yi is momentarily taken aback. The sight is simply stunning. Chapter 53. Departure to Golden Spirit Mountain. Nangong Qianxue is renowned as the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. It follows that her mother, Nangongya, is equally impressive. In her youth, suitors could encircle Jiangzhou city in pursuit of her. After the recent battle, Nangongya's attire is tattered and torn from the feathers of the Xian crow, rendering her appearance rather unseemly. Yet, it is hardly commonplace to carry a change of clothing when going out. Thus, Nangongya reaches out to Bai Yi, fully aware of her dimensional space. Indeed, within Bai Yi's dimensional realm, there lies a spare outfit belonging to Nangong Qianxue, perfectly suited for Nangongya. However, Nangongya stands tall at over 1.8 meters, coupled with an alluring figure. The garments, originally worn by Nangong Qianxue, exuded an ethereal quality, yet on Nangongya, they appear somewhat snug. One can only sigh at how those possessing beauty can wear anything and still radiate their unique charm. It is simply too prominent. Schwer, are you all right? After donning her clothes, Nangongya hurried to her daughter's side, expressing her concern. Are you all right, my dear? I'm fine, mommy. Nangong Qianxue twirled around, demonstrating that she had sustained not a scratch. Did Chengpeng cause you any trouble? Nangongya inquired, a hint of suspicion crossing her mind, wondering if she had misjudged the situation. Oh, indeed he did. Then where are they? Are you referring to the members of the Black Blood? They have all been slain. But they were formidable warriors of the Black Iron 9 stars. How did you manage to defeat them? Just as we dispatched that Black Panther earlier. Well, I must concede. Nangongya thought, ever since she joined Bai Yi, my daughter seems to have transformed entirely. She had even grown strong enough to rival her own abilities. Truly, she deserved her title as an SSS-level Beastmaster. It was nothing short of miraculous. As Nangong Qianxue recounted their exploits, including the defeat of the extreme cold ice crystal beast and the ice storm bear, Nangongya's jaw dropped in astonishment, leaving her momentarily speechless. Even at her pinnacle as a black iron warrior, she could not have achieved such feats. Bai Yi was indeed a miracle worker. Nangongya found herself wishing to be his beast maiden. Auntie. Bai Yi approached, greeting her. You appear far too youthful. I shall call you Sister Yo instead. Nangongya was quite pleased with this appellation, showing no concern over the unconventional hierarchy. Meanwhile, Nangong Qianxue pouted, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Does this mean I will have to address Bai Yi as uncle? I've been demoted a generation. How vexing. What has gotten into you, mommy? You, who are usually so graceful and poised, are behaving like a little girl today. Amidst Nangong Qianxue's discontent, Bai Yi continued, Sister Ya, do you know where Chengpeng has gone? I've heard he has been in the vicinity of Golden Spirit Mountain with the Golden Mammoth, gathering golden blood and honing his combat skills in preparation to advance to the Black Iron level. Upon hearing this, Nangongya's expression shifted. Bai Yi, you're not considering confronting Chengpeng, are you? Please, refrain from reckless actions. The guards by Chengpeng's side are far more formidable than the entire Black Blood mercenary group. You cannot contend with them. Bai Yi, however, remained unfazed. No worries. We shall also venture to Golden Spirit Mountain to level up. I've heard there are numerous golden beasts there. Nangongya sought to dissuade him, but his resolve was unyielding. Thus, she decided to accompany him, ready to intervene if necessary. Their strengths were almost on par. Joining Bai Yi's expedition would significantly alter the dynamics. It seemed her wish to battle alongside Bai Yi was indeed coming to fruition, and she felt a surge of excitement. Let us set forth for Golden Spirit Mountain. To provoke Chengpeng further, Bai Yi even posted photographs of the corpses of the entire Black Blood mercenary group on the forum, aiming to incite his fury completely. As long as Chengpeng dares to act brazenly, Bai Yi would not hesitate to sever the hand he extends. Naturally, it was impossible to travel alone. Bai Yi fortuitously encountered the swift antelope herd he had parted ways with just days prior. Thus, the group continued to ride swiftly upon the sheep. Nangongya finally experienced that sense of carefree exhilaration, as if she had returned to her student days, her joyful visage flushed with a rosy hue. The Golden Spirit Mountain and the ice-cold mountain lay opposite each other, and on their return journey, they chanced upon a military camp. The galloping herd of sheep, along with the 4 riders, elicited astonishment from the onlookers, witnessing such audacious maneuvers for the first time. When Bai Yi revealed the spoils from the dimensional space, it sent shockwaves through the crowd. Nearly 10 cubic meters of ice crystal stones. There were even extreme cold ice crystal stones. Had they eradicated an entire nest of ice crystal beasts? That terrifying ice cavern was a place even the black iron-level beast tamers would not dare to tread lightly. How had these inexperienced novices accomplished such a feat? When Bai Yi unveiled the hide of the ice-cold violent bear, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. This was true strength. They had even slain a lord-level beast. Bai Yi entrusted all the spoils from the previous day to the transport team of the Nangong family, finally freeing up space in the dimensional realm. They could once again revel in the thrill of acquisition. The value of these spoils was estimated at 50 million. Bai Yi had truly become a billionaire. Nangong had someone fetch her new gear, finally discarding her outfit that embodied both cuteness and sensuality. Clad in black iron-level armor, she resembled a valiant female general, exuding a striking presence. Unfortunately, her once proud and imposing demeanor had vanished before Bai Yi, replaced by a rosy-cheeked, bashful countenance akin to that of a shy young girl. Nangong Qinxue could hardly recognize her own mother. After a brief period of adjustment, the group resumed their ride on the swift antelopes, heading toward the Golden Spirit Mountain. As they approached, they indeed beheld a colossal golden mammoth engaged in a fierce battle with a golden saber-toothed tiger. The golden mammoth possessed immense strength, even outmatching the leader-level golden saber-toothed tiger. Moreover, it had the support of an S-level beast master, Cheng Peng, who augmented its capabilities with an array of chaotic skills, completely overpowering the golden saber-toothed tiger. Realizing it was outmatched, the golden saber-toothed tiger attempted to flee, leveraging its speed. However, a circle of black iron-level beast girls surrounded it, leaving no avenue for escape. Unable to fight back or flee, the golden saber-toothed tiger, in a fit of desperation, lunged directly at Cheng Peng, knowing that beast tamers were comparatively vulnerable. It believed that once the beast master was dealt with, it could hold its own against the golden mammoth. However, this reckless action was akin to provoking a hornet's nest. The ferocious leap of the golden saber-toothed tiger had just commenced when several black iron-level spells erupted around it, instantly transforming it into a bloodied mass in midair. The great beast crashed heavily to the ground, silenced forever. However, beneath its weight lay a man, Cheng Peng. This fellow had no sense of positioning whatsoever. He couldn't even evade a lifeless beast. Chapter 54. Provocation of the Golden Arrow Porcupine. Damn it. Someone move this repugnant creature away from me. Cheng Peng cursed vehemently, wiping the thick blood from his body. The black iron-level beast women tasked with his protection could only stare in disbelief. As a beastmaster who had invested substantial resources to elevate his various attributes beyond 200, he could have easily evaded or even moved the corpse of the golden saber-toothed tiger himself. Instead, he relied entirely on them. Such a wretch did not belong on the battlefield. He was merely a drain on resources. Yet, feeling the weight of his dependency, they could only retreat silently, unable to voice their thoughts. However, Bai Yi was indifferent to the scene and couldn't help but raise his middle finger in disdain. Trash. Upon hearing this, Cheng Peng abruptly lifted his head, finally noticing Bai Yi. Bai Yi, you're still alive? Huh, with just a few black iron 9-star little pests. How could they possibly kill me, Bai Yi? Bai Yi, perched atop the back of the wind-swift antelope, looked down at Cheng Peng with an air of superiority. Cheng Peng was so astonished he could scarcely speak. The Black Blood Mercenary Corps. Each member was a black iron 9-star powerhouse. To think they had failed to eliminate a mere trainee beastmaster was utterly absurd. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Cheng Peng attempted to contact the members of the Black Blood Mercenary Corps through a special device, a unique intercom designed for use in the beast realm, developed specifically for the peculiar environment of the beast space. Hello? Is anyone there? Yes. The response ignited a surge of excitement in Cheng Peng. See, the illustrious Black Blood Mercenary Corps could never be bested by a trainee beastmaster. Who are you? I am your Bai Yi. Cheng Peng's shock deepened as he realized Bai Yi held an intercom. Was it not the very device of the Black Blood? Simultaneously, Bai Yi discerned that it was indeed Cheng Peng who sought to eliminate him. You. Cheng Peng stuttered, unable to formulate a complete sentence. Overwhelmed by disbelief, not only he, but the surrounding black iron-level beast women shared expressions of incredulity. The members of the Black Blood Mercenary Corps were all formidable. Even they were no match for them. For such a powerful organization to fail in assassinating a trainee beastmaster, and to have been completely countered in the process, this was sheer fantasy. Bai Yi continued to taunt. Oh, back to seek the blood of gold. It seems your beast girls suffered quite the loss previously. At the mention of this, Cheng Peng's anger flared. He had invested over 100 million just to accumulate a mere 1 unit of golden blood for the golden mammoth, only to lose 30 million in a single duel. The Dark Knight Cat Demon's blood-sucking comes with its own costs. Even though it was his money, it did not come easily. Moreover, golden blood was rare, not something one could simply purchase at will. His father had severely reprimanded him for this, insisting he rectify the situation on his own. Thus, he was compelled to enter the beast realm and hunt golden beasts himself. Otherwise, with his wealth, he would never have ventured into such perilous territory. Enraged, Cheng Peng pointed at Bai Yi and shouted, "Kill him. The charade is over. We're laying our cards on the table. Since the matter of hiring assassins has already been exposed, I might as well go all out and have my own people take action." After all, the beast realm was notoriously chaotic. Losing a few lives was nothing out of the ordinary. As for the mother and daughter from the Nangong family, along with that beautiful cat demon, they could hide and enjoy their fate together. This way, there would be no witnesses. Even if they managed to escape, no one would dare to accuse him. With this thought, Cheng Peng couldn't help but grin maliciously. What Bai Yi desired was precisely this outcome. He aimed to provoke Cheng Peng into making irrational decisions, thereby creating an opportunity for action. Otherwise, attempting to eliminate him amidst a throng of black iron-level beast girls would be akin to snatching the head of a general from a sea of soldiers. A formidable challenge indeed. Yet, if these black iron-level beast girls dispersed, an opportunity would arise. Bai Yi, we are outmatched. We must flee. Nangong transformed into a spear, signaling Bai Yi to mount. She possessed flying capabilities, and her attributes far surpassed those of her daughter. There was still a chance for escape. Bai Yi, unreserved, cradled the Dark Knight Cat Demon in one arm and wielded the sword Spirit in the other as he ascended the spear. The spear shot forth like a dragon. It propelled them swiftly toward the Golden Spirit Mountain. Behind them, a dozen beast girls relentlessly pursued, especially several flying beast girls and their coordinated beast masters. It seemed that evading them would be quite the challenge. Bai Yi, what shall we do next? Naturally, Nangong regarded Bai Yi as their cornerstone. To the territory of the Golden Arrow Porcupine, Bai Yi articulated his plan directly. His forte lay in seizing victory amidst chaos. Without hesitation, Nangong complied with Bai Yi's instructions. With her familiarity with the Five Elements Mountain and her peak black iron speed, they swiftly arrived at the domain of the Golden Arrow Porcupine. Before them lay a field of golden reeds, where a multitude of giant porcupines frolicked without a care in the world. There were no fewer than 1,000. They had evidently established a porcupine tribe, and no beast dared to approach. Even the pursuers behind Bai Yi hesitated. Despite their esteemed status as black iron-level beast girls, they dared not provoke this terrifying horde of porcupines. These creatures, sustained by the golden reed, bore spines as sharp as arrows. They could effortlessly pierce the bodies of black iron-level beast girls. Moreover, their barbed quills, designed to ensnare, would tear away flesh if one attempted to extract them. Just the thought of such a gruesome fate was enough to instill fear. Furthermore, there were thousands of porcupines present. A barrage of arrows rained down. A veritable tempest of projectiles. No one wished to incite such a dreadful existence. Yet, Bai Yi dared. Silver Moon Slash. Bai Yi brandished her sword Spirit, unleashing a magnificent arc of silver light that cleaved through the porcupine throng. In an instant, one porcupine was bisected, meeting a swift demise. The horde roared in fury, unleashing a hailstorm of quills into the air. The scene was indeed terrifying. Bai Yi promptly grasped her silver spear, launching herself skyward with the grace of a spring shoot. Simultaneously, she utilized the Dark Knight Cat Demon as a shield, fending off the incoming quills. At such an altitude, the porcupine's spines posed little threat, failing to penetrate her beast spirit armor. However, the Dark Knight Cat Demon was decidedly displeased with being used as a human shield. Was this truly the conduct of a person? Suddenly, Bai Yi sensed a fierce gust approaching. She swiftly swung her sword to parry. A resounding clang echoed as Nangong Qianxue struggled to maintain her sword's spirit transformation, nearly reverting to her human form. Bai Yi, along with her spear, was sent flying a considerable distance. It was the leader-class Golden Arrow Porcupine that had struck. Its golden spines resembled a multitude of spears embedded in its body, glinting menacingly under the sunlight. At that moment, Bai Yi soared hundreds of meters high, yet still suffered such a terrifying assault. It was no wonder that none dared to confront the golden arrow porcupine. Even among elite beasts, it was undoubtedly among the most formidable. Chapter 55. Unintentionally provoking a beast tied in truth, Bai Yi had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation. Her goal was merely to enrage the porcupine horde. By publicly slaying one porcupine, she successfully achieved her objective. Then, she turned to flee, colliding head-on with the pursuing black iron-level beast girls. The spear, once perceived as a mount, was now firmly gripped in by Ye's hand, while the sword's spirit transformed into her steed. She charged forward in a straight line. Bai Yi brandished the silver spear, hurtling towards the foremost eagle hawk beast girl. As an A-grade pinnacle black iron beast girl, the silver spear possessed remarkable attributes. Combined with Bai Yi's skills and strength, the resultant attack was astonishing. The eagle hawk barely had time to react before Bai Yi pierced through its chest, resulting in an instant demise. A perfect partnership. Nangong Qianxue looked on with envy. Could it be that Bai Yi has developed feelings for her mother? Ever since her father passed away, mother has not formed any contracts with others. What if? No, that can't be the case, can it? Amidst Nangong Qianxue's fanciful thoughts, Bai Yi hurled the elusive dark night cat demon towards a flying fish, while he himself aimed his gun at a flower butterfly. The dark night cat demon, adept in aerial combat, extended its venomous claws from invisibility, swiftly slaying the beast master atop the flying fish. Subsequently, it unleashed its golden claw, ruthlessly tearing at the fish's wings. In mere moments, the wings were shredded, allowing the creature to plummet rapidly. The dark night cat demon seized the opportunity to leap upward, delivering a fierce kick to the fish. The remainder was left to Bai Yi, who, thanks to years of synergy, was unconditionally trusted by Lin Meng. At that moment, Bai Yi unleashed a flurry of strikes, his silver lance creating illusory afterimages. Mastery of marksmanship activated. Now, Bai Yi was a true maestro of firearms. Coupled with his skills, his attack power was nothing short of terrifying. The flower butterfly barely had time to unleash its attack before being riddled with holes, utterly defeated. However, from the shadows, another flower butterfly emerged. The previous one had been an illusion. Mastering the art of deception, the flower butterfly ensnared Bai Yi's awareness, prompting him to activate his true sight. He soon discerned that this new flower butterfly was also a mere facade. The genuine entity lay concealed, dispersing a cloud of toxic white powder. Instinctively, Bai Yi felt no trepidation towards the poison. How fortuitous. He charged through the noxious powder and pierced the flower butterfly's diminutive head with a single shot. The butterfly perished, unable to comprehend how its illusions and invisibility proved futile against Bai Yi. Ordinary ocular techniques could never achieve such feats. Truly, an SSS-class beast master, remarkably powerful. This was the flower butterfly's final lament before its demise. Bai Yi then redirected his flying sword to catch the descending dark night cat demon, their coordination impeccable. The remains of the flying fish, along with the eagle and flower butterfly, fell among a herd of porcupines, who eagerly scavenged the carcasses. The body of the black iron-level beast girl was a treasure trove of energy for the exotic creatures. It wasn't long before one porcupine ascended to become a leader-class long arrow porcupine. Enticed by the feast, the porcupines grew increasingly agitated, chasing after Bai Yi with fervent cries. Just then, they collided with the pursuing beast girls. These beast girls were not equipped for flight. Faced with the terrifying horde of porcupines, they had no desire for battle. Turning to flee, the leader among the porcupines swiftly launched long arrows, and two beast girls, unable to evade, were struck, their speed significantly diminished. Meanwhile, a barrage of arrows from the porcupine horde struck, instantly transforming the two beast women into pincushions. As the other beast women sought to flee, Bai Yi showed no mercy. He persistently unleashed skills from above to disrupt their escape. The silver spear possessed a ranged attack skill known as Silver Spear Cannon, whose reach and lethality far surpassed that of Silver Moon Slash, posing a considerable threat to the beast women. After establishing an energetic link with the silver spear, Bai Yi wielded it like a sniper rifle, unburdened by concerns of depletion. He targeted any beast woman that ventured too far ahead, instilling dread within them, forcing them to temper their pace. Yet, with the porcupine horde in hot pursuit, those who lagged would inevitably be transformed into pincushions themselves, ultimately reduced to mere excrement. There was no escape in either direction. They were compelled to maintain a speed akin to that of the porcupine horde, precisely what Bai Yi desired. He even guided the horde's trajectory, unwaveringly steering them towards Changpeng's location. Along the way, every exotic beast that encountered the porcupine horde instinctively fled in panic. Ultimately, all the creatures traversing the path surged out of Jinling Mountain, with even those bewildered by the chaos blindly following suit. Bai Yi had initially intended to lure the golden arrow porcupines to deal with Changpeng, but unexpectedly, he had incited a beast tide. A tumult of creatures surged forth. The commotion stirred the entirety of Five Elements Mountain. Alarm! Alarm! A beast tide has erupted in the direction of Jinling Mountain. All adventurers are urged to take immediate refuge. Alarm! Alarm! Every individual with the app installed on Five Elements Mountain received the piercing alert. This was one of the app's functions. It had been many years since a beast tide had last occurred in Five Elements Mountain. Each instance heralded significant casualties. The commanding officer of the military, a pinnacle black iron flower spirit, promptly orchestrated a rescue. Suddenly, a subordinate discreetly reported, "Young Master Changpeng is currently at Jinling Mountain." The flower spirit commander was taken aback. What on earth was this wastrel doing at Jinling Mountain? Could he possibly be the cause of the beast tide? "Commander, this is not the time for such musings. The urgent matter is to expedite the rescue. Otherwise, we shall all face dire consequences. Inform the Chung family of this news and let them devise their own solutions. We lack the resources and manpower for this." With that, the flower spirit commander expressed her unwillingness to further involve herself in the matter. After all, as a plant-type beast woman, she was suited for defense rather than offense. No one could hold her accountable. The subordinate, being from the Chung family, hastily dashed outside the exotic beast space to urgently contact the Chung family. Soon, a contingent of black iron-level beast women surged into Five Elements Mountain, heading straight for Jinling Mountain. Meanwhile, the instigator, Bai Yi, recognized the gravity of his actions. However, the surroundings were teeming with monstrous beasts, leaving no refuge for concealment. Even the skies were fraught with peril, as a vast swarm of flying creatures joined the fray. Golden owls, long-horned eagles, sword-feathered birds, and iron-winged swallows filled the air, accompanied by the occasional barrage of golden arrows from the golden-spined porcupine. After careful deliberation, Bai Yi decided to plunge into the throng of beasts, once again mounting the back of the swift-winged antelope. The surrounding creatures were on high alert. Bai Yi hastily proclaimed, "I am one of your kind, a mutated humanoid beast." Upon hearing this, the other beasts, recognizing the familiar tongue, deemed him one of their own. Since the swift-winged antelope held no objections, they chose to disregard Bai Yi. Thus, he successfully infiltrated the beast tide. Chapter 56. A surfer in the beast tide. The beast tide had already formed, and even without Bai Yi's guidance, it would not dissipate easily. Like a flood that had already surged forth, halting its progress was no simple task. The tide surged towards Changpeng. At that moment, Changpeng became acutely aware of the impending wave of beasts, his legs trembling in fear. "Help me! Take me away!" he screamed in terror. A golden mammoth rushed over, eager to carry him to safety, but Changpeng dismissed her. After all, the golden mammoth lacked agility and was far too weak to provide any real protection. What caught Changpeng's eye was a cloud-piercing bird beast girl, whose sole ability was her astonishing speed. He insisted she remain by his side, ready to whisk him away at a moment's notice. "Brother Peng, wait for me!" the golden mammoth cried out to the soaring Changpeng. However, Changpeng was oblivious to anyone else's plight. Suddenly, a cloud-piercing arrow shot through the air, piercing the cloud-piercing bird and narrowly missing Changpeng himself. Nearly achieving a 2-for-1 feat, it was the golden arrow of the golden-spined porcupine. Within a kilometer, it could strike with pinpoint accuracy. The porcupine paid no mind to the beasts flying overhead, but for human beast girls, the rules were different. If they were visible, they had to be taken down. Bai Yi had suffered several attacks before. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have ended up as a meal for the porcupine. The cloud-piercing bird fell lifelessly. Changpeng clutched his bleeding thigh, wailing, "Help me! Save me!" That last golden arrow had nearly spelled his doom. Another flying beast girl swiftly ascended to the sky, but as she took off, she too was struck down by a new golden arrow. In an instant, no beast girl dared to take flight. Yet, Changpeng needed to be rescued. as it was their core mission. Thus, a spider beast girl urgently wove a gigantic net, successfully catching the plummeting Cheng-Peng. With this, no one dared to soar through the skies any longer. Cheng-Peng mounted a wind shadow wolf beast girl, swiftly making his escape, closely followed by others. Confronted by the tide of beasts, even the iron-tier beast girls felt no spark of courage. When the waves receded, it would be evident who had been caught unawares. As the flight commenced, it became apparent who lagged behind. Without a doubt, the golden mammoth was the slowest among them, moving at such a pace that even the ordinary porcupine's attacks were incessantly landing upon her. Before long, the golden mammoth resembled an oversized porcupine, with quills protruding for all to see. If this continued, her demise was inevitable. The death of a contracted beast would inflict considerable damage upon its beastmaster, and the golden mammoth had been cultivated at great expense by the Cheng family, costing over $1 billion. She could not perish here. Thus, Cheng-Peng turned to a swift patterned tiger beside him and commanded, "Hua-hu, go rescue Jean-Rong." The patterned tiger hesitated, faced with the beast tide. Even she could not guarantee a safe return, let alone concern herself with rescuing others. Cheng-Peng, incensed by her reluctance, threatened, "Hua-hu, what are you doing? Do you wish to forfeit your place in Jiangzhou?" Considering the power of the Cheng family, the patterned tiger ultimately acquiesced, turning back to assist. Confronted by the even larger golden mammoth, the patterned tiger found her burden overwhelming. Hurry and revert to human form, she barked sharply, seeing a savior at last. The golden mammoth felt a surge of gratitude, nearly moved to tears. She promptly transformed into her human form and leaped onto the patterned tiger's back. Once in human form, the quills were densely embedded in her skin, creating a terrifying sight. Jean-Rong nearly fainted from the pain. The patterned tiger, indifferent to her plight, simply ordered Jean-Rong to hold on tightly and darted away. Even so, a few more arrows struck them, though most were deflected by Jean-Rong's body. Carrying a person was akin to bearing a shield, which had its advantages. However, it was far less favorable for Jean-Rong. Her defensive capabilities had significantly diminished in human form, allowing even the ordinary porcupine's quills to pierce her easily. The new quills effectively pinned her to the patterned tiger like a nail. At that moment, Cheng-Peng issued a new command. "You few, cover our escape." His intention was to abandon all the guards and flee alone. If these iron-tier beast girls acted in unison, they could momentarily hinder the beast tide. But that would mean they would face a perilous situation. They envied the wind shadow wolf and patterned tiger, who had been chosen as mounts. As the guards of the Cheng family, they dared not disobey Cheng-Peng's orders, knowing that failure to comply would jeopardize their standing in Jiangzhou. Thus, they steeled themselves and unleashed their most powerful attacks. The ferocious beasts at the forefront were instantly slaughtered. However, those behind swiftly filled the void, making it impossible to eradicate them completely. Their actions merely served to momentarily impede the onslaught of the beast tide. To fully thwart it would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. They were acutely aware of this reality. After unleashing a wave of attacks, they turned to flee. Yet, the porcupines showed no mercy. Their piercing strikes fell like rain. The slowest among the beast maidens were immediately turned into pincushions. The fierce counterattacks from the beast maidens only resulted in the demise of a few hundred of their adversaries, which had little impact on the relentless tide of beasts. Conversely, after absorbing hundreds of beast souls, Baiye's beast soul armor coalesced into a tangible form, rendering it impervious to the porcupine's backstabbing assaults. Within the tumult of beasts, the safety level significantly increased. Due to the valiant counterattacks of the beast maidens, Cheng-Peng and Jean-Rong finally managed to escape, albeit both were heavily injured. Jean-Rong, in particular, was on the brink of death, sustained only by Cheng-Peng's precious elixirs and healing spells. However, the porcupine's quills had yet to be removed. Commencing healing now would mean enduring excruciating pain with every quill extracted. Cheng-Peng was merely intent on preserving Jean-Rong's life, unwilling to let his substantial investment go to waste, indifferent to her suffering. It could be said that following such a wealthy patron was destined to be tragic. At long last, the rescue team from the Cheng family arrived, and the battle commenced. The Cheng family's rescue squad, comprised entirely of black iron-level beast maidens, possessed formidable lethality against lower-tier beasts. If they were to unleash their full might, they might indeed quell the beast tide. However, their primary objective was to rescue Cheng-Peng. With that goal achieved, they were not inclined to sacrifice themselves for the sake of others. Thus, They left a portion of the beast maidens to cover their retreat, while the others swiftly escorted Changpeng away. Nevertheless, Changpeng's desire for an effortless escape had to contend with Bai Ye's intentions. Bai Ye dispatched the invisible night cat demon to execute ambushes. Ordinary black iron-level beast maidens stood no chance against the night cat demon's golden claws. For the more troublesome foes, Bai Ye stealthily utilized the silver spear to unleash a barrage of silver spear projectiles. The attacks from peak black iron-level beast maidens were not something most could withstand. The various beasts soon confirmed that Bai Ye was indeed one of their own. Under Bai Ye's destructive influence, the defensive line established by the Chung family's beast maidens was effortlessly torn apart. The beast tide surged towards Changpeng with relentless speed. Chapter 57. Who is so fierce? The Chung family's beast maidens continued to fall. Changpeng's winged shadow wolf was desperately fleeing, its legs nearly giving out from exhaustion. Just as it seemed poised to escape the beast tide, Bai Ye, watching with urgency, could not allow him to slip away so easily. Scanning the surroundings, she happened upon a porcupine. Dream, throw that porcupine over there. Bai Ye empowered Lin Ming, augmenting her strength to an astonishing 1,500 points. With ease, she seized the hefty porcupine by its hind leg, swinging it vigorously a few times before hurling it over 1,000 meters away. By sheer coincidence, it landed directly on Changpeng. Sensing danger, the porcupine immediately launched all its quills. Changpeng, clad in high defense armor, found that the ordinary quills could not penetrate. However, the sheer number of quills, launched at such close range, managed to find their way through the seams, causing him considerable pain. Damn it! Changpeng exclaimed in frustration, furiously drawing a sharp dagger from his pocket to sever the porcupine's neck. This act was akin to disturbing a hornet's nest, inciting the fury of the porcupines behind him, particularly the golden arrow porcupine, whose attack range was sufficient to target Changpeng. A golden arrow was launched once again. Upon seeing it, Changpeng was filled with dread and swiftly dodged. While he evaded the attack, his mount, the winged shadow wolf, wasn't so fortunate. It was directly impaled by the golden arrow, howling in agony. Fortunately, this was at the extreme range, and the arrow's power had diminished significantly. Otherwise, it could have penetrated completely, rather than simply embedding itself. Seeing Changpeng evade, the golden arrow porcupine fired another arrow. Changpeng narrowly avoided it again, but it struck the winged shadow wolf's back once more, inciting its furious protests. There was no way this could continue. Soon after, a third golden arrow was released, this time aimed directly at Changpeng's thigh. There was no time to maneuver away from the impending attack. He was shot through the thigh, pinning him to the winged shadow wolf. Now, both of Changpeng's legs were impaled, effectively trapping him and making any further evasion nearly impossible. Indeed, within a kilometer, the accuracy was unparalleled, more precise than any legendary marksman. Quick, protect me! Changpeng urgently called out to his surrounding guards. If another arrow struck, he would be finished. The beast maidens quickly gathered behind Changpeng, forming a protective barrier. The golden arrow porcupine began its relentless assault, with numerous beast maidens getting hit and falling into the tide of beasts behind them. Yet, no matter the onslaught, Changpeng remained unharmed. Furious, the golden arrow porcupine chased and shot, nearly exhausting its quills. At last, they reached the military camp. Thousands of beast maiden soldiers stood ready, while various ranged attack beast maidens and beast tamers occupied the arrow towers. The entire camp transformed into a formidable beast with sharp fangs, poised to confront the impending tide of beasts. Witnessing Changpeng retreat into the camp, they prepared for the battle ahead. Bai Ye sighed in regret, contemplating a change of allegiance. He could not allow the beasts to breach the military camp, for the consequences would be dire. The impending battle loomed large. Countless arrows and spells rained down like locusts, and in mere moments, over 100 beasts lay dead. Among them, a colossal man-eating flower unleashed torrents of green venom from its gaping maw, resulting in the swift demise of several more beasts. The creatures retaliated fiercely, launching an array of ranged attacks upon the camp, inflicting significant damage in return. The enormous flower, too, endured its share of assaults, yet after consuming a handful of beasts, its injuries visibly healed at an astonishing pace. Apart from its immobility, it was nearly invincible. This formidable flower was none other than the camp's leader, Yang Min, a peak B-grade black iron powerhouse. With her guarding the camp, it seemed almost impossible for the beasts to break through. However, a brutal confrontation was inevitable, and the toll of casualties was likely to be immense. Yang Min could not help but sigh. At that moment, a human warrior clad in black armor emerged from the throng of beasts, wielding a silver spear. Each thrust was as precise as a dragon's strike, effortlessly dispatching even the most powerful of beasts, including those of leader rank. Remarkably, he made no defensive maneuvers. His black armor enveloped him entirely, leaving no chink in its protection. Even the golden arrows of the golden hedgehog beasts could not pierce this impenetrable shell. The material was a mystery, but the seasoned Yang Min discerned the truth at once. It was not mere equipment, but rather a skill, an extraordinarily potent defensive technique. The current beast's soul armor had absorbed the souls of over 1,000 beasts, granting it an unfathomable level of defense. Bai Yi could slaughter the beasts with reckless abandon, and coupled with the silver spear's tremendous offensive power, he was invincible. He moved through the horde with the prowess of Zhao Zilong, a hero of 1,000,000 soldiers, exuding an aura of dominance. The number of beasts he felled surpassed that of the entire camp combined. As he continued his rampage, the armor on Bai Yi thickened, even sprouting spikes. With each attack he endured, a spike would erupt, akin to the quills of a porcupine, piercing the very beast that dared to assault him. This was the evolution into a retaliatory armor. Consequently, Bai Yi grew even more audacious. Meanwhile, the night cat demon stealthily followed in his wake. With every beast Bai Yi dispatched, she would step forward to extract its soul orb, devouring it without fear of injury, equally unrestrained. These beasts hailed from beneath the Golden Spirit Mountain, where they typically fed on golden straw. The strange beasts that feed on golden bristlegrass possess some traces of golden bloodline within them. The night cat demon continuously activates its blood recovery, and astonishingly, its golden bloodline is steadily increasing, nearing a value of 1. This is a tremendous gain, compared to the substantial investment required for the golden mammoth. This is akin to picking up a treasure for free. Finally, the beasts, terrified by the slaughter, began to flee in panic. A large pink mass was at the forefront of the retreat. What on earth is that? The night cat demon pondered, unable to recall such a creature. Bai Yi, too, was perplexed and activated his true sight. Goodness! What? That pink mass is a golden arrow porcupine. Surely, the true sight cannot be malfunctioning? This creature bears no resemblance to the majestic golden arrow porcupine. Could it be that all its golden arrows have been exhausted? It looks just like a plump, molted pig. To his surprise, it appeared so adorably pink. Bai Yi could no longer contain his laughter. Upon hearing Bai Ye's explanation, the night cat demon rolled on the ground, laughing uncontrollably. The contrast was indeed overwhelming. Nevertheless, this was still a lord-level beast, and Bai Yi would not let it escape. Leaving the night cat demon to continue extracting the beast's soul orbs, Bai Yi took to the skies on his flying sword, pursuing the creature, swiftly disappearing from the crowd's view. Chapter 58. The mysterious pyramid on the giant rock mountain. The molted golden arrow porcupine posed no threat whatsoever and was swiftly pierced by Bai Ye's spear. A lord-level beast spirit orb was successfully obtained. However, Bai Yi chose to reserve these lord-level orbs for the activation of the 5-element spirit plate, opting not to consume them carelessly. Upon returning, Bai Yi found the soldiers already engaged in clearing the battlefield. The night cat demon, akin to a protective kitten, forbade the soldiers from approaching the beast Bai Yi had slain. Yang Min, feeling a sense of trepidation towards the black-armored war god, strictly monitored his subordinates, preventing any provocation of the night cat demon. When Bai Yi returned, everyone present stood in solemn respect. This was a tribute to strength. It was only then that Yang Min realized that this black-armored war god was, in fact, a novice beast master. A beast master? And still in training? Surely, the detection technique must have failed. Suddenly, Yang Min recalled something. Could you possibly be the legendary SSS Beastmaster? Bai Yi nodded. No wonder. Who would have thought that an SSS Beastmaster could be so formidable? Even Yang Min felt enlightened. Bai Yi's silver spear transformed back to its original form. Upon witnessing this, Yang Min was even more astonished. Nangongya, proud as you are willing to become a weapon for a man. Nangongya's face flushed crimson at the question. Just moments ago, she had been wielded by Bai Yi, rampaging through the battlefield. While exhilarating, the embarrassment was undeniably real. However, once their identities were established, the subsequent matters became rather straightforward. The butcher team, led by Nangongya, emerged. swiftly taking over the thousands of exotic beasts slain by Bai Yi and commencing a fervent collection of raw materials. This harvest was nearly equivalent to the total of the past few days, with even higher quality. It brought Bai Yi an impressive revenue of several million, while also addressing the Nangong family's pressing shortage of raw materials, effectively aiding them through a critical juncture. In the midst of the chaos, Lin Meng consumed several hundred beast soul orbs, now approaching the pinnacle of level 10, preparing for an imminent breakthrough. Yang Min, representing the Wuxing Mountain military camp, conferred upon Bai Yi the esteemed title of Wuxing Mountain Warrior. Henceforth, Bai Yi would no longer be required to pay an entrance fee when visiting Wuxing Mountain, nor would his accompanying personnel need to do so. It was a significant gain in both substance and prestige. Although Bai Yi's true objective was not entirely fulfilled, he had made substantial progress. The golden mammoth was gravely injured, and its recovery would inevitably demand a tremendous cost in the near future. Cheng Peng himself was also significantly wounded, particularly with penetrating injuries to his legs that had nearly shattered the femur, necessitating a period of recuperation. Furthermore, the black iron-level beast girls left by the Cheng family in Wuxing Town had suffered near-total losses, serving as a lesson well learned. It was reasonable to assume that the Cheng family would hesitate to trouble Bai Yi again in the near future. After a comfortable night's rest in the town, Bai Yi and his companions resumed their endeavors, setting their sights on the remaining 3 Lord-level exotic beasts. Their elimination would not only yield substantial rewards from the system, but also unlock the mysterious Wuxing Spirit Plate, a formation requiring 5 Lord-level beast soul orbs to activate. Who could resist such intrigue? This time, the team consisted of 4 individuals, with Nangong joining their ranks. Rather than covertly providing protection from behind, she deemed it more effective to participate directly. Initially, Nangong had worried that her presence might instill excessive confidence in Bai Yi and his companions, undermining their training. However, it seemed that it was Bai Yi who provided her with a sense of security. She felt that, as a peak black iron beast girl, she had become merely an accessory, allowing her to cast aside any overthinking and simply enjoy the adventure. Though Nangong Qianxue sensed a significant threat, being her mother, she had little to say. Their first destination was Giant Rock Mountain, where an array of colossal stones adorned the landscape. Just when one might assume these boulders were inanimate, they would suddenly spring to life, startling all who approached. These stone creatures boasted formidable defenses, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. Continuous skill usage would lead to excessive energy depletion. Thus, once again, the silver spear was employed. Though Nangong felt somewhat awkward, she had grown accustomed to it, allowing Bai Yi to wield the spear. The stone monsters, in the face of the silver spear's assault, crumbled as if made of paper. With a single shot, nearly every stone creature fell. After all, they were significantly weaker. As for the other earth-type beasts encountered along the way, they were left to the capable hands of the Night Cat Demon, the true warrior among the beast maidens. Bai Yi's involvement was somewhat unwarranted. They continued their journey, vanquishing foes as they progressed. Upon reaching the territory of the stone giant, Bai Yi had finally amassed a sufficient collection of beast souls. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he was rendered utterly speechless. Before him stood a magnificent pyramid, with stone beings tirelessly harnessing their earth-based energy to create colossal boulders weighing several tons. They employed their immense strength to transport these stones, stacking them atop the pyramid in a most peculiar spectacle, as if performing some arcane ritual. Activating his eye of true sight, Bai Yi discerned a mysterious energy coursing through the pyramids, though the details remained elusive. The atmosphere was thick with the uncanny. Yet, Bai Yi decided to take action without further hesitation. Regardless of their myriad spells and transformations, he would cleave through them with a single stroke. The strength and constitution of the stone beings were formidable, yet their agility was alarmingly low, a mere 100 points. Even a 10th-level beast maiden could easily outmaneuver them. With the Night Cat Demon fully charged, she lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of scratches. Stones flew as the stone creature quickly succumbed to severe injuries. However, it abruptly turned and fled, diving into one of the pyramids. Encountering a beast that would retreat mid-battle was indeed a curious phenomenon. Intrigued, the Night Cat Demon sought to follow suit, only to have the stone creature block the entrance with a massive boulder, sealing it off. The pyramid emitted a faint glow. Soon after, the stone being emerged once more, not only fully healed but seemingly enhanced. akin to a fountain of rejuvenation. How could they possibly contend with this? Perhaps they should focus on demolishing the pyramids first? The night cat demon instantly grasped Bai Yi's intention and clung tightly to the stone being. Meanwhile, Bai Yi wielded his sword spirit, striking at the pyramid with fervor, but to no avail. It was simply too resilient. Reluctantly, he switched to his silver spear, dramatically amplifying his combat prowess. Truly, a peak-level black iron beast maiden. In a flurry of shattered stones, progress was made. However, without minion assistance, the pace of dismantling the pyramid remained sluggish. Fortunately, the pyramid posed no threat of retaliation. It was merely a matter of time. Before long, the first pyramid was dismantled, revealing a primary energy crystal within. According to Nangong Qianxue, this object served as the core of energy weapons and structures, with each one valued at millions. A substantial profit indeed. Meanwhile, the night cat demon had finally reduced the stone creature to rubble, claiming a white beast soul orb as her prize. In such a grand spectacle, the surrounding stone golems remained utterly indifferent, as if their sole purpose in life were to perpetually construct the pyramid, unwavering in their focus. Chapter 59. The Divine Pyramid. Due to the lack of interference among the stone golems, the battle became relatively straightforward. Bai Yi and his companions pressed onward. The pyramid ascended higher, and the attributes of the stone golems correspondingly increased. In the innermost layer, they had even evolved to the leader level. Truly, they were a remarkable form of otherworldly beast. Confronted with a leader-level stone golem, even the fully energized night cat demon found it nearly impossible to breach its defenses. Only by continuously activating the golden claw could some degree of damage be inflicted. Their defensive capabilities were formidable. No wonder no one wished to provoke them. The pyramid's sturdiness had also escalated. Fortunately, with Nangonya by their side, whose attack power exceeded 2,000 points, she could still inflict significant damage, albeit at the cost of time. As they advanced, a towering edifice loomed before them, soaring hundreds of meters into the sky, several times taller than the highest pyramid on the Blue Star in the past. Particularly striking was the fact that this pyramid was situated atop a mountain thousands of meters high, further enhancing its majestic presence, evoking an irresistible desire to pay homage. It emanated a semblance of divine power, the very essence of belief. This pyramid had indeed begun to emanate a trace of divine energy, although exceedingly rare. Even a mere 10,000th of it was profoundly intimidating for a novice beast maiden. Nangong Qianxue hesitated to brandish her sword against it. Fortunately, Bai Yi possessed formidable vitality. Remaining largely unaffected, Nangonya, being of a higher level, was similarly less influenced. Bai Yi readied his spear and unleashed a powerful strike. The brilliance of the super pyramid flashed momentarily, seemingly unaffected, as it formed a protective barrier. This presented a challenge. Thankfully, the stone giants inside sensed the pyramid under attack and promptly emerged to defend. Standing at an impressive 50 meters, they truly embodied the essence of giants. The night cat demon attempted to draw the boss's attention, but was sent flying over 100 meters by a single blow. Her beast spirit armor shattered into fragments. After bestowing a potent healing spell upon the night cat demon, Bai Yi charged forth to confront the stone giant. At this moment, the beast's soul armor had accumulated a plethora of souls from various otherworldly beasts, even those of the leader level, causing the defensive aura to re-emerge, rendering him impervious to the stone giant's assaults. Through their previous battles, the synergy between Bai Yi and the Silver Spear had reached an unparalleled level of coordination. The combined strength of the two could indeed stand against the stone giant. The only concern remained the pyramid itself. This colossal structure seemed capable of directly supplying energy to the stone giants outside. Any damage Bai Yi managed to inflict was swiftly restored by the pyramid's power. It was akin to standing in a spring. No matter how fiercely one struck, as long as the stone giant could not be vanquished in a heartbeat, it remained invincible. Continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. Bai Yi signaled the Dark Night Cat Demon to stealthily infiltrate the pyramid, seeking a potential breakthrough from within. With merely a glance, the Dark Night Cat Demon instantly comprehended Bai Yi's intention, a testament to their long-standing rapport and profound understanding. Activating its invisibility, the Dark Night Cat Demon crept toward the colossal pyramid. However, upon reaching the entrance, its form became immediately visible. The pyramid possessed a revealing function. The stone giant, upon noticing, was filled with fury at the audacity of an intrusion into its domain, disregarding Bai Ye's assault as it dashed back in a frenzy. Observing this turn of events, the Dark Knight Cat Demon abandoned all pretenses of stealth, launching a swift and ferocious attack as it leapt into the pyramid, transforming into a shadow that darted deeper within. Bai Yi stood resolutely at the entrance, armed with a spear, aware that solely relying on his strength would not suffice to thwart the stone giant. Yet, there was still Nangongya, whose power exceeded 2,000 points. Sometimes, a touch of reliance can aid in digestion. When the two of them coordinated flawlessly, their combined strength could indeed contend with the stone giant. Regardless of the giant's relentless onslaught, Bai Yi remained immovable, a veritable iron bastion. The two engaged in a back-and-forth struggle, successfully preventing the stone giant from stepping an inch into the pyramid. At last, the pyramid's luminescence extinguished. The Dark Knight Cat Demon had succeeded. In a fit of rage, the stone giant unleashed a tempest of attacks upon Bai Yi, yet still found no way to breach his formidable defenses. It was merely the impotent rage of a defeated foe. With the pyramid's assistance gone, the stone giant's attributes plummeted. Most crucially, the damage it had sustained could no longer be healed. With Bai Yi standing upon the sword spirit, wielding a silver spear, and in conjunction with the Nangong mother and daughter duo, they relentlessly chipped away at the stone giant, until at last, the massive figure collapsed in a thunderous crash, shattering into a heap of rubble. The stone giant was vanquished. This pile of debris held little value, the most precious of all being the intermediate energy stone that the Dark Knight Cat Demon extracted from the giant pyramid, worth millions. Additionally, the Dark Knight Cat Demon discovered a black iron chest within the pyramid, which contained a blueprint for constructing a pyramid. If built within a military camp, it could enhance the attributes of surrounding soldiers and facilitate rapid healing of injuries, somewhat akin to a healing temple in a grand city, yet requiring far fewer resources. A truly invaluable treasure. Nangongya was prepared to spend a fortune to acquire it from Bai Yi. Its actual worth, of course, far exceeded this sum. Yet Nangongya had also contributed immensely in the battle and subsequently relinquished her claim to other spoils. The sum of 100 million serves as compensation for Bai Yi. Subsequently, Nangongya intends to dispatch an architect to study the blueprints. This collaboration will facilitate the construction of pyramids across various beast realms, transforming it into a veritable gold mine. However, the return on investment is relatively slow and necessitates extensive communication. Bai Yi, disinterested in the hassle, prefers immediate liquidity. Although the stone beings are somewhat impoverished, lacking valuable resources post-mortem, they are, in essence, the wealthiest. Following a single battle, Bai Yi's assets have doubled. Onward to the next destination. Approaching is the Flame Mountain. Upon entering, the temperature escalates dramatically by several degrees. Flames sporadically erupt from the crevices in the surrounding rocks, presenting an extremely harsh environment. Bai Yi and his companions consume fire resistance potions, each augmenting their fire resistance by 100 points, providing slight relief. The path is fraught with various fire-type beasts, and Bai Yi brazenly endures the scorching heat while launching relentless assaults, since assimilating the soul of the stone giant. The defensive capability of his beast soul armor has significantly improved, rendering him impervious to any attacks below the black iron level. To maintain this formidable defense, Bai Yi presses on without pause, eager to complete all tasks within the day. Leading the charge, he plunges into battle, while the Night Cat Demon picks up the spoils and collects beast soul orbs. The once dignified S-Rank beast girl has been reduced to a mere assistant to the beast master, an unbelievable fate. Chapter 60. The Black Iron team that acted swiftly. The Flame Sprite does not reside at the summit, but within the belly of the mountain. In truth, Flame Mountain is an active volcano, and the Flame Sprites dwell within its depths. Bai Yi, riding the sword spirit, navigates around the continuously erupting lava and ascends into the volcano. Upon landing, the group immediately feels an overwhelming heat, as if they were being roasted alive. The only one unaffected is Bai Yi, whose beast soul armor insulates him from the oppressive heat, leaving him comfortably cool. The battles are left entirely to him. Sprites are a unique type of beast, lacking a physical form and nearly immune to physical attacks, making them quite formidable adversaries. The creatures inhabiting the interior of Flame Mountain are composed of fire elements, fire sprites. Confronted with such foes, the Night Cat Demon finds herself utterly incapacitated. Even Nangongya's attack power is significantly diminished. At this juncture, Nangong Qianxue, previously relegated to a supporting role, emerges as a key player. Having acquired 500 points of ice damage in the ice cave, her ice attribute inflicts double damage on fire sprites. Armed with the ice sword forged by Nangong Chinchua, Bai Yi swiftly dispatches one fire sprite after another before racing deeper into the mountain. Even the continuously erupting magma surrounding them could be disregarded. Adorned in the soul-infused beast spirit armor, they exuded an unyielding spirit. The night cat demon, clutching a silver spear, aimlessly wandered about. With the vast knowledge of Nangongya, she diligently gathered various spiritual herbs and minerals. Why does it seem as though this place has just been excavated? Something feels amiss. Why are there so few fire spirits? The more Nangongya excavated, the more perplexed she became. Soon, she discerned the issue from the traces left on the ground. Someone had recently passed through. Bai Yi, be cautious. There may be other teams in the vicinity. Nangongya urgently warned. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi dispatched the night cat demon to stealthily investigate ahead. Before long, the night cat demon relayed the news. Indeed, there were others. Among them were 5 beast girls. Although the night cat demon lacked reconnaissance skills, she could infer from their attack power that they were likely all Iron Tier beast girls. A single volley from them could effortlessly obliterate a fire spirit. At the forefront, the flame lion, tasked with defense, barely sustained any damage as they swiftly advanced. Nearby, the beast tamers even had the leisure to gather spiritual herbs and minerals. This situation left Bai Yi feeling quite passive. Defeating the flame spirits not only involved a system reward of 100 points of energy, but also the activation of the 5 elements spirit plate. If the boss were to be snatched away by another team, the loss of 100 energy points might be trivial. However, activating the 5 element spirit plate would become exceedingly troublesome. Unless one were willing to pay a hefty sum to procure the flame spirit beast spirit pearl from the opposing team, it would be a challenge. Yet, their team featured a fire attribute beast girl, who appeared to be the captain and would likely not yield easily. To forcibly seize the boss would be deemed quite dishonorable, both in the past games and in this world. Thus, they could only await developments. Bai Yi completely lost interest in slaying monsters and stealthily approached to observe the situation. The eye of true vision scanned the area, revealing a total of 9 individuals, 5 beast girls and 4 beast tamers. Among the beast girls, aside from the one at the forefront with fire attributes, the other 4 were all ice attributes. One of them was even an ice spirit. The other 3 included an ice phoenix capable of launching icy feathers, a snowman that could automatically generate snowballs to hurl at foes, and a plant-type ice archer that could spit icy peas. No wonder they posed such a formidable threat to the fire spirits. This combination clearly aimed to capture the flame spirits. As they pressed forward, they soon reached the deepest part of the lava cave. A massive fireball radiated a searing light. The night cat demon's 100 points of fire resistance were utterly insufficient, forcing her to retreat to the sidelines. Nangong Chinchua and Silver Spear, devoid of physical forms, were nearly immune to elemental damage, thus remained largely unaffected. The mother and daughter duo lay on either side of Bai Yi, stealthily observing the battle unfolding ahead. The fiery lion, engulfed in flames, seemed scarcely affected by the scorching heat. In stark contrast, the other ice element beast maidens were far less fortunate, particularly the snowman maiden, who was visibly melting at an alarming rate. We must resolve this swiftly. I cannot endure for long. The snowman maiden urged anxiously. All right, let the battle commence. Unleash our strongest attacks. The fiery lion transformed the flames surrounding it into a protective armor and charged forward. Hearing this, the other beast maidens promptly executed their most potent combat techniques. In an instant, the molten cavern was filled with ice blades and snow swords, causing a significant drop in temperature. Truly, the Black Iron Tier beast maidens possessed formidable strength. The fiery spirit despised the ice attribute, and the chaos wrought by these maidens was akin to someone who loathed cilantro being served a bowl brimming with it. Utterly repulsive. Moreover, the damage from these skills was exceedingly high, inciting the fiery spirit's wrath. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide and expelled a river of molten lava. In that moment, all the beast maidens were engulfed by the lava, with even the fiery lion hopping about in agony. As for the ice element maidens, the snowman was reduced to nothing more than a puddle, and the ice spirit dimmed considerably. The ice archer, with her short, root-like legs, desperately attempted to flee from the lava river, but with her meager speed, escape was futile, She nearly ignited in the molten flow, as fire naturally overcomes wood. No matter how much the ice archer transformed, her essence remained that of a plant. Only the ice phoenix, soaring gracefully above, sustained relatively lesser damage. Yet, her attack power was mediocre, primarily serving as a mount for agile repositioning. Relying on a support unit to turn the tide and carry the team was nearly impossible. This elite squad faced near total annihilation in mere moments. However, the fiery lion refused to yield, having invested significant resources into this endeavor. Everyone, retreat from the lava river. Ice Phoenix, draw the leader out. After issuing these commands, the fiery lion swiftly withdrew. The others hurriedly followed suit, but the ice archer, with her little legs, struggled to keep pace. The fiery lion seized her slender stem and pulled her to safety. Although the plant-type beast maidens wielded immense attack power and rapid recovery rates, their lack of mobility, or rather their sluggish movement, posed a significant flaw. The lava river's coverage was limited. To be precise, it was merely a flowing stream. Once the group exited the molten cavern and arrived in the open terrain, they quickly managed to reach solid ground. The Ice Phoenix successfully lured out the flame sprite. With the assistance of the beast tamers, the group took a moment to recuperate before charging forward once more. Chapter 61. Twist and turn. Under the relentless assault of several black iron tier beast maidens, the flame sprite began to dim at an observable rate. Victory was within reach. Everyone was aflame with excitement, for this was a lord-level beast, a challenge many might never encounter in a lifetime. The most exhilarated among them was the flame lion. Should she consume this lord-tier beast spirit orb of the same element, combined with the other spirit fruits and elixirs she had prepared, she could even evolve into an A-class flame rampaging lion. Subsequently, a promotion to bronze rank would be within her grasp. She would then become a prominent figure in the entirety of Jiangzhou. How could she not be thrilled at such a chance to rewrite her fate? Just as the crowd was caught up in their excitement, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The flame sprite, which was on the verge of extinguishing, abruptly dove into a vast lake of molten lava. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, for none dared to plunge into the lava lake. Even the fire element flame lion could not attempt such a feat. They could only watch helplessly from the shore. Ice Phoenix, we must rely on you, the flame lion commanded. Archer, mount the Ice Phoenix and proceed together. The two complied, coordinating their efforts as they soared toward the lava lake. With a flurry of sounds, the Frost Archer's two tendrils entwined around the Ice Phoenix, unleashing a barrage of icy peas toward the molten lake. In an instant, a thick mist billowed above the lava lake, cooling it significantly. The flame sprite emerged from the lake, its mouth spewing forth a stream of lava. The very substance it had just ingested, reminiscent of a child who, having gulped down water, sprays it all around before taking another sip. In a moment of negligence, the Ice Phoenix was struck by the lava, nearly transforming into a charred bird. Fortunately, the Frost Archer managed to raise an ice barrier in time, shielding them from the majority of the damage. The two wobbled back to the shore, but the Ice Phoenix had lost a significant amount of its feathers to the scorching lava, rendering it unable to fly for the time being. At this point, the group found themselves utterly at a loss against the flame sprite. After feasting and replenishing its strength, the flame sprite returned to the shore fully revitalized. This was utterly insurmountable. It was no wonder that the 5 lord-level beasts in 5 Elements Mountain had dominated the area for years without being vanquished. Each one was more formidable than the last. The lord-level beasts from the green grass prairie would seem like mere children in comparison. The expression of the flame lion was one of utter dismay. With no alternative, she begrudgingly continued to fight. Once more, the group launched an assault. After all, as black iron tier beast maidens, their offensive capabilities remained formidable. The flame sprite soon found itself on the brink of collapse once again. Yet, to their dismay, it once more retreated into the lava lake for a leisurely soak. This was truly infuriating. The Ice Phoenix can no longer take flight and is reluctant to risk further ventures. Everyone stands on the shore, helplessly watching as the flame spirit swiftly recuperates from its injuries. Soon, the flame spirit arrives as promised, fully revitalized. The beast girls are on the verge of exasperation. What hope is there for victory now? A new round of battle commences. This time, the flame lion intentionally leads the flame spirit away from the lava lake. The vastness of the mountainous interior allows them to fight while retreating, successfully drawing the flame spirit several kilometers away. At such a distance, Even if the flame spirit wishes to return to the lava lake, they are confident they can defeat it en route. The chance for victory re-emerges. Let the battle commence. Just before they reach their limits, they manage to whittle the flame spirit down to its last vestiges of health. Hurry, let us unleash one final surge to vanquish it. The flame lion hoarsely shouts. The other beast girls rally their spirits, attempting to seize this opportunity to eliminate the flame spirit. They are on the brink of collapse. If another round ensues, they will surely succumb. However, the eruption is not theirs alone. The flame spirit begins to unleash its own fury. But its wrath is directed at the ground. The earth beneath them is scorched, creating a massive chasm from which molten lava erupts. It turns out that beneath their feet lies the lava lake. The entire mountainous interior is, in fact, an island floating atop the lava lake. This revelation leaves them utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, I'm done with this. I'm leaving. The snow woman, infuriated, turns to depart. Now, she is nothing but a melted visage. Even with the beast tamer's support behind her, she cannot endure any longer. The other ice-type beast tamers fare no better and also turn to leave. They vow never to engage in battle again. The flame lion experiences a tumultuous journey from hope to despair, and then to repeated disappointment. She is on the verge of hopelessness. Gazing at the flame spirit basking in the lava lake, the flame lion reluctantly retreats. She never anticipated that despite her thorough preparations, defeat would still befall her. It is solely the flame spirit's audacity that brings about this outcome. Yet, the White Knight is elated. Initially believing there was no opportunity left, he is pleasantly surprised by the inadequacies of these black iron-level beast girls. The final boss remains his. Once those others have retreated, White Knight brandishes his sword and charges forward, blocking the flame spirit's path as it prepares to leave. The flame spirit is perplexed. A group of powerful beast girls had just attempted to subdue it without success, and now a mere child dares to challenge it alone. Such audacity is remarkable. Thus, the flame spirit decides to keep him as a meal. It opens its mouth and spews forth a torrent of lava, seemingly intent on instantly incinerating White Knight. However, the molten rock merely slides off his beast soul armor, leaving him entirely unscathed. Even the soul thorns rebounded, causing the flame sprite to flicker momentarily. The efficacy of the soul thorns against such elemental creatures significantly increased the damage dealt. The flame sprite, incensed, thought to itself, "How dare this insignificant creature provoke me?" It unleashed a torrent of molten lava, enveloping the knight's protagonist. Yet, undeterred, the protagonist waded through the lava stream, charging towards the flame sprite. With a swift execution of cleaving strikes, the ice sword relentlessly slashed at the flame sprite. Another icy assault. The flame sprite was thoroughly exasperated. It desperately attempted to retaliate, but found itself utterly incapable of overcoming the relentless onslaught from the protagonist. Instead, its own condition deteriorated, humiliated by such a diminutive foe. Determined to regain its strength, the flame sprite resolved to plunge into the lava lake, planning to teach the protagonist a harsh lesson upon its return. However, just as it leaped into the molten depths, the protagonist followed suit. Protected by the beast soul armor, the protagonist could indeed swim in the lava lake. The flame sprite was left dumbfounded. What incredible defensive capabilities! It was the first time it had encountered another being capable of entering a lava lake solely based on resilience. Yet, an unforeseen twist occurred. As the flame lioness and her companions retreated, they noticed that the fire-molten stones they had previously marked for excavation had been taken. Others had ventured into the depths of Flame Mountain. Exchanging glances filled with intrigue, the beast maidens decided to return and investigate. With a sweep of her paw, the flame lioness signaled for her companions to stealthily follow her back. Upon their return, they beheld the protagonist immersed in the lava lake, fiercely attacking the nearly defeated flame sprite. "Ice Phoenix, what level is that opponent?" the flame lioness inquired, unable to fathom such formidable defenses. The only explanation would be if they were a bronze-level beast maiden. However, upon employing a reconnaissance technique, the Ice Phoenix discovered that the adversary was merely an apprentice beast master. An apprentice, and still a beast master. This was quite absurd. After thorough confirmation that the protagonist was indeed just an apprentice beast master, the flame lioness formulated a plan. The innocent may suffer for possessing a treasure, she mused. The fault lay in the protagonist's weakness. Had they been a bronze-level beast maiden, the flame lioness would never dare provoke them. But an apprentice beast master? What was there to fear? Once the flame sprite was dealt with, they could dispose of the protagonist in the lava lake, leaving no trace behind. Upon the protagonist's ascent after slaying the flame sprite, they would swiftly eliminate them, ensuring they never had the chance to escape into the lava lake. The flame lioness promptly orchestrated her strategy, and her companions readily complied, preparing thoroughly for the impending confrontation. Bai Yi remained oblivious to these developments, continuing to relentlessly strike at the flame sprite. Even amidst the molten lake, the recovery speed of the flame sprite could not match Bai Yi's onslaught. Eventually, with a violent flicker, the flame sprite disintegrated completely. A fire element Lord-level beast soul orb was now in hand. The flame lion's eyes blazed with fervor. Just as Bai Yi reached the shore, the flame lion immediately commanded an attack. With a swift motion, the ice phoenix, preparing to take flight, had its head severed. The ice archer looked on in terror at the night cat demon before her eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets, her round mouth agape in shock. How? The zombie devoured your brain. Oh wait, you have no brain. Haha. Amid the ice archer's bewilderment, the night cat demon swiftly snapped her slender stalk. In the blink of an eye, the Flame Lion's team had lost 2 beast maidens. Only then did they realize that a beast maiden had been stealthily following them the entire time, likely eavesdropping on their conversation. Kill her. The Flame Lion angrily commanded her comrades to attack. However, the night cat demon showed no inclination to engage. She leapt behind Bai Yi in the blink of an eye. Kid, you'd best hand over the flame sprite's beast spirit orb, or I'll have no choice but to slaughter you all and toss your remains into the molten lake. The Flame Lion menacingly threatened. Was this a direct robbery? No formalities whatsoever. Bai Yi was taken aback by the ferocity of this group. He had hesitated to seize the boss earlier. Yet when the night cat demon revealed their intentions to Bai Yi, his expression turned icy. In that case, I shall not hold back. Come forth. Bai Yi replaced his ice sword with a silver spear, pointing it defiantly at them, seemingly prepared to take on all 3 opponents alone. You are quite audacious. The Flame Lion wasted no time and charged forward. The snowman and ice sprite provided long-range support. With a single thrust of his spear, Bai Yi swiftly dispatched the Flame Lion. His terrifying strength was truly formidable. The snowman and ice sprite, frightened, desperately unleashed their skills. Yet, Bai Yi ignored defense entirely, charging headlong into the fray. After absorbing the soul of the flame sprite, the defensive power of his beast soul armor escalated to new heights. Below the bronze level, none could breach Bai Yi's defenses. The rebounding soul spikes nearly obliterated the ice sprite. With a sweeping strike of his spear, Bai Yi shattered the snowman, leaving only the ice sprite remaining. However, a predicament arose. Bai Yi found himself unable to counter the ice sprite's attacks. Although the silver spear possessed immense power, it was limited to physical strikes. The Nightcat demon faced a similar dilemma. The ice sword did have ice-based attacks, but the ice sprite's frost resistance was so high that it rendered any effective damage moot. Realizing this, the ice sprite became exhilarated. Although she couldn't eliminate Bai Yi, at least she could escape alive. Hey, don't rush off. Let's go take a bath together. My treat. Bai Yi tugged at the ice spirit, leading her towards the lava lake. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not accustomed to mixed bathing. The ice spirit was on the verge of tears, desperately trying to break free from Bai Yi's grip. However, Bai Yi's strength far exceeded hers, rendering her powerless to resist. Moreover, the beast soul armor could capture spiritual entities. Don't be modest. This isn't the East. Mixed bathing doesn't require undressing. Bai Yi pulled the ice spirit and jumped directly into the lava lake. Before the ice spirit could react, she transformed into a mist of water, completely dissipating. Oh, you've shed everything. Not a thing left. After swimming aimlessly in the lava lake for a while, Bai Yi decided to surface. To her surprise, she encountered a black iron treasure chest floating in the lake. This object was truly elusive. Most people would struggle to discover it, and even if they did, retrieving it would be quite challenging. It was a skill for beast tamers. Summoning a fire spirit. The attack power of the fire spirit depended on the beast tamer's energy. With over 1,000 points of energy, Bai Yi could endow the fire spirit with an attack power surpassing that of an ordinary black iron-level beast girl. This was yet another formidable ally. Taking advantage of the beast soul armor still in its peak condition, Bai Yi and her companions pressed on towards the final Qingmu mountain. They didn't even have time to collect the various spiritual herbs and minerals within the lava cave. As for the beast tamers in the Flame Lion team, They had long been dealt with by the night cat demon. Qingmu Mountain was a paradise for plant-type beast girls. The beast soul orbs that dropped here had the highest absorption rates for them. The skills produced by the beast spirit orbs were also more suited to their capabilities. Yet, it was simultaneously the favorite spot for fire-type beast girls. Setting the mountain ablaze was their greatest delight. The attack power of Bai Yi's group surprisingly paled in comparison to that of the fire spirit. The combat prowess of the team had significantly escalated once more. They charged forth, and before nightfall, they finally arrived at the Qingmu forest. We finally made it. I'm utterly exhausted. So the boss is in this forest? Lin Ming asked, hands on her hips, panting heavily. Yes, but not quite. Nangong Qianxue had already grown accustomed to the term boss. What do you mean? Lin Ming was thoroughly confused. The boss isn't just in this forest. The entire forest is the boss. Nangong Qianxue's response left Lin Ming utterly astounded. So, are we to become lumberjacks? But logging is tiring. At this point, Nangong Qianxue truly had no words to respond. Bai Yi also understood what Nangong Qianxue meant. Here, there were no minor monsters. There was only one boss. To be precise, the entire Qingmu forest was an extraordinary beast, the Qingmu tree demon, a forest of singular trees. Before us stands each towering tree, merely the roots of the verdant tree spirit that hangs low. This colossal entity spans thousands of meters. It is the largest aberration that Bai Yi has encountered thus far. Type, verdant tree spirit. Level, Tier 10 Lord, Strength, 2000, Agility 0, Constitution, 2000 Energetics, 2000 Skills, Eternal Life, Verdant Toxic Mist, Branch Whip, Root Entanglement. Wood Hardening, Personality, Silent, Vulnerability, Fear of Fire, Immobile. Lin Ming, slow to comprehend, finally grasped the situation. So, are we truly going to fell all the great trees? Chapter 63. Auntie, no appointment. How shall we proceed? Nangong Qianxue abandoned her dialogue with Lin Ming and directly inquired of Bai Yi. Indeed, when uncertainty arises, one must seek Bai Yi's counsel. So, will you assume the role of lumberjack today? Why are you both so fascinated by logging? Can't we devise a more reliable strategy? Once, a group organized over 100 lumberjacks equipped with various tools to chop down trees. And guess what happened in the end? They were chased around the mountains by bears. Where did those bears come from? Their logging speed simply could not match that of the verdant tree spirit's regenerative capacity. Ultimately, they all became nourishment for this forest. Where do you two derive such peculiar ideas? Nangong Qianxue was somewhat speechless. Then let us set the mountain ablaze. Bai Yi proposed once more. Be careful not to end up imprisoned. Lin Ming promptly cautioned, her awareness of the law unwavering. Try burning it, and you shall see. Nangong Qianxue chose to forego explaining further. Bai Yi summoned a fire spirit and commanded it to unleash a fireball upon the forest. As soon as the fireball made contact with the tree trunk, a thick, vibrant green mist erupted, extinguishing the flames in an instant. Moreover, that green mist continued to spread. Evidently highly toxic, the verdant tree spirit fears fire. However, attempting to ignite a growing tree with a mere matchstick is akin to using a thimble to empty a sinking ship. Damn, night is swiftly approaching. Let us not linger in indecision. Charge forth. Bai Yi, wielding a sword in one hand and a gun in the other, donned in beast spirit armor, boldly advanced towards the verdant tree spirit. At this moment, he was invincible against foes of bronze rank and lower, at least impervious to harm. The instant he stepped forward, an array of roots erupted from the surrounding trees, ensnaring Bai Yi tightly. Even his formidable strength could not budge an inch. Fortunately, Nangonya and her daughter swiftly took flight, severing the roots and rescuing Bai Yi from peril. A narrow escape from disaster. Despite exhausting every tactic, they found themselves unable to penetrate the verdant woods. Indeed, none of the Lord-level aberrations within the Five Elements Mountain are easy to confront. I have a solution. Bai Yi's quick wit sparked a new idea. What is your plan? The other beast girls eagerly inquired. Let us return to Flame Mountain first. To lighten the load, Xiaoming would stay behind to guard the belongings. After declaring this, Bai Yi emptied the contents of his dimensional space into a backpack, which he handed to Lin Ming. The previous spoils had already been transferred to the Nangong family, and there had been no opportunity to scavenge further at Flame Mountain. Thus, aside from a few outdoor camping supplies, Bai Yi possessed nothing of great value in his dimensional space. After finding a concealed spot for Lin Ming, Bai Yi mounted his silver spear and surged toward Flame Mountain. Through the connection of vitality and rapid recovery, he soared directly to Flame Mountain. Upon arriving, Bai Yi leaped into the lava lake, consuming several cubic meters of molten rock. A single match cannot ignite a grand tree. But what if it were a cartload of timber? Lava, being the molten form of rock, reaches temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. It can melt stones, let alone wood. After saturating himself with lava, Bai Yi leapt onto his ice sword and sped back. The mother and daughter took turns as mounts, exhibiting remarkable stamina. Accompanied by the newly risen moon, Bai Yi reappeared in the Qingmu forest. Along the way, he encountered a flock of blind bats and a group of night owls that attempted to confront him, but Bai Yi dismissed them entirely. Instead, those aberrant creatures were swiftly vanquished by the soul spikes rebounding from his beast's soul armor. Not a second was wasted. At this moment, Bai Yi was an invincible force within the entirety of Wuxing Mountain. Even the Qingmu tree spirits could only ensnare him without inflicting any harm. Upon reaching Qingmu Forest, Bai Yi continued his ascent, soaring directly above the trunk of the Qingmu tree spirit before leaping down. Sensing Bai Yi's presence, the tree spirit extended a long root, drawing him closer. It was only then that Bai Yi finally beheld the true visage of the Qingmu tree spirit, a colossal tree with a girth of several hundred meters, requiring at least 100 people holding hands to encircle it. At the center of its weathered trunk, a wrinkled human face emerged, appearing exceedingly bizarre. Humans, my favorite delicacy. Ha! The Qingmu tree spirit opened its grotesque maw and swallowed Bai Yi whole. Remarkably, Bai Yi needed not lift a finger. Everything unfolded even more smoothly than he had anticipated. Igniting the entire Qingmu forest with mere cubic meters of lava would still prove quite challenging. Thus, Bai Yi had aimed to get as close as possible to the tree spirit's main trunk. Little did he expect the Qingmu tree spirit to be so voracious, swallowing him without hesitation. Clearly, the tree spirit had never encountered the tales of Journey to the West. Any who dared to consume Sun Wukong met a grim fate. And the Qingmu tree spirit would be no exception. As soon as Bai Yi was engulfed, he promptly opened the dimensional space and unleashed the molten lava within. The entire Qingsong forest went into a frenzy. All the trunks writhed in agony, while the roots surged forth, desperately attempting to grasp something. Yet their efforts proved futile. At that moment, the essence of the Qingsong tree demon was completely filled with lava, igniting in flames. There was no resistance. The Qingsong tree demon was instantaneously obliterated. Bai Yi successfully obtained the beast spirit pearl of the Qingsong tree demon, finally gathering all 5 elemental beast spirit pearls. The endeavor had been arduous. The previous system task was also entirely completed. Bai Yi's attributes surged to a perfect 100. Additionally, he acquired a rapid recovery skill. With the 2 skills in conjunction, it evolved into an ultra-fast recovery ability, enhancing his recuperation speed. Bai Yi became more enduring as well. Simultaneously, new options emerged. Option 1. Activate the 5 Elements Spirit Plate. Then immediately escape from the 5 Elements Mountains Beast Realm. Completion reward. Agility 100. Option 2. Activate the 5 Elements Spirit Plate and defeat the 5 Elements Beast King. Completion reward. All attributes 500. Option 3. Forfeit the activation of the 5 Elements Spirit Plate. Completion reward. Constitution 100 initially. Bai Yi had thought the 5 Elements Spirit Plate was some kind of treasure. It turned out to be akin to gathering 7 Dragon Balls to summon a divine dragon. Oh no, it was actually about collecting 5 Beast Spirit Pearls to summon the 5 Elements Beast King. One could tell from the name alone that it was an existence surpassing the Lord level, a royal beast. Bai Yi rummaged through the original owner's memories, but found no reference to a royal beast during its apprenticeship. E.g., have you heard of royal beasts below the Black Iron level? Bai Yi suddenly inquired of Nangongya. Nangongya was momentarily taken aback. How could there possibly be royal beasts below the Black Iron level? Do you want to witness one? Bai Yi continued to probe. Nangongya was bewildered. What did he mean? Was he suggesting that he could create a royal beast? Yet, Bai Yi's gaze suggested that was indeed his intention. You can't be serious about wanting to conjure a royal beast, can you? Nangongya was astounded. The existence of such legendary beings could still be artificially created? Indeed, Bai Yi affirmed, and then asked, e.g., do you think we stand a chance to take down a royal beast together? Nangongya turned to leave. Thank you. I'm not interested. Chapter 64. The Emergence of the 5 Elements Beast King. Bai Yi grasped Nangongya's arm, explaining the situation to her. Nangongya was taken aback. Xianti anticipated that Bai Yi was not jesting and could indeed summon a royal beast. To be honest, I have no confidence at all. Nangongya was devoid of any pretentiousness. After all, she was already well versed in such matters, thus her sincerity was evident. It's truly impossible. Yet, Xianti completely relinquished hope. Is this summoning conditional? For instance, could it be conducted at a different time or location? The location must be within the space of the Five Elements Mountain. As for the timing, it would be best to proceed tonight, as my defenses are at their peak. Bai Yi provided an explanation. At this very moment, his beast soul armor had absorbed the essences of 3 formidable Lord-level beast souls, along with countless others, placing him in an unparalleled state of invincibility. However, after a night's rest, these beast souls would dissipate, making it nearly impossible to amass such a number within a single day again. Alone, we could not achieve this. However, even if we urgently sought reinforcements, I would be unable to find sufficient powerful allies tonight. The Five Elements Mountain forbids the entry of bronze-level beast girls. This is an official regulation. Thus, it is truly unfeasible. Nangongya conducted a series of analyses and ultimately concluded that Bai Yi's conditions were excessively stringent, rendering them impossible to fulfill. What if we sought assistance from the Chung family? Bai Yi inquired again. The Five Elements Mountain is a space for exotic beasts in which the Chung family holds shares, granting them considerable influence here. However, given our current strained relations with them, how could they possibly be inclined to assist? Nangongya promptly dismissed Bai Yi's suggestion. Their willingness is not something we can dictate. Bai Yi smiled faintly, evidently having devised a plan. The group hurriedly collected some tree demon spirit leaves, which are also first-tier spiritual items capable of enhancing the success rate of alchemy and the quality of elixirs. Each leaf is worth 1,000. The closer one gets to the core of the tree demon, the more abundant the leaves are. Unfortunately, the core had been incinerated by Bai Yi, leaving only a few scattered remnants. After casually gathering several thousand leaves, Bai Yi and his companions set off towards the military camp. The nighttime realm of exotic beasts was indeed perilous, with increased attributes and heightened aggression among the beasts. Nevertheless, Bai Yi pressed forward, undeterred. As the moon reached its zenith, they finally arrived beneath the military camp's walls. The sentinels immediately recognized Bai Yi. To prevent aerial assaults from flying beasts, the skies had been a focal point of their defenses. I am Beastmaster Bai Yi, requesting entry into the city. Bai Yi promptly declared his identity. To his astonishment, instead of relaxing, the guards became even more vigilant upon hearing his introduction. They even sounded the alarm. What in the world? Am I being mistaken for a beast? Bai Yi was taken aback. Shortly thereafter, a familiar figure appeared on the wall, seated in a wheelchair. It was Cheng Peng. Bai Yi, you have finally returned. Cheng Peng roared fiercely. What? Do you think I dare not come if you don't invite me? Bai Yi replied, riding his flying sword, seemingly unfazed. You dare remain arrogant. To thwart you, I've replaced the entire military camp with my people. Today, I shall ensure your demise. Cheng Peng screamed in a frenzy, resembling a madman. Over the years, under his financial onslaught, no one dared to defy him. However, after encountering Bai Yi, he faced repeated blows. This morning, it nearly cost him his life. Cheng Peng could not forgive this under any circumstances. Bai Yi must die. Therefore, are all the people in the military camp from the Chung family? Bai Yi's tone bore a hint of peculiarity, even a trace of excitement. Yes. Are you afraid now? If you kneel and beg for mercy and obediently contract with my sister, perhaps I might spare you. Cheng Peng assumed Bai Yi was intimidated and immediately grew arrogant again. Then I can rest easy. Bai Yi's lips curled into a smile, as if genuinely pleased. The Chung family members believed Bai Yi had lost his mind. Only Nangongya sensed the possibility. Indeed, just as she surmised, Bai Yi produced a 5-colored array plate and sequentially placed 5 Lord-level beast spirit orbs upon it. Gold, water, wood, fire, and earth, in a cycle of mutual creation and restraint. Instantly, a dazzling spectrum of light surged towards the heavens, illuminating the entire Five Elements Mountain. Subsequently, the Five Elements spirit plate summoned 5 elemental mountains, each emitting a colossal beam of light. The beams coalesced in the void, astonishingly forming a gigantic 5-colored egg. Soon after, the egg shattered, and an enormous beast emerged from within. This creature stood hundreds of meters tall, radiating a terrifying pressure. What is this thing? Cheng Peng strained his neck, attempting to discern the marvel above him. In his fervor, even his wheelchair toppled over. His subordinates rushed to assist him. Don't mind me. Go investigate. What in the world is this? Cheng Peng shouted. His subordinates hastily released him, causing him to tumble heavily to the ground. Cheng Peng gritted his teeth in frustration. At this moment, someone finally uncovered the information. Young master, what is it? Speak up. Cheng Peng struggled to rise, his tone irritable. It's a king-level Yishou, exotic beast. It's a king-level Yishug. The man exclaimed excitedly. Don't be ridiculous. This is an entry-level exotic beast space. How could there be a king-level beast? Cheng Peng attempted to kick out in protest, only to cry out in pain. Having been pierced in both legs by golden arrow porcupines, even the most precious elixirs would require time to fully heal. It truly is a king-level Yishug. The man presented the information he had gathered to Cheng Peng. Type, 5 elements Beast King. Level, 10th level Beast King. Strength, 3000. Agility, 3000. Constitution, 3000. Energy, 3000. Skills, not visible. Even a black iron level beast girl could not discern the detailed attributes of the 5 elements Beast King. The true vision eye of the White Knight is not far behind. The disparity is immense. The attributes revealed by the 5 elements Beast King are simply beyond the capabilities of a black iron grade beast girl. Cheng Peng was momentarily struck with terror, but soon exhilaration took over. A king-level exotic beast in its apprenticeship phase. Such a being is truly a rarity on a national scale. If he could obtain its beast spirit pearl and combine it with ample resources, it might even be possible to cultivate an SS-grade beast girl. This would shatter all records in Jiangzhou province. His position within the Cheng family would undoubtedly become even more secure. Attack with all your might. Spare no expense. We must capture it, Cheng Peng exclaimed, jumping in excitement, momentarily disregarding the injury to his leg. The fear in the eyes of others gradually gave way to greed. After all, they were about to encounter a king-level exotic beast in its apprenticeship phase. They would be the ones to make history. If they could indeed slay the 5 elements Beast King, even if it were just a fragment of flesh, it would be an immense gain. Moreover, the Cheng family would surely not neglect their contributions. Chapter 65. The bronze-grade beast girl takes the field with Cheng Peng's command. A barrage of attacks rained down upon the 5 elements Beast King. However, most of them failed to breach its defenses. Still, a few beast girls of considerable strength managed to inflict some damage, particularly the city defense's giant crossbows and magical towers, which dealt noticeable harm. The magical tower, akin to the pyramid acquired by White Knight, belongs to the category of energy structures. The magical tower of 5 Elements Mountain is a Thunderlight Tower, known for its formidable offensive power. Even with the terrifying defense of the 5 Elements Beast King, it sustained considerable damage. There's hope, Cheng Peng shouted with excitement. The others, witnessing this, were equally thrilled, as if victory were within their grasp. Suddenly, a green light erupted from the 5 Elements Beast King, healing all its wounds. Following that, a red glow flickered around its body. Terrifying lava cascaded down like a waterfall, resembling a volcanic eruption. The barracks were instantly filled with cries of despair. Anyone struck by the lava waterfall, be they in their apprenticeship phase or black iron-grade beast girls, was utterly obliterated. Such is the terrifying offensive power of a king-level exotic beast. It is simply beyond the realm of ordinary beings. A saturation attack. We must suppress it. I will summon the bronze-grade beast girl, Cheng Peng shouted, retreating towards the exit under the cover of several peak black iron-grade beast girls. If he lingered any longer, he feared he might be incinerated. The might of the king-level exotic beast instilled genuine fear in him. The Cheng family indeed possessed a bronze-grade beast girl in 5 Elements Town, accompanied by a beast master. This was Cheng family's strategic weapon, intended to safeguard their interests in the town. Under normal circumstances, it would not be deployed lightly. However, given the current situation, summoning the bronze-grade beast girl had become imperative. Fang Xia is a B-level, 3-star golden-haired beast maiden. Years ago, due to her fiery temper, she committed murder in broad daylight, which resulted in her exile to the desolate 5 Elements Town. Even upon her arrival, Fang Xia's temperament remained unbridled, often resorting to violence. However, this locality, already teetering on the edge of chaos, allowed her to reign supreme, with no one daring to defy her. At times, she even disregarded the influence of the Cheng family. Thus, when Cheng Peng sought her assistance, Fang Xia barely acknowledged him. "And Xia, truly, you must believe me. A king-level beast has indeed appeared on Mount 5 Elements." Cheng Peng pleaded, visibly intimidated. Feng Xia showed little interest in this privileged scion, her gaze instead drawn to the guard behind him. Only after several confirmations did she finally take him seriously. A king-level beast in its apprenticeship phase, such a phenomenon was unprecedented, even in her experience. The potential value was beyond imagination. Assisting you is not out of the question, Feng Xia mused, her interest piqued. Cheng Peng, upon hearing this, instantly grew enthusiastic. If a bronze-level Feng Xia were to intervene, their chances would significantly increase. But there is one condition, she interjected suddenly. "And Xia, please." Cheng Peng responded with utmost humility. "The Beast King's spirit pearl must be given to me." Feng Xia stated her demand. Cheng Peng's expression immediately stiffened. He had exerted considerable effort to confront the Beast King, aspiring to utilize its spirit pearl for his own advancement. Handing it over to Feng Xia would render his struggles pointless. Yet, he could not outright refuse her. After a moment's hesitation, Cheng Peng proposed, 100 million. Get lost. I offer you 100 million, and you hand over the spirit pearl. 500 million, that is my limit. 1 billion, and it must be approved by my father. Otherwise, farewell. Feng Xia stood her ground. Cheng Peng worried about potential disruptions on Mount 5 Elements. If the Beast King were to hide away, much like other leader-level beasts in the area, he would lose his geographical advantage. At that point, even a bronze-level beast maiden might struggle to secure a victory. Moreover, the longer he delayed, the more individuals would learn of the situation, diminishing his chances of monopolizing the Beast King. After some internal conflict, Cheng Peng dialed his father's number. His father, accustomed to indulging him, would not have invested so many resources in his enhancement otherwise. Upon hearing of the king-level beast's emergence on Mount 5 Elements, he decisively promised 1 billion. Such decisiveness reflected his foresight. He understood that the value of an apprenticeship king-level beast far exceeded that amount. With Cheng Peng's father's commitment secured, Feng Xia promptly rallied her beast tamers and set forth towards Mount 5 Elements. Cheng Peng felt reassured by her presence, believing that danger would no longer loom, and followed her into the fray. At that moment, the military camp on Mount 5 Elements lay in ruins, partially scorched by lava and partially collapsed under the weight of a fierce blizzard. The 5 Elements Beast King was enveloped in a thick layer of earthy yellow armor. Not only could the Beast Girl's attacks not penetrate it, but even the might of the giant crossbow and Thunderlight Tower proved futile. The onlookers found themselves helpless and entirely on the defensive. However, with the appearance of Feng Xia, the tide began to turn. The golden mane roar radiated a brilliant golden light, its roar echoing like thunder. The surrounding beast girls and beast tamers were left dazed and nearly incapacitated, their fighting spirit waning. At the forefront, the 5 Elements Beast King swayed under the impact. Its sturdy earthen armor nearly shattered. In its vibrant, multicolored eyes, signs of confusion began to emerge. Seizing this opportunity, the golden mane roar unleashed a blade over a foot long from its claws, striking fiercely at the 5 Elements Beast King like a tempest. Debris flew as the thick armor crumbled. Soon, the true form of the 5 Elements Beast King was revealed, and a brutal melee ensued. With blood and flesh flying in all directions, the 5 Elements Beast King possessed healing abilities, while the golden mane roar benefited from the support of its beast tamer. The balance remained even. Truly, the prowess of a bronze-tier beast girl was formidable. The level discrepancy was undeniably significant. Moreover, the remnants of the giant crossbow and Thunderlight Tower provided additional support. Gradually, the 5 Elements Beast King found itself at a disadvantage, its injuries mounting too swiftly to recover. If this continued, it would not be long before the 5 Elements Beast King faced annihilation. This was a creature that Bai Yi had summoned with great effort. It could not be allowed to fall into Cheng Peng's hands. What's more, there was the tantalizing reward of a full attribute boost of 500, a bounty far more bountiful than any previous task rewards combined. There was no room for surrender. Concealed in the shadows, Bai Yi quietly devised a strategy. After surveying the scene, inspiration struck. Meng, infiltrate the encampment and position yourself near that bronze-tier beast tamer. Awaiting my signal, Bai Yi promptly issued the command. Lin Ming instantly grasped Bai Yi's intent, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Was this an opportunity to strike at the bronze-tier beast tamer? The mere thought thrilled her. Without hesitation, Lin Ming transformed into a night cat demon, activating her invisibility and stealthily making her way toward the bronze-tier beast tamer. Bai Yi simultaneously enhanced her abilities. At that moment, the military camp lay in ruins. The walls had been breached extensively, and numerous energy structures had collapsed. Infiltrating the encampment was astonishingly easy. Furthermore, the night was a realm where the night cat demon thrived. As she melted into the darkness, even Bai Ye's true sight could only discern a faint shadow. Others would see nothing at all. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Chapter 66. Lighting a lamp in the toilet, a fool's errand. The battle between the five elements Beast King and the Golden Mane Roar raged on with tremendous intensity. The energy unleashed alone left the area around the military camp in utter disarray, as if it had been subjected to relentless artillery bombardment. The injuries of the five-element Beast King intensified, and its vitality diminished. It was becoming increasingly difficult to even cast healing spells. The golden-haired beast, too, was not in a much better condition. Her once majestic form was now marred by wounds, her fur singed and patches of charred skin exposed. Her forepaws were bruised and frozen, significantly hindering her speed, each step accompanied by excruciating pain. At that critical moment, with no cup at hand to shatter, Bai Yi whistled sharply. The night cat demon, upon receiving the signal, swiftly unleashed its golden claws, deftly slipping through the gaps in the bronze beast tamer's armor to sever his neck. This maneuver was executed with fluid grace, a clear testament to its seasoned expertise. With the sudden demise of the contracted beast tamer, Feng Xia's strength plummeted, plunging her into a state of weakness. Seizing the opportunity, the five-element Beast King opened its maw and consumed Feng Xia whole. Within its belly flowed torrents of molten lava. Almost instantaneously, the weakened Feng Xia was digested, becoming sustenance for the Beast King. Nurtured by the bronze-level Beast Girl, the five-element Beast King's injuries and condition began to visibly recover at an alarming rate. What was happening? Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. How could it have been devoured so suddenly? Disaster. Flee. The Beast King was about to unleash its wrath. The crowd, once filled with hope, was abruptly engulfed in despair. Chaos erupted as confusion reigned. No one lingered to discern the events that had transpired. In the tumultuous night, exploration became futile. All that occupied their minds was a singular thought: escape at the swiftest pace. Cheng Peng, confined to a wheelchair, was instantly toppled by the surging masses, trampled mercilessly. Get off. I'm Cheng Peng. Who the hell is stepping on my face? Are you seeking death? He cried out, but amidst the chaos, no one heard his pleas. Though he sensed something beneath his feet, they simply continued to rush toward the exit. As Cheng Peng teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, a guard finally remembered him. However, it was only after the crowd had dispersed that they discovered Cheng Peng, covered in shoe prints. Young Master Cheng. The individual rushed forward to call out, but received no response. A touch revealed his body was already growing cold. From Cheng Peng's pocket, the guard retrieved a collection of precious elixirs, sparing no time to identify them, and hastily stuffed them into Cheng Peng's mouth. He then lifted him, racing toward the teleportation array. Now, only Bai Yi and his companions remained on the five-element mountain. Kill. Bai Yi charged fearlessly, brandishing his gun. The recently rejuvenated five-element Beast King erupted in fury. While it might tolerate a challenge from a bronze-level beast girl, how dare a mere apprentice beast tamer provoke it? It was akin to lighting a lantern in a restroom, seeking death. With a roar, the five-element Beast King unleashed a terrifying cascade of molten lava. In its perspective, such an assault was sufficient to reduce the feeble creature before it to mere ashes. However, to the astonishment of the five-elements Beast King, Bai Yi charged directly through the lava waterfall, aiming straight for its maw. What sort of individual was this? Unperturbed even by the torrential lava. Was this reasonable? Enraged, the five-elements Beast King widened its jaws and swallowed Bai Yi whole, akin to how it had consumed that bronze-tier beast maiden previously. The lava within its belly possessed even greater potency. It was inconceivable that Bai Yi could withstand it. Yet, Bai Yi did endure. He commenced swimming amidst the sea of lava once more, albeit this time within the belly of the five-elements Beast King. Regardless, it made no difference. Bai Yi launched a frenzied assault within the creature's interior. Although the five-elements Beast King boasted formidable defenses, those were external. Within its belly, it remained exceedingly vulnerable. With a flurry of deft maneuvers, Bai Yi reduced the beast's entrails to a pulpy mess. The five-elements Beast King writhed in agony, nearly flattening the entire military encampment. Hidden within were several beast maidens, hoping to seize an opportunity, who ultimately paid the price for their greed with their lives. At last, the five elements Beast King fell utterly silent. Bai Yi unceremoniously pried open its jaws and leapt out, emerging unscathed after vanquishing a king-tier monstrosity. Perfect. With no one around, he could revert to his original form. Bai Yi patted the silver spear, signaling that everything had concluded and it was time to collect the spoils. However, the silver spear, shaking its crimson body, stubbornly refused to transform back. It turned out they had not emerged entirely unscathed. While Bai Yi remained unfazed by the lava sea within the five elements Beast King, the silver spear was not so fortunate. Although it was immune to most elemental damage, exceeding its defensive threshold would still yield repercussions, just like Nangongya's armor, which could not withstand such searing heat and had been reduced to ashes in the recent lava sea. Now, she found herself entirely exposed. Thus, how could she possibly wish to revert? Reluctantly, she had to don the adorable attire of Nangong Chinchua once more. Everything was manageable, save for the chest area, which was uncomfortably tight and simply would not fasten. After some hasty adjustments, Nangongya prepared to step outside and summon the Butcher Squad. Such a colossal five elements Beast King could not possibly be contained even within Bai Yi's enhanced dimensional space. Not even 110 could accommodate it. It had to be entrusted to the Butcher Squad. Meanwhile, Bai Yi seized the opportunity to extract the Beast Spirit Pearl from the five elements Beast King. The abundant energy made the Night Cat demon salivate, yet it remained inedible. For within the center of the five elements spirit plate lay a small aperture, evidently intended for the Beast Spirit Pearl of the five elements Beast King. Bai Yi's curiosity regarding the five elements spirit plate was piqued, and without hesitation, he placed the Beast Spirit Pearl within it. In an instant, the five elements spirit plate radiated with brilliant light. The five elemental mountains each emitted a beam of light, merging into the spirit plate. As the glow subsided, Bai Yi and his companions found themselves unexpectedly in the five elements town. The spirit plate withdrew its luminescence, returning to Bai Yi's grasp. Surrounding them were several suddenly appeared tense and bewildered beast maidens. Where's this? Wasn't I camping in the five elements mountain beast space tonight? One exclaimed. Lao Wang, weren't you on night watch today? What is happening? How would I know? I'm just as confused. Wait, this seems to be five elements town. How did I suddenly come back? It must be a dream. The scene descended into chaos. Bai Yi and his party blended into the crowd without attracting much attention. However, when they went to search for Nangongya, who was with the butcher team, they were taken aback. Where was the entrance to the five elements mountain? It had been perfectly fine when they arrived. How could they not return? Others soon realized the situation as well, particularly the Chung family, who were filled with dread. After all, the five elements mountain was their family's source of wealth and a crucial material supplier. If the mountain were lost, the Chung family would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow. However, there was no longer a leader in Five Elements Town. Currently, Feng Xia had been devoured by the Beast King, and Cheng Peng's fate remained uncertain. The others lacked the authority to guide the crowd. They could only hastily contact the head of the family in Jiangzhou. Chapter 67. What does it mean that the Five Elements Mountain is gone? What? You say the Five Elements Mountain is gone. What does gone mean? Such a vast beast space can't just vanish. Did it sprout legs and run away? Where's Cheng Peng? Get him on the phone. What? Cheng Peng is on the brink of death. What about Feng Xia? What was she doing? What? Feng Xia was eaten by the Beast King. The more Cheng Du listened, the more alarmed he became. The emergence of an unprecedented apprentice-level king-class beast was indeed suspicious. He should have anticipated this. At that moment, any semblance of his previous calm shattered, and he began to scream hysterically, gather all the managers of the Chung family, as well as all beast maidens of bronze rank and above. Before dawn, I want to see everyone in Five Elements Town. After issuing the command, Cheng Du rushed toward Five Elements Town without delay. Meanwhile, the town was plunged into utter chaos. No one could sleep. After all, with the Five Elements Mountain gone, how could one possibly rest? Bai Yi also recognized the gravity of the situation. It seemed he had inadvertently absorbed the entire Five Elements Mountain into the spirit plate in his hand. This meant that the Five Elements spirit plate had become the new entrance to the Five Elements Mountain. Moreover, it was a portable entrance, and this entrance was now under Bai Yi's control, a mobile beast space he could carry with him. Upon receiving the news, Nangongya was rendered utterly speechless, so much so that she failed to notice the buttons bursting open on her chest. Let us depart immediately from Wuxing Town. Without a moment's hesitation, Nangongya grasped Bai Yi and the others, slipping into the shadows. Transforming into a silver spear, she surged through the night at full speed, racing back to Jiangzhou City. This was truly a grave situation. In the time to come, it seemed the entire Jiangzhou City would be engulfed in chaos. At the very moment Bai Yi and his companions departed, a gust of wind heralded the arrival of a middle-aged man in Wuxing town. He was none other than Chengdu, the head of the Cheng family. Accompanying him was his beast companion, an S-class wind sprite, whose rank surpassed even that of the bronze level. Such beings were exceedingly rare, even within the entirety of Jiangzhou province, and their speed was unmatched. Upon arriving in Wuxing town, Chengdu's foremost concern was to save Cheng Peng. This urgency stemmed not only from the fact that Cheng Peng was his son, but also from his desire to uncover the truth from him. At that moment, Cheng Peng lay nearly lifeless, his body growing cold, save for a flicker of warmth in his heart, a remnant of the heart-protecting pill's effect. The beast companion who had rescued Cheng Peng had hastily administered a plethora of pills, and astonishingly, it had proven effective. Chengdu, feeling a pang of anguish, retrieved an exceedingly precious pill from his dimensional space and administered it to Cheng Peng. Gradually, the pallor of Cheng Peng's skin began to recede, replaced by a hint of color, and a faint breath emerged. Indeed, Chengdu possessed a dimensional space of his own, albeit a modest one measuring merely 1 cubic meter, which had cost him over 10 billion in resources. Such artifacts were incredibly rare, typically reserved for the most precious items. The 9 Revolutions Resurrection pill he had just given to Cheng Peng was originally intended for his own life-saving purposes, its value beyond estimation. Yet, for the sake of his son and the truth, he was compelled to relinquish it. Bai Yi, Bai Yi. The first words to escape Cheng Peng's lips upon awakening were a frantic call for Bai Yi. Investigate. I demand a thorough inquiry. Before dawn, I wish to know everything about Bai Yi. Chengdu's roar reverberated throughout Wuxing town. However, Bai Yi remained oblivious to it all, comfortably reclining on the grand bed of the Nangong residence, contentedly tallying his gains. Name, Bai Yi. Talent, SSS-Rank, Level 10 Apprentice Beast Master. Strength, 1090. Agility, 960. Constitution, 960. Energy, 1740. Contract Beast, Lin Ming, Night Cat Demon. Skills, True Sight, Enhanced Healing, Dimensional Space, War Inspiration, Beast Spirit Armor, Gigantification, Beast Soul Protection, Mastery of Swordsmanship, Super Poison Resistance, Proficiency in Beast Language, Intermediate Alchemy, Heavy Strike, Combo Attack, Linear Charge, Rapid Recovery, Energy Link, Mastery of Firearms, Summon Flame Spirit, Ice Resistance 100, Fire Resistance 100. The rewards from the latest mission were exceedingly generous. They nearly doubled Bai Yi's attributes. Now, even among his peers, he surpasses the leader-level exotic beasts. The beast girls of the same rank are incomparably inferior. Financially, Bai Yi currently possesses over 300 million in cash. Among this, an additional 100 million came from the sale of the 5 Elements Beast King's corpse. Indeed, a single corpse fetched an astonishing 100 million. Moreover, Nangongya promised to gift Bai Yi 3 pieces of equipment crafted from the materials. Additionally, he received 10 tons of processed Beast King meat. Even so, Nangongya made a considerable profit. After all, this was the corpse of a Beast King. Each piece of equipment made from it could sell for tens of millions. The 5 Elements beast was enormous. Even after refinement, it could yield dozens of items. After deducting the costs for hiring high-level tailors and various auxiliary materials, Nangongya could still net several hundred million. However, the risk was substantial. Thus, the slaughter was conducted at the Nangong family's secret base. The individuals involved were all trusted subordinates of Nangongya. While absolute confidentiality could not be guaranteed, there should be no issues in the short term. Nevertheless, the most significant gain was acquiring the entire 5 Elements Mountain exotic beast space. This equates to controlling a resource-rich raw material production base, uniquely owned. The Nangong family no longer needs to worry about the source of materials. Furthermore, the exotic beast space serves more than one purpose. If utilized properly, it could become a formidable weapon. Do you think I am alone? I could easily summon an army of 10,000 at a moment's notice. Just imagine the fear. If used for storage, the potential is even greater. With an area of 100,000 square kilometers, how much could one store? Bai Yi is no longer in want of money. He is no longer that impoverished wretch with pockets emptier than his face. What a relief. In the blissful embrace of dreams, Bai Yi slept soundly, entirely unaware that the entire Jiangzhou city was awake for him, restless through the night. In just one night, everyone learned that the Chung family's golden goose had vanished. The Five Elements Mountain exotic beast space was officially owned by Jiangzhou City. However, the actual operators were, in truth, the Chung family, belonging to a public-private partnership. This is the customary practice for the management of most otherworldly spaces. The Chung family, wielding control over the Five Elements Mountain, monopolizes various fundamental resources, thereby amassing immense wealth. Yet, now it has all vanished. What future awaits the Chung family? Will they still hold a transcendent status in Jiangzhou? Such questions inevitably arise. The Chung family is acutely aware of this, prompting them to frantically search for clues. They have scoured the entire Five Elements town, interrogating every individual, yet to no avail. All hope now rests upon the name that Chung Peng has been incessantly muttering since awakening. Bai Yi. Early in the morning, while Bai Yi lingered in the realm of dreams, the Nangong family found themselves besieged. Chapter 68. If you are not here at the next Oscars, I certainly won't watch. Deep in slumber, Bai Yi was roused by the cacophony outside. What is going on out there? Why is it so noisy? Bai Yi yawned and stretched lazily. You truly have a heart of stone to be able to sleep through this. Nangong sat on the edge of the bed, wearing a wry smile. A faint circle of darkness surrounded her eyes, indicating a restless night. Ah, how did you come into my room? Bai Yi exclaimed, clutching the blanket to her chest. Her face a picture of shock. Nangong rolled her eyes. What nonsense. As if I were here to invade your privacy. Get up quickly. The Chung family has come demanding justice. Nangong said, pulling the blanket off Bai Yi with little patience. Ah, why are you not dressed while sleeping? Although accustomed to many things, Nangong could not help but blush at the sight before her. One must admit, Bai Yi possessed quite a figure. What am I even thinking? Nangong's face reddened further. Of course, it's comfortable to sleep naked. And have you seen enough? Return my blanket. Bai Yi shouted. Covering her face, Nangong hastily tossed the blanket back, unable to resist asking, why are you covering your face? Shouldn't you cover the crucial areas? Obviously. I cover my face to avoid being recognized. Bai Yi replied as she readjusted the blanket. Nangong pondered, that seems quite reasonable, yet also utterly nonsensical. At that moment, Nangong Qianxue and Lin Ming, hearing the commotion next door, rushed in. Upon seeing Bai Yi, bare and desperately clutching the blanket, and Nangong blushing at the bedside, their minds immediately conjured a narrative of indescribable implications. Bai Yi, you two can't be serious, right? Mommy, you. Both girls were left utterly astonished. Indeed, it is the mature women who exude the most allure. Nangong Qianxue contemplated whether she should also pursue a more mature path. You two little girls, stop your wild imaginings. Nangong promptly interrupted the unhealthy fantasies of the two. I just arrived and wanted to discuss with Bai Yi how to address the matters concerning the Chung family. Oh, really? Why do you all look so incredulous? We never said we didn't believe you. All right, let's get down to business. Thus, 3 women and 1 man gathered in Bai Yi's room to convene a seminar. Excuse me, ladies, could I first put on some clothes? Bai Yi hesitantly raised his hand, ensconced beneath the covers. Let's finalize the important matters first. Nangong decided to disregard her modesty. What important matters? The Chung family's grievances. Why would they have grievances? We've obliterated their 5 Elements Mountain Beast space. What? The 5 Elements Mountain Beast space is gone. Whether it's gone or not, don't you already know? How would I know? I returned home last night and went straight to bed, sleeping until dawn. But what? Do you have any evidence linking us to the disappearance of the 5 Elements Mountain Beast space? Nangong was momentarily at a loss for words. Nangong Qianxue blinked her innocent large eyes, looking utterly impressed. Lin Ming couldn't help but give a thumbs up. If you're not nominated for the next Oscar, I won't bother watching. Oh wait, there's no Oscar ceremony here. However, Bai Yi's comment enlightened everyone. Indeed, there is no evidence. We live in a society governed by law. Even the Chung family wouldn't dare act recklessly. There's truly nothing to fear. All right, I shall open the door and welcome our guests. Nangong stepped outside, feeling relieved. As she reached the door, she turned back to urge, hurry up. Come with me to face them. You all leaving is the only way I can get up and dress. Bai Yi remained firmly covered by the blanket. Trying to take advantage of me? Not a chance. Nangong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The thought of spending so much time in a room with an unclothed man made Nangong Qianxue blush as well, prompting her to rush out of the room. Only Lin Meng appeared unfazed. She had not only seen it, but had also played music alongside him before. What's the big deal? Nevertheless, she followed suit and exited. Finally, Bai Yi was free to rise and dress. Outside the door, leading the group was a bronze-tier beast girl. Cheng Xiao, what brings you to block my door so early in the morning? With Bai Yi's support, Nangongya felt significantly emboldened. However, Cheng Xiao bypassed Nangongya and directly addressed Bai Yi. You are Bai Yi? It seemed the Cheng family had acquired all of Bai Yi's information, recognizing him at a glance. Indeed, it is I, Bai Yi. What do you need? Bai Yi rubbed his sleepy eyes, appearing rather indifferent. Kid, I'm asking you a question. Be straightforward with me. Cheng Xiao was infuriated by Bai Yi's attitude. Who do you think you are? Bai Yi certainly was not intimidated by Cheng Xiao. I am Cheng Xiao of the Cheng family. I ask you, did you release the 5 Elements Beast King yesterday at Wuxing Mountain? Cheng Xiao inquired, suppressing her anger. Yes. Bai Yi nodded. There was no need to deny it. After all, so many people were present at the time. Cheng Xiao's expression brightened. She had indeed uncovered useful information. And then, she continued to press for answers. Then the soldiers in the camp engaged in battle with the 5 Elements Beast King. Let me tell you, if you weren't there, you cannot imagine how terrifying the scene was. That fellow, that spectacle, was simply a cacophony of drums and firecrackers. It was chaotic. As a mere apprentice beast master, fearing the repercussions, I quickly hid far away. After that, inexplicably, we suddenly appeared in the small town from Wuxing Mountain. Bai Yi fabricated the story with remarkable flair. Cheng Xiao found this entirely plausible. What could an apprentice beast master possibly orchestrate? It was likely that releasing the 5 Elements Beast King was merely a stroke of luck due to some special artifact. Upon realizing the situation was amiss, it was only natural to flee as far as possible. The subsequent events mirrored what everyone else had described. It seemed that Bai Yi truly had no involvement. Observing Nangong Qianxue beside Bai Yi, Cheng Xiao came to a realization. It was likely just a matter of rivalry. This Cheng Peng was truly beneath consideration. The extraordinary incident of the disappearance of the Wuxing Mountain's alien beast space was far too significant, yet he remained preoccupied with his love rival. After casually asking a few more questions, Cheng Xiao departed. She had already confirmed that this matter was certainly not the doing of Bai Yi, the insignificant apprentice beast master. As for whether Cheng Peng and his son believed it, that was no longer her concern. Is it really over just like that? Nangongya questioned, still in disbelief. Well, what else do you expect? Bai Yi replied nonchalantly, returning to enjoy breakfast. The meal consisted of porridge made from the 5 Elements Beast King, accompanied by a large meat bun. It was incredibly energizing. After this hearty breakfast, Bai Yi's resistance to the 5 elements soared to 1. Lin Meng, on the other hand, reached a staggering 10. Indeed, her appetite was 10 times that of Bai Yi. Next, with the 7 days complete, it was time to return for the university competition that teacher Li Ku had mentioned. It was said that the rewards were exceedingly generous. Most importantly, there was a chance for exemption from the written examination, leading to direct admission. Chapter 69. The cost of pretending under pressure before returning to Qingjiang County. Bai Yi entrusted Nangongya with the task of purchasing a flying skill. After all, with the competition approaching, thorough preparation was essential. Currently, there was no second contract space, and Nangong Qianxue was unable to join the fray. If their opponent turned out to be a flying beast maiden capable of long-range attacks, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. Considering the financial resources of Bai Yi, Nangongya directly assisted him in acquiring a dazzling wing of luminous color valued at 500 million. This skill not only appears exceptionally impressive, but its effects are equally remarkable. The higher the energy level, the greater the increase in speed, making it particularly suitable for Bai Yi. As for the concern of insufficient funds, one can simply approach the Nangong family for a mortgage. With the 5 Elements Mountain, a veritable treasure trove, Bai Yi need not fret over finances. However, it is improbable that Bai Yi would venture out to hunt himself. He simply lacks the time. Therefore, he must cultivate several capable beast subordinates. He plans to nurture one in each elemental mountain and another in the expansive valley in between. The method is straightforward. First, subdue them, then promise future assistance in elevating them to lord level when the opportunity arises. For ease of management, Bai Yi promotes exclusively the 5 element spirits. As for the valley with the broadest range, Bai Yi personally ventured to the green pastures to retrieve the hurricane leopard and the little mouse. After all, those who guard the gates should be the most trustworthy of his original team. Bai Yi has completely lost interest in the resources of the green pastures, if necessary. He could always cultivate another proxy beast. The Five Elements Mountain, however, is a different matter altogether. The resources it provides daily far exceed those of the green pastures by dozens of times, with a baseline of 5 million. Due to the abundant energy, the growth rate of the beasts is exceedingly rapid. Without regular maintenance, they would soon run out of developmental space. Once arrangements were finalized, Bai Yi and his companions finally returned. As for the issue of material delivery, that responsibility was entrusted to Nan Gongya and her mother, relieving Bai Yi of concern. Upon returning to school, it was reported that Principal Lu Feng personally welcomed them back. You have finally returned. Upon learning that the three had all reached the pinnacle of the internship period, Lu Feng beamed with delight. This year, Xinjiang School is poised for a rise. There is no need to select 10 teams. Why expend that effort? Having Bai Yi alone suffices. The competition rules are divided into several stages: preliminary rounds, initial rounds, and finals. In the preliminary stage, only one team from each city may advance. As the provincial capital, Jiangzhou may have 3 teams proceed. The initial round is an inter-city league where 16 teams from Jiangzhou province compete, filtering down to 3 teams for the finals, which is the genuine national league. The competition features both contract Beast Girl contests and individual Beast Girl contests, with identical rules. After all, many Beast Girls do not form contracts prior to university, and a significant portion may never do so in their lifetime, to avoid making their Beast Masters a vulnerability. The competition is underway. On this day, the central square of Xinjiang County is abuzz with excitement. For schools occupy distinct directions, while the central arena serves as the battleground, surrounded by throngs of spectators eager to witness the spectacle. Firstly, in Xinjiang County, for schools must determine a team to participate in the competition. Upon learning that Bai Yi would be competing, Xinjiang First Beast Taming School promptly withdrew from the contest, with Principal Xia personally responding. What is there to compete for? There is simply no contest. Xia even believed that, even if she were to personally participate, she might not stand a chance. Why not test it out? Bai Yi and Lin Meng stood at the center of the arena, feeling rather bored. Alas, true invincibility breeds loneliness. No. We wholeheartedly support you in breaking out of Jiangzhou and making your mark nationally. Cheng Yuan waved her tiny fists, cheering for Bai Yi. Humph. The First Beast Taming School is indeed as cowardly as ever. They might as well relinquish their title to us. This comment came from a beast girl from the Second Beast Taming School. Though only a C class, she awakened a fiercely potent blood wolf. With a single strike, her blood attack exhibited astonishing power. I admire your courage. Bai Yi responded with delight upon hearing the provocation. However, out of concern, he inquired further. How many teams has your second school organized this year? 10. Why do you ask? The blood wolf beast girl appeared somewhat perplexed. Oh, nothing. Then let us all compete together. That would be more enjoyable. Bai Yi finally exhibited some interest. Bai Yi, I know you are an SSS class beast tamer, but there is no need to be so arrogant. A middle-aged woman's face flushed with anger. And you are? Wang Min, the team leader of the second school. Oh, then you should join in too. Not only Wang Min, but everyone around was taken aback. 1 against 10 is understandable. After all, youth often revels in bravado. However, even the teachers are to be included. Is such ferocity truly necessary? Cough. Bai Yi, tone it down a bit. Lu Feng could hardly bear to watch. Principal, it's really fine. Li Ku held Lu Feng back. Lu Feng looked puzzled. Last time when they were only at level 7, they already managed to defeat me. Li Ku said somewhat sheepishly. All right then. Lu Feng was utterly speechless. How could she have forgotten this detail? Bai Yi's prowess is indeed beyond conventional comprehension. Very well. You said it. Wang Min disregarded her teacher's identity, determined to teach Bai Yi a lesson. Principal Lu, look at the second school's principal. She seems quite troubled. In truth, she wished for Lu Feng to personally acknowledge this mode of competition. Otherwise, if they were to win, and the opposing side did not recognize it, wouldn't that be a significant loss? Let us proceed as they have discussed. Lu Feng touched her nose, feeling slightly embarrassed. All right. The principal of the second school immediately beamed with joy. It seemed that Xinjiang School would soon pay the price for their pride. This spectacle drew considerable attention from everyone present. Everyone is eager to witness whether the SSS-level Beastmaster is truly as formidable as rumored or merely boasting. As the competition commenced, Bai stood calmly in the center of the arena. 10 Beast Girls and 10 Beast Masters from the Second Beast Academy were hurriedly arranging their formations. The defensive Beast Girls positioned themselves at the forefront, while the ranged ones took their places at the rear, with others ready for agile assaults. Wang Min, feeling hesitant to call upon her Beastmaster, prepared to fight alone, not wanting to seem overly dominating. However, Bai noticed her. Teacher Wang, where is your Beastmaster? Bring them out to join the fray. Wang Min felt a profound insult. She was a black iron 3-star beast girl. It was already quite unfair for her to fight solo. And now Bai was insisting on her bringing out her Beastmaster as well. This was an utter disrespect. The principal of the Second Beast Academy, however, was unconcerned with Bai's opinions. As far as he was concerned, it was Bai who wanted to show off, and that had nothing to do with them. Thus, he permitted Wang Min's Beastmaster to enter the arena. Furious, Wang Min charged forward, determined to defeat Bai with her own strength. To demonstrate the cost of false bravado, Wang Min was a Qingfeng beast, renowned for her remarkable speed, even among black iron-level beast girls. In a mere instant, she was before Bai, her sharp claws poised to strike. Bai, be careful. Despite knowing Bai's prowess, the teachers and students of Qingjiang School could not help but feel anxious. As the claws of the Qingfeng beast neared Bai, everyone held their breath in anticipation. Yet, Bai's beast girl, the Dark Night Cat Demon, exhibited no intent to assist. Instead, she charged headlong towards the 10 teams. What could this mean? Was she disregarding her own Beastmaster? Clearly, she was inexperienced in battle. Just when everyone presumed that Bai would inevitably be struck down by the Qingfeng beast's claw, he suddenly made his move. With astonishing speed, his palm struck first, delivering a resounding blow to the Qingfeng beast. To everyone's horror, the beast was sent hurtling backwards. This was a black iron 3-star beast girl. How could she be so easily flung aside by an apprentice beastmaster? Was this even real? In truth, Bai's attributes surpassed those of the Qingfeng beast in every aspect, making it entirely plausible for him to send her flying. The Dark Night Cat Demon understood this well, which is why she remained unperturbed. Undeterred, the Qingfeng beast charged again, only to be met with yet another forceful slap, sending her flying once more. Throughout the encounter, Bai remained motionless, casually observing the unfolding battle with one hand behind his back, occasionally swatting away the charging Qingfeng beast as if he were merely a spectator at a performance. This left Wang Min utterly bewildered. Is it truly necessary to be this formidable? Such overwhelming strength is simply excessive. Perhaps one should seek a breakthrough from the beast girl. Wang Min relinquished her challenge against Bai and turned her gaze towards the fierce battle between the Night Cat Demon and the 10 teams. Why is everyone soaring in the air? Even the massive stone-armored bull has ascended to the skies? Is it being blown up? Oh no. It is being hurled into the heavens. Is this the power expected of a trainee beast girl? It must be at least 1,500 points. As a black iron 3-star beast girl, the strength of the Qingfeng beast is still lacking by half. There is simply no way to contend. Absolutely no chance. The only silver lining is that within the second used team, there are still 2 flying beast girls. With the advantage of flight, perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. The peregrine falcon commenced its dive. Among its peers, it is the swiftest flying beast girl. Like a bolt of lightning, the peregrine falcon shot towards the Night Cat Demon. With such incredible speed, combined with its sharp talons and beak, one would fear that even the Night Cat Demon would sustain serious injury upon impact. However, the Night Cat Demon, with even greater velocity, unleashed its claws and sent the peregrine falcon crashing to the ground, instantly rendering it unconscious and devoid of combat capability. The strongest of the second U has been defeated. This left everyone in shock. This is simply outrageous. It is one thing for the SSS Beastmaster to be powerful, but how can a mere pet cat possess such strength? Is there no respite for anyone? Nonetheless, there remains a chance. The second U still has a wind sparrow beast girl, capable of unleashing wind blades. Relying on ranged attacks, they might at least maintain a semblance of invincibility. However, those wind blades merely grazed the Night Cat Demon as if it were a playful tickle. They couldn't even penetrate the beast's spirit armor, let alone inflict any harm on the Night Cat Demon. Once all the beast girls were subdued, the Night Cat Demon glanced at the wind sparrow soaring above. With a slight aim, it casually tossed a dazed beast girl into the air. The beast girl was thrown over 100 meters. If she were to fall, it could be fatal. Startled, the Qingfeng beast rushed to catch her. The immense impact sent a surge of blood rushing through her. Alas, she missed. The night cat demon sheepishly scratched its head and picked up another beast girl, tossing her skyward once more. The Qingfeng beast hurriedly went to catch her again. This time, the force of the impact caused her to spit blood. No more fighting. I concede. I concede. Wang Min could no longer endure. Such ruthlessness is unbearable. Whether it is the beast master or the beast girls, none are to be trifled with. No wonder the first you chose to concede outright. It seems they were well aware of Bai Ye's might. With the second you conceding, only one remains. The private school, the prestigious school. We concede. The principal of the prestigious school, ever pragmatic, immediately acknowledged defeat. Otherwise, she could not afford the medical expenses. Next comes the individual beast girl competition. Without the terrifying dominance of Bai Yi, everyone feels considerably more at ease. There should be an opportunity now. Several principals are eager to participate. However, yet another formidable contender emerges, Nangong Qianxue. As an A-class, her innate talent far surpasses that of her fellow beast girls. Moreover, her skill distribution and combat experience are unparalleled by any ordinary trainee beast girl. No matter how many transformations or mystical abilities one possesses, I shall sever them all with a single strike. There was simply no chance for a contest. Nangong Qianxue, through her sheer prowess, substantiated her worth. Consequently, what was expected to be a lengthy competition concluded in merely half an hour. Many participants didn't even get a chance to compete. There was no alternative. The strength of Bai Yi and her companions was indeed far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, in this competition, there was a first place, but no second or third, with the latter being leagues apart. This left the county perplexed about how to distribute the prizes they had prepared for first, second, and third places. Ultimately, they had no choice but to award everything to Bai Yi, and quite practically too. Among the prizes was even a purification skill orb. Bai Yi had intended to acquire one, and now she could save that effort. Perfect. It seems Qingjiang County invested significantly for this tournament. In fact, this skill was specifically intended for Bai Yi. They had anticipated her victory, but they did not expect her to be so overpowering that the second and third places were utterly eradicated. Nangong Qianxue also received a beast spirit orb, which contained several commendable skills. She consumed it and successfully comprehended instant strike, enabling her to launch a swift attack. It was quite fitting for her. As for the other rewards, they consisted of defensive gear and beast soul orbs. Bai Yi had no further use for these items, so she decided to sell them to her classmates on the spot, aiding them in enhancing their strength. The next destination is Jiangbei City. As a prefecture-level city, Jiangbei boasts resources that far exceed those of Qingjiang County. Almost every school within the city has B-class individuals. Moreover, Beijiang EU has even produced an A-class beast master. They have also utilized various resources to cultivate an A-class beast girl and entered into a contract with her. This presents an insurmountable challenge for county schools that barely possess any B-class talents. The other districts and counties feel an immense pressure. They come with a mindset of merely exchanging experiences, hardly daring to hope for any significant gains. In fact, Jiangbei City displays an air of arrogance. Their competition rules dictate that contestants from the 7 counties may challenge any team selected from the city at will. A successful challenge permits entry into the next stage of the competition, demonstrating a complete disregard for the county schools. The participants from the county schools are left feeling indignant, yet voiceless. After all, they truly cannot compete. Whether in talent or strength, the chasm between us is immensely vast. It has always been you, Bai Yi, who flaunts your prowess. No one has ever dared to show off before me. Bai Yi harbored profound dissatisfaction towards Beijiang City and was prepared to teach them a lesson. Chapter 71. Incidentally bringing calamity to the dark forest, the challenge match commenced. Before Bai Yi could react, a team stepped forth. To his surprise, it was a B-level team from Binhaijiang School. They challenged the seemingly weaker 4th-ranked Beast Master School of the city. Being of the same B-level, their chances were considerable. However, the anticipated balance of power did not materialize. The B-level Beast Girls from Binhai School were thoroughly dominated. Their opponents struck with merciless ferocity. Had it not been for the proctor's intervention, the Beast Girls from Binhai School might well have faced death. How tyrannical! Such brutality in a competition. In an instant, Teams from various county schools were incensed. Yet none dared to challenge again, thoroughly intimidated by the recent bout. This was precisely the outcome the schools and the city desired. However, Bai Yi was unperturbed by their intimidation. As others shrank back in fear, he boldly stepped forward. "Are you the legendary SSS-level Beastmaster?" Someone recognized Bai Yi. "It's you, Bai Yi," he retorted without hesitation. "Humph. I shall witness whether your strength matches your bravado." The individual was incensed by Bai Yi's demeanor and, without waiting for a formal challenge, prepared to strike. "Step down, you are no match for me," a delicate young man interjected. It was Chen Liang, an A-level Beastmaster from Yuyo. "Allow me to challenge the fabled SSS-level Beastmaster." Despite the vast disparity in talent, Chen Liang did not regard Bai Yi, hailing from a small locale, with any respect. The strength of a Beastmaster is not solely reliant on talent. Resources and education are equally paramount. The Chen family, as the foremost clan in Jiangbei City, lacked nothing in that regard. Now, at the pinnacle of his apprenticeship, Chen Liang was determined to show these small-town scholars the power of wealth. "Challenge me. You are unworthy." A mere A-level attempting to flaunt such bravado before Bai Yi was absurd. "Stop wasting time. Let us all go at it." Bai Yi responded with his characteristic straightforwardness. What do you mean?" The crowd was momentarily bewildered. "I mean, all of you selected from the city should come at me together." Bai Yi's words instantly astonished the entire assembly. "You mean, you intend to challenge the elite from all 5 schools in Beijiang City single-handedly?" The host could scarcely believe his ears. "Precisely, hurry up," Bai Yi urged impatiently. Time is of the essence. He must hasten to wreak havoc in the beast realm outside Beijiang City. Since he has come this far, how could he leave empty-handed? "Bai Yi, this is Jiangbei City, not your insignificant Xinjiang County. Do not be so arrogant." Chen Liang seethed with anger, for no one had ever dared to exhibit such audacity before him. "Enough of this idle chatter. Will we engage in combat or not?" Bai Yi was eager to earn some profit and had no time to waste on a mere childish prattle. "Let us go. Let us collectively teach this ignorant fool a lesson." The students from several other city schools, similarly incensed, cast aside their reservations and charged forward. This time, the Nightcat demon had grown significantly stronger compared to their last encounter. Yet, it posed no real threat. The Nightcat demon, at full capacity, swatted its foes aside as easily as one would swat a fly. It was effortless and casual. Only then did Chen Liang prepare himself. His beast companion was a fire eagle. With its ability to fly and attack from a distance, the fire eagle was assuredly in an invincible position. Chen Liang was confident that victory was within his grasp. Reality soon corroborated his belief. Under the fire eagle's ranged assault, the Nightcat demon found itself utterly defenseless. Attempting to replicate its previous tactics, the Nightcat demon sought to hurl its nearby beast companion at the fire eagle. However, the fire eagle evaded with remarkable agility, disregarding such a feeble human projectile. Truly, it was an A-grade beast. Its attributes and combat instincts far surpassed those of the prior C-grade wind sparrow. A triumphant smile graced Chen Liang's face. Today, he would stand upon Bai Yi's face, proving that an SSS-grade beastmaster was nothing but trash. He was the greatest prodigy of Jiangbei City. Then, Chen Liang noticed a colossal figure suddenly materializing before him. "What do you intend to do?" Chen Liang gazed in terror at the enlarged Night-Cat demon. "Guess." The Night-Cat demon revealed a human-like grin before lunging fiercely at Chen Liang. The fire eagle, witnessing this, rushed forward to intervene. Yet, the Night-Cat demon had anticipated this move. Seizing the opportunity, it leaped several dozen meters into the air, directly seizing the fire eagle from the sky. The speed was so astonishing that the fire eagle could not react in time, crashing down helplessly. The battle was concluded. The Nightcat demon demonstrated to them what true combat experience entailed. Everything proceeded with such precision and efficiency. Upon hearing that Bai Yi intended to wreak havoc in the beast realm of Beijiang City, Nangong Qinxue grew anxious, fearing that Bai Yi would leave her behind. "How many solitary beast companions are there? Let us join forces." Nangong Qinxue had also learned the art of bravado from Bai Yi. Given her reputation, everyone was well aware of Nangong Qinxue's prowess. Thus they regarded her with utmost seriousness, perhaps even more than Bai Yi himself. However, their efforts proved futile. The attacks from the beast companions were nearly ineffective against Nangong Qinxue. In return, her silver moon slash nearly obliterated 2 beast companions in a single strike. Fortunately, the Invigilator reacted promptly, saving them from peril. One cannot blame Nangong Chinchua, for the damage inflicted by Silver Moon's slash was beyond her control. Subsequently, Nangong Chinchua transformed into a flying sword, weaving through the beast girls. In an instant, before they could react, each beast girl bore a shallow crimson mark upon her neck, merely a threat rather than a fatal blow. In such circumstances, to refuse surrender would be an act of ignorance. Though Nangong Chinchua was merely of a rank, she elucidated to them the true essence of nobility. In terms of resources, which family could dare to rival the Nangong family? The two battles concluded in a mere 10 minutes, the time taken to organize the team exceeding the duration of the fights themselves. Bai Yi claimed his reward and departed with a flourish. The reward was indeed precious, a skill gem that granted healing magic. Alas, it held no utility for Bai Yi, who chose to sell it instead. The total rewards amassed to over 10 million. Meanwhile, Nangong Chinchua acquired a new skill, Shadow Division, enabling her to attack using shadows, a remarkable variation of the clone technique. The trio, laden with bountiful spoils, rushed towards the beast realm outside Jiangbei City. The expanse of the gloomy forest rivaled that of the verdant plain, yet the quantity and variety of beasts were several times greater, a testament to its abundant energy. However, wherever Bai Yi had ventured, tranquility was seldom restored. The verdant plain had suffered under his influence, cycling through several lords, now left in disarray. 5 Elements Mountain had been utterly obliterated. Let us observe how Bai Yi would stir chaos within the gloomy forest. The first step was to install the app and fully unlock the map. Money was no object. He then sought out Lord-level beasts. In the modest gloomy forest, 2 Lord-level beasts awaited, one being a formidable minotaur. Its strength was formidable, and even the hurricane magic leopard was no match for it, almost rivaling the Lord-level beasts found in 5 Elements Mountain. Chapter 72. The mysterious dark griffin in the face of the Minotaur's terrifying strength. Even the fully powered Nightcat demon found it challenging to contend. However, the Nightcat demon was not a beast girl of brute strength. Her true prowess lay in agility and toxic assaults. With her swiftness, the Minotaur could scarcely lay a finger upon her. The Nightcat demon danced among the ranks of Minotaur soldiers as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Throughout the skirmish, she continuously unleashed a fog of potent toxins, occasionally striking the Minotaur with her venomous claws. Soon, all the Minotaurs were enveloped in a dark green hue. The Minotaurs, unable to withstand the onslaught, collapsed as if intoxicated, unable to rise again. The Minotaur's steps grew increasingly sluggish, yet thanks to its formidable resistance as a Lord-level beast, it managed to endure, albeit barely. However, its strength had significantly diminished. Seizing the moment when the Minotaur's attention was diverted by the Nightcat demon, Nangong Chinchua transformed into a flying sword, delivering a swift and penetrating strike that pierced through its chest. The formidable Lord-level Minotaur was effortlessly slain by the 2 beast maidens. Its lifeless body was unceremoniously discarded into the 5 Elements Mountain, for not a single ounce of energy was to be wasted. Subsequently, a mouse subordinate was unleashed to activate its treasure-hunting skill. Indeed, the Minotaur's territory harbored treasures. Among them was a substantial patch of first-order crimson bloodgrass, one of the primary materials for concocting healing elixirs. They uprooted the entire expanse and transplanted it into the 5 Elements Mountain. With ample energy, it would flourish and potentially provide a continuous supply if harvested correctly. This promised enormous profits. As a reward, Bai Yi bestowed upon the mouse subordinate a beast spirit orb from a head-level Minotaur. Not only did the mouse level up, but it also mastered the titanic strength skill, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of its attributes. Given the current trajectory, evolution seemed imminent, much to Bai Yi's anticipation. The next Lord-level beast was a flight-capable dark griffin, cloaked in the deepest black, possessing the body and claws of a lion, along with the head and wings of an eagle. It was undoubtedly the sovereign of the skies within the Shadow Forest. One day, it inexplicably appeared in the beast domain of the Shadow Forest, shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing its origin or able to conquer it. Fortunately, it rarely attacked humans and lingered around its lair, not straying far, which led the authorities to refrain from organizing formidable teams for its extermination. Over the years, its power had escalated to levels beyond ordinary comprehension. Some speculated that this dark griffin was inherently a powerful entity, inexplicably remaining in this realm. After all, it was quite rare to encounter a griffin in its novice stage. Typically, they were found at the bronze level or higher. Clearly, the dark griffin harbored significant secrets. Bai Yi was filled with excitement. After absorbing the beast souls of the Minotaur and a multitude of Minotaur soldiers, Bai Yi's beast soul armor solidified once more, greatly enhancing its safety. With a flying sword beneath his feet, Bai Yi soared directly towards the lair of the dark griffin. Type: Dark Griffin. Level 10 Lord Strength, 2000, Agility, 2000 Vitality, 2000 Energy, 2000 Skills, Diving Attack, Dark Strike, Dark Corrosion, Personality, None, Weakness, Lack of Soul. Skill Depletion. These attributes were indeed explosive among lords. However, Bai Yi discerned a peculiar detail. This creature lacked a soul. How could such a formidable being still be in its novice stage? Before him stood a mere puppet. What force could possibly control such a formidable marionette? And why did it linger in the dimly lit forest, a realm teeming with novice beasts? At this moment, Bai Yi's mind was awash with perplexity. Fortunately, the system options reappeared. Option 1. Slay the Dark Griffin and flee immediately. Completion reward, 100 strength. Option 2. Slay the Dark Griffin and confront the lurking Dark Spectre. Completion reward, Necromancer's Mastery, Skill Gem. Note: the death of the Dark Spectre will result in significant changes within the dim forest. Option 3. Turn and depart. Completion reward, 10 agility. Indeed, there was something lurking behind the Dark Griffin. Yet, it would likely prove exceedingly challenging to confront, perhaps even a Beast King level boss. Moreover, should the Dark Spectre be vanquished, the dim forest would be left in chaos by Bai Yi's hands. Why do I say again? Never mind. That is of little concern now. Let us engage. How to strike? Should I employ poison? Lin Ming discerned the Dark Griffin's formidable nature and refrained from rashly charging forth, awaiting Bai Yi's command instead. This creature was not truly alive. Toxins would likely prove ineffective. Bai Yi shared his hypothesis with Lin Ming and Nangong Qianxue. What? The Dark Griffin is already a tough adversary, and there exists an even mightier force behind it. Should we press on? Nangong Qianxue expressed her concern. Another super boss? Let us take it down. Lin Ming, undeterred by fear, was eager to engage. Indeed, let us confront it. With a decisive wave of his hand, Bai Yi initiated the attack. The Dark Griffin's attributes were balanced and powerful, rendering its weaknesses elusive. Thus, they had no choice but to confront it head-on. The Dark Griffin was initially sluggish in its response, only reacting when the Night Cat demon dashed near. Golden claws raked across the Dark Griffin's form, leaving deep gashes. However, instead of blood, a swirling black mist emanated from the wounds. As the mist enveloped the creature, its injuries healed at an astonishing rate, as if a potent beastmaster stood behind the Dark Griffin. Seemingly oblivious, the Dark Griffin stared vacantly at the Night Cat demon, then summoned dark energy to its claws, unleashing a powerful blow. The beast spirit armor enveloping the Night Cat demon shattered instantaneously, sending it flying several dozen meters away. This was a strike of darkness. Its might was extraordinary. Unfazed, the Night Cat demon sought to re-engage, but Bai Yi intervened. At this juncture, Bai Yi's formidable defense made him the ideal frontliner. Yet, the Dark Griffin's assault could likewise shake the beast's spirit armor. It appeared that just a few more strikes would suffice to shatter it completely. Such terrifying power. In contrast, the damage inflicted by Bai Yi and his companions was exceedingly limited. The Dark Griffin requires only the surging black mist to swiftly regain its former state. Unless struck down in a single blow, it is impossible to vanquish the Dark Griffin. Upon realizing this, Bai Yi abandoned his reckless assaults. With the Night Cat demon serving as a distraction, he activated his true sight, searching the vicinity. What Bai Yi saw was the Dark Spectre concealed in the shadows. The Dark Griffin lacked any healing abilities. Therefore, there must be an entity behind it akin to a beast master. However, despite the diligent search through the true sight, Bai Yi found nothing. Where, indeed, was the Dark Spectre hiding? Chapter 73. Confrontation with the Dark Spectre. Though the true sight could not locate the Dark Spectre, Bai Yi was firmly convinced that it lurked nearby. After all, the system does not deceive. Consequently, he summoned his little mouse companion. Where there is a super boss, treasures are sure to follow. As anticipated, the little mouse activated its treasure hunting skill and was instantly drawn to a radiant glow beneath the cliff, rushing toward it uncontrollably. The lair of the Dark Griffin was perched upon a steep cliff, and the little mouse was darting toward the cliff's base. Fearing for the little mouse's safety, Bai Yi quickly lifted it up, and together they soared on a flying sword toward the precipice. The previously stoic dark griffin became agitated, shaking off the night cat demon and lunging at Bai Yi. A fierce gale threatened to unbalance him, yet it confirmed one thing. The direction was indeed correct. Bai Yi hurled the sword spirit to slightly impede the dark griffin's advance, while he summoned his radiant wings and dove downward with great force. In an instant, he arrived before a concealed cave. After receiving confirmation from the little mouse, Bai Yi entered without hesitation. The dark griffin disregarded the sword spirit's assault and followed closely behind. However, the narrow cave significantly restricted the massive creature, drastically diminishing its offensive capabilities. The sword spirit, carrying the night cat demon, rushed down and squeezed through a gap, obstructing the dark griffin's path. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi dashed deeper into the cave. Within the depths of the cave, darkness enveloped everything. Bai Yi's radiant wings appeared strikingly out of place, their dazzling colors visible from a distance. I detest light. A horrifying sound, akin to nails scraping glass, suddenly echoed in Bai Yi's ear. Yet, a glance around revealed no discernible figure. Only upon activating his true sight did he finally discern a vast, indistinct silhouette, almost merging with the darkness. Moreover, no attributes were visible. It appeared to possess strength far beyond his own. Jia Jia Jia, a vibrant soul has willingly presented itself. The voice resonated around Bai Yi, enveloping him like a 3D surround sound. Do you wish to consume me? You must first ascertain whether your fangs are sharp enough. In the face of formidable foes, Bai Yi exhibited no fear, launching a powerful punch forward. Clad in beast spirit armor, he possessed the ability to inflict damage upon soul entities. What? To his astonishment, the armor was composed entirely of souls. The dark wraith emitted a sound akin to drooling, subsequently enveloping Bai Yi completely, as though swallowing him whole. Bai Yi could sense the soul energy within the beast spirit armor rapidly depleting. This entity could consume souls as sustenance, showing no mercy even to the armor itself. Bai Yi's confidence stemmed from the protection of the beast spirit armor. However, this predicament was becoming dire. He quickly summoned a flame sprite, a being that could share his vitality, boasting an impressive 740 points of fire damage, along with additional damage against soul entities. The dark wraith let out a cry of anguish, finally suffering tangible harm. Yet, the scream was fleeting. The flame sprite was pierced through by a soul lance. As a summoned creature, the flame sprite's quality was ultimately inferior, hardly comparable to the dark wraith. What other tricks do you possess? The dark wraith sneered, once again wrapping itself around Bai Yi. The beast spirit armor was on the verge of disintegration, while the dark wraith's presence grew increasingly potent. This could not continue. Bai Yi's mind raced, swiftly formulating a plan. With a mere thought, 5 Lord-level elemental sprites appeared around him, his subordinates nurtured within the 5 Elements Mountain. Grasping the 5 Elements Spirit Plate, Bai Yi commanded complete dominion over the mountain. With a mere thought, he could manifest anywhere within the 5 Elements Mountain and summon any beast from its depths before him. In the realm of the 5 Elements Mountain, Bai Yi was akin to a deity. Upon receiving his command, the 5 Lord-level elemental sprites unleashed a terrifying onslaught, completely overwhelming the dark wraith. The dark wraith howled in torment. However, this time, it was impossible for it to easily vanquish its opponent. These 5 beings were all formidable, Lord-level entities. Though the dark wraith was powerful, its remaining strength was merely comparable to a peak-level Lord Beast. To swiftly eliminate an adversary of equal rank was nearly unattainable. Victory was within grasp. Under the relentless assault of the 5 Lord-level elemental sprites, the dark wraith's presence dwindled rapidly, on the brink of total collapse. Spare me, my lord. If you choose to let me go, I can offer you a treasure. The dark wraith surprisingly began to plead for mercy. Truly, as a high-level entity, it possessed wisdom. Oh, what treasure? Bai Yi's interest was piqued, signaling the 5 elemental sprites to cease their assault. The soul nurturing bowl. Your beast spirit armor is only capable of absorbing living beast souls. It cannot store them. The soul nurturing bowl perfectly resolves this issue. The dark soul eagerly promotes it. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's eyes lit up. This had indeed been Bai Yi's most vexing problem. Each time, a certain amount of slaughter had to be completed before he could summon a tangible beast spirit armor. In the beginning, it was always perilous. If the soul nurturing bowl truly existed, Bai Yi's survival capability would be greatly enhanced. Let us take a look. Bai Yi extended his hand. How can I trust that you will spare me? The dark soul is not foolish. It would not easily believe Bai Yi. I can kill you and still obtain it. Bai Yi signaled the 5 elemental spirits to continue their assault. The soul-nurturing bowl is hidden away by me. No one can find it but me. The dark soul responded while evading the attacks. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Is this it? The little mouse exclaimed while holding a black bowl. The dark soul was bewildered. It had clearly concealed the soul-nurturing bowl within the black crystal mine, completely masking its aura. How could it have been discovered? Well done. Bai Yi couldn't help but give the little mouse a thumbs up. The treasure hunting skill truly excels. Seeing this, the little mouse eagerly rushed over to claim credit, sharing its other discoveries as well. In the depths of the cave, I found a large black crystal mine and plenty of soul grass. I must say, the little mouse is truly impressive. Remarkable. When forging weapons, adding black crystal can impart a dark corrosion effect. When incorporated into armor, it can enhance dark defense. Additionally, black crystal can provide energy for dark structures, such as dark arrow towers and black crystal cannons. It is quite a precious material. The little mouse unexpectedly discovered an entire vein. Consuming soul grass can grant attacks a shadowy attribute, possessing corrosive and debilitating effects. When refined into soul pills, the effects are even more pronounced, particularly suitable for dark cat demons. Since the treasures have already been found, there is no need to keep the dark soul alive. The dark soul realized this as well and quickly exclaimed, "You cannot kill me. Otherwise, I will plant a dark mark upon you, and countless dark creatures will pursue you endlessly." Chapter 74. The Dark Forest is Ruined. A dark mark? What is that? Bai Yi remained undeterred, continuing to command the 5 elemental spirits to attack. I have escaped the pursuit of so many powerful beings. I intended to hide in a low-level beast space to recover my strength, yet I never anticipated being killed by a novice. I am unwilling. Accompanied by a desperate wail, the dark soul transformed into a mass of black sigils, suddenly shooting toward Bai Yi. Bai Yi waved his hand to block. However, that dark emblem penetrated directly through, embedding itself within Bai Yi's soul. He could sense a vague, chilling aura enveloping him, yet its precise location remained elusive. Bai Yi attempted to expel it using his purification skills, but to no avail. Whatever. When soldiers come, let them face the soldiers. When water comes, let the earth cover it. What is there to fear? With a light heart, Bai Yi set about collecting the spoils of war. A shattered silver-white beast spirit orb appeared where the dark specter had just been. A swirling mass of black clouds danced within it. The transparency of this beast spirit orb was inadequate, and it was even damaged. Bai Yi felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with this find. Yet upon seeing it, Nangong Qianxue erupted in excitement, shrieking with joy. A silver-grade beast spirit orb. Where did it come from? With the demise of the dark specter, the dark griffin had entirely devolved into a heap of flesh, swiftly decaying. It was then that Nangong Qianxue and Lin Ming arrived at the depths of the cave to join Bai Yi, only to behold the shattered silver-white beast spirit orb in his hands. Nangong Qianxue stood in shock. Even within the Nangong family, such high-grade beast spirit orbs were rarely seen. What? You say this is a silver-grade beast spirit orb? Bai Yi too found it hard to believe. This was a novice-level beast space. How could there be silver-grade beasts? It seemed that the dark specter was indeed no ordinary foe. But having slain it, there was no point in dwelling on it further. Ming, this is perfect for you. Just consume it and see what happens. Bai Yi casually tossed the beast spirit orb from the dark specter to Lin Ming. Don't eat it. Nangong Qianxue tried to intervene. However, Lin Ming had already stuffed the orb into her mouth. What's wrong? Lin Ming asked, swallowing as she did. The energy is too powerful. You'll burst. Nangong Qianxue sought to remedy the situation, but it was already too late. Lin Ming transformed into a night cat demon, enveloped in thick black mist. Her body swelled like a balloon, nearly inflating into a sphere. Bai Yi, hurry, save me. I feel like I'm going to explode. Lin Ming cried out, her bulging form flailing amidst the black mist. Bai Yi was equally anxious. Yet, he was at a loss. He couldn't simply deflate Lin Ming. He scanned the surroundings, his gaze ultimately settling on the soul-nurturing bowl that Mouse had just handed him. The energy from the dark specter was essentially a form of soul power. Wasn't the soul-nurturing bowl precisely suited for this? There was no time to hesitate. A dead horse could serve as a live horse. After all, Lin Ming was so greedy. It was only a matter of time before she would burst. Bai Yi grumbled as he fiddled with the soul-nurturing bowl. Soon, he discovered how to use it. By infusing his energy into the bowl, he could control it. Suck. In the pale night, Bai Yi manipulated the soul-nurturing bowl, akin to Fa Hai wielding the demon-subduing bowl, incessantly drawing forth the dark essence from Lin Ming. As the malevolent energy dissipated, Lin Ming diminished like a deflated balloon, ultimately reverting to her normal form. Yet, the soul-nurturing bowl showed no signs of cessation. The surrounding air remained saturated with a dense darkness. Adhering to the principle that one should seize opportunities, Bai Yi was oblivious to the source of this dark power, absorbing it all without hesitation. Unbeknownst to him, deep within the cavern, the ghost grass was gradually wilting, and the black crystal was fading. Even the perpetually dim sky outside began to brighten. It was only when the dark energy had become nearly imperceptible that Bai Yi, albeit reluctantly, halted his absorption. Within the soul-nurturing bowl, a significant reservoir of dark power had accumulated. Although it could not be directly utilized by Bai Yi, it served as an exceptional environment for soul nurturing. Absorbing souls within would not only prevent rapid dissipation, but would also facilitate a gradual enhancement of their essence. Moreover, placing corpses inside could even cultivate dark creatures akin to the dark griffin. What a treasure! Bai Yi joyfully stowed away the soul-nurturing bowl, only to discover that the ghost grass had completely withered and the black crystal had turned transparent. Who did this? Bai Yi lamented. Feeling the pinch of loss, it was all worth money. Both Nangong Qinxue and Lin Ming pointed their fingers accusingly at Bai Yi. Even the little mouse hesitated before extending its tiny paw in the same direction. Fine. Bai Yi scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After the little mouse confirmed that there were no treasures left, he reluctantly took his leave. Lin Ming acquired 1,000 points in both Dark Attack and Dark Defense from the Beast Spirit Pearl of the Dark Phantom. Furthermore, by daily absorbing some dark energy from Bai Yi's soul-nurturing bowl, the intensity of her dark attack would continue to rise. She also gained a new skill, Shadow Arrow. At last, Lin Ming possessed a ranged attack ability. As for the Dark Griffin, as a dark puppet, its Beast Spirit Pearl had long since shattered and merged into her being. With the soul-nurturing bowl in hand, filled solely with dark power, Bai Yi realized he could not make do without the dark puppets and beast souls. Thus, he embarked on a fervent hunt for leader-level exotic beasts in the dark forest. Curiously, these beasts appeared unusually feeble. Bai Yi and his companions effortlessly dispatched dozens of leader-level beasts, nearly exterminating all the formidable creatures in the dark forest. All were then placed into the soul-nurturing bowl, enhancing their sense of security. Meanwhile, adventurers battling monsters in the dark forest noticed that the exotic beasts had all entered a weakened state, igniting their excitement. They eagerly summoned their friends to enter the dark forest, preparing for a grand venture. However, by the following day, the number of exotic beasts in the dark forest had significantly dwindled. 3 days later, the beasts in the dark forest had nearly vanished. It was rare to encounter even one after wandering for hours. The adventurers were left bewildered. What had happened? Had they been exterminated? That seemed unlikely. The self-recovery ability of the beast realm was exceedingly robust. If left unchecked for a period, the beasts would surely proliferate uncontrollably. Why did it seem as if the dark forest had lost its rejuvenating essence? Moreover, the once ominous dark forest now basked in perpetual sunshine. Could it still be called a dark forest? The power of darkness had all but dissipated. What on earth had transpired? As the de facto overseers of the dark forest, the Chun family exerted every effort to launch an investigation. The outcome revealed only a singular anomaly. Bai Yi had visited. Furthermore, all unusual occurrences began only after Bai Yi's departure. Bai Yi, the head of the Chun family, was nearly apoplectic. It had long been rumored that the disappearance of the Five Elements Mountain was related to Bai Yi. It was highly probable that the vanishing of the dark forest was also intricately linked to him. They must confront Bai Yi and demand an explanation. Chapter 75. Hostility from the Dark Spectral Dragon. After leaving the dark forest, Bai Yi closely followed Principal Lu Feng, never straying far. Along the way, various media outlets surrounded him, capturing every moment. Even numerous self-media platforms were live-streaming Bai Yi's situation around the clock. This left Lu Feng utterly perplexed. Was there truly a need for such attention over a mere first-place finish in a city, barely qualifying for the preliminary rounds? Were the media in Jiangzhou so idle? Lu Feng suspected that these media were mere pawns. In truth, her suspicion was well-founded. These media were indeed pawns, all recruited by the Nangong family. However, The idea originated with Bai Yi. The inexplicable loss of the beast realm at Five Elements Mountain was a significant blow to the Chung family. They would undoubtedly persist in their investigation. Bai Yi was without a doubt the primary suspect. Thus, they would certainly employ various means to target him. In a direct confrontation, neither Bai Yi nor the Nangong family stood a chance. Hence, Bai Yi conceived of leveraging the power of the media, a tactic honed in his previous life on Blue Star. With so many eyes upon him, the Chung family would surely hesitate to act against Bai Yi recklessly. After all, the Chung family was merely the wealthiest in Jiangzhou, far from possessing the omnipotence to act with impunity. While excessive media attention could be bothersome, it at least ensured his safety. Therefore, when Bai Yi participated in the inner-city competition, it was akin to a celebrity's grand entrance. Who is this person? Such a spectacle. Is he not the champion from Zhongbei City? Is it really necessary for so many media outlets to focus on him? I recognize him. This is Bai Yi, the legendary SSS-level beast tamer. So handsome, a striking figure with formidable prowess. I wish to be his beast companion. Keep it together. I am quite unique. I wish to give birth to a little beast in the realm of Bei. Upon hearing the frenzied shouts of the beast maidens, everyone finally comprehended why Bei is so immensely popular. The extensive media coverage seems quite normal, does it not? Indeed, it should be. Conversely, when other teams made their appearances, they too garnered considerable attention. After all, they are all champions from the same city, destined to be the chosen ones. Particularly, the three teams from Jiangzhou reached the pinnacle of focus upon their entrance. A Black Iron level Beastmaster. It is astonishing that someone has broken through to the Black Iron level. Jiangzhou has not seen a Black Iron level Beastmaster participate in the league for many years. One must consider their status, the young master of the Chung family. With such abundant resources at his disposal, even a pig could reach the Black Iron level. Could it not? A Black Iron level Beastmaster can contract 2 Beast Maidens, making it nearly impossible for others to compete. They might as well award him first place outright. The only question remains whether that legendary SSS-level Beastmaster can withstand the challenge. A splendid spectacle is indeed anticipated. Upon hearing the commotion, Bei turned his gaze in that direction. Oh, this is rather intriguing. Cheng Peng has remarkably ascended to the Black Iron level. Moreover, among his contracted beast maidens, in addition to the original Golden Mammoth, there now stands a dark, ethereal dragon. A Dragon Clan beast maiden. This is undoubtedly a legitimate top-tier S-level beast maiden. When did Jiangzhou produce such an extraordinary figure? I had not heard a whisper of it. Bei's all-seeing eye scanned a black-armored maiden behind Cheng Peng. Name, Yoshi. Talent, S-level dark ethereal dragon node. Evolved from an A-level dark giant lizard level. Black Iron 1-star strength, 800 agility, 600 vitality, 800 energy, 800 Beastmaster. Cheng Peng skills, Dark Dragon Breath, Dragon Blood Surge, Corrosive Venom, Dark Impact, Dark Descent, Dark Curse. This is another instance of evolution. It is important to note that the resources required for the evolution of a Beast Maiden's talent are exceedingly vast, particularly at levels B and above, often amounting to billions. The resources necessary to cultivate a dragon bloodline are staggering. The Chung family is indeed wealthy. Perhaps I shall have the opportunity to acquire some. Yoshi's attributes overwhelmingly surpass Lin Ming's, and her skills are equally formidable. She will prove to be a formidable opponent. Moreover, there is an unsettling air about Yoshi. As Bei scrutinized her, she too directed her attention toward him, her gaze brimming with palpable hostility. This is quite peculiar. Bei was certain he had never spied on her during her bath, nor tugged at her hair. In fact, he had never encountered her before. What could be the source of such animosity? Never mind, it matters not. He shall simply give her a good thrashing soon. At that moment, several impressive beast masters and their beast maidens made their entrance onto the arena. All the leaders rose respectfully, gazing at them. These individuals hailed from the prestigious alliance of universities, and their prowess and standing were nothing short of extraordinary. Even the mayor of Jiangzhou would show them due deference. Bai Yi scanned the room with his true sight, only to find himself unable to glean any information. The disparity was evidently vast. The group seemed to sense Bai Yi's scrutiny, turning to glance at him, one of them even offering a faint smile. As they took their seats, the competition commenced. 16 teams, drawn by lot, would battle one another. Bai Yi's first opponent was an A-grade Beastmaster, a member of one of Jiangzhou's 3 teams. Exhaust his energy by any means necessary, Cheng Peng brazenly directed. The man nodded in agreement, indicating that a plan had been premeditated. Such matters were never conducted fairly. Yet Bai Yi had no need for such a notion of fairness. With sufficient strength, any underhanded tactic could be effortlessly shattered. The match began. His opponent's beast was a mystic ice turtle, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. The night cat demon, in peak condition, struck with its golden claws, yielding nearly no effect. Instead, it was wounded by the rebounding ice spikes. There was even reflective damage. With an inability to strike effectively, the beast resorted to casting various ice spells, which was quite vexing. To make matters worse, the mystic ice turtle exhibited remarkable resistance to poison, rendering even the night cat demon's toxic mists ineffective. This was clearly a strategy aimed at countering Bai Yi. However, Bai Yi possessed ample methods. Given the turtle's high physical defense, he decided to employ a fiery assault. Summoning a flame sprite, whose magical attack exceeded 2,000 points, was far beyond the capacity of an apprentice-level beast to withstand. Moreover, the elemental attributes were perfectly aligned against it. Soon, the mystic ice turtle could no longer endure. Hold on, expend more of its energy. Cheng Peng was unprepared for Bai Yi's stratagem. He could only command the turtle to endure a little longer. As a summoned creature, the flame sprite naturally drew from Bai Yi's energy, a fact apparent to all. The mystic ice turtle was on the verge of surrender, yet upon hearing Cheng Peng's words, it gritted its teeth and persisted. Unbeknownst to them, Bai Yi possessed a skill for rapid recovery. The energy expenditure was negligible for him. It was a pity for the mystic ice turtle, nearly cooked to perfection, yet still unwilling to concede. It was only when the referee could no longer tolerate the sight that he declared Bai Yi the victor, bringing the match to a close. At that moment, the mystic ice turtle, unable to maintain its beastly transformation, lay charred and defeated upon the arena floor, a truly pitiful sight. Yet no one blamed Bai Yi. Instead, the ire was directed at Cheng Peng. Even the mentors from several university alliances on stage expressed their dissatisfaction towards the Cheng family. After all, it was evident to everyone that the Cheng family was orchestrating the events. Chapter 76. The Unfolding Shadows. The first round of 8 matches concluded swiftly, leading directly into the second round. Bai Yi coincidentally drew another team from Jiangzhou. It would be hard for anyone to believe that there was no foul play involved. However, it mattered little. They were undeterred. They would simply proceed with determination. This time, the opponent was once again an A-grade, defensive beast girl, Giant Rock Beast. In the previous round, she had triumphed solely due to her formidable defensive capabilities, exhausting the opponent in the process. When it comes to sheer defense, even the Xianbing turtle fell short. The Giant Rock Beast boasted not only exceptional physical defense, but also formidable magical resistance. She showed no fear of the scorching flames conjured by the fire spirit, and being devoid of a physical form, she was impervious to poison as well. The Giant Rock Beast was specifically arranged by Cheng Peng to counter Bai Yi. The earlier Xianbing turtle had merely served as a probe. One could say that Cheng Peng had meticulously devised his strategies to deal with Bai Yi. Bai Yi exhausted all methods at her disposal, but found herself incapable of overcoming the Giant Rock Beast. However, the beast's sluggish speed rendered it nearly impossible to strike the night cat demon. The situation descended into a stalemate. Ultimately, they had no option but to rely on brute force. The night cat demon seized the Giant Rock Beast and slammed it into the ground with great force, then twisted her body to hurl it in the opposite direction. In her prime state, the night cat demon possessed strength several times that of the Giant Rock Beast, leaving her opponent utterly defenseless. A series of resonant thuds echoed across the arena, reminiscent of drumbeats. The metallic floor trembled continually, causing the spectators to feel the vibrations in their seats. Yet, the Giant Rock Beast's defense remained impressively robust, despite being slammed repeatedly by the night cat demon. It showed no signs of crumbling. The exhausted night cat demon panted heavily. After being thrown several hundred times, she finally managed to render the Giant Rock Beast unconscious. Both her stamina and energy were nearly depleted. At last, she advanced to the final 4. In contrast, Cheng Peng faced an opponent who had sustained severe injuries in the previous round, achieving victory with minimal effort. His condition remained pristine. Yet, such ease only underscored Cheng Peng's lack of confidence. In the semifinals, Bai Yi's opponent was an A-grade golden-winged tiger, capable of flight. It possessed immense strength and formidable attack power. Against such an adversary, the night cat demon could no longer participate. However, she had indeed worn herself out, and it was time for Bai Yi to take the stage personally. With the dazzling wings of flowing light, the arena was instantly illuminated in a kaleidoscope of colors. It was undeniably a spectacle. All media outlets rushed to capture the moment, filled with excitement and anticipation. Wow, how magnificent! Mother, I too desire it. What is he planning to do? Surely he cannot be intending to engage in battle personally? Can a Beastmaster also fight? Amidst the astonishment and skepticism of the onlookers, Bai Yi summoned a leader-level beast spirit, forming a layer of beast spirit armor around himself. He then drew a long sword from the dimensional space, the golden spirit sword he had purchased for 1 million, which could augment his attack by 100 points. At last, it was put to use. With a straight-line charge, Bai Yi transformed into a streak of light, darting directly towards the golden-winged tiger. The tiger, taken aback, had not anticipated such swiftness from Bai Yi, a beastmaster. In a moment of distraction, it nearly got pierced through. It was merely the subpar quality of the golden spirit sword that saved it. Had it been Nangong Chinxua, that blow might have concluded the battle instantly. The golden-winged tiger, shedding its underestimation, radiated a golden aura and lunged at Bai Yi. In its view, Bai Yi, as a beastmaster, would undoubtedly possess far less strength than itself. In a physical confrontation, Bai Yi stood little chance. This was the consensus among all present. A beastmaster engaging in melee combat with a beast girl? Truly foolish. They had anticipated a grand showdown between him and Cheng Peng. Yet they never expected it to conclude so swiftly. What a farce this so-called SSS-level beastmaster is. Everyone awaited the spectacle of Bai Yi's folly. However, to their astonishment, the golden-winged tiger was being overwhelmed by Bai Yi. Was this strength for real? The golden-winged tiger had another beastmaster behind it. With his support, its strength had nearly reached 1,000 points. This was already considered extraordinarily powerful among apprentice-level beast girls. Yet, it paled in comparison to Bai Yi's prowess. This indicated that Bai Yi's base strength must have surpassed 1,000. An apprentice-level beastmaster with strength exceeding 1,000? What a jest! Not only would ordinary people find it hard to believe, but even the mentors on the podium had never witnessed such a spectacle. Teacher Tsang, have you ever heard of anything that could increase strength by over 1,000 points at the apprentice level? All the spiritual herbs and fruits I know combined can at most enhance the strength of an apprentice beast girl by 200 points. 1,000 points? For a beastmaster? It is beyond imagination. Unbelievable. Could this be the terrifying talent of an SSS-level beastmaster? A combat beastmaster. This clearly aligns with our Huawu University. We have a dedicated academy for training combat beastmasters. Are they trying to poach? That would be quite inappropriate. Bai Yi is a local. He will undoubtedly choose Jiangzhou University. Just as it seemed a quarrel was about to erupt, the poised beast girl in the center interjected. Everyone, let us not rush. Let us observe first. Upon hearing her words, the crowd fell silent, clearly recognizing her superior standing. The battle continued. The golden-winged tiger attempted to counterattack several times, yet was perpetually unable to breach the beast soul armor of Bai Yi. Instead, she was mercilessly pierced by Bai Yi's elusive longsword, leaving her drenched in blood. Never had she encountered an individual with such profound swordsmanship, not even among beast girls, let alone beast tamers. The golden-winged tiger sought to rely on her speed to escape Bai Yi's oppressive grip and initiate a guerrilla tactic, only to realize that her agility was equally outmatched. What kind of omnipotent beast tamer are you? Do you intend to leave anyone else with a chance to survive? The golden-winged tiger felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Her own beast tamer was similarly despondent, as his healing spells were rendered ineffective, and various enhancement skills proved utterly futile. The terrifying pressure emanating from Bai Yi was suffocating. I cannot continue. I simply lack the desire to fight any longer. The disparity was insurmountable. They were not even in the same weight class. Moreover, she had not been bribed by Cheng Peng. Thus, there was no necessity for her to exhaust Bai Yi's strength. The Cheng family was not yet capable of controlling everyone. Meanwhile, Cheng Peng swiftly concluded his battle. Throughout, it had been the golden mammoth fighting alone. However, as an S-class beast girl, having consumed resources amounting to billions and having advanced to the black iron level, the golden mammoth exerted absolute dominance over the other beast girls. Her solitary prowess was indeed sufficient. The dark phantom dragon remained disengaged, as if the conflict bore no relevance to her. Occasionally, she would cast a hostile glance at Bai Yi. Unfortunately, Bai Yi was unable to decipher the combat style of the dark phantom dragon, the only entity he truly feared. Nonetheless, that was of little consequence. The battle between the two was finally set to commence. The final match of the Inter-City League was officially underway. Chapter 77. Battle against the Dark Phantom Dragon by Yi. Today I shall make you pay dearly. With a breakthrough to the Black Iron level and the possession of 2 S-Class Beast Girls, Changpeng's confidence soared. I do not require your assistance. I have always looked splendid. Bai Yi struck a dashing pose, immediately inciting a chorus of shrieks from a throng of beast girls. Indeed, he appeared strikingly handsome. This rendered Changpeng uncomfortable, leaving him at a loss for words. However, Yushi did not afford them the luxury of idle chatter. She transformed into the Dark Phantom Dragon and, with a powerful flap of her wings, charged forward. Wait, don't rush. I haven't yet bestowed any enhancements upon you. Changpeng shouted from behind. Yet, the Dark Phantom Dragon paid him no heed, directly advancing towards Bai Yi. She opened her mouth and unleashed a torrent of dark dragon breath. Gasps filled the air. This was dragon breath, the most potent skill of the dragon lineage. Not even a novice beast tamer, let alone a Black Iron level beast girl, could withstand such an attack. If struck, one would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. Even the referee lacked sufficient assurance that Bai Yi could be safely extricated. Several mentors in the VIP section could not help but rise to their feet. A mentor transformed, unleashing a terrifying aura that subdued the entire arena. To everyone's astonishment, it was a silver-tier dragon eagle. However, the dark spectral dragon remained unfazed, unleashing its breath directly towards Bai Yi. Be careful. Referee, stop the match immediately. Someone save him. The audience gasped in horror, scarcely daring to open their eyes. Such a dreadful dark breath was beyond human resistance. Changpeng wore a smug smile, fully aware of the dark spectral dragon's prowess, yet he had not anticipated its ferocity. At last, all animosity seemed poised to conclude. The dragon eagle spread its wings, ready to rush in for rescue, only to be halted by a restraining hand. Do not rush, let us observe. This delay extinguished any opportunity for intervention. No one could save Bai Yi now. Yet, the gruesome outcome that the crowd envisioned did not transpire. Suddenly, a set of jet black armor enveloped Bai Yi, completely shielding him from the onslaught of the dark breath. It was the beast soul armor. Within Bai Yi's soul-nurturing bowl resided the essence of dozens of leader-tier beasts. Nourished by the dense dark energy, these souls had not weakened. Rather, they had grown even more formidable, as they coalesced into the beast soul armor. Its formidable defense rendered even the dark breath impotent. Bai Yi summoned the radiant wing and charged forward with his sword, inflicting deep gashes upon the dark spectral dragon. For a moment, he seemed to dominate the battle, a sight so astonishing that it defied belief. They had already witnessed Bai Yi's strength, yet they had not foreseen it reaching such heights, utterly surpassing their comprehension. Only then did Changpeng's supportive skill finally bolster the dark spectral dragon, simultaneously healing its wounds. With Changpeng's assistance, the dark spectral dragon grew emboldened, turning the tide to press on Bai Yi. After all, Bai Yi was not a combat specialist, and he suffered greatly in skill exchanges. Under the relentless assault of the dark spectral dragon, the beast soul armor gradually dimmed, indicating it could not endure much longer. Truly, as a top-tier S-Class beast girl, she was formidable. Observing this, the night cat demon activated her invisibility, stealthily approaching Changpeng. Ambushing a beast tamer was second nature to her. However, Changpeng was already prepared. He had placed a revealing totem nearby, ensuring that no invisible entities could evade detection within 100 meters. The golden mammoth stood unwaveringly by his side, a steadfast guardian. Any attempt at a surprise attack was futile. Following the battle at Five Elements Mountain, the golden mammoth had grown increasingly composed. Although it could not match the night cat demon in strength, it was more than adequate as a protector. Since neither side could break through, they decided to switch adversaries. Bai Yi shrugged off the dark spectral dragon and charged toward Changpeng. The dark dragon hastily dove down in an attempt to intervene, only to be firmly obstructed by the gigantic night cat demon. Meanwhile, the white knight was also hindered in its path by the golden mammoth. With the advantage of speed, White Knight and the night cat demon effortlessly executed a swap against their adversaries. Under the relentless pressure of the night cat demon, the dark dragon found itself unable to take flight, forced to engage in a brutal melee on the ground. The beast spirit armor disintegrated instantly under the powerful onslaught of the dark dragon. However, the dark dragon's dark magic proved utterly ineffective against the night cat demon, whose resistance to darkness was formidable. Only the dark dragon breath could inflict minimal damage upon the night cat demon. Yet, a casual potent healing from White Knight restored the night cat demon to its prime condition. The situation flipped in an instant. In desperation, the dark dragon unleashed the dark descent. Suddenly, the entire arena was engulfed in darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. Even the radiant glow of White Knight's prismatic wings seemed to be absorbed by the gloom. What was happening? Why had it grown so dark? A power outage? This was outdoors. Such a notion was absurd. Was the sun out of power? Damn it. Who touched me? Oh no. Stop. Enough of the charade. You are a beast maiden. Your strength far surpasses that of a beast master, so it must be you who touched me. The scene descended into chaos. Fortunately, White Knight possessed the eye of true sight, thus the impairment was minimal. The night cat demon thrived in the pitch-black environment. But it was the dark dragon that adapted even better. With the augmentation of the dark descent, the dark dragon's strength surged significantly, particularly its dark magic, which nearly doubled in potency. Now, the night cat demon could no longer disregard it completely. As the corrosive poison and dark curse took their toll, the night cat demon's state steadily deteriorated, and it seemed unable to contain the dark dragon any longer. Dream. We need more dark energy. White Knight withstood the dark dragon's attacks and tossed the soul-nourishing bowl to the night cat demon. In such profound darkness, the golden mammoth was rendered blind. Too fearful to pursue. The soul-nourishing bowl contained an abundance of pure energy absorbed from the dark spirit beast orbs. The night cat demon could have absorbed it gradually, but time was of the essence. It inhaled it greedily. The night cat demon swelled once more, its dark resistance escalating dramatically. Finally, it could fully defend against the dark dragon's dark magical assaults. Yet, the moment the soul-nourishing bowl appeared, the dark dragon was consumed by excitement. In a frenzy, it lunged at the night cat demon, disregarding even White Knight's attacks. Despite its numerous wounds, it was determined to seize the soul-nourishing bowl. Not only the dark dragon, but also several powerful mentors seated at the podium stood in astonishment. Such a rudimentary dark descent could not hinder their mental probing, allowing them to clearly witness the unfolding events. The highest-ranking beast maiden among them could not contain her excitement and exclaimed, "The soul-nourishing bowl." She actually recognized the soul-nourishing bowl. What could this possibly mean? It seems that the Dark Spectre indeed harbors a remarkable past. Chapter 78. The true identity of the Dark Dragon faced with the Night Cat Demon, whose dark resistance approached 2,000 points. The Dark Dragon's attacks were utterly futile, failing to inflict even the slightest harm upon her. Meanwhile, filled with a tempestuous energy and eager to unleash her fury, the Night Cat Demon became exceedingly frenzied. Seizing the Dark Dragon, she hurled it with tremendous force, far more devastating than her earlier assault on the giant rock beast. Even with the Dark Dragon's formidable physique, it was left battered and broken. Regrettably, the audience was engulfed in darkness, unable to see anything. They could only deduce from familiar sounds that the Night Cat Demon was likely employing her signature wrestling technique once again. But could the Night Cat Demon truly handle the Dark Dragon as she did the giant rock beast? Doubts lingered in the hearts of the onlookers. At last, under the Night Cat Demon's relentless onslaught, the Dark Dragon succumbed to unconsciousness. As the darkness dissipated, the now considerably plump Night Cat Demon continued her frenzied assault on the Dark Dragon. Chung Peng, trembling in fear, sought refuge beneath the belly of a golden mammoth. The entire arena was left in shock. That was a dragon-type beast maiden, and a black iron-level powerhouse at that. How could a mere cat demon treat her like a plaything? It was said that she had once been nothing more than a common pet cat, transformed into a Night Cat Demon under the influence of an SSS-level Beastmaster. Was an SSS-level Beastmaster truly that formidable? Amidst the astonishment, someone could no longer remain silent. "Stop. Enough. You'll kill her." Chung Da, the head of the Chung family, called out to halt the chaos. The Dark Dragon's identity was unique, and if she were to perish here, he would face insurmountable consequences. Moreover, he had invested considerable resources for the Dark Dragon's sake. Surely, she would be fine. After all, the Dark Dragon could still maintain her beast maiden form. The referee attempted to argue. The Dark Dragon has already lost her combat capability. The reason she can still maintain her transformation is that, at this point, Chung Da suddenly fell silent. Yet, before he could elaborate, another voice interjected. "It is because she is, after all, the Dark Dragon, and not a mere human." The speaker was the most powerful beast maiden mentor seated at the center. Faced with this revelation, Chengde conceded, so what? Beast masters are inherently capable of forming contracts with extraordinary beasts. This night cat demon was once a mere pet cat. Was she not? It was widely accepted that humans could transform into beast maidens, just as extraordinary beasts could, under certain conditions, assume human forms. This was indeed a shared understanding among them. However, the number of beast masters capable of forming contracts with extraordinary beasts was exceedingly rare, typically limited to those who could tame more manageable creatures like hunting falcons or hounds. Directly taming formidable and intelligent dark creatures, such as the dark spectral dragon, is an exceedingly rare occurrence. At this juncture, Bai Yi finally comprehended why he felt such an uncanny sensation upon encountering the dark spectral dragon. He also understood the reasons behind the creature's hostility towards him. It was likely due to that so-called dark mark. Heaven knows it truly had an effect. Unfortunately, Bai Yi couldn't even locate it, let alone dispel it. Beast tamers are permitted to forge contracts with exotic beasts, but it is not stated that they can do so with dark entities. The powerful mentor, once again, spoke with an air of authority. Though Cheng Peng held the esteemed title of the richest man in Jiangzhou and was a silver-level beast tamer, he was drenched in cold sweat before this formidable instructor. The creature had already been tamed. Cheng was nervously defending himself, feeling like a misbehaving elementary school student in her presence. Whether or not it has been tamed is of no concern to me. Mind your own affairs. The mentor ignored Cheng and turned her gaze towards Bai Yi. Greetings, I am AOZ, a mentor at Longdu University. Hello, Mentor AO. I am Bai Yi. Bai Yi responded with immediate enthusiasm. He had discerned that AOZ held an exceedingly high status. Cheng was utterly insignificant beside her. As long as he could cling to the leg of this mentor, he had no need to worry about the Cheng family at all. He would no longer fear trouble from anyone. One must admit, AOZ's legs were indeed long. It surely would be quite convenient and comfortable to embrace them. Bai Yi, may I pose a question to you? Of course, Mentor AO, please go ahead. Where did you acquire this soul-nurturing bowl? I obtained it from slaying a dark spectral soul, and it dropped from it. You managed to kill a dark spectral soul. Where did this occur? Outside Zhongbei City. In the dark forest. Ah, I see. I never anticipated that this creature had concealed itself within an entry-level exotic beast space. No wonder it eluded discovery for so long. Cough. Mentor AO, do you know that dark spectral soul? Indeed, it is the one I injured. Moreover, the beast spirit pearl was shattered by my hand, making its recovery quite arduous. After all this, it appeared that Bai Yi had inadvertently benefited from AOZ. As the two conversed, Cheng Peng seized a moment when Bai Yi was distracted and suddenly commanded the golden mammoth to charge directly at him. With the massive size of the golden mammoth and the tremendous force of its charge, should it collide, even with Bai Yi donning the beast spirit armor, he would likely sustain severe injuries. Get lost. AOZ turned and shouted, effortlessly sending the several-ton body of the golden mammoth flying. It even crashed through the metallic barriers and landed amongst a crowd of spectators, nearly crushing several individuals. The sheer lethality exhibited without transformation was terrifying. One could only imagine the extent of her power if she were to transform into her beast form. Bai Yi swore to himself that he would firmly cling to this formidable ally. Lord AO, the competition has yet to conclude. You cannot interfere. The referee strives to maintain fairness. I declare it over. AOZ proclaimed. Does anyone dare to contest this? She surveyed the room, and no one dared to respond. Even the mayor of Jiangzhou quietly lowered his head. It was unwise to provoke her. Not only was her power formidable, but the family she represented was beyond even the governor's reach. Seeing this, the chief referee promptly declared Bai Yi the victor. Bai Yi emerged as the ultimate champion. Come to Longdu University. I shall be your protector. AOZ extended an olive branch. It was not an impossible proposition. Yet Bai Yi was not one to be easily swayed. He had conditions of his own to propose. However, AOZ interrupted him directly. What more could you desire? I have already bestowed upon you the soul-nurturing bowl. What further desires remain unfulfilled? That is a fifth-tier golden-grade artifact, one that even I covet. The soul-nurturing bowl was acquired through my own efforts, Bai Yi countered. Very well. State your desires. AOZ, uninterested in further debate, conceded. For an SSS-class beast master, some sacrifices were indeed worthwhile. I want you. What do you intend to do with me? I wish for you to become my beast maiden. The declaration sent shockwaves through the audience. The mayor, who had been sipping tea, shattered his cup in astonishment. Astonishing. Truly astonishing. This was none other than the little princess of the AO family. Moreover, she was already a silver-grade mentor. How audacious for a mere apprentice beastmaster to make such a demand. Such extraordinary boldness. Chapter 79. Living off soft rice is my dream. AOZ was momentarily taken aback by Ye's audacity. It was the first time someone had so directly proposed a contract with her, particularly a freshly matured apprentice beastmaster. Perhaps you should first reach my level before making such claims. AOZ, momentarily stunned, finally responded. In her view, it was inconceivable for Bai to catch up to her level. After all, as Bai progressed, she too would advance. Her response essentially served as a rejection. Nonetheless, Bai remained unfazed and cheerfully agreed. All right. With that, he dashed over to stand beside AOZ. What are you doing? AOZ questioned, perplexed by Bai's actions. Oh, are you not to be my future beast maiden? Naturally, I must stay by your side, Bai asserted with an air of certainty. He even produced a portable folding chair from the dimensional space and sat down beside AOZ. AOZ was left in bewilderment. Hadn't she just conveyed her refusal? How had it transformed into Bai's future as her beast maiden? The youth possess ambition. That is commendable. However, aspiring too high can be detrimental, AOZ thought, wishing to impart a lesson to Bai but unsure how to articulate it. Ultimately, she chose silence, allowing Bai to sit beside her. This is indeed the podium. What does it mean for Bai to be seated here? Everyone looks utterly bewildered. Even more perplexing is Bai's continuous extraction of delicacies from the dimensional space. Would you care for steam bear paws? The paw of a lord-level ice storm bear? AOZ immediately recognized it. Indeed. Bai nodded. Thank you. I shall pass. AOZ had seen enough of the world. She could hardly regard the mere meat of a 10th-level lord beast with any significance. Thus, Bai delved further into the dimensional space. How about some pork jerky? The meat of a lord-level golden quill porcupine? This time, AOZ exhibited a hint of surprise. Oh, Bai nodded again. Thank you. I shall pass. AOZ still declined. Bai continued to rummage. Would you like some beef jerky? This was freshly made yesterday from the flesh of a bullhead beast. AOZ was taken aback. Just how many lord-level beasts did you slay? If memory serves. Lord-level beasts are the pinnacle of the apprenticeship period, are they not? Your backpack must be overflowing, and you choose not to partake? It seems that without presenting something truly remarkable, I cannot sway your interest. Finally, Bai produced his most prized delicacy, the 5 Elements Beast King meat bun. AOZ's nostrils flared, and she could no longer maintain her regal demeanor. Is this the meat of a beast king? Are there beast kings in the apprenticeship period? Even with AOZ's extensive knowledge, she had never heard of such a being. Those around them turned their gazes, particularly Chengdu, who stood up in excitement and pointed at Bai exclaiming, Indeed, it is you. What of it? Is it wrong to savor a meat bun? Bai replied, inching closer to AOZ, his intentions unmistakable. I have powerful allies now. I fear you not. AOZ finally understood why Bai kept gravitating towards her. It was, after all, a slight against the Chung family. Consequently, AOZ took a 5 Elements Beast King meat bun and began to eat, indicating her support for Bai. The Chung family is hardly worth my concern. So what is the backstory? AOZ inquired as she ate. Thus, Bai recounted the tale of how he vanquished the 5 Elements Beast King, embellishing it with tales of his own valor and prowess. Indeed, the essence of the story was true. Bai had personally delivered the fatal blow. The surrounding mentors listened intently, their thoughts ignited, as they sought to win Bai over with exceedingly tempting offers. 100 billion subsidies are mere trifles. Just as a throng of mentors encircled Bai, Chengdu inopportunely rushed forward, asking, and then? Bai cast a sidelong glance. And then what? Chengdu pressed. And what became of the 5 Elements Mountain? How should I know? In such an expansive place as the 5 Elements Mountain, could one possibly tuck it away in their pocket? Bai responded with exasperation. Nevertheless, he had indeed managed to confine the 5 Elements Mountain within his pocket. Chengdu was eager to continue his inquiries, but the mentors surrounding him, who were attempting to entice Bai, could no longer bear the sight. Scram! They shouted in unison, sending Chengdu tumbling several times. From that moment on, he dared not provoke them further. While the exotic beast space of the 5 Elements Mountain was indeed precious, it was not worth risking one's life over. Enough. You all take a break. Bai had already agreed to join our Longdu University. After dismissing Chengdu, AOZ attempted to send away the mentors from other institutions. However, Those mentors had come specifically for Bai Yi, and recruitment was their duty. With their schools backing them, they were unafraid of AOZ. Thus, they feigned ignorance and continued to persuade Bai Yi. Some offered monetary rewards, others promised resources, and there were even those who proposed beast women. Particularly, that dragon eagle beast woman boldly vowed to become Bai Yi's beast companion. Goodness, you are a distinguished silver-level mentor. Can you not exhibit a modicum of restraint? The spectacle was utterly unbearable. Ultimately, AOZ could no longer tolerate the chaos and erected a golden barrier around them, muffling all external sounds. Hey, why can't I hear anything from outside? Bai Yi attempted to knock on the golden shield, only to discover it was entirely futile. Its fortitude was beyond his capacity to breach. Are you not bothered by the noise? AOZ gestured towards the chattering mentors outside, judging by their lip movements. It was evident they were not uttering kind words, likely complaints about AOZ's domineering behavior and her monopolizing the situation. Not at all. Their words are quite melodious. Especially that dragon eagle beast woman. She possesses both strength and beauty. What a marvel. Bai Yi felt a twinge of reluctance. Though he was accustomed to being pursued by beast women, being sought after by such a formidable group felt entirely different. The sense of security was overwhelming. Do you genuinely wish to live off others? AOZ was somewhat speechless. Indeed, living off others and being pampered, that is my dream, Bai Yi proclaimed, his face alight with aspiration. AOZ was at a loss for words. However, she still presented her recruitment terms. You possess a portable exotic beast space, do you not? Ahem, what portable exotic beast space? I know nothing of it. Enough with the pretense. While a portable exotic beast space is rare, an entry-level one is hardly covetable. And then, I can assist you in upgrading your portable exotic beast space to black iron level. AO teacher, you are indeed my beloved mentor. From this day forth, I shall be part of Longdu University. I assure you, my desire is not for the portable black iron exotic beast space. It is purely for the exquisite AO teacher. Get lost. Aoji could no longer tolerate Bai Yi's brazen demeanor and promptly expelled him from the golden barrier. Following this, there was the individual beast girl competition, which was equally significant, particularly for Nangong Qianxue. At the Inter-City League, the minimum rank was B, with most participants at a rank, and some even at S rank. Nangong Qianxue found herself devoid of advantages, and the battles ahead appeared perilous. In Chapter 80, she confronted her mentor in front of the entire province. The individual beast girl competition featured Chengyu, who had astonishingly reached the black iron level. Bai Yi distinctly recalled that Chengyu had signed a contract and was indeed an S-rank beast master. Was there a division? It seemed Chengyu merely intended to leverage the S-rank beast master for a breakthrough in rank, only to discard him afterward. Subsequently, by utilizing the individual beast girl identity, she aimed to secure a spot in the national finals and seek out superior beast masters within prestigious academies. It must be said, the offspring of affluent families certainly know how to play the game. As the only black iron level beast girl in the Inter-City League, Chengyu held a substantial advantage and her family could manipulate the competition, ensuring her victory was nearly guaranteed. As the most formidable rival, Nangong Qianxue's experience mirrored Bai Yi's. Her first opponent was the robust A-rank beast girl, the golden scaled serpent. With its round and slick form, every strike from Nangong Qianxue was deftly evaded, rendering her attacks ineffective. The golden scaled serpent remained vigilant, utilizing its tail for relentless strikes while keeping its mouth firmly shut, its eyes half closed, concealing all vulnerabilities and leaving Nangong Qianxue with no opportunities. Desperate, Nangong Qianxue could only persist in using armor-breaking attacks on the serpent's fixed position. After several attempts, she finally breached a gap, and after 100 more strikes, she severely injured the golden-scaled serpent. However, at that moment, she was nearly completely drained. Her endurance was already limited, and she could scarcely withstand such exertion. If she were to enter the second round in this state, defeat was inevitable. Even consuming medicinal pills would not suffice for her recovery. Don't be afraid. You still have me. Bai Yi stepped forward, channeling his energy through a link, continuously infusing vitality into Nangong Qianxue. Soon, she regained her strength. What medicinal pill could compare to Bai Yi? An SSS-Rank beast master is not merely a title. Judge, I protest. She has violated the rules. Chengyu shouted, pointing at Nangong Qianxue. Which of your eyes saw me break the rules? Nangong Qianxue shot a cold glare at Chengyu. This is an individual beast girl competition. How can you allow a beast master to assist you? Bai Yi is merely my medicinal pill. During the battle, assistance was not permitted. Did you not also consume elixirs? That is unacceptable. By what right is it deemed so? Do you truly consider the Municipal League as your family's exclusive domain? The two young women clashed vocally on the arena. Qingyu, unable to outdo Nangong Qianxue in their verbal sparring, redirected her focus towards the referee. Referee, are you not going to intervene? The referee found herself in a rather awkward position. Bai Yi had not provided assistance during the fight, thus not violating any rules. Yet, as someone affiliated with the Chung family, she felt compelled to lean in their favor. However, with so many influential figures present, particularly from the prominent Nangong clan, she was caught in a predicament where she could not afford to offend either side. Consequently, the referee decided to relinquish the decision-making authority to the esteemed mentors seated at the judges' table. No foul play detected. The competition shall proceed. A voice echoed from the judges' table. It was Bai Yi, casually snacking. He was merely riding on AOZ's status, yet had the audacity to consider himself a mentor. Nevertheless, no one dared to contradict Bai Yi. No one wished to incur AOZ's displeasure. With no other mentors voicing dissent, the referee had no choice but to comply with Bai Yi's directive. The contest continued. With the referee's command, a new round of the competition commenced. Qingyu, incensed, unleashed a flurry of golden slashes towards her opponent. In that instant, the arena was engulfed in a dazzling display of blades and lights. After all, as an S-class beast girl and armed with abundant resources, Qingyu's offensive prowess was formidable. Her opponent was nearly reduced to mere fragments. Fortunately, the referee intervened just in time to prevent potential casualties. This was clearly intentional. Regrettably, the referee dared not issue a warning to Qingyu. As for Nangong Qianxue, though she faced formidable adversaries, she felt no need to hold back. With Bai Yi's presence, she was free of any worries. Attacking with reckless abandon and expending all her energy, she effortlessly triumphed in 2 rounds of combat. At long last, the decisive battle between Nangong Qianxue and Qingyu approached. With Bai Yi's support, Nangong Qianxue remained in peak condition. Despite Qingyu having ascended to the Black Iron rank, she still lacked the confidence to vanquish Nangong Qianxue. After all, her status as a pay-to-win beast girl came with inherent limitations in talent and a dearth of practical experience. As the battle was about to commence, Qingyu suddenly turned her gaze towards Chengdu. Father, I desire the Heart of Darkness. Chengdu was taken aback. The energy of the Heart of Darkness is beyond your control. Yet, Qingyu disregarded his concerns, pouting insistently for it. The recently awakened Dark Phantom Dragon, upon hearing this, seethed with fury. Chengdu, you promised to grant me that Heart of Darkness. This was one of the conditions for the Dark Phantom Dragon's pact with Chengpeng. What are you, a creature of darkness, to challenge me? Qingyu's tone was imbued with arrogance. Do not suggest that it's merely a dark creature. Few are worthy of her attention. You, the dark dragon of shadows, felt a surge of frustration, causing it to faint once again. What are you all making a fuss about? Are we going to fight or not? Nangong Qianxue urged impatiently. Father, quickly give me the Heart of Darkness. I must secure the first place in Jiangzhou province. Qingyu shook Chengdu's arm incessantly. After careful consideration, Chengdu ultimately decided to grant the Heart of Darkness to Qingyu. His thoughts were more profound. The Chung family had fallen into a decline and needed to discover a new point of leverage. Chengpeng had already established connections with dark creatures, but that alone was insufficient. Qingyu needed to ally with a prominent family as well. There were no worthy families left in Jiangzhou for the Chung family to associate with. Thus, they needed to seek a grander stage, to draw the attention of a broader audience, thereby attracting more exceptional beast tamers, especially the promising youth from influential families. Given these circumstances, he resolved to give it. Chengdu retrieved a pitch-black heart from the dimensional space, its rhythmic beating faintly audible. As soon as it was produced, the surrounding atmosphere felt a chill, and the dark thoughts within everyone seemed to stir. Fight already. What are you waiting for? Kill. I want to see blood. Only a life-and-death struggle is worthwhile. What else with that look? Do you believe I one smash your head? Violent emotions spread among the crowd. Even Bai Yi was affected. Unable to resist the urge to strike someone, he casually punched the person beside him. Suddenly, Bai Yi sensed a formidable killing intent. This is bad. He quickly withdrew his hand and stepped aside. What was he thinking? How dare he strike his mentor? This was on the podium, before the eyes of the entire province. In front of so many media representatives, AOZ radiated a golden light, seemingly on the verge of action. Chapter 81. Nangong Qianxue was dislocated. Just as a bloodshed seemed imminent, a burst of white light enveloped the venue. The crowd's savage emotions appeared to be soothed. AOZ finally retracted the golden light. Bai Yi let out a long sigh of relief. Chengdu, you must think carefully. Do not ruin your daughter. A winged beast girl emerged from the temple, gazing at Chengdu and his daughter. This was an angel from the temple, a special kind of beast girl. Chengdu nodded at her. Bishop Ching Xin. I have thought this through. However, the angel did not depart. She continued, Brother, as your niece, I ask you one last time, have you made your decision? It turned out that this angel was also a member of the Chung family. It seems the Chung family's influence had indeed infiltrated every aspect of Jiangzhou. In Qingxin's eyes, a struggle emerged, yet she swiftly made a resolute decision. Qingxin, do not concern yourself with this matter. I have deliberated thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Qingxin turned and departed, truly embodying indifference to worldly affairs. Qingyu finally attained the heart of darkness. As she gazed upon the blackened heart in her hand, her eyes brimmed with avarice. Just as she opened her mouth, the heart of darkness transformed into a small black serpent and slithered into Qingyu's mouth, as if the heart possessed consciousness of its own. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of dark energy erupted forth. The recently fainted dark spectral dragon was roused once more, its eyes filled with fury and resentment. That was the heart of darkness she had long coveted. To think it had been consumed by a mere human. She yearned to devour Qingyu whole. However, after swallowing the heart of darkness, Qingyu's aura became exceedingly peculiar. Bai Yi activated his true sight, discovering that Qingyu's attributes were escalating at an alarming rate. In an instant, she wielded power rivaling that of a lord-level beast. Once Qingyu's state stabilized, her attributes had undergone a monumental transformation. Type: Black Gold Demon Rabbit S-Class. Name: Qingyu. Level: Black Iron 1-star. Strength: 2000 Agility, 2000 Constitution, 2000 Energetics, 2000 Skill. Untraceable. Qingyu had remarkably transformed from a human into a creature of darkness. Furthermore, her might was such that even Bai Ye's true sight could not discern her detailed skills. Judging solely by her attributes, Nangong Qianxue was utterly outmatched. Even the combination of Bai Yi and the Dark Knight Cat Demon could not guarantee victory. After all, Qingyu possessed an overwhelming array of skills. Moreover, having consumed the heart of darkness, she had presumably gained further enhancement, rendering her more formidable than a lord-level beast. Observing the bloodthirsty gleam in Qingyu's eyes, Bai Yi called out. Qianxue conceded. There is no need for further combat. He feared that Qingyu might strike with lethal intent. However, Nangong Qianxue shook her head in refusal. Her proud and tenacious nature would not allow her to concede, even after mingling with the unreliable Bai Yi and Lin Meng for so long. To simply surrender was out of the question. If that is the case, then perish. Qingyu cackled menacingly, transforming into a pitch-black demon rabbit and charging fiercely towards Nangong Qianxue. In response, Nangong Qianxue swiftly transformed into a sword spirit, soaring into the skies in an attempt to evade. The black gold demon rabbit pursued relentlessly, leaping over 100 meters high and striking the sword spirit down to the ground. Soon after, dark energy incessantly eroded the sword spirit's form. The sword spirit utilized a quick dash to evade, only to collide against a black barrier, producing a sharp clang. When she turned back, she discovered that darkness had enveloped her surroundings, leaving her seemingly trapped within a cage. Sharpness, armor break, instant strike, shadow split. The various skills of the sword spirit collided and struck furiously against the dark barrier, yet to no avail. Do not struggle. It is futile. Today, I shall use your soul as a sacrifice to witness my rebirth. Cheng Yu's voice resonated as if it emerged from the depths of the netherworld, devoid of its former sweetness. Winning against me is not so easy. Nangong Qianxue, no longer in a state of panic, turned to charge at Cheng Yu. Silver Moon Slash. This was a skill bestowed upon Nangong Qianxue by a lord-level beast spirit orb, possessing formidable attack power. However, when it struck the black gold demon rabbit, it had no effect whatsoever. The defenses were impenetrable. Such terrifying resilience. It was utterly hopeless. Ha ha ha. The black gold demon rabbit laughed maniacally, directly seizing the sword spirit. The sharp blade seemed to have no effect on her. Instead, it was the overwhelming power of darkness that corroded the sword spirit, causing it to hiss ominously. Simultaneously, an endless tide of dark energy surged into the sword spirit's being. The once pristine sword spirit began to rust and decay. The dark power of the black gold demon rabbit was so potent that it could even corrode a non-biological entity, such as the sword spirit. We concede. Nangong Qianxue declared her surrender. Nangonya, she called out loudly. However, her pleas fell on deaf ears. The referee had long been bribed by the Chung family. Damn it! Nangonya cursed under her breath and transformed into a silver spear, charging forward, only to be intercepted by the referee. The match is still ongoing. No one is permitted to interfere, the referee stated with a cold, bureaucratic demeanor. Despite Nangongya's relentless assaults against the bronze-level referee, she could not break through. In desperation, Nangongya sought help from Bai Yi, who had already latched onto AOZ, requesting her intervention. Enough. The sword spirit has lost its fighting capability. The battle is over. The demon rabbit wins. AOZ's intervention was not solely for Bai Yi. She could no longer bear to watch. She felt profoundly disappointed in Jiangzhou, where even the referees of the Intercollegiate League could be bought, a situation that had spiraled into utter chaos. Yet, the black gold demon rabbit appeared oblivious to AOZ's words, continuing to corrode the sword spirit. AOZ seethed with rage. Were her words rendered powerless? Humph. With a disdainful snort, a golden light accompanied by a resonant sound erupted, shattering the dark barrier. The black gold demon rabbit expelled a stream of pitch-black blood, which sizzled upon contact with the alloy ground, corroding it and leaving pockmarked holes. This dark power was truly terrifying. Sensing AOZ's fury, the black gold demon rabbit clung to the sword spirit without relent. Its crimson eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty light. Suddenly, the black gold demon rabbit was enveloped in swirling black mist, transforming into two enormous shadowy hands that clutched the ends of the sword spirit tightly. Die! The dark hands exerted tremendous force, forcibly splitting the sword spirit in two. Schwer, Qianxue, Nangonya, and Bai Yi rushed forward in haste, while AOZ trembled with rage. How dare they commit murder right before her eyes? She had already voiced her objections. This was utterly outrageous. Chengdu, your daughter has likely been completely consumed by the forces of darkness. It seems she must be dealt with. With that, AOZ unleashed another beam of golden light, aimed directly at the black gold demon rabbit, seemingly intent on eliminating Chengyu outright. Chapter 82. Entering the temple's secret realm. As the golden light was about to strike Chengyu, a sudden gust of wind surged forth, shattering the golden beam. Let us not forget, Chengyu is also a silver-ranked beastmaster. The Chung family boasts more than one silver-ranked beast girl. This is Jiangzhou, their territory. Good, good. AOZ, filled with indignation, laughed mockingly. I shall see if the heavens of Jiangzhou are truly this dark. Leaping from the platform, AOZ transformed into a purple-gold flood dragon, diving towards the ground below. With the emergence of the purple-gold flood dragon, the surroundings erupted in thunder and lightning, as if a tempest had arisen from the very earth. A terrifying aura enveloped the entirety of Jiangzhou City. Though the silver-ranked beast girls of the Chung family trembled in fear, they steeled themselves and charged forward. In an instant, the clash of battle reverberated through the air. Spectators felt that their tickets had been worth a fortune. What began as mere entertainment, watching a group of novice beast girls play pretend, had unexpectedly turned into a fierce battle between silver-ranked beast girls. Such a spectacle was a rarity, almost unseen in Jiangzhou. The Chung family, as the local power, had numbers on their side. Although the purple-gold flood dragon was formidable, it could not easily subdue them. This is the saying, a powerful dragon cannot overpower a local snake. Moreover, AOZ had yet to become a true divine dragon. The dark power of the black gold demon rabbit continued to erode the fractured sword spirit, seemingly intent on obliterating it completely. At this moment, the onlookers could do nothing but watch. It was up to Bai Yi to take action. Arise, dark puppets. Bai Yi summoned dozens of leader-class beast corpses from the soul-nurturing bowl, all acquired from the dark forest. These corpses had spent insufficient time in the bowl to fully transform into true dark puppets, yet they were barely functional. Confronted by the Chung family's beast girls attempting to obstruct him, Bai Yi opted to have the dark puppets self-destruct. This was their sole purpose. Relying on these low-level dark puppets to contend with beast girls of iron rank and above was utterly futile. Their self-detonation served merely to provide a momentary delay. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi summoned the 5-element spirits from Mount 5 Elements. These were all Lord-class beasts, more than a match for any ordinary iron-ranked beast girl. As the 5-element spirits emerged, the black gold demon rabbit found itself utterly defenseless, sustaining grave injuries as a result. In a swift motion, Bai Yi rushed forward and successfully rescued Nangang Qianxue. Observing this, Aoz summoned a tempest of divine thunder, sending everyone in the vicinity flying, before landing beside Bai Yi. Nangang also repelled the referee, transforming into a streak of silver light as she dashed towards Bai Yi. "Swear!" Nangang cried out, cradling a rusted broken sword, tears streaming down her face. Yet, her calls could not awaken Nangang Qianxue. Bai Yi, at a loss for what to do, turned to Aoz once more. "Teacher Ao, what has happened to Nangang Qianxue? The fact that she can maintain her transformation must mean she is not in danger, right?" Aoz shook her head, providing an explanation. "This girl is gravely injured. It could be said that she is on the brink of death. However, she is quite intelligent, understanding that the spirit of the artifact is devoid of flesh, rendering life and death inconsequential. Thus, in this critical moment, she forcefully locked her beast girl transformation, currently placing her in a state of false death. Should she revert to her human form, it would be tantamount to certain death." Bai Yi was bewildered by this information and pressed on. "Just tell me how to save her." Nangang, having ceased her weeping, gazed at Aoz with hopeful eyes. After sensing the broken sword with her hand, Aoz replied, "The dark power continues to erode her soul. At present, she is in a state of ignorance and has no means to resist the encroaching darkness." Before Aoz could finish her sentence, Bai Yi produced the soul-nurturing bowl. "How could I have forgotten this?" Aoz slapped her forehead and directed Bai Yi to use the bowl to directly absorb the dark power from the broken sword. Unfortunately, Bai Yi's control was still insufficient. Otherwise, it could have temporarily transferred Nangang Qianxue's soul into the bowl, ensuring her safety. Nevertheless, this method was sufficient for now. At the very least, Nangang Qianxue would not succumb to the dark power's erosion for the time being. "What should we do next?" Bai Yi inquired. "In her current state, she can only hold on for one more day. After that, her soul will likely disintegrate," Aoz lamented. Cheng Du turned to Cheng Peng, his eyes filled with intense hatred. "If my daughter dies, I will ensure the entire Cheng family pays for it. What if I ascend to the Black Iron level, sign a contract with her, and then use the super healing technique to heal her?" Bai Yi suddenly proposed a plan. Aoz's eyes lit up at the suggestion. That is indeed worth a try. However, she sighed again. "The class transfer task is arduous, especially for someone like you, an SSS-level Beastmaster. The difficulty has reached unprecedented heights. Completing it within a day is nearly impossible. I can contract with her. I also possess healing techniques." Cheng Peng seized the opportunity to interject. Though he already had 2 beast girls, he would readily abandon them for Nangang Qianxue. It seemed he remained unwavering in his intentions. "Get lost." Bai Yi snapped at Cheng Peng, then turned to Aoz, assuring her, "Rest assured, I am not an ordinary Beastmaster." Aoz nodded. "Very well. Do your best." Just now, the power that Bai Yi unleashed was indeed beyond the capabilities of an average Beastmaster. Perhaps there truly lies an opportunity. Nangang seemed to have regained hope. "Bai Yi, as long as you can save Shuer, I am willing to do anything." Yet, Bai Yi shook his head. "Qianxue is also my friend. Rescuing her is my wish as well. Moreover, the system's task has arrived. Option 1. Personally revive Nangang Qianxue. Completion reward, 100 cubic meters of dimensional space. Option 2. Have someone else revive Nangang Qianxue. Completion reward, 10 in physique. Option 3. Rescue fails, and Nangang Qianxue dies. Completion reward, 100 in all attributes. After a brief preparation, Bai Yi, accompanied by Lin Meng, proceeded directly to the temple at the center of the city. The temple not only possesses healing functions, but also serves as a means of advancement. It is an exceptionally rare energy structure. In the entire Jiangzhou province, there exists but this one. It can be said to be the most precious entity in Jiangzhou. Breaking through to the Black Iron level cannot be achieved merely with wealth. In addition to preparing a Black Iron level breaking mirror pill worth millions, one must rely on their own strength to conquer a unique secret realm. The difficulty and types of these secret realms vary greatly, depending on the challenger's strength, almost eluding recognition. It is considered the most enigmatic kind of beast space, even existing in a realm between reality and illusion. When beasts die within the secret realm, they vanish without a trace. There are no beast soul orbs, no flesh, and no souls. This is not particularly favorable for Bai Yi. This implies that Bai Yi cannot utilize the beast soul armor or command the dark puppets. He must rely solely on himself. Presently, time is of the essence, leaving no opportunity to venture into other beast spaces for slaying beasts. However, a temple angel obstructed their path. It was Chung Xian, as the bishop of the Jiangzhou temple. If she does not permit Bai Yi to enter, then he truly cannot proceed. The nearest other temples are thousands of miles away, and a round trip would take far too long. Chapter 83. One person and one cat must conquer a castle. The temple belongs to the people of Jiangzhou. What do you mean by this? Bai Yi glared at Chung Xian with some dissatisfaction. It must be said, this woman, under the halo of divine brilliance, is indeed quite beautiful. She truly resembles an angel. I do not intend to prevent your entry. I merely wish to remind you that the temple holds significant meaning for the people of Jiangzhou, so do not tarnish it further. Chung Xian spoke with a gentle tone, displaying no hostility towards Bai Yi, which felt like a refreshing spring breeze. It seems her ascension to the role of bishop is not solely based on wealth and connections. She genuinely possesses a broad-minded heart. What do you mean by that? Bai Yi felt a bit awkward. It has become widely known that wherever he treads, no realm of aberrant beasts remains unscathed. Even the celestial guardians of the temple are aware of this. You understand its implications well. I merely offer a benevolent reminder. Chung Xian smiled faintly, granting passage. Bai Yi and Lin Ming could finally enter the sacred temple's hidden domain. For safety's sake, Lin Ming transformed into a dark night cat demon before entering. Bai Yi adorned her with beast spirit armor and donned beast soul armor himself. However, due to the excessive consumption from their prior duel, the beast soul armor could no longer maintain its substantial form. Yet, there was no time for hesitation. They charged forth. As the fabric of time and space twisted, Bai Yi materialized in a dimly lit realm, where the dark night cat demon had already encountered an adversary. The foe was a towering creature, cloaked in a coat of black fur, with a green visage and fearsome fangs, exuding an aura of terror. Its offensive prowess was formidable, as its sharp claws shattered the beast's spirit armor in an instant. However, when it faced the essence of the dark night cat demon, its strength was significantly diminished. It turned out to be a dark werewolf, relying solely on dark energy. The dark night cat demon possessed an impressive resistance to darkness, reaching up to 2,000 points. Once its dark attributes were accounted for, the dark werewolf was merely equivalent to an ordinary leader-class aberrant beast, hardly a match for the dark night cat demon. It was swiftly vanquished. Upon the dark werewolf's demise, it transformed into a wisp of black mist, gradually dissipating. Not only did it fail to yield a beast soul orb, but it left no remains whatsoever. Truly, it offered Bai Yi no rewards at all. The sacred temple's hidden realm was rather stingy. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, Bai Yi resolved to extract something, anything, from this encounter. He retrieved the soul-nourishing bowl and astonishingly absorbed the wisp of black mist that had once been the dark werewolf. This energy was extraordinarily pure, and Bai Yi could distinctly sense the growth of energy within the soul-nourishing bowl. This energy subsequently nourished the beast soul armor, enhancing its refinement. What a treasure! Who claimed that the sacred temple's hidden realm bore no spoils? Such naivety. Before Bai Yi, anything could be transformed into a prize. Sensing the benefits of this dark creature, Bai Yi immediately began his search anew. Soon, he encountered another dark entity, a specter. Lacking a physical form, it completely disregarded the dark cat demon's assaults. This left the dark night cat demon at a loss. Yet, Bai Yi was present. He could summon fire elementals, perfectly countering the specter. The resolution was swifter than with the previous dark werewolf. Once again, a pure wisp of dark energy was absorbed into the soul-nourishing bowl. Outside the hidden realm, within the temple, Chung Xian scrutinized the domain, sensing an unsettling dissonance. Have you sensed that the energy consumption rate of the secret realm has accelerated slightly? Chung Xian inquired of the nun beside her. Not really, the nun replied, somewhat uncertain. Keep a close watch. Just entered is Bai Yi. Chung Xian remained somewhat uneasy. The reputation of Bai Yi truly intimidated her. The loss of the exotic beast space at the Five Elements Mountain of the secular family was inconsequential. But the sacred temple's secret realm must not falter. Oh, the nun nodded vigorously, then fixed her gaze intently on the energy pillar of the secret realm. The activation and operation of the sacred temple's secret realm require the consumption of energy stones. Upon entering, Bai Yi produced a primary energy stone, serving as his admission ticket, a ticket worth millions. Inside the secret realm, Bai Yi and Lin Meng were engaged in frenzied combat. Once the beast soul armor materialized again, Bai Yi became even more reckless. Not even the congregated dark creatures intimidated him. He charged directly into battle. As he advanced, a shadowy outline reminiscent of a castle gradually emerged before him. "What is that?" the Dark Knight Cat Demon inquired in confusion. "Do you think I would know?" Bai Yi retorted. "What a pathetic system you awakened. It would have been better to give it to me." The Dark Knight Cat Demon grumbled before rushing towards the dark castle. In the dark wasteland, apart from various dark creatures, there was no other information. Not even the ability to communicate. To navigate through the sacred temple's secret realm, it was evident that they must approach this dark castle. The closer they got to the castle, the greater the number and strength of the dark creatures. When they encountered a robust copper-scaled serpent, even Bai Yi and the Dark Knight Cat Demon found it somewhat strenuous. Neither the Flame Sprite nor the Dark Knight Cat Demon could breach its defenses. Its protection was formidable. Ultimately, it was the Dark Knight Cat Demon, after being swallowed by the copper-scaled serpent, who managed to defeat it from within. This creature possessed attributes comparable to a lord-level exotic beast. They had not even reached the Dark Castle yet, and they were already confronted with such a powerful dark creature. How perilous must the Dark Castle be? Soon, the Dark Castle would demonstrate its level of danger to Bai Yi. A shadow arrow, several meters long, suddenly struck, sending the 10-meter-long Dark Knight Cat Demon soaring dozens of meters away. Fortunately, the Dark Knight Cat Demon's resistance to darkness was sufficiently high. Otherwise, that blow would have been enough to eliminate it instantly. This is utterly excessive. They were expected to assault a castle, and within it, magical edifices. Bai Yi, indeed an SSS-level beast master, could comprehend the heightened difficulty of the secret realm, but this was simply absurd. He swiftly retreated from the range of the Dark Arrow Tower, observing the situation of the Dark Castle from a distance. As Bai Yi contemplated how to gather intelligence, a flock of crows unexpectedly emerged from the Dark Castle. To his astonishment, the Dark Castle had taken the initiative to scout for information. These creatures of darkness possessed intelligence. This rendered the situation considerably more complicated. Battling a horde of mindless beasts was incomparable to confronting sentient beings. The latter posed a challenge several-fold greater. Bai Yi commanded the Fire Sprite to incinerate the crows and then retreated to a more distant mountainous region, effectively obscuring the Dark Castle from view. A careful strategy was imperative. Firstly, Bai Yi could not risk flying over himself. Otherwise, he would become an easy target in the skies. Even with the beast soul armor, he would likely not withstand a barrage of shadow arrows, especially considering they were conjured from magical structures. A reckless assault was out of the question. Charging him blindly would be tantamount to courting death. The only feasible option was to send the Night Cat Demon to stealthily infiltrate and assess the situation. In the shadowy environment, the Night Cat Demon thrived. There were no discernible concealment mechanisms around the Dark Castle, allowing her to slip inside effortlessly. As she roamed the castle, her trepidation grew. The interior harbored thousands of dark creatures, the most formidable of which was a three-headed black hellhound, reminiscent of the legendary Cerberus. Although its exact attributes remained unknown, its imposing stature, nearly level with the castle walls, spoke volumes. The three heads vigilantly scanned their surroundings, their malevolent gazes instilling dread. Suddenly, one of the heads twitched, as if it had caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent. The other head perked up, straining to discern the sounds around. This was dire. The Night Cat Demon gasped, quickly stifling her breath and stealthily retreating. She distanced herself significantly before finally exhaling in relief. The hellhound's senses were extraordinarily acute. After a considerable wait, confirming that no action ensued, the Night Cat Demon resumed her search for opportunities. These dark creatures were evidently not real. They did not require sustenance. Resembling mere game monsters, it appeared they were products of energy manifestation. Thus, the plan to poison their food was futile. Attempting to exploit a gap in their patrols to have Bai Yi infiltrate and break through from within was similarly unreliable, as their patrols exhibited no blind spots. Therefore, the only remaining tactic was a forceful assault. After gathering the necessary intelligence, the Night Cat Demon exited the Dark Castle to confer with Bai Yi about their strategies. As the ancient military treatise states, surround with 10, attack with 5, engage with double, and divide the enemy. To besiege a fortress, one would typically require tenfold the troops. Yet, Bai Yi had only 2 individuals. This posed a significant challenge. After much contemplation, Bai Yi recalled the extraordinary beast space of his 5 Elements mountain. Within it resided not merely thousands, but an astonishing multitude of extraordinary creatures. The recent beast tide triggered at Jinling Mountain alone had summoned over 10,000. The other elemental mountains were equally teeming with such creatures, while the Central Valley was even more abundant, housing several times that number. Was it not merely a siege? Then let it be a decimation of tenfold. Moreover, a dimensional strike would be unleashed. The 5 Elements mountain was not lacking in aerial beasts. The pressing concern, however, lay in how to exert control over them. How could he command these creatures to lay siege? The 5 Elements spirits, personally promoted by Bai Yi, were his own beasts, endowed with a modicum of intelligence that allowed for rudimentary communication. But what of the ordinary beasts? Not every creature could be communicated with, and if released, how could he retrieve them? While Bai Yi could dominate the 5 Elements mountain, he could not govern the realm beyond it. At that juncture, summoning deities would be a simple task, yet sending them away would pose an immense dilemma. After much deliberation, Bai Yi finally formulated a plan. Since he could not directly manipulate these beasts for the siege, he would instead unleash them within the confines of the Dark Castle. In due course, these creatures would behave like cornered beasts, instinctively launching chaotic assaults. Causing mayhem within the Dark Castle would be a trifling matter. As for whether he could reclaim the beasts after their rampage, who cared? This was the sacred realm, not the outer world. They could wreak havoc as they pleased. With this realization, Bai Yi felt unrestrained. Let the revelry commence. Yet, a new predicament emerged. Bai Yi lacked the ability to become invisible. How could he infiltrate? The 5 Elements spirit plate was bound to Bai Yi alone, and thus could only be wielded by him. The Dark Night Cat Demon would be of no use in this regard. Presently, the gravest threat to Bai Yi was the Dark Arrow Tower. If he could dismantle the tower, he would be able to charge forth. He hoped that when he summoned the beasts from the 5 Elements mountain, they would refrain from attacking him. With determination, the Dark Night Cat Demon stealthily infiltrated the Dark Castle once more. However, this time, the Hellhound appeared particularly vigilant. As soon as the Dark Night Cat Demon slipped in, it was met with a fierce glare. One of its heads unleashed a torrent of green toxic mist. Startled, the Dark Night Cat Demon was momentarily taken aback, but due to its high poison resistance, it pressed on towards the Dark Arrow Tower. The Hellhound, with its 3 heads tilted in contemplation, seemed lost in thought. Suddenly, another head spewed forth dark red flames, engulfing the surroundings in a sea of fire, a veritable inferno of hellfire. Once again, it was a wide-area attack spell. In that instant, the Dark Night Cat Demon could no longer remain hidden and was forced to reveal itself. The beast's spirit armor barely shielded it from the searing hellfire. Indeed, it was here. The Hellhound felt a mix of surprise and fury. The surprise stemmed from its realization that its senses had not betrayed it. In a fit of fury, it was astonishing that a creature dared to infiltrate the Dark Castle right beneath its very eyelids. Such an act was tantamount to courting death. The central head of the Hellhound emanated a surge of pitch-black lightning. The thunder element has always been the most formidable among various forces, and when fused with the dark attribute, it became an even more potent black lightning. If struck by such a bolt, even the Night Cat Demon could not guarantee its escape unscathed. There was no time for hesitation. With a swift and fierce assault, the Night Cat Demon leaped over 100 meters, landing atop the Dark Arrow Tower. The golden claws were unleashed, intent on demolishing the tower. The Dark Arrow Tower retaliated with its own volley of dark arrows. However, the Night Cat Demon possessed remarkable resistance to darkness, sustaining only minor injuries. The assault continued. Meanwhile, the black lightning finally descended, striking the Night Cat Demon with precision. It was electrified, its body flickering with flashes of white bone. Its fur stood on end, transforming it into a large, dark furball. With a gasp, the Night Cat Demon exhaled a plume of black smoke. Fortunately, its considerable dark resistance allowed it to withstand half of the lightning's wrath. Otherwise, that strike could have easily been fatal. Fortuitously, the Dark Arrow Tower was also struck down by the black lightning, inadvertently assisting the Night Cat Demon. Yet, astonishingly, the Dark Arrow Tower began to regenerate at a visibly rapid pace. Indeed, this was a virtual realm. Even these dark structures could recover swiftly. White Knight could no longer afford to delay. Summoning the iridescent wings, it surged toward the dark castle with utmost speed. In the dim surroundings, White Knight became the most resplendent presence within the entire secret realm, drawing the attention of nearly all dark creatures. The Night Cat Demon finally exhaled in relief, stealthily activating its invisibility and retreating into a corner. Roar, caw, hiss. The flying creatures within the dark castle swiftly converged upon White Knight, attempting to thwart its advance. Did they think they were the only ones with airborne units? With a mere thought, White Knight summoned a multitude of flying beasts, manifesting in a dazzling array. The two aerial factions collided with an explosive force, igniting a fierce battle. In that instant, black smoke and feathers filled the air, while blood rained down like a torrential storm. The clash was intensely fierce. Yet, amidst the chaos, White Knight thrived. The beast's soul armor crystallized at a visibly rapid pace. Chapter 85. Ascending to black iron level in the tumultuous battlefield, White Knight was in its element. The refining beast soul armor rendered it impervious to attacks from any side. Ignoring the aerial skirmish, White Knight descended directly toward the dark castle. Observing this, the Hellhound unleashed its magic simultaneously from its three heads: dark venom, hellfire, black lightning. Every spell wields astonishing power. The beast's soul armor of Bai Yi nearly shattered under the onslaught. Fortunately, the recent aerial skirmish had bestowed upon Bai Yi a significant amount of beast souls. Ultimately, he managed to endure. Now, it was time for Bai Yi to showcase his prowess. The five elements mountain opened, and a relentless tide of extraordinary beasts surged into the dark castle, almost filling it to the brim. The three-headed Hellhound was pushed to the brink, with a multitude of porcupines burrowing beneath its belly. The backstab activated. The Hellhound was pierced all over with sharp quills, inciting it to swipe wildly with its claws, only to find them similarly ensnared. These porcupines were utterly infuriating. The Hellhound could only lower its head and resort to magic against them. At long last, Bai Yi found the opportunity to blend into the throng of beasts. The Night Cat Demon emerged as well. Blood was everywhere, and her blood recovery could finally commence. The continuous flow of blood quickly restored her to her former self. Coupled with Bai Yi's support, the Night Cat Demon began her rampage. Meanwhile, Bai Yi, preoccupied with siphoning the surrounding dark energy and beast souls through his soul-nurturing bowl, paid no heed to the battle. Concurrently, the beast soul armor underwent a frenzied enhancement. Soon, it developed a retaliatory feature. Now, Bai Yi became even more audacious. Regardless of whether they were dark creatures or extraordinary beasts, any who dared to strike him found not only their attacks ineffective, but also suffered the backlash of soul spikes. This caused all to keep their distance, too fearful to provoke him. Bored, Bai Yi discovered that even the city walls were constructed from dark energy. He promptly began to dig at the corners. Wherever Bai Yi passed, not a blade of grass could survive. Everything here belonged to him. Outside the secret realm, within the temple, the young nun cried out, "Bishop, something's amiss. The energy in the secret realm is depleting at an alarming rate. The 100 primary energy stones we filled yesterday are nearly exhausted." Upon hearing this, Chung Xian instantly appeared before the secret realm, stamping her foot in frustration as she gazed at the rapidly diminishing energy. That rascal Bai Yi, truly a bane to the extraordinary beast space. He even dares to plunder the temple's secret realm. These energy stones were worth millions, sufficient for tens of thousands of uses. Yet, he had squandered them all by himself. Not only Chung Xian, but even AOZ and others who had followed were utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? What had Bai Yi been up to in the secret realm? This was the first time they had heard of someone being able to exploit the temple's secret realm. Quickly, replenish the energy furnace with new energy stones. If we delay any longer, the secret realm will shatter. AOZ could not help but urge. If the temple's secret realm were to break, restoring it would prove exceedingly difficult. Such a scenario would rob the Jiangzhou Temple of its pathway for novice beast tamers and beast maidens to ascend. This would represent an unfathomable loss for both the Jiangzhou Temple and its people. Chung Xian, though irritated, understood the necessity of inserting the energy stones. Observing the rapid consumption rate, it was evident that the temple would incur significant losses. After inserting several hundred primary energy stones, the depletion rate finally began to slow. Chung Xian exhaled a sigh of relief. Within the secret realm, the dark creatures had been largely vanquished, and the walls had been extensively excavated by Bai Yi. None of these efforts were wasted. Dark energy and beast souls were collected into the soul-nurturing vessel. While the corpses of the exotic beasts were stored within the Five Elements Mountain, the surroundings were left desolate. The three-headed hellhound glared at the vanishing fortress, cursing vehemently with all three mouths. Regrettably, despite its prolonged outburst, it failed to conjure any new skills. During the intense battle, its energy had nearly been exhausted. A hellhound devoid of magic was essentially a mere delicacy. The fully energized knight cat demon boldly advanced. Although diminutive compared to the hellhound, its strength was sufficient to contend. After all, the hellhound was primarily a spell-casting boss, with physical prowess not being its forte. The two began to clash in the wilderness. With Bai Yi's potent healing and the blood-soaked terrain, the night cat demon was nearly invulnerable. Meanwhile, the dark energy enveloping the hellhound was continuously diminished, leading to a swift decline in its power. It shrank with each confrontation, soon resembling the night cat demon in size, and eventually dwindling to merely a few meters in length. How the mighty have fallen. No longer so imposing, are you? Now you shall experience the sensation of looking up at me. The night cat demon taunted as it fought. The hellhound, yelping in distress, found itself utterly defenseless. At last, under the night cat demon's golden claws, the hellhound disintegrated completely, dropping 3 beast spirit orbs. Finally, spoils of war had materialized, and to their surprise, they were quite bountiful. These 3 orbs corresponded to the skills of Dark Toxic Mist, Hellfire Sea, and Black Lightning, each a formidable ability, perfectly suited to the night cat demon. It became evident why the temple's secret realm was said to present myriad faces. Indeed, it seemed to adjust according to the different beast maidens. The ultimate reward was the skill enhancement allowing the beast maiden to ascend to the black iron level. As an S-rank beast maiden, the night cat demon was ideally positioned to harness these 3 skills, an impeccable match. All 3 beast spirit orbs were of the black iron tier, requiring a breakthrough to that level for absorption. Bai Yi and Lin Ming were merely one first-tier broken mirror dan away from their advancement. This had already been arranged by Nangongya before their entry. Everything was in place. They were finally poised for an upgrade, leading to significant enhancements in their attributes. Name: Bai Yi. Talent: SSS level Beast Master level. Black Iron 1-star Strength, 1140 Agility, 1010 Constitution, 1010 Energy, 2340 Contract Beast 1. Lin Ming, Night Cat Demon. Contract Beast 2. None skills. Eye of True Sight. Enhanced Healing, Dimensional Space, War Inspiration, Beast Spirit Armor, Enlargement, Beast Soul Protection, Mastery of Swordsmanship, Super Poison Resistance, Mastery of Beast Language, Intermediate Alchemy, Heavy Slash, Combo Attack. Linear Charge, Rapid Recovery, Energy Link, Mastery of Gunplay, Summon Flame Spirit, Purification. Radiant Wings. Name: Lin Ming. Talent: S-level Night Cat Demon level. Black Iron 1-star Strength, 570 Agility, 760 Constitution, 400 Energy, 180 Beastmaster. Bai Yi skills: Super Sense of Smell, Venomous Claws, Swift Pounce, Dark Venom, Invisibility, Power of the Giant, Blood Recovery, Lion's Roar, Golden Claws, Shrinkage Technique, Shadow Arrow, Hellfire Ocean. Black Lightning. Upon breaking into the Black Iron level, Bai Yi finally acquired an additional contract space. He must urgently rescue Nangong Qianxue. As for the exotic beasts left in the temple's secret realm, Bai Yi could not concern himself with them. He would let them fend for themselves. Bai Yi could not possibly foresee the significant impact these exotic beasts would later have on the temple's secret realm. What he faced now was Chung Xian, who was insisting on collecting a debt at this very moment. Chapter 86. S-Class Ice Soul Cold Ice Sword. Just as you entered the temple's secret realm, you consumed a total of 1,000 primary energy stones. Let us call it 1 billion. Will you pay in money or in energy stones? Just as Bai Yi stepped out of the temple's secret realm, he was intercepted by Chung Xian. I already paid for the entry ticket. Bai Yi argued vehemently. The ticket you paid is vastly insufficient compared to the energy you consumed. You must pay the difference. Chung Xian insisted, refusing to let Bai Yi leave. There was no option. The energy stones stored in the Jiangzhou temple were nearly depleted. Soon, there would not be enough energy left for healing others. The prices are clearly marked. No tricks allowed. Be wary. or I shall report you to the Market Regulation Bureau. Bai Yi refused to acknowledge this claim. He broke free from Chung Xian and headed for the exit. Although Chung Xian belonged to the beast-made category, she was an angel of healing, and her strength was no match for Bai Yi's. He easily shook her off and dashed swiftly towards the outside. There, Nangong had expended considerable resources to construct a contract array, preparing everything meticulously. Meanwhile, Chung Peng was standing there, attempting to contract with Nangong Qianxue. Despite Bai Yi's efforts to hasten his pace, the vastness of the temple's secret realm meant that he still consumed a significant portion of the day. Something was amiss with Nangong Qianxue. The situation had suddenly worsened. As the situation escalated to a near-catastrophic climax, Nangong, despite her reluctance, ultimately acquiesced to Chung Peng's request for a pact. The contract formation array was set to activate. Chung Peng, at long last, was on the verge of achieving his desires. Henceforth, should he wish to dissolve the contract, both the Beastmaster and the Beast Maiden must consent. As long as Chung Peng opposed, Nangong Qianxue would remain eternally bound to him. The mere thought elicited a lascivious grin from Chung Peng. How dare a wretch like you assume such entitlement? Suddenly, Bai Yi materialized, delivering a swift kick that sent Chung Peng sprawling. The contract array ignited. Just in the nick of time, he had arrived. Bai Yi, Chung Peng, caught off guard, never anticipated that despite the circumstances, he would still face defeat. He was indignant. Destroy the contract array, Chung Peng screamed in desperation. Yet this time, no one from the Chung family dared to intervene. Previously, they had acted in defense of Chung Yu, which was justifiable. But now, to contend with Chung Peng's jealousy would be to disregard the Nangong family and AOZ completely. The Chung family had no desire to serve as collateral for Chung Peng's folly. In his madness, Chung Peng sought to command Zhan Rong, but she resolutely ignored him. Just moments prior, they had irrevocably severed their ties. There was no longer any relationship. To forge a contract with Nangong Qianxue, Chung Peng was compelled to dissolve one of his existing bonds. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, he could not annul the bond with the Dark Abyss Dragon, leaving him no choice but to dissolve his connection with the Golden Mammoth. Having been cast aside repeatedly, Zhan Rong had lost all hope in Chung Peng. She now yearned for nothing more than to exist peacefully as an independent beast maiden, wishing to sever all ties with the Chung family. As the Dark Abyss Dragon remained dormant, Chung Peng found himself devoid of allies, frantically battering the contract array in vain. At last, the pact was sealed. Nangong Qianxue became Bai Yi's second beast maiden. Under Bai Yi's nurturing, Nangong Qianxue ascended to the rank of S-Class Ice Soul Radiant Blade. Her attributes saw a significant enhancement, accompanied by the acquisition of the Ice Soul/skill. However, to transcend to the Black Iron level, she would need to successfully navigate the temple's secret realm once more. Yet, these particulars paled in comparison to the true significance. Following the completion of the pact, the energy from her ascension to S-Class, bolstered by Bai Yi's potent healing, allowed Nangong Qianxue to gradually recover. Bai Yi, I knew you would save me. Reborn, Nangong Qianxue leapt into Bai Yi's embrace, overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Indeed, it was Bai Yi who had rescued her. They had finally achieved their desired outcome and successfully signed the contract. No longer would they need to fret over the interference of other beast maidens. Such bliss. Ahem. With a beast master at her side, does she no longer need her mother? Nangong could not resist interrupting her daughter's euphoria. How ironic that she had been so worried previously. Little did she expect that upon awakening, her daughter's first instinct would be to embrace a man and weep. Indeed, the notion that a girl cannot remain is proven true. Oh, mother. Nangong Qianxue shyly extricated herself from Bai Yi's embrace, instead rushing to cling to Nangong. Yet, it was still the warmth and breadth of Bai Yi's arms that beckoned her. Alas, what are you thinking? Nangong Qianxue couldn't help but chastise herself internally. Her face flushed with embarrassment. With the conclusion of the preliminary competition in Jiangzhou province, the time had finally come to claim the rewards. Bai Yi, having secured first place, was bestowed an extraordinarily generous prize, a direct cash award of 100 million. Additionally, he received 100 drops of golden blood, intended for the beast maiden. Upon consumption, Lin Ming's golden blood surged to a potency of 2, exponentially enhancing the effects of her golden claw. It could almost be regarded as her most formidable physical attack skill. As the runner-up among the solitary beast maidens, Nangong Qianxue also received a commendable reward. a beast spirit pearl from a lord-level extraordinary beast. From this, she comprehended the skill, enhanced hardening. With this newfound ability, she would no longer be easily broken, significantly bolstering her defenses. With the divine temple close by, Nangong Qianxue promptly ventured into the secret realm. During this time, Bai Yi visited the Nangong residence to clear away the remains of the thousands of extraordinary beasts that had perished in the temple's secret realm. The Five Elements Mountain had suffered immensely during this period, and it would likely take a considerable time to recover. However, the Nangong family would not be short of raw materials for a long while. Nangong Qianxue made remarkable progress, successfully completing the challenges in just over an hour, and she ascended to the Black Iron rank. Her attributes received a significant enhancement, along with the acquisition of 3 additional skills. One cannot help but marvel at the allure of an SSS-level beast master. Merely signing a contract can save resources amounting to billions, allowing a beast maiden's innate talent to ascend to S rank without any external aid. Nangong Qianxue felt that her previous efforts as an ardent admirer had not been in vain. The 3 skills she acquired were Ice Doubling, Ice Blade, and Snow Sword. And Block. These are all commendable combat skills. At last, she could participate in the National League. The National League would feature teams from 23 provinces, 7 giant cities, 5 affiliated nations, and 1 divine temple. Exactly 36 teams in total. While the other participants were straightforward, the divine temple deserves special mention. Within the temple, alongside the healing angels, there exist formidable temple knights. This group comprises unique beast masters and beast maidens who have devoted their souls to the temple, thereby gaining powerful enhancements to their talents. Take Chung Xin, for instance. She was originally an E-rank jade rabbit. After offering her soul to the temple, she ascended to an A-rank angel, possessing remarkably potent healing abilities. She can mend the wounds of any beast master or beast maiden. Such a formidable endowment of talent reflects Chung Xin's profound devotion, indicating her sincere service to the divine during her time as a nun. There are still some devotees designated by the deities as knights to guard the sanctuaries. Complementing them are the nuns who serve as their mounts. These individuals, blessed by divine favor, are capable of harnessing the power of the gods, rendering them formidable opponents. Among them, the most exceptional youth selected from temples nationwide are almost unimaginably powerful. The group that Bai Yi is about to confront consists of such adversaries. Chapter 87. The enigmatic Qingyu winners are to arrive in Shiyuan City, Qingzhou Province, within 7 days. A newly discovered black iron-level beast space will serve as the ultimate arena for the finals. Those who fail to arrive on time will be deemed to have forfeited the competition. AOZ, representing the instructor panel, announced the final competition format. Eschewing the traditional one-on-one approach, they opted for the beast space as the battleground, which is a newly developed arena. All information regarding this beast space has been classified, leaving no opportunity for advanced preparation. It is a true test of adaptability. Teacher AO, am I now considered a member of the Longdu Academy? Must I still participate in the finals? Bai Yi had initially entered the intercollegiate competition to avoid examinations. With his goal achieved, he was reluctant to exert further effort. Don't you desire glory? AOZ gently prodded, attempting to instill a proper perspective on competition in Bai Yi. No, I do not wish for glory. In my hometown, it signifies sacrifice, and I do not wish to die. Bai Yi resolutely declined. Good heavens, how can one inquire whether another desires glory? Is that considered polite? AOZ was left speechless. What a peculiar individual. Is it too late to return him? Suddenly, AOZ appeared to have an epiphany. I heard the rewards for the finals are in the tens of billions. Indeed, upon hearing of such substantial rewards, Bai Yi instantly perked up. Qianxue, book a ticket to Shiyuan City immediately. Nangong Qianxue, somewhat perplexed, responded, but there are 3 of us. Why only book 1 ticket? Bai Yi looked at Nangong Qianxue as though she were a simpleton. You and Xiao Ming can transform directly, one into a pet, the other into a weapon, thus saving 2 tickets. Nangong Qianxue was at a loss for words. How frugal can you be? You're even cutting costs on this. According to the Beast Girl management regulations, Beast Girls are not permitted to transform on public transport. What a bizarre law. What on earth did you learn in school? How to fall asleep quickly. As AOZ listened to their exchange, her regret deepened. Could it be that this student is not merely a slacker? Is Bai Yi's diligent participation in the intercollegiate competition solely to avoid examinations? Surely not. If Bai Yi could hear Aozi's thoughts, he would undoubtedly affirm. Indeed. Upon observing Aozi's unsettling demeanor, Bai Yi, fearing her regret, hastily assured her, "Teacher Ao, rest assured. I promise to enter the Longdu Academy with honor, and I will never bring you shame." Aozi, upon hearing this, could not help but roll her eyes. "I trust your words as one would trust a phantom. You think you won't embarrass me? Do you even believe that yourself?" Aozi, truly disinclined to continue the conversation with Bai Yi, turned to leave. Bai Yi quickly grasped her arm. Hey, Teacher Ao, why are you leaving? How about we go together? We might as well have our tickets reimbursed as well." Aozi immediately waved her hand dismissively. "I'm sorry, but it's not on my way. I need to return to school." However, Bai Yi did not relent, arching an eyebrow. He whispered, "What about that promise you made?" What Bai Yi referred to was Aozi's commitment to elevate the beast space of the Five Elements mountain to the black iron level. Yet, the glint in his eyes and the tone of his voice seemed rather insincere. It took Aozi a moment to comprehend. "Wait until I get home to fetch it. I don't possess a dimensional space. I can't carry everything with me." With that, Aozi broke free from Bai Yi's grasp and transformed into a purple-gold dragon, darting away like a bolt of lightning. She truly wished to avoid further conversation with him, fearing it would drive her to exasperation. "Hey, Teacher Ao." Bai Yi's words remained unfinished. In his preoccupation with saving money, he had forgotten about the dark mark on his body. He should have sought Aozi's assistance in removing it. Previously, he had felt little concern, but ever since encountering the dark ethereal dragon, a sense of vulnerability had enveloped him. These dark creatures harbored a palpable hostility towards him. What if he encountered another dark entity during his long journey? Unfortunately, Aozi had departed too swiftly. No one in the Nangong family could purify it. They had never even heard of such a thing. As for the temple, that was out of the question. Bai Yi had already been blacklisted by the Jiangzhou temple and dared not approach, fearing Qing Xian would come to collect debts. It was as though he were burdened by a sense of emotional indebtedness. Never mind. When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water flows, I will build a dam. Whatever dark creatures come my way, I shall vanquish them one by one. Thus, Bai Yi set aside the matter of the dark mark. Instead, he grew increasingly wary of the Chung family lurking nearby. "Though I am indeed quite handsome, there is no need for such constant scrutiny." Bai Yi smirked provocatively before promptly diving into the throng of reporters. Come. Those wishing to interview Jiangzhou's top scholar, hurry. I am about to fly to Shiyuan City." With Aozi absent, the reporters served as Bai Yi's shield. No matter how reckless the Chung family might be, they would not dare to brazenly eliminate Bai Yi under the watchful gaze of the public. Under the escort of the reporters, Bai Yi successfully reached the airport. "Everyone, you need not see me off. I shall carry the hopes of all and convey Jiangzhou's culture across the nation." At the airport, Bai Yi delivered a passionate speech. Only after multiple urgings from the ground staff did he reluctantly board the plane. The Nangong family, generous as ever, had booked 3 business-class seats, allowing Bai Yi to finally experience the opulence of the affluent. He understood at last why a curtain must be drawn between the two classes. It was to shield the wealthy from the envious gazes of those in economy class. In economy, passengers were crammed together, unable to stretch their legs, while the business class offered spacious comfort, even allowing one to recline fully. Inside the cabin were 2 handsome gentlemen, both standing at 185 centimeters, alongside 2 youthful and beautiful beast women providing enthusiastic service. The contrast with the older passengers in economy class was stark. How delightful it was. Bai Yi reclined comfortably, leisurely indulging in fruit. Suddenly, a person seated beside him fixed an intense gaze upon him. Bai Yi tilted his head, squinting to take a look. Instantly, he was wide awake. Was that Xingyu? How alluring she appeared. Her attire was rather tattered. It seemed barely adequate for coverage. Clearly, it was not conventional clothing, but rather a sheer black veil formed from dark energy, designed merely to obscure. It was indeed more enticing than wearing nothing at all, especially with that captivating gaze, so beguiling that it nearly destabilized Bai Yi's composure. Admittedly, Bai Yi had little composure to begin with. The heart of darkness was formidable, transforming Xingyu into a being of enchanting allure. Upon her arrival, Nangong Qinxue and Lin Ming, who had been reclining, sat up straight, their expressions alert. Previously, Xingyu was an S-class individual with little combat experience, just a normal person with a hint of willfulness, posing no real concern. But now, she was unrecognizable. no longer distinguishable between human and specter. One could not judge her by conventional standards. Most critically, she was irresistibly captivating. Not only did she attract men, but women too. Even Nangong Qianxue and Lin Ming blushed and felt their hearts race upon seeing her. She was truly a fairy. Chapter 88. Jumping from 10,000 meters without a parachute. Chengyu, what brings you here? Bai Yi was at a loss for where to direct his gaze. There was not a single proper aspect to Chengyu's appearance. I'm also the first place winner, so of course, I'm here to participate in the finals in Shiyuan City. Chengyu's voice was soft and sweet, igniting a yearning within Bai Yi, making him wish to sweep her off her feet and hear her voice become even more melodious. Bai Yi swallowed hard. This wasn't his intention, but he found himself unable to resist. She was simply too intoxicating. Unable to contain himself, Bai Yi activated his true vision once more, only to discover that behind Chengyu's black gold magic rabbit, there was an additional annotation, succubus. This indicated that within Chengyu dwelled two souls. The heart of darkness still harbored the soul of a dark creature. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he was unexpectedly awakened. Thus, the current Chengyu has truly become a blend of both human and specter. Bai Yi, who had previously dismissed the situation, now found himself on high alert. Meanwhile, Nangong Qianxue could no longer bear the tension and insisted on switching seats with Bai Yi, fearing that he might succumb to the impending peril. Even after the change of seats, Bai Yi and his companions remained vigilant, aware not only of the threat posed by Chengyu, but also of the dark mark that lingered upon Bai Yi. Who could tell if another dark creature might suddenly emerge? Fortunately, this journey would last only 4 to 5 hours, allowing them to reach Shiyuan City by nightfall. A brief respite would pose no significant issue. As Bai Yi basked in the beauty of the sunset above the clouds, the system options reappeared before him. Option 1. Charge into the cockpit and coerce the pilot to make an emergency landing. Reward: Agility 100. Option 2. Smash through the airplane window and leap out. Reward: True Sight Eye upgraded to Insight Eye. Option 3. Successfully prevent the explosion. Reward: All attributes 1000. Option 4. Remain indifferent and continue to enjoy the sunset. Reward: Constitution 100. Danger was imminent. Bai Yi felt the hairs on his body stand on end. His heightened perception was at play. In that moment, there was no time to ponder other options. He would jump. Without the slightest hesitation, he called out, donned his beast spirit armor, shattered the aircraft window, and leapt into the abyss. His movements were fluid and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Nangong Qianxue and Lin Ming had already prepared for this moment, swiftly transforming into their beast forms and following suit. Their trust in Bai Yi was unwavering. This audacious maneuver left everyone astounded, particularly the flight attendants, who shrieked in terror, unable to articulate coherent words. At that moment, the airplane soared at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the temperature outside plummeting to several degrees below zero, and the air exceedingly thin. To attempt parachuting from such heights seemed tantamount to courting death, and if they were to jump, one would expect them to at least be equipped with parachutes. What could this reckless leap signify? Yet, soon after, several beast girls shattered the windows and leapt down, descending like dumplings into the abyss. Chengyu, too, took the plunge, landing atop a majestic eagle beast girl. What was happening? Had they all lost their senses? The passengers were left utterly bewildered. Shortly thereafter, frantic cries erupted among the passengers, urging for an immediate descent. If they delayed any longer, those within the cabin would surely freeze or suffocate. Upon receiving this alarming news, the pilot dared not linger any longer and executed a nosedive towards the ground. However, it was too late. As the aircraft soared through the sky, a sudden explosion erupted. A brilliant light, more dazzling than the evening glow, enveloped the plane, which instantly disintegrated into countless pieces. The individuals within were undeniably deceased, and this was precisely why Bai Yi was hastily preparing to leap down. The urgency was palpable. The act of detonating an aircraft is not something easily curtailed. This realm belongs to beast masters and beast maidens, rendering any countdown bombs utterly unnecessary. A direct assault on the fuel tank with a fire-based skill would suffice to accomplish the task of destruction, leaving no time for escape. The few beast maidens that had managed to flee disregarded their own safety, flapping their wings and charging towards Bai Yi. These were all flight-capable beast maidens, uniformly of the black iron tier. Were they assassins arranged by the Chung family or creatures of darkness? Nangong Qianxue, carrying the night cat demon, inquired mid-flight. Activating the Eye of Insight he had recently acquired, Bai Yi finally discerned the truth. The attributes of these flying beast maidens revealed a startling fact. They had all been enchanted. Thus, they were neither assassins of the Chung family nor dark entities, but rather under the control of Chung Yu, or rather, the succubus. Chung Yu had indeed lost control. She was entirely governed by the heart of darkness. The audacity to orchestrate such a catastrophe is astonishing, especially considering the hundreds of passengers aboard the aircraft. It is remarkable that none were killed in the explosion. With a seductive smile, the succubus commanded several black iron beast maidens to launch a suicidal assault against Bai Yi. Madness. Bai Yi cursed inwardly, wielding the Ice Spirit Radiance sword to unleash a barrage of ranged attacks. Silver Moon Slash, Ice Spirit Slash, Ice Blade, and Snow Sword. The Night Cat demon perched upon Bai Yi's shoulder also unleashed a series of formidable attacks. Nightmarish Venom, Hellfire Sea, Black Lightning. With Bai Yi's support, the assault power of the two beast maidens was extraordinarily fierce. The enchanted beast maidens fell before they could even approach, some attempting to self-destruct, only to be thwarted by the beast spirit armor. Chung Yu, witnessing this, was not dismayed. Rather, she was filled with a perverse excitement. Such a twisted enemy cannot be spared. She poses a grave danger that must be eliminated. Bai Yi adjusted his course, advancing towards Chung Yu. She attempted to enchant Bai Yi, but found her efforts utterly futile. Bai Yi's vitality was too high, granting him a remarkable resistance to such mental manipulation. The enchantment on Lin Meng was similarly ineffective. Although Lin Meng possessed low vitality, her resistance to darkness was formidable, and enchantment fell squarely within that category of dark skills. As for Nangong Qianxue, she was merely a sword spirit devoid of corporeal form. What could she possibly be enchanted by? Realizing this, Chung Yu hastily commanded the remaining beast maidens to retreat. However, Nangong Qianxue was now also a beast maiden of Bai Yi's, and Bai Yi's enhancement skills could be applied to the Ice Spirit Radiance sword, dramatically increasing its speed. Moreover, with the inherent skill of accelerated flight possessed by Nangong Qianxue, the speed of the flying sword became as swift as lightning. In an instant, it caught up with Chung Yu. Without hesitation, Chung Yu abandoned the beast girl he had just controlled and swiftly plummeted towards the ground. Just as he was about to crash into the earth, he suddenly transformed into a wisp of black smoke, drifting down gently and sustaining not a scratch. Subsequently, the black smoke dispersed into the dense forest, vanishing without a trace. Even the super sense of smell possessed by the nocturnal cat demon could not detect his presence. With the ability to transform twice, Chung Yu had an array of tactics at his disposal. Navigating through the woods at night was perilous. Reluctantly, Bai Yi had to temporarily abandon the pursuit and sought refuge in a nearby small county to rest for the night. At this moment, they had already traversed half of their journey. They arrived at the relatively desolate Liangzhou, where the land was vast and the population sparse, with considerable distances between cities, rendering it unnecessary to rush to the larger metropolis overnight. After a brief sampling of the local delicacies, the trio retired early for sleep, utterly exhausted from the day's tribulations. However, just as they had barely drifted into slumber, an unforeseen calamity struck. Chapter 89. The Beast Siege. So many aberrant beasts. It is a beast tide. The aberrant beasts are attacking the city. Alarm! Alarm! The tranquil night was suddenly shattered by piercing screams, followed immediately by the blaring of alarm bells. Bai Yi, with his heightened senses, awoke instantaneously. Nangong Qianxue and Lin Meng burst through the walls of their respective rooms, positioning themselves protectively beside Bai Yi. Although they were aware of Bai Yi's formidable strength as a beast master, it was the duty of every beast girl to guard their own master. What is happening? Both beast girls inquired, their gazes fixed on Bai Yi, as if he possessed all knowledge. I have no idea. Let's go outside and take a look. The three of them made no fuss and stepped out, blending into the crowd as they moved towards the city wall. The screams grew ever more piercing, accompanied by the roars of various aberrant beasts. What is going on up ahead? Bai Yi grasped the arm of a beast girl clad in official attire, seeking answers. The individual was in a frantic state, initially reluctant to engage with Bai Yi, but upon realizing he was accompanied by a few young individuals, she stifled her urgency and offered a brief explanation. The aberrant beasts are attacking the city. You children should hurry home and find a safe place to hide. Do not venture out. Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback. Aren't aberrant beasts supposed to reside in the beast dimension? How could they be attacking the city? Upon hearing Baiye's question, the woman lost her patience. I don't have time to explain. Go home and read your history books. With that, she brushed Baiye aside and rushed towards the front lines. It was evident that any mother would harbor little patience for a student like Baiye. Left with no other choice, Baiye turned his inquisitive gaze towards Nangong Qianxue, who could not help but roll her eyes in response. What kind of academic underachiever can be so oblivious to even the slightest hint of history? Throughout the annals of time, there have been countless instances of monstrous beasts besieging cities. The most severe of these assaults even led to the complete devastation of the land known as Terra Australis. Indeed, in this world, Terra Australis is devoid of humanity, leaving only the aberrant creatures. Without the constraints of the beast realm's hierarchical suppression, these creatures are free to evolve and ascend indefinitely, akin to humans. This is precisely why every beast realm is heavily fortified with formidable guardian armies, resolutely preventing any beast from escaping their confines. Each escaped beast poses a monumental threat. Upon hearing Nangong Qianxue's elucidation, Baiye finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. His thoughts turned to someone. Chengyu. She must be behind this incident. What a coincidence it is that they had just settled in a small town when a beast tide erupted. As Baiye had surmised, Chengyu had employed her enchanting abilities to manipulate the soldiers at the gate, effortlessly infiltrating the beast realm. She then bewitched two powerful black iron-ranked leader beasts, coordinating their efforts to breach the Guardian Army's defenses. Immediately following this, countless beasts surged forth, charging towards the nearest county town. Indeed, the very county town they had taken residence in, Pingliang County, harbored a black iron beast realm just outside its walls. The more remote and sparsely populated the area, the more formidable the beast realm becomes, a universally acknowledged geographical truth. For a county with a population of fewer than 100,000, the onslaught of such a multitude of beasts is tantamount to a cataclysmic blow. To complicate matters, Pingliang County is situated far from the nearest city, with hundreds of kilometers separating them. By the time help arrives, it is likely that not a single soul will remain alive. At this moment, the city walls are perilously unstable, with beasts already breaching the defenses and wreaking havoc within. The 2,000 soldiers stationed in Pingliang County are utterly incapable of withstanding such an assault. The citizens, in a desperate bid for survival, have transformed and joined the city's defense, yet it remains woefully insufficient. After all, the vast majority of the populace has yet to attain the black iron rank, rendering them powerless against such overwhelmingly superior foes. Baiye, what shall we do? Nangong Qianxue is still regarded by Yi as their pillar of strength. Assist in defending the city. Fight. This calamity stemmed from Baiye. He could not remain a mere bystander. Battling amidst such chaos carries significant risk, especially with a formidable succubus lurking in the shadows. A moment's carelessness could spell disaster for Baiye. Yet, he could not afford to be passive any longer. He could not stand idly by as so many citizens perished before his very eyes. Only after Baiye made his decision did the system's options finally manifest. Option 1. Support Pingliang City. Reward for every 100 survivors. All attributes 1. Option 2. Abandoning Pingliang City, successfully escaping. Completion reward, agility 100. Baiye, disinterested in the unfolding events, charged directly towards the city wall, only to be intercepted by the very officer beastwoman they had inquired about directions from earlier. Hey, what are you children doing? Weren't you told to hide quickly? Do you think this battlefield is a place for you? I will help defend the city. Baiye brandished the Eye-Soul Radiant sword, preparing to plunge into the fray, but the officer beastwoman restrained him once more. Young man, I retract my earlier disdain. You are all remarkable. However, the most crucial thing for you now is to survive and avenge us in the future. Yet, her strength paled in comparison to Baiye's. Dismissing further dialogue, he broke free from her grasp, summoned the glimmering wings, and soared into the sky. Against the backdrop of the inky night, he radiated like a firework, bursting forth in brilliant light. Almost all the surrounding beasts were captivated by this dazzling display, including the succubi. Instantly, 2 leader-class flying beasts, entranced, charged towards Baiye. Almost immediately, he found himself enveloped by a swarm of various aerial creatures. His actions undoubtedly made him a target, yet they significantly alleviated the pressure on the city's defenses. While the defensive burden lessened, Baiye's own challenges intensified. Fortunately, the abundance of beast souls around him continuously provided him with protective power, ensuring that he could at least maintain his ground. What followed was an unrestrained spree of slaughter. Bai Yi empowered his Ice Soul Radiance sword to its fullest potential. Confronted by the searing flames of the fiery bird, he charged headlong, swinging his sword to strike down one leader-class beast. Turning swiftly, he faced a rain of arrows and unleashed another slash of his sword, claiming yet another leader-class beast. Subsequently, a flurry of ice blades and snow swords whirled around him, decimating over 100 flying beasts in the vicinity. Countless streams of blood fell like a torrential rain. The onlookers gazed upwards, utterly astonished. The officer beastwoman, who had just attempted to impede Bai Yi, stood in sheer disbelief, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Was this truly an underachiever? This was an unparalleled genius. How could someone so young possess such formidable strength? In comparison, I am the one who is truly insignificant. The officer beastwoman, captivated by the spectacle, completely forgot about her prior intent to attack.